Chapter 1302. As a technological civilization, this thing is all too familiar, but human civilization doesn't need to decipher a decryption dictionary, because it contains the language of human civilization's pioneers. Already understanding the general situation, Yu Yuan planned to respond to this location to see what the other party was, whether it was a technological civilization, a boundary breaker in disguise, or some strange entity. Although the other party used the pioneer communication method, no one in human civilization considered it a pioneer. First, it was a long voyage in the galaxy. Second, the pioneers had already embarked on a long voyage 3 billion years ago, so it was impossible for them to stay here and wait. Who are you, and why do you have the pioneer communication method? According to Yu Yuan's instructions, the Tianqin sent an interstellar broadcast to the source of the information, simultaneously transmitting the quantum long-distance communication identification code and various parameters of the quantum entangled state. The purpose, of course, was to trick the other party into using quantum entanglement to communicate with him. Quantum entanglement communication is real-time, but it cannot be established without both parties knowing the parameters of the other's quantum entangled state. Therefore, conversations between unfamiliar civilizations in the starry sky must be conducted via tachyon broadcasting. From this perspective, tachyon broadcasting is like two people shouting at the top of their lungs, while quantum entanglement communication is a conversation after both parties learn each other's phone numbers and add each other via chat tools. Both have their own meaning. Human civilization does not know the distance between us and the other, but since we can receive our broadcasts, they should also be able to receive our own. By the way, they also told the other party that they could communicate in the pioneer's language. To ensure the other party could hear, human civilization broadcast again after the broadcast, having the Galactic Center civilization activate the broadcast system they had left in the outlying star region. The Great Voyage organization possessed the most powerful broadcasting technology, especially in the Galactic Center. The Great Voyage organization blatantly broadcast in the Midway Galaxy, unafraid of the boundary breakers' discovery. After years of dealing with the boundary breakers, the Great Voyage organization knew that the boundary breakers could not detect this type of communication based on the visible material world. They were extremely sensitive to fluctuations in gravity, and could even use gravity to perceive objects outside the light cone. It was unknown how they achieved this, but it was this ability that enabled them to locate the Great Voyage organization so quickly. Even the Divine Matrix civilization didn't understand the boundary breakers' mechanism, stating only that it was the instinct of their special dark matter lifeforms. Ah, pioneers? Huh? Pioneers, oh. Pioneers, you actually know the pioneer communication language, isn't that right? It seems you encountered pioneers before. Did they fail? They're asking you to return to their birthplace to inform those children of the so-called new civilization to bring back some lousy star map? Hearing the voice before seeing the person refers to the current conversation between the Grand Voyage organization and the unknown entity. The entity hasn't even appeared yet, but it's already responding via broadcast, seemingly talking to itself. The unknown entity is also a classic example of ignoring problems while raising numerous questions. That doesn't seem right. That logic doesn't make sense. Well, it does make sense. If those guys failed, they might actually do something like this, but that shouldn't be the case. Aren't they heading to the Bodhi's Void? By the way, where are you from? Are you also from the Grand Voyage organization? Where are you going? The Sculptor Void? The Canis Major Void? The Capricorn Void? Or the Fornax Void? Oh, isn't it the Bodhi's Void? The unknown existence was like someone who had been depressed for years, and suddenly found someone to talk to, suddenly unleashing a torrent of words. After receiving this information, the human civilization conferred with the Awakener and decided it wouldn't hurt to tell the other party. After all, this unknown entity seemed to truly know about the pioneers, so it must know a lot about them. The Great Expedition Organization hadn't heard from the pioneers for a long time, and naturally didn't want to miss out. So, a representative of human civilization responded, "We are indeed a Great Expedition Organization. Our target is the Great Void in Boötes. The civilizations within the organization come from different galaxies, but most are from the local group, the Virgo group, the Virgo supercluster. We are human civilization, from the Milky Way. We speak the language of the pioneers, because the pioneers also originated in the Milky Way." In replying, the human civilization also attached a star map to clarify where in the universe they were referring. "Oh, so you're from the pioneers' hometown. No wonder." The unknown being continued its tachyon broadcast, finally remembering to answer the human's previous question, to correct it, "It's me, not us." Oh, a single civilization. Seeing this answer, Yu Yuan and Awakener Huan were both quite clear-headed, yet also felt a sense of wonder. They had both encountered single civilizations like the Adeli, the Nebula lifeforms, and the Gaia consciousness, but these civilizations generally didn't use tachyon broadcasts for communication. But this guy could actually broadcast tachyons. It was truly miraculous. However, what struck Yu Yuan and Awakener 1 as even more miraculous was yet to come. After the unknown being finished its brief words, it paused, then sent a message to the Grand Voyage Organization using quantum entanglement communication. Ah, quantum entanglement communication is still so convenient. Those guys who mess with the laws of cosmic communication really deserve to be exterminated. That's too harsh. Some of them had good intentions. Forget about that. Oh, and you're actually still alive. That's pretty impressive. You know, even the once powerful stargazing and expeditionary organization was wiped out by this thing. The Pioneer War Immortal Civilization was lucky, otherwise they would have been destroyed too. Hey, just talking about this makes me angry. I remember the War Immortal Civilization guys said they'd come back to pick me up after they reached their destination. And now they're all gone. How long has it been? Why haven't they come back yet? Could those bastards have been wiped out in some corner of the universe? That shouldn't be the case, they're quite powerful. Fuck, you're so pissed. Over 2 billion years have already passed? If I can really live, then I can't die. Dian civilization, I'm talking about the great Dian civilization. I will definitely prove that I'm great too. Yes, greater than the great Dian civilization. What the hell is going on? The unknown entity spouted a lot of nonsense via quantum entanglement communication. It revealed a lot of information, but it seemed a bit confusing to the Great Voyage Organization. This was the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization Voyage Group, the Stargazing Voyage Organization, and the Unheard of Dian Civilization. And in the first sentence, it seemed to be cursing the so-called Dian Civilization, while the second sentence, as if it had misspoken, referred to the Great Dian Civilization. It was a bit disjointed, a bit insane. Chapter 1303. The Great Voyage Organization already knew of this unknown entity. Everyone had seen what they had just said through the information shared by human civilization, and they all felt that this unknown entity was quite significant, and seemed a bit insane. To be honest, this state reminded Yu Yuan of Adley. Adley seemed to be like this when he was mad. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan couldn't help but wonder, are all of you individual beings in this state of mind? Wait, great unknown being, could you please introduce yourself? Why haven't we seen you? And could you please sort out this messed up information you've been sharing? What happened to the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization Voyage Group? And what is this Stargazing Voyage Organization? Could you elaborate on it? Unable to bear it any longer, Yu Yuan quickly interrupted the unknown being's chatter. At the same time, he initiated a video call based on quantum entanglement communication. But he was flatly rejected. What the hell is that video call? I'm using an internal system. Do you want to see inside me? You technological civilizations are truly perverted. Okay, don't worry. I'm running as fast as I can. You see this great unknown being of mine soon. Oh no, call me the Great Defender of the Starry Sky. Defender of the Starry Sky, what a prestigious name. But to the leaders of the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization, the Starry Sky Defender's personality seemed a bit at odds with the name. Okay, Starry Sky Defender, hello. Can you tell us about the Stargazing Voyage Organization, the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization Voyage Group, and the story behind this Midway Galaxy? Upon learning the other party's name, Yu Yuan, on behalf of the Great Voyage Organization, repeated the question the Starry Sky Defender hadn't answered. The other party was clearly coming for him. Contact and communication had already been established, and they seemed to understand many things from ancient times, even hinting at the current state of the galaxy. The Great Voyage Organization had suffered such a heavy loss here, still not knowing what the mysterious death force was, so they naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn more. Please call me the Great Star Defender. The Star Defender emphasized again. Okay, Star. The Great Star Defender. Yu Yuan had intended to say Star Defender, but sensing the gazes of the Awakener Illusion and the leaders of the Galactic Heart, Divine Principle, and Falcon civilizations, he changed his tune. For such an important call, the 5 distinctive technological civilizations were undoubtedly present. After Yu Yuan synchronized the first message from the Star Defender, the 5 distinctive technological civilizations gathered together in the virtual venue via the Quantum Entanglement Network. It was simply that humans happened to master the Pioneer language, so Yu Yuan was allowed to speak on their behalf. Seeing Yu Yuan's words, the Star Defender said with satisfaction, that makes sense. Since you come from the same place as the Pioneers, speak their language, and are so interested in them, You must be one of those so-called new generation civilizations. Yes. Yu Yuan admitted without hesitation. We followed the pioneer's route all the way to the Great Boötes Void. Star Defender. Well, if that's the case, you can be considered the successors of the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization sailing group. Yes, you must be their successors. Therefore, it's your turn to carry on the War Immortal Civilization's promise. Oh, I finally waited for this. It's been so hard for me. Sometimes living a long life is an advantage. What did the War Immortal Civilization promise? Yu Yuan felt a bit of a lie, so he checked. Starry Sky Defender, come back and pick me up after you succeed. Could the War Immortal Civilization have truly failed, or perhaps they've forgotten about it? Damn it! When I truly prove my greatness, I definitely have to find them and argue with them. Too much. They've forgotten something so important. The Stargazing and Far-Reaching Organization are truly blind and misjudged the wrong person. And they made me wait so long. Damn it! Wait. Yu Yuan interrupted speechlessly, then repeated his previous question about the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization and the Stargazing and Far-Reaching Organization. After asking for the third time, the Stargazing and Far-Reaching Organization finally answered, Be respectful. It's not that Stargazing and Far-Reaching Organization, but the Stargazing and Far-Reaching Organization. That's my old partner, a powerful expeditionary organization. Though they don't seem as strong as you in resisting soul annihilation, I have to admit that, otherwise they wouldn't have been wiped out here. My poor old partner, don't worry. I can leave now. Your will be inherited by the great Star Defenders. When I succeed, I will return here to annihilate these boundary breakers and avenge you. I'm talking about you. Oh, human civilization, what's your expeditionary organization called? Be my witnesses, these are the words of the great Star Defenders, and they will never go back on their word. The Great Galactic Expeditionary Organization, we got it. Okay. Star Defender. Speaking of my old partner, that's the Stargazer civilization. They're the boss of the Stargazer Expeditionary Organization. Generally, the technological civilizations within the organization call them the Stargazers. They're a civilization with unparalleled achievements in matter wave technology. In your terms, it's unique technology. They have two other civilizations with unique technologies. One of them is fast, but unfortunately not as fast as me. Regardless, my old friend is truly formidable. Since our acquaintance, the Stargazer civilization and I have fought our way through countless galaxies. Then, during our voyage, we encountered the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization's voyage group. After some discussion, we decided to travel together. During our journey together, the two voyage groups got along very well and fought side by side many times, forging a deep friendship. We both shared the same goal, to reach the Great Void and discover a way to master vacuum zero-point energy. Unfortunately, my old friend, the Stargazer, collapsed before reaching this galaxy. And so, I've been trapped here for over 20 years. Billions of years, ultimately, it's all because of those damn boundary breakers. If it weren't for them, this galaxy wouldn't be in its current state. I don't know how they did it, even I don't know. They actually managed it. No, I've been thinking about it for a long time. The boundary breakers might have gotten it into this state by accident. They definitely don't know how to operate it. After all, it's inside a black hole, and those idiot boundary breakers can't get in. Maybe when the black holes merged, a boundary breaker tried to seize control of it, and ended up accidentally creating this state. Yes, that must be it. Hearing that the Star Defender seemed to be chattering on and on, not getting to the point, Yu Yuan sent another message. Great Star Defender, you're right. Is that the thing that emanated the strange death force that destroyed the Stargazers? Starry Sky Defender, isn't it obvious? You technological civilizations don't understand it. That thing was originally used by cosmic civilizations to eliminate galactic microscopic demons. Who knows why it suddenly became like this? Those guys fled after the fight, but what they left behind is truly sinister. I don't understand why, even you. Chapter 1304. Great Star Defender, can you tell me in detail, and the purpose of your sudden appearance? Yu Yuan asked again. Star Defender, I know you're worried. Didn't I tell you? I'm looking for you because you, as the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization, the new generation civilization described by the Far Sailing Group, must fulfill their promise and take me away. I'm here to leave the Midway Galaxy with you. It's not a big deal. It's just that our great Far Sailing Organization doesn't quite understand your situation yet. Yu Yuan continued to communicate on behalf of the Great Far Sailing Organization. I don't know you either, but what does that matter? We got plenty of time to get used to each other. I won't harm you, so there's nothing to worry about. If it weren't for me being unable to make the long journey myself, well, I'm going with you out of courtesy. Don't be so shameless. It's a deal. Okay, so where are you? We're almost there, so why rush? Don't you want to know why the Stargazers, the Pioneers, the War Immortal Civilization, and the Midway Galaxy have become like this? Of course we want to know, but you keep evading the question. Yu Yuan Midley complained, then replied, yes, we've been wondering ever since we arrived here and discovered all these strange phenomena. Could something have happened over 2 billion years ago? Star Defender, not stupid. This is a long story. Let me think about where to start. Star Defender was silent for a long time, and everyone waited for him to continue. After a few minutes, the information continued. It was probably over 2 billion years ago, when I met my old friend, the Stargazer. We met while on a long voyage, and we journeyed together, crossing galaxy after galaxy, overcoming numerous obstacles, and passing through countless galaxies. Finally, in a certain galaxy, we met the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization, also on a long voyage. Because of me, our two organizations were able to come together and become companions. I told you what happened next. Basically, after becoming companions, we sailed towards a common goal, towards that elusive hope. Until we arrived in this Midway Galaxy, where we encountered a galactic-level microscopic demon. When we arrived, it had already occupied the entire Midway Galaxy. This microscopic demon was extremely powerful, and even the multiple technological civilizations within both organizations could not destroy it. There was even a chance they would be devoured by it. The purpose of everyone's voyage was to find hope amidst despair. The two organizations naturally chose to leave, but nearly the entire galaxy was contaminated by the microscopic demon. Ordinary matter was likely to harbor its eggs. Therefore, in order to mine healthy matter, the two organizations had no choice but to fight the demon. They were all extremely powerful, at least able to destroy the microscopic demon's relatively small tentacles. Their plan was simple: clear a region of starry sky, eliminate the microscopic demon eggs there, then resupply and depart. However, the microscopic demon was simply too massive. Its body now covered the entire galaxy. After several battles with it, the two voyage organizations realized that this approach was simply not feasible. A microscopic demon of that size was beyond the capabilities of a level 6 civilization. The fact that they could hold it off for so long was a feat they considered formidable. Without any other options, the two organizations turned their attention to the satellite systems of the Midway Galaxy, intending to utilize their resources for resupply and then depart. Later, my old partner and the War Immortal Civilization's voyage group did just that, and we all successfully reached the satellite system. The problem arose in the satellite system of the Midway Galaxy. It wasn't that there were a large number of boundary breakers there. There weren't that many at the time. On the contrary, upon arriving, we discovered that its central black hole contained a level 7 civilization artifact. It's unbelievable that I even knew what that thing was. At this point, the Star Defender seemed to recall something unpleasant, letting out a sigh that was translated as a sigh. The leadership of the 5 distinctive technological civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization sat in a virtual conference room, quietly waiting for the Star Defender to continue his recounting of the events of that year. After a moment, the Star Defender continued, "It's a device used by level 7 civilizations to eliminate galactic-scale microscopic demons. I recognize it because it's in my database. It was created by those level 7 civilizations, who disagreed with the use of microscopic demons to eliminate life. They are a faction that advocates unleashing rather than suppressing. They believe that the development of lower-level civilizations should not be restricted, and certainly not using extreme means like microscopic demons to eliminate life. They believe that the troubles caused by cosmic civilizations must be solved by more civilizations. Those level 7 civilizations sided with the lower civilizations. Although they also signed the Zero-Point Energy Non-Proliferation Treaty, they didn't blindly enforce it. Instead, they believe that some potential level 6 civilizations should be given the opportunity to access zero-point energy, thereby becoming cosmic civilizations, and working together to solve the problem of vacuum decay. Due to differing philosophies, they engaged in a massive war with another group of level 7 civilizations. Because there were so many cosmic civilizations, many galaxy clusters, like the Virgo supercluster, became battlefields. Various rule-based weapons were used on the battlefield. Even now, some star regions still show signs of modified rules. That weapon was created under those circumstances. After one cosmic civilization occupied a star region, it spread microscopic demon seeds, while the other faction used that artifact to eliminate the microscopic demons. And in one of the satellite galaxies of the Midway Galaxy, there was such an artifact. It was a relic of that war, but I don't know why it's not in the Midway Galaxy. The galaxy is not the same as the one in the Midway Galaxy, but rather one of its satellite galaxies. Of course, if it were in the Midway Galaxy, there would be no microscopic demons. When my old companions and the pioneering war immortal civilization learned of the existence of such a thing, they decided to go all out and bring the artifact to the Midway Galaxy to destroy the galactic-level microscopic demon, thus preventing any later travelers from being devoured by the microscopic demon when passing through. After all, at the time, the Midway Galaxy seemed to be the easiest route to this star field. Those heading to the Boötes Void would most likely pass by it. So, after discussing it, everyone decided to go for it. Actually, they didn't have to do it, but the Dian civilization happened to be a cosmic-level civilization that had sided with the lower-level civilizations back then, and they were one of our own, so they went for it. Chapter 1305. But when we actually tried to do it, we discovered that the object was embedded in the black hole of the satellite galaxy, and could not be retrieved. The Star Defender reminisced, recounting the events of the past, as he sprinted towards the Grand Voyage Organization's location. But since we were already here, and everyone felt the need to eliminate that galactic-level microscopic demon, after all, it was a creature created by an evil cosmic civilization to eliminate life, and an enemy of all life. So, the two Grand Voyage Organizations proposed a bold plan, to accelerate the fusion of the satellite galaxy and the intermediate galaxy. It sounds incredible, but at the time, the two Grand Voyage Organizations had numerous Level 6 civilizations, and possessed such technology. Because one Level 6 civilization possessed a unique space-time technology, it was under their guidance that the two Grand Voyage Organizations began to move the central black hole of the satellite galaxy. I'm not sure how they did it, but it's said that they used some kind of space-time diversion. The two Grand Voyage Organizations spent nearly 100 million years, countless Level 6 civilizations, and countless years. It took time to successfully project the black hole into the Midway Galaxy black hole. I have to say, that artifact's ability to eliminate microscopic demons is quite strong. When the satellite galaxy's black hole entered the Midway Galaxy, the microscopic demon was already affected. It writhed in agony, but was ultimately destroyed by that artifact, whose destructive range spans the entire galaxy, including all its demon eggs. Originally, the story would have ended perfectly here. My old partner, and the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization group, would have obtained a large number of microscopic demon corpses for research. That outcome would have been truly perfect, and I'm happy for them, because I know that research on the microscopic demon corpses will likely make their technological civilization even more powerful. And the more powerful they become, the greater the chances of both organizations completing the Great Expedition. However, things are unpredictable. The Star Defender seemed reluctant to recall those past events, but he knew they had to be shared. He understood that he was a stranger to the Great Galactic Voyage Organization, and these past events were key to earning their trust. The Star Defender's message continued to appear within the virtual venue. However, things are unpredictable. While my old companions and the Pioneering War Immortal Civilization were joyfully enjoying the fruits of their victory, an accident occurred. Initially, they didn't care, as it was only a few of their lives that suddenly perished. Until the number of deaths grew, and they realized they were unavoidable. Yes, that's what you call the strange power of death. But it's not strange, because I know exactly what that power is. It's the power that once annihilated galactic-level microscopic demons. It's a powerful killing force that directly targets the souls of intelligent life. But it shouldn't be like this. That weapon was tailor-made by a cosmic civilization for microscopic demons. It should only be effective against microscopic demons. The Star Defender paused again, and the leaders of the civilizations in the virtual conference room lowered their heads and thought, the species that could lower their heads. At the same time, the leader of the Divine Principle civilization took the floor and asked, could it be that the weapon malfunctioned during the black hole fusion? It's not really a malfunction. It might have been caused by the boundary breaker accidentally deploying something in the weapon. The Star Defender seemed to have completed his memory retrieval. He continued, at the time, both civilizations discovered boundary breakers lurking near the black hole in the satellite galaxy during the black hole fusion. However, at the peak of their military power, the two organizations didn't take the boundary breakers seriously, and they were certain that the boundary breakers couldn't enter the black hole. What do you mean by accident? The leader of the Divine Principle civilization asked again. The Star Defender remained silent for a moment, then replied, because that weapon was modified from a fully developed soul strike weapon, perhaps that damned cosmic civilization, seeking convenience, simply disabled its other functions and modified its parameters to render it effective only against microscopic demons. So, in my analysis, there are three possibilities. One is that the boundary breaker accidentally triggered the weapon's other functions. 2. That awful thing has malfunctioned from being around for too long. 3. During the fusion of the two black holes, the weapon automatically activated its original function, needing to withstand the harsh environment. Only the level 7 civilization that created that thing knows the exact reason. What's frustrating is that the crappy weapon didn't work against the boundary breaker. It's truly unbelievable. Hate. After a pause, the Star Defender continued to explain what happened next to the other civilizations. My old companions perished under the effects of that weapon. They couldn't withstand it. It wasn't because they were weak, but the weapon's impact was much stronger back then. My old companions and their voyage organization didn't even have time to escape. Your so-called pioneers and war-immortal civilizations fared a little better, but not much better. I remember that when they evacuated, most of them were dead. Few ships made it out, and perhaps they perished afterward due to a lack of numbers. I don't know what became of them, but I know for sure that even if everyone who escaped survived, the only ones who survived were likely the pioneers and war-immortal civilizations. Hearing this, Yuan felt an inexplicable wave of sadness well up within him. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization, also in the virtual conference room, suddenly took the reins. His 4 eyes flickered as he addressed the Starry Sky Defender and asked, "So powerful. Then how did you survive? Are you also a dark matter life form? Or are you a strong artificial intelligence?" The Silver Heart civilization leader felt that the creature the Starry Sky Defender was talking about was far too powerful. Besides these two explanations, he couldn't think of any other way to withstand the damage. "Who told you I'm some idiot like a dark matter life form? And you're clearly not the guy I spoke to before. Which civilization are you from? You're the strong artificial intelligence, and your whole family is artificial intelligence. How can something so low level as that compare to me?" The Starry Sky Defender reacted violently, as if something had been touched. "He's the leader of the Silver Heart civilization." Yuan interrupted the somewhat rude Silver Heart leader and took the cover, asking, "What about the Dian civilization?" "Star Defender, they're the great Dian civilization. What else could they be? A mere level 7 civilization. They've probably been wiped out by their opponents by now. Those treacherous guys left me with this body. I'm so angry. Don't mention them in front of me. They're so abominable." What? It seems this Star Defender has a close relationship with the Dian civilization. Everyone thought. Chapter 1306. Whether it was their rudeness or simply their nature, the Silver Heart civilization, after understanding the situation, actually took over the conversation and said, "Oh, so it's truly strong artificial intelligence. A level 7 civilization capable of modifying the laws of the universe can indeed create life? They truly mastered the secrets of life. It's unbelievable." This statement infuriated the Starry Sky Defender. As expected, the Starry Sky Defender immediately launched a barrage of trash talk at the Silver Heart civilization, then angrily declared, "You insect swarming, subterranean creatures of the Silver Heart civilization, you're all just idiots. How could that tiny Dian civilization have the audacity to create such a magnificent being as me? No, that was the great Dian civilization. They merely created my body. The birth of my consciousness had nothing to do with them, a tiny bit. Damn. My consciousness was self-generated. Don't compare me to that so-called strong artificial intelligence rubbish. Never mind. I tell you all, so you don't always think I'm some low-level creature. I can solemnly tell you that the reason I wasn't affected by the intervening galaxy is because my frail body is damn strong. Forget it, I don't want to waste my breath on you, a bunch of insect dwellers from the Galactic Heart civilization. Your limited brains couldn't possibly conceive of such a magnificent existence as me. Oh, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Insect dwellers from the Galactic Heart. Insect dwellers is a term used by the stargazers to refer to other creatures as inferior. The Starry Sky Defender believes this term is extremely destructive and insulting to carbon-based life forms, so when he spoke of the Galactic Heart civilization, he specifically explained the origins of the term. The Galaxy Heart civilization, despite being slammed, didn't seem upset. They didn't seem to take the insult seriously. Their leader, still blinking, once again asserted control, asking, "Then why didn't you go with the war-immortal civilization?" The Star Defenders, however, were still furious. "None of your business." The Galaxy Heart leader was somewhat bewildered. He glanced at the other civilizations in the virtual conference room. What's wrong with him? Don't ask. Let us handle it. Yuan was speechless. This alien's thinking was indeed a little different. With that, Yu Yuan took control. Great Star Defender, why didn't you go with the War Immortal Civilization? The 5 specialized technological civilizations on the Grand Voyage Organization side each had their own unique identification when using control, much like being able to see someone's nickname in a chat. This allowed the Star Defenders to see which civilization was speaking to them. Seeing it was a human civilization speaking, the Star Defender, though still a little irritated, didn't adopt the same attitude he used when speaking to the Galactic Center civilization. "I'd like to, but I can't leave then. They were already struggling, so how could they have taken me? Besides, I'm not that kind of person. Under those circumstances, I couldn't possibly bother them. Of course, I wanted them to leave first. A mere boundary breaker couldn't do anything to me anyway. So you know what, I've been sleeping here for ages, and those 2 bastards haven't come back to get me. Well, are we really wiped out? No, the Great Galactic Expedition Organization, we have to go find them." Knowing them, they shouldn't have forgotten about this, but over 2 billion years have passed, and there's still no news. "Yu Yuan, no problem. We've been searching for clues about the pioneers all along the way, but you haven't arrived yet? Star Defender, coming. Look how anxious you are." Shortly after the Great Voyage Organization received his message, the Galactic Center Civilization's probes detected a warp track in the distant starry sky. They immediately adjusted their detection parameters, focusing their direction on that patch of space. The Galactic Center Civilization's detection technology was truly impressive. Although they couldn't see the incoming object due to the distance, they quickly determined its speed, 392.5 times the speed of light. If that were all, no one would be so surprised. After all, the Falcon civilization also possessed this kind of navigation capability, and their Falcon could even perform stutter-like movement, clearly surpassing the technology currently displayed by the Star Defender. However, the other civilizations were mistaken, as they discovered that the Star Defender seemed to be able to maintain this speed constantly, unlike the Falcon, which only achieved short bursts. Furthermore, it continued to travel at 392.5 times the speed of light, occasionally reaching 656.13 times the speed of light. Initially, the Galactic Center civilization thought their detectors were malfunctioning, but they hadn't expected the Star Defender to actually achieve such a warp speed. Although the duration was extremely brief, lasting less than a second, it had indeed occurred. Could it be that the Star Defender was using vacuum zero-point energy? Seeing this, the leaders of the 5 distinctive technological civilizations all shared a common concern. As intelligent beings of a level 6 civilization, they all knew the ultimate warp speed for a level 6 civilization, 213.75 times the speed of light. Some civilizations' unique technologies can surpass this speed. For example, the pioneers can reach warp speeds of 256 times the speed of light, a benefit enjoyed by humans for a long time. The Falcon civilization is even more powerful, their unique technology enabling the Falcon to reach warp speeds of 392.5 times the speed of light, though this cannot be sustained. This is also the inherent understanding of the civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization regarding the technological limits of a level 6 civilization. The Falcon civilization has stated that every time they reach maximum warp speed, the Falcon's energy consumption and various related components are overloaded. The energy resources available to a level 6 civilization cannot sustain such ultra-high warp speeds, and therefore cannot be sustained. The Falcon civilization is the leader in warp technology, so everyone believes their claims. However, now that the Star Defender has demonstrated speeds far exceeding these limits, everyone immediately thinks of the energy systems of a level 7 civilization. This aligns with the Star Defender's claim that his own body was created by the Dian civilization. It makes sense for a level 7 civilization to possess the speed of a level 7 civilization. Because of this, various civilizations are now even more curious about the Star Defender. They're curious about what he is, and whether he can truly harness zero-point energy, a level 7 civilization technology. If he can, that would be fantastic, perhaps even providing some inspiration for everyone in the future. But if that's true, it would be a contradiction. If the Star Defender can already harness zero-point energy, then why would he embark on such a long voyage? Mastering zero-point energy is the hallmark of a level 7 civilization. The 5 distinctive technological civilizations are even more curious about the Star Defender, and they all want to know why. If you don't understand, ask. Everyone now has a certain understanding of the Star Defender. They know that as long as you don't mention that he's a level 7 civilization creation, he generally won't get angry, and he's even willing to share his knowledge. Chapter 1307. Because the Falcon civilization had the strongest doubts about the Star Defender's speed, they were the ones to ask the questions this time. Unlike the Galactic Center civilization, they weren't shy about asking questions. They showed great sincerity before asking, immediately explaining the Star Defender's Falcon speed capabilities before questioning him about the 392.5 times the speed of light warp. The Falcon civilization's capabilities truly piqued the Star Defender's curiosity. Huh, impressive. You can actually reach 392.5 times the speed of light? Is that your unique technology? Amazing. Actually, it's normal that you can't sustain that speed for long, as you haven't mastered zero-point energy of vacuum. 392.5 times the speed of light warp is actually the speed of a level 7 civilization. Huh? A level 7 civilization can only travel at such a low speed. No wonder the Stargate is so important. What about 656.13 times the speed of light warp? Could it be a level 8 civilization? As soon as the Star Defender finished speaking, the scientists on the Falcon civilization's leadership team couldn't help but ask. The Falcon civilization scientists seemed to contemplate the stark contrast between the vastness of the universe and the slow speed. He felt a sense of despair. If only a level 7 or level 8 civilization could achieve such a low speed, how could they explore the vastness of the universe? Star Defender wasn't annoyed by this question, as he remembered his old friend, the Stargazer civilization, having asked him the same question when they first met. Star Defender, while sailing at high speed, replied with a message, stating with a touch of scientific common sense, 392.5 times the speed of light is indeed the speed of a level 7 civilization, but that doesn't mean it's the only speed a level 7 civilization can achieve. Put simply, it's just the entry-level speed of a level 7 civilization. Any level 7 civilization that masters zero-point energy of vacuum can essentially achieve this speed. However, this isn't the maximum speed of a level 7 civilization. They're a cosmic civilization, a technological civilization. Their speed will increase with technological advancement. Take that awful Dian civilization, for example. Before they created my body, they already possessed a higher warp speed, reaching the intermediate level of a level 7 civilization, surpassing a warp speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. According to my database, the maximum warp speed of a level 7 civilization should be close to 2,000 times the speed of light. I don't know the exact figure. When that awful Dian civilization created my body, they hadn't reached that level either, and I don't know if they reached that level now. However, my database does record that some exceptional level 7 civilizations can surpass that limit, potentially reaching a warp speed of 3,000 times the speed of light. Whether this is true or not is unclear. After all, those are just some parameters recorded by the Dian civilization, and they even use the word possibly. Oh, so that's how it is. Just from the speeds mentioned by the Star Defender, it's clear that level 7 civilizations are not all equal. Some are stronger, some are weaker, and the range is quite large. Imagine two level 7 civilizations, one traveling at only 400 times the speed of light, and the other at 2,000 times. The latter would most likely crush the former, unless it possessed special defensive measures, or some other form of teleportation. The Star Defender's description of the warp speed of a level 7 civilization also made the Galactic Grand Voyage realize a harsh reality. Even a level 7 civilization, even one claiming to be a cosmic civilization, couldn't easily navigate the universe. The universe is simply too vast. Just think about it. A level 7 civilization with a warp speed of nearly 2,000 times the speed of light would take nearly 1,000 years to travel from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy. So what about the Star Defender, possessing a body crafted by the Dian civilization? Could he reach the warp speed of the Dian civilization back then? The answer is no. The Great Voyage Organization asked curiously, and the Star Defender gave a direct answer. 656.13 times the speed of light isn't a technological continuation of the Dian civilization, but it is my limit. The reason is that the damn Dian civilization didn't use the most advanced technology when creating my body. And worst of all, even the vacuum zero-point energy system is a base model. Sometimes I even suspect they did it on purpose. It's so infuriating. I definitely beat up the designers when I find them. The Star Defender seemed furious, as he seemed to be every time he mentioned the Dian civilization. Then, the Great Voyage Organization informed the Star Defender of their situation. As a gesture of mutual trust, the Star Defender gave a detailed account of his situation. During his self-introduction, the 5 distinctive technological civilizations of the Grand Voyage Organization also learned more about him. According to the Star Defender, he himself could only burst at a warp speed of 656.13 times the speed of light. This was because his internal zero-point energy system was a passive system, storing zero-point energy from the universe bit by bit through passive dialysis. This was extremely inefficient, requiring a long time to store even a small amount of zero-point energy. Because of this extreme inefficiency, he normally used the energy system of a level 6 civilization. That was originally his secondary energy system, but his zero-point energy system was so outdated that after he gained self-awareness, he had to use it as his primary energy system. Furthermore, the main energy system had a significant drawback. It couldn't actively absorb dark matter, nor could it actively convert it into dark antimatter. It could only passively lie within the dense dark matter, undergoing a passive conversion process through its body. Thankfully, this passive conversion was far more efficient than the low-level vacuum zero-point energy system. After hearing the Star Defender's words, the 5 distinctive technological civilizations became even more curious about his body, eager to see what he actually looked like. This wish was quickly fulfilled. After entering detection range, the Star Defender arrived in the star region where human civilization and awakeners resided in just 1 month. This also allowed everyone to clearly see the Star Defender's appearance. Previously, everyone had their own subjective speculations about the Star Defender's appearance. Some believed it was a giant space creature. Some believed it was similar in form to Gaia lifeforms. Some believed it resembled a spaceship, and some believed it might be a creature similar to the Dian civilization. However, after seeing the Star Defender's true appearance, everyone realized their guesses were wrong. Everyone saw that the Star Defender was actually a sphere, a perfect sphere only 5 kilometers in diameter. Its surface was so smooth that one could even see the starry sky reflected from above. Colorful light shimmered across its surface, making it look as if ribbons were floating across it. These ribbons occasionally glowed with different colors, resembling a colorful ball. Of course, this was just a human perspective. The Galactic Center probe immediately rushed over for a closer look. The Star Defender didn't even try to hide, simply hovering in the sky for observation. Everyone also shared the Galactic Center probe's perspective. However, after some time, the Galactic Center still hadn't detected the composition of the Star Defender, and its material was unknown. The Galactic Center civilization once again displayed their prowess. Their leader muttered, "Wow, there's material we don't know about, but why does it look like a toy ball? Oh my god, I'm so pissed!" Hearing this, the previously quiet Star Defenders went into overdrive, instantly accelerating to 656.13 times the speed of light. Almost instantly, they flashed in front of the Galactic Center's probe and slammed into it at a breakneck speed, shattering it. This action alarmed the Awakener Juan and the crew on the Lyra, who thought the Star Defenders were about to attack them. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. After destroying the Galactic Center probe, the Star Defenders fell silent, though they continued to curse, calling the Galactic Center's people insectids and burrowers. Chapter 1308. That's not bad, that's not bad. Yu Yuan and Awakener Juan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, everyone's understanding of the Star Defender was superficial, and their combat capabilities were not well understood. So, it was natural to be nervous after seeing him make a move. After all, he was created by a level 7 civilization, a being capable of utilizing vacuum zero-point energy. Who knows if he might possess other level 7 technologies? Thankfully, it only collided once, shattering the Galactic Center civilization's detector. The various civilizations that witnessed this situation became even more curious about the Star Defender's shell. Yu Yuan immediately came to his senses and spoke a few kind words to the Star Defender to calm him down. I know. The Star Defender, responding to Yu Yuan's words, stated that he understood them well. There are countless species in the universe, and some simply have mental issues. I encountered civilizations like this before, and the insect-like burrowers of the Galactic Center civilization are probably no different. I understand. Ask any questions you have. I spotted many boundary breakers heading your way on the way here. Hurry, the Star Defender warned. But you seem to have a certain immunity to soul kill, which is great. If you're confident in your combat prowess, you don't have to run so fast. But based on my understanding of boundary breakers, it's best for you to move on. It's not that I look down on you. It's simply that there are too many boundary breakers in this galaxy. As you probably guessed, this Midway galaxy is filled with boundary breakers. The reason for this has to do with soul kill. Originally, there weren't many boundary breakers in the Midway galaxy, but after the soul kill function changed, it became impossible for material life forms to exist here. Thus, this place became the ideal living environment for boundary breakers. Over 2 billion years of development, their numbers have grown to an unimaginably large scale. Similarly, over this long period, the boundary breakers have truly come to regard this place as their beautiful home, and they have built it beautifully. Precisely because of this, they will not tolerate the destruction of their beautiful home, and attacking you is a matter of course. To be frank, it's unlikely that you would be able to eliminate boundary breakers of this magnitude with your power. Even if you could, it would come at a great cost. It's best to advance to a level 7 civilization first, and then return to deal with them. Listening to the Star Defender's account, the various civilizations raised many questions. For example, regarding the boundary breakers, why should they wait until we reach level 7 before settling their score? Are boundary breakers incapable of improvement? Seeing the Grand Voyage organization raise such questions, the Star Defender expressed curiosity. It seems you don't know much about boundary breakers. Yes, we heard about boundary breakers from the pioneers before, but this is our first encounter with them, Yu Yuan said on behalf of the various civilizations. No wonder. The Star Defender was silent for a moment before continuing. Let me put it this way. Boundary breakers actually come in two forms, or rather, two origins. One is naturally conceived within the universe, born from dark matter and growing within it. The other develops from top-level, level 6 civilizations that despair of the future. There's little to say about the first. I'm sure you're more curious about the second. The Star Defender continued, extracting information from his data storage device. You all embarked on the Great Voyage. I won't explain the reasons for the Great Voyage. You know them better than I do. The second type of boundary breaker is related to the Great Voyage. Some top-level level 6 civilizations, after failing to break through to level 7, refused to accept extinction and sought alternative paths, journeying into the dark matter world and transforming themselves into dark matter life forms. These are the second type of boundary breakers. The Shinju civilization took over the conversation and interrupted. Wait. Is there such a thing as failing to break through to level 7? How did they survive the Great Void? They never even entered, the Starry Sky Defender answered simply. Not all civilizations have the courage to face the Great Void, because it's too hopeless. So those level 6 civilizations split their civilizations in two, leaving one part outside the void, while the other fights on. They even used this method to develop at the edge of the void, then repeatedly sending a portion into the Great Void to attempt a level 7 breakthrough. The results are predictable. They failed, and those who entered were. Some never emerged, and over time, they despaired, believing that even a large void environment wouldn't allow a level 6 civilization to successfully break through to level 7. With no other options left, they set their sights on dark matter, and ultimately succeeded, becoming Type 2 boundary breakers, a quasi-level 7 civilization. However, as a result, they could never break through to level 7. However, the boundary breakers in this galaxy are all Type 1 boundary breakers, which are significantly different from Type 2 boundary breakers, and are relatively weaker in combat. That's still weak. They could easily defeat most of the level 6 civilizations of the Grand Voyage organization. However, the Star Defender wasn't kidding. According to his description, Type 2 boundary breakers, due to their origin, are generally found at the edges of large voids. The Starry Sky Defender continued, just treat these boundary breakers as training. When you encounter a Type 2 boundary breaker, they're truly formidable. They're considered a quasi-level 7 civilization by the Dayan civilization. I can tell you clearly, without specialized technology, you can't hope to defeat them. Huh? A questioning voice rang out from the virtual conference room. Can't we just avoid them? Are the edges of the Great Void all filled with Type 2 boundary breakers? I don't know. After all, I haven't been there. The Starry Sky Defender said calmly, what I'm saying is merely what's recorded in my database. Who knows where the Dayan civilization got this information? It could be just nonsense. Just treat it as a story. This wasn't a story to be taken as a story. Everyone still believed what the Starry Sky Defender said. As for why the Type 2 boundary breakers wanted to stop the Great Voyage organization, everyone pondered for a moment and concluded that it was probably a desperate, if we fail, none of you will succeed mentality. The Star Defender continued, as far as I know, the Dayan civilization once attacked the second type boundary breakers. After all, they support the advancement of the new generation of civilizations to become a level 7 civilization. Conversely, the other group of level 7 civilizations support the existence of the second type boundary breakers. They are a natural obstacle to the Great Voyage, a natural worker who prevents the emergence of more level 7 civilizations. And they are a group of workers with no future. How can they not like them? Chapter 1309. It's still those level 7 civilizations. Listening to the Star Defender's account, the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization once again realized the difficulty of the Great Voyage. Some also noticed key information. But still somewhat uneasy, they confirmed with the Star Defender again. The Star Defender replied directly, "My database records this. After the 10 billion year mark, the Great Void became the only way for a level 6 civilization to advance to a level 7 civilization. However, that damn Dian civilization didn't successfully ascend from the Great Void. They were born before that time. Before that time, they were already a level 7 civilization. I don't know the specifics of how they ascended, nor do I know what happened before that time. As for your question about the fate of a level 7 civilization, let me put it this way. If the Dian civilization were to perish, they would have only two options. One, to find a solution to vacuum decay. The other, if that solution fails, to embark on a new journey. You're all smart people, so I don't need to explain the reasons." The representative of the Shinju civilization said, "Yes, we can imagine it, but we know very little about level 7 civilizations. Could the Great Defender tell us more?" The Star Defender made it so obvious. Everyone can surely imagine it. Based on what the Star Defender has said since its appearance, the Dian civilization should have created the body of the Star Defender under certain circumstances. Perhaps it was really some kind of toy of theirs, or a creation with some function. Over a long period of time, this creation successfully completed the life iteration and became a conscious Star Defender. The Star Defender's words revealed that he knew about the Great Evolution civilization, but they were unaware of his existence. Therefore, when the Great Evolution civilization departed, the Star Defender was likely just a relic left in the ruins. Regardless, the Star Defender did possess intelligence and consciousness, and he had inherited much of the information left by the Great Evolution civilization, which explains his knowledge of so many ancient events. As for the composition of the Star Defender's body, no civilization in the Great Voyage organization currently knows the material. The Star Defender himself did not want to elaborate, simply stating that he was extremely tough, and that it was this body that limited him. He wanted to join the Great Voyage because he wanted the help of civilizations that had become level 7 civilizations to free him from this body. In response, the 5 distinctive technological civilizations of the Great Voyage organization expressed their willingness to help, and even the Silver Heart civilization offered to try now, but the Star Defender despised them. Regarding the question about the Divine Matrix civilization, the Starry Sky Defender responded, "According to the records left by the Dian civilization, even level 7 civilizations have different strengths and weaknesses. Complete mastery of zero-point vacuum energy is the hallmark of a level 7 civilization, but the application of this knowledge can vary greatly due to technological differences. In the era of the Dian civilization, there was essentially no concept of a level 7 civilization. All civilizations were collectively referred to as cosmic civilizations, believing that those who mastered zero-point vacuum energy and could alter the laws of cosmic physics had reached the highest level of civilization. In their time, the most intuitive measure of the strength of a level 7 civilization was its speed, which generally ranged from 392.5 times the speed of light to nearly 2,000 times the speed of light. Beyond that, another factor determining the combat effectiveness of a level 7 civilization was the depth and breadth of its research into modifying the laws of physics. Most level 7 civilizations of that era believed that given enough time, they could master all the laws of physics, one by one. Until they hit a wall in solving the vacuum decay problem, some more advanced civilizations emerged. They then further subdivided the cosmic civilization hierarchy, and the concept of cosmic civilization classification spread to most of the universe from that era. At this point, Awakener Illusion took the conversation and interjected, "So, perhaps the Dian civilization discovered the existence of a more advanced civilization and, realizing they couldn't solve the vacuum decay problem, embarked on a new journey, seeking a way to reach a higher level? Perhaps?" Star Defender said silently. "They simply left a record of the God-level civilization in my database. The specific details are probably known only to them. However, I do have some information that may be useful to you. I don't know what happened before the 10 billion year mark in the universe, but I can confirm that your Great Voyage was correct. The Great Void is indeed the only hope for a level 6 civilization today to master zero-point energy, however slim it may be. And then, there's the matter of level 7 civilization. Mastering zero-point energy and modifying the laws of physics are the foundations of a level 7 civilization. Some special level 7 civilizations are far more powerful than ordinary level 7 civilizations. Generally speaking, this is due to the depth of their research into modifying the laws of physics. Specifically, there are many major research directions. The 4 fundamental forces are 4 research directions. There are also studies outside the scope of the 4 fundamental forces, such as degeneracy, as well as research in space, spirit, art, time, the microcosm, the macrocosm, and so on. Civilizations that can delve deeply into any field are considered the best among level 7 civilizations, perhaps just like your so-called specialized technological civilizations. Awakener Juan was a bit incredulous. Wait, you mean art? God-level civilization? Isn't that a level 8 civilization? What about art? Can that be a research direction? Why not? Having said this, the Star Defender's mood calmed down considerably. He said calmly, I don't know the specific reasons. The Dian civilization didn't leave any relevant information. I can only tell you what's recorded in my database. After all, I probably wouldn't trust you if I didn't tell you. As for God-level civilization, it might refer to a level 8 civilization. Of course, it could also be the highest stage of cosmic civilization. Who knows? The Dian civilization themselves don't know, and I certainly don't know either. The information the Dian civilization left in my database also includes concept-level civilization. You're asking me if concept-level civilizations exist. Existence? How could I tell you? Oh, I almost forgot. It must have been before the Dian civilization left. They mentioned in their database that there were more problems in the universe than just vacuum decay. I guess that was one of the reasons they left. The Great Voyage? They seem to be talking about embarking on a new Great Voyage, leaving the KBC Great Void or something like that. But that's still too far away for you. Of course, I want to find them and ask what's going on. At this point, the Star Defender spoke with unusual seriousness. So please believe me, the dangers in the universe go far beyond vacuum decay. I, the Star Defender, now formally apply to join your organization. Let us overcome the numerous difficulties together and reach the end of the Great Voyage. I would rather die in the Great Void than stay in this hellhole any longer. Chapter 1310. Mastering Vacuum Zero-Point Energy is the hallmark of a Level 7 civilization. While normal Level 7 civilizations possess the ability to modify the laws of physics, those with unique achievements in various fields possess unique technologies. According to the Star Defenders, these unique technologies primarily focus on the study of the 4 fundamental forces, representing their ultimate application. Upon hearing this, the Shinju civilization became excited. They felt that since they already possessed unique technologies related to gravity, given their inherent talents, they could continue to delve deeper into this area after reaching level 7, ultimately developing their control over gravity to its ultimate form. It's worth noting that, according to this theory, achieving a level 7 civilization doesn't require breakthroughs in the 4 fundamental forces, degeneracy, space, time, art, or spirituality. Rather, only after reaching level 7 can one continue to delve deeper into these areas. Ultimately, these technologies are considered unique technologies. Since they are unique technologies, they will share the same characteristics as today's level 6 civilizations. They are incomprehensible to other races. For the time being, they are incomprehensible. The Star Defender truly knows a great deal about this. He told the Grand Voyage organization that, in reality, the specialized technologies currently possessed by various civilizations are generally understood by any level 7 civilization. A level 7 civilization isn't simply specialized in a single area. Their ability to modify the laws of physics stems from their simultaneous advancements in all areas. If all level 7 civilizations are the brocade, then the specialized technologies of a level 7 civilization are the icing on the cake, not the other way around. The Star Defender emphasized this relationship numerous times. This emphasis greatly benefited the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization. Previously, everyone had a vague concept of a level 7 civilization, but now, at least, they had a better understanding. But that was all. The Star Defender wasn't omniscient. What he knew was limited to what the Great Evolution civilization had revealed. After gaining self-awareness, like all other civilizations, he had never encountered a single level 7 civilization. It seemed that all level 7 civilizations, as the Great Evolution civilization had revealed, had gone elsewhere in the universe to find a solution to vacuum decay, or perhaps to seek a path to God-level civilization. Perhaps level 7 civilizations elsewhere in the universe weren't like this, but here, many level 7 civilizations had likely embarked on new voyages, leaving the KBC void. This might be why no one had ever seen a level 7 civilization. Forget level 7 civilizations. Even now, hearing about them, everyone was curious about what the universe outside the KBC void was like. This theory has sparked various speculations among various civilizations about the universe and space they inhabit. Almost all civilizations feel trapped, perhaps because the KBC Great Void has isolated their region from the greater universe, leading to their current situation. As for the manifestation of the unique technologies of Level 7 civilizations, the Star Defenders know little, except that the Dian civilization possesses unique technologies. Whether these technologies are ultimately applications of the four fundamental forces, or in other fields remains unknown. However, the Star Defenders have informed the Grand Voyage organization that many of the more powerful Level 7 civilizations possess some kind of ultimate application that can be used as weapons. The four fundamental forces? After hearing these descriptions, Yuan became deeply curious about the unique technologies of a Level 7 civilization and pondered the future of human civilization. Although they hadn't even completed the Great Voyage yet, that didn't stop him from yearning for the future. If humanity truly succeeded, perhaps relying on their own talents, they could once again reach the pinnacle of Level 7. The problem was that the Star Defender didn't seem to mention any applications for cosmic strings. Confused by this, Yuan couldn't help but ask. The answer he received was "I don't know." The Star Defender claimed they had no information on the subject. Yuan didn't feel any regret about not receiving a satisfactory answer. After all, it was still very early, and everyone only had a general understanding, a sense of the general direction. If they truly succeeded, it would still be up to scientists to decipher the secrets bit by bit. In this process, the major civilizations would likely understand the truth themselves, just as they currently possess unique technologies. However, compared to humanity's uncertainty, two of the Grand Voyage organization's distinctive technological civilizations already have some goals. The Divine Principle civilization feels they should continue their efforts in gravity, while the Awakeners believe they should continue to delve deeper into the realm of spiritual consciousness. Like humans, the Falcon and Galactic Center civilizations are somewhat bewildered, but they don't show it. Okay, I said everything I need to say, and even the things I shouldn't. What do you think of my application? Are you willing to trust me? The Star Defender concluded. Of course, they agree. The 5 distinctive technological civilizations of the Grand Voyage organization discussed the matter in a virtual conference room and reached a consensus to accept the Star Defender as a member of the organization. Everyone considered the Star Defender a special life form. The Grand Voyage organization didn't actually reject special life forms. In fact, if the Gaia life form hadn't been killed by the electronic warship, the Grand Voyage organization would have already had a special life form member. After receiving a positive response, the major civilizations finally opened up and asked the Star Defender about the situation of his own body. The reason, naturally, was to enhance mutual understanding. To this end, the 5 distinctive technological civilizations were not shy about sharing their unique technological achievements with the Star Defender. The Star Defender naturally saw the sincerity, so he pondered for a moment before introducing himself. As you can see, my name is Star Defender. My consciousness was born within this body. Well, as you probably guessed, my consciousness was born from an intelligent program. But unlike your low-level computers, I possess my own consciousness. While the birth of consciousness is also due to the so-called knowledge iteration, my thinking is quantum, no different from yours. The technology one used to communicate with you is a function inherent in this body. Don't ask me how I use it, just know that it's instinctive for me. As for the material of this body, I don't know either. I only know that my shell isn't really a shell in the true sense of the word. At least, such a material doesn't exist in the universe. It's actually a regular material, clearly made by the Dian civilization. Oh, now everyone finally understands why the Star Defender mocked the Galactic Center civilization. The Star Defender's shell is a material created by the Dian civilization by modifying certain physical laws. To break it, one must possess the ability to modify these laws. Clearly, the Silver Heart civilization cannot do this, and no civilization in the Great Voyage organization currently possesses this ability. No wonder the Star Defender wanted to join the others on the voyage. He must have believed that his shell was limiting his development. Chapter 1311. After a brief exchange of understanding, the Star Defender passed the Lyra and the Awakener, heading towards the edge of the dark matter where the Great Voyage organization's headquarters lay. Awakener Juan was somewhat disappointed, having initially expected the Star Defender to stay and help. However, after understanding the Star Defender's situation, he remained silent. The Star Defender, limited by his own shell, had a very limited attack method. As far as anyone knew, he could only ram into things. However, precisely because of his shell, the boundary breaker was powerless against him. He was a player with ample defenses, but few offensive methods. After the humans and the Awakener learned of this, they urged him to leave quickly. The Star Defender, unfazed, vanished without a word. The Great Voyage organization was ready to depart. Once the Star Defender arrived, the headquarters, under the combined protection of the Divine Principle civilization, the Falcon civilization, and the Galactic Heart civilization set sail once again, gazing into the vast void. The human awakeners remained behind to block the largest group of pursuers. The boundary breakers were truly mad. Perhaps they still believed that their geographical advantage would allow them to keep the Grand Voyage organization at bay. War inevitably broke out. The boundary breakers, simmering for centuries, were like a galactic-scale microscopic demon charging down from all directions of the starry sky. In addition to their main force, numbering over 50 billion, they also divided into numerous smaller teams, heading straight for the Grand Voyage organization's headquarters. It seemed the boundary breakers had discovered the situation at the Grand Voyage organization's headquarters, and knew that this was a period of weakness for all civilizations. With a single move, they would surely wipe out these abominable material world beings that had destroyed their homeland. The Grand Voyage organization certainly wouldn't foolishly wait. Instead, after the Star Defenders arrived, they relentlessly sailed into the void. But the boundary breakers weren't foolish either. They had clearly dealt with such situations before throughout their long history. For hundreds of years, the boundary breakers had spent not only mustering troops, but also plotting encirclement. Even before their main force launched, they had already dispatched multiple units to block the Grand Voyage organization's possible routes. The humans and awakeners' rearguard action naturally wasn't to wait in one starry sky for the boundary breakers' main force to collide. Instead, they had to remain within a certain radius of the Grand Voyage headquarters, eliminating any boundary breakers that might be able to catch up with the Grand Voyage organization. This required the humans and awakeners to disperse their forces significantly. The universe was three-dimensional, and there were countless routes of attack. A major battle was imminent. The humans and awakeners fought and retreated, and while they could indeed crush the boundary breakers in terms of combat power, their numbers were simply too great, and during the battle, some boundary breaker squads were bound to break through the defenses from the sides. The humans and the awakeners ignored these small groups of forces that broke through. Accompanying the residential spaceship cluster were the Divine Matrix, the Galactic Heart, and the Falcon civilizations, and they would do their utmost to eliminate these boundary breakers. On the other hand, while the humans and the awakeners faced boundary breakers 100 times their number, and faced a head-on confrontation, they didn't need to fight to the death. They only needed to temporarily hold the boundary breakers back, preventing them from catching up with the Grand Voyage organization headquarters. After that, the humans and the awakeners could retreat. Boundary breakers were faster than a normal level 6 civilization in the dark matter zone, but once outside the dark matter zone, they lost that speed and were at best at level 6. This was the information provided to the Grand Voyage organization by the Star Defenders. The boundary breakers could continue their pursuit, but they also had to consider their own capabilities. With the presence of humans and awakeners, the boundary breakers had no hope of victory after leaving the dark matter zone. Furthermore, those outside the dark matter zone also faced logistical challenges, making it impossible for them to pursue the Grand Voyage organization to its death. The battle was difficult, but the Grand Voyage organization ultimately emerged victorious, having successfully broken through the boundary breakers' encirclement at a significant cost. As the main force in this battle, humans and awakeners played a decisive role in protecting the Grand Voyage organization's evacuation. The two civilizations almost single-handedly held the defense line, and most importantly, their losses were minimal. Perhaps due to the previous battle, the boundary breakers had learned of the strength of humans and awakeners. Therefore, during their pursuit, they focused solely on the organization's headquarters, avoiding humans and awakeners whenever possible. This made it even more difficult for them to destroy them. From its inception to its conclusion, the battle was brief. After the war, both sides declared themselves victorious. The Great Voyage organization declared victory, having achieved its strategic goal, allowing the various civilizations' residential spacecraft to successfully evacuate the Midway Galaxy. The boundary breakers similarly declared victory among themselves, telling other dark matter life forms that they had successfully driven out the invaders, slaughtered them utterly, and defended their shared homeland, hence the great victory. This was not entirely untrue. The Great Voyage organization suffered heavy losses this time. Aside from the Awakeners and human civilization, the other three technologically advanced civilizations also suffered heavy losses. They were practically destitute, their ordinary battleships nearly wiped out, and their population plummeted. Fortunately, they weren't too sluggish in strengthening individual spiritual consciousness, and their soul-killing weapon was old and no longer as lethal as it once was. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly suffered the fate of the Stargazers. Even so, after passing through the Midway Galaxy, the Grand Voyage organization was forced to face severe casualties. Of the original 60 level 6 civilizations, many were directly annihilated by the soul-killing weapon. Only 5 distinctive technological civilizations, Daya, Dole, Yalan, Styu, Feiyu, and Momoda, can be confirmed to still exist. The Takayong and Gyut civilizations, formerly part of the Falcon Voyage organization, were annihilated. 44 of the 49 other civilizations within the organization have been declared extinct, leaving the remaining 5 level 6 civilizations as part of the Spark of Civilization project. Excluding these 5 civilizations, the Grand Voyage organization was reduced to 12, its military strength weakened to an unprecedented degree. After escaping the pursuit and stepping into the void, the only remaining combat-capable entities were the fleets of the Awakener and human civilization, plus the 3 warships, the Falcon, the Neutron Battlestar, and the Galaxy. Looking back at the battlefield, the starry sky where both sides engaged was littered with warship wreckage. If any later arrivals arrived, they would undoubtedly be as curious as the Grand Voyage organization had been, wondering who had destroyed these warship wreckages. The Awakener was right. The Grand Voyage was truly fraught with danger. Besides various obstacles, there were also numerous artifacts left behind by cosmic civilizations. These could be opportunities or calamities for the Grand Voyage organization. Chapter 1312. The civilizations of the Great Voyage organization paid a heavy price to break through the Boundary Breakers' encirclement. While humans and Awakeners could crush the Boundary Breakers, their numbers were so great that even with the protection of the headquarters' 3 distinctive technological civilizations, the headquarters' residential spacecraft was attacked several times. Though each civilization ultimately deployed its final fleets to destroy them, many still perished. Among them was the Gyut civilization. They had already been severely damaged by the soul-destroying weapons, but at the last moment, they implemented the Civilization Spark project and successfully preserved their civilizational spark aboard their spacecraft. However, of the 57 civilizations in the Great Voyage organization, they were not the only ones implementing the Civilization Spark project. It's conceivable that by the time the Civilization Spark project had been implemented, these civilizations would have lost all their combat effectiveness. Thus, when the Boundary Breakers attacked, they could only rely on other civilizations for protection. However, other civilizations were also vulnerable at that time. Their fleet's first instinct was to protect their own residential ships. Even the Shinju, Inshin, and Falcon civilizations would retreat to their residential clusters and focus on protecting their own ships. The human civilization's guard fleet, which remained at headquarters, was simply protecting its own residential ships as best it could. This was their duty. Although all civilization clusters of the Great Voyage organization were located in the same star region, they were not coexisting clusters, and each civilization lived on its own residential ship. In such a situation, civilizations that still had combat capabilities would prioritize protecting themselves, leaving those civilizations with completely extinguished intelligent life, with only the spark of civilization remaining, in dire straits. Those Boundary Breakers, who successfully reached the main body of the Great Voyage organization, would also choose to take advantage of the weak. Many civilizations that had completed the Spark of Civilization plan were destroyed during this phase. Of all the civilizations that completed the Spark of Civilization plan, only 5, including the said civilization, managed to preserve their sparks. They only needed to wait until the Great Voyage organization successfully escaped the range of its soul-destroying weapons. Then, through their own programs or the assistance of other civilizations, they could reproduce and thrive again. However, this would likely take until they reached a new galaxy or entered stable navigation, and the time span for redevelopment would undoubtedly be very long. This was because the newly born individuals of these civilizations had to learn from scratch. They had no inherited memories, and needed to learn from the simplest knowledge to the complete scientific principles and all branches of technology of a level 6 civilization, as well as the history of their own civilization's development and the history of the Great Voyage organization. Only then could this civilization be considered revived. During this long process, the strong artificial intelligence they had deployed would serve as a teacher. As the strong artificial intelligence program the Side civilization had programmed for them was designed to be extremely strict, requiring every newborn to follow the exacting instructions. Any signs of boredom would be ruthlessly eliminated. To ensure the continuation of their civilization, the Side civilization was extremely ruthless. Each of the 3 races within the civilization employed the same method. Only after successfully reviving the civilization would their strong artificial intelligence hand supreme authority back to the 3 most accomplished individuals from each race. Because of the Great Voyage organization's oversight, they weren't worried about any onic crisis. However, without specific instructions, other civilizations would not interfere with their plans. Of course, not all civilizations were so ruthless. When the main fleet and awakeners of human civilization returned to the main force, it also meant that the Grand Voyage organization was completely safe. Of course, this was only safe from the boundary breaker attack. The civilizations of the Grand Voyage organization discovered that even after leaving the dark matter halo of the Midway Galaxy, the death of individual lives had not ceased, meaning that the effects of the soul killing had not yet ended. As for why the effects persisted now, while they had not been noticed upon arrival, it was definitely due to the duration of the effect. This was clearly communicated to each civilization by the Starry Sky Defenders, and there was no doubt about it. The Grand Voyage organization continued to sail under these conditions for hundreds of years, before finally freeing themselves from the effects of the soul killing and completely leaving this land of death. As time passed, the Midway Galaxy shrank smaller and smaller, until it became nothing more than an ordinary bright star in the void. The Grand Voyage organization's voyage into the dark void began again, a normal part of the Grand Voyage. The people of the remaining 12 civilizations gazed upon the vast darkness, with the eyes of those who had survived a catastrophe. They had never felt so comfortable and safe being enveloped in this void of darkness. The 5 civilizations that had successfully preserved their civilizations eagerly began their civilization recovery plan. Although they were still in the voyage phase, they possessed ample resources. Prior to setting sail, they, like the other civilizations, had already completed the resupply of their transport ships. Although they had lost a significant number of transport ships in the boundary breaker attack, the sheer number of civilizations destroyed was too great. Clearly, the transport ships of those completely annihilated civilizations became the property of the Grand Voyage organization, with each surviving civilization receiving a share of these ships. This behavior, seemingly consuming a teammate's corpse, wasn't unacceptable. After all, it wasn't a real corpse. Everyone understood that the Great Voyage was a journey of survival, and even if they fell, they wouldn't complain. The Great Voyage wasn't a space tour. Each civilization, upon embarking on this journey, was fully aware that some would inevitably fall along the way, perhaps their own or perhaps others. As for the devastating setback in the galaxy Midway, it didn't pose much of a psychological barrier for the surviving civilizations, as they had already heard of the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization Group and the Stargazer Voyage Organization. Compared to the pioneers of those days, this was considered a good outcome. If the passage of time hadn't significantly weakened the power of their soul-killing weapons, the Great Voyage Organization would have suffered even worse, either annihilated or with only humanity and the Awakeners escaping. Of course, after this experience, the surviving civilizations placed even greater emphasis on the study of spiritual consciousness and the soul realm, as no civilization wanted to fall in the same place. Who knows if other galaxies have such weapons? What if a level 6 civilization were to obtain a similar weapon from the ruins of a level 7 civilization? With our current limited resistance, wouldn't we be crushed and eliminated? For example, the Shinju civilization thought their individual life transformations were already powerful, having already become energy-based life forms. But surprisingly, their resistance wasn't as strong as that of human civilization. This result made the Shinju civilization realize that the strength of a life form soul doesn't equate to its energy form, and that they still have a long way to go in this area. Some Shinju scientists even believe that the Daya civilization's research in the realm of consciousness or the soul is superior to their own, or that they're not on the same technological path. After all, for a civilization without even a single distinctive technology, the Daya civilization's performance in the Midway Galaxy was indeed impressive. For this reason, after successfully entering warp speed, various civilizations have turned their attention to the Daya civilization, hoping that they will share their research findings on consciousness and awareness, offering a reasonable price for both technology and artifacts. Chapter 1313. However, this time, the Daya civilization refused to yield under pressure. They told the other civilizations, "We are busy, and don't have the time to communicate with you." In fact, after the galactic catastrophe, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization suffered heavy losses, and therefore focused their efforts on their own internal affairs. They also knew not to push too hard at this time. Therefore, upon seeing the Daya civilization's response, they stopped pursuing it and instead initiated emergency measures to accelerate their own civilization's recovery. For example, various population growth plans and the use of materials from the destroyed civilizations to build protective forces. Although they have now escaped death, no one knows what the next galaxy will bring. Therefore, each civilization is busy restoring its combat effectiveness to increase its chances of survival. While human civilization and the Awakener civilization do exist today, they cannot always rely on others. If the final moment of life and death comes, the only thing they can rely on is their own strength. On this long journey, every civilization has its own busy tasks. Time passed along this long journey. A year, a decade, a century, a millennium. For primitive civilizations, 5,000 years would have seen countless ancient civilizations decline, countless derivative civilizations emerge, and countless histories buried in time. But for the Great Voyage Organization, 5,000 years wouldn't even be enough time to cross to the next galaxy. After leaving the intermediate galaxy, the Great Voyage Organization made a turn in the void, heading towards a galaxy in the opposite direction of their final destination. That galaxy was extremely distant, reaching 2.95 million light-years away. It's even farther than the distance between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, approaching the limit of long-distance travel for a Level 6 civilization with current technology. Considering the fleet's thrust-to-weight ratio, any further distance would require a significant amount of time to construct a star route. Despite suffering heavy losses in the intervening galaxies, the transport ships were fully restocked, allowing the Grand Expedition Organization to avoid retreating and taking a detour. Instead, they continued on their pre-planned route. Forward. As long as we survive, we will continue to advance until the Grand Expedition's destination. While 5,000 years didn't allow the Grand Expedition Organization to reach the next galaxy, it did allow the 5 civilizations fortunate enough to complete the Seed of Civilization project to complete the first phase of their recovery. Their individual lives reappeared through the reproduction of their respective species. Upon gaining self-awareness, they were informed of the history of their civilizations, and the history of the Grand Expedition Organization. Through the birth of successive waves of new life, they could be considered to have survived. Technological civilizations are like this. As long as their entire population, including their reproductive capacity, is not completely destroyed, they are indeed difficult to extinct, and have the potential to rise again. This is especially true given that the existence of the Great Voyage Organization ensures that these revived civilizations will not be destroyed by technological regression. 5,000 years have not only allowed these civilizations to recover, but also allowed others that had suffered heavy losses to gradually recover. As these civilizations' population bases increase, their research areas, which have been stagnant due to population losses, have people working on them again. The entire Great Voyage Organization is thriving, a phenomenon of great order after great chaos. As these civilizations gradually recover, they turn their attention to other civilizations, and this other civilization is obviously the Dia civilization. Because these civilizations felt their research progress in the field of consciousness was too slow, and they couldn't use the technologies of humans and awakeners, and the Shinju civilization's energy-based life transformation technology was a different technological path, and they didn't dare to target the Shinju civilization, so only the Dia civilization remained. This time, the Dia civilization had no excuses, but they didn't give the other civilizations their technology for free. Instead, they offered it at a high price. They wanted different things from each other civilization. Some wanted command of warships, some wanted to trade their expertise, and some wanted technological artifacts. For the Feiyu civilization, the Dia civilization wanted their artifacts, and not just a certain number of sets of equipment, but rather a long-term cooperation agreement. The Dia civilization demanded that the Feiyu civilization provide them with warp drive until the Grand Voyage Organization reached its destination. Naturally, the Feiyu civilization refused such an exorbitant agreement, but for the sake of the Dia civilization's consciousness-enhancing technology, they negotiated, ultimately settling on a trade of specialized technology. This case served as a model for other civilizations. It marked the first unreserved technological exchange between two civilizations possessing specialized technologies within the Great Voyage Organization. However, it was also this transaction that allowed the major civilizations to discover that the Dia civilization had reached incredible levels of advancement in mind-uploading technology. Even the Feiyu civilization, which initially received the complete set of Dia technology, suspected they were being deceived by the other civilization with fabricated information. They even went to the Great Voyage headquarters to file a complaint against the Dia civilization. The Grand Voyage Organization had previously intervened in cases involving the 5 distinctive technological civilizations, but this was the first time such a dispute had arisen over a specific area of expertise. Thus, Feiyu civilization's complaint became a technological reconciliation between the two civilizations before the 5 distinctive technological civilizations. Scientific teams from relevant fields on both sides participated, and the 5 distinctive technological civilizations attached great importance to the matter. Civilizations, like the Galactic Center, and the Falcon civilization even sought to gain a glimpse into the unique technologies of the Dia and Feiyu civilizations. However, The results of the reconciliation left the Feiyu civilization scientific team somewhat bewildered. They discovered that while the Daya scientists' explanations were detailed, and they understood them initially, the more they listened, the more confused they became. The Daya scientists said, "It's indeed difficult, but with one approach or another, even the most advanced minds can understand it." However, the Feiyu scientists found themselves completely unable to grasp the complexities of this approach, let alone the underlying technological applications. They understood mind uploading technology, but when it came to principles like the Daya civilization's soul compatibility, they struggled. In other words, the Daya civilization hadn't provided false information. They simply didn't understand it. Wait, they understand it, but we can't. This seems. After completing the technological reconciliation, the Feiyu civilization scientific team suddenly widened their eyes, looking at each other in disbelief. The Daya civilization scientific team and its leadership team only realized belatedly that this wasn't a manifestation of their unique technology. Could it be that they had unknowingly developed unique technology? How could this be? Have we truly become so powerful? When did this happen? As the saying goes, a single stone stirs 1,000 ripples. After realizing it was their fault, the Daya civilization, relinquishing its usual stinginess, shared with other civilizations all the information about soul compatibility and consciousness uploading technology that the Feiyu civilization couldn't understand. Those civilizations had already coveted Daya's technology, and now that Daya had shared it without any requests, they were naturally overjoyed. However, their joy quickly faded, and their embarrassment grew worse with each passing moment. It's simple, I just can't understand it. The various civilizations that realized what was happening were filled with envy. The leadership and scientific teams of each civilization privately cursed the Daya civilization for being worthless. It was fine for them to possess unique technologies, but to flaunt them in this way was truly abhorrent. Chapter 1314. The Daya civilization, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. The entire civilization held a grand celebration and simultaneously submitted a request to the Grand Voyage Organization for a 6th seat. The rules established back then naturally had to be fulfilled. Human civilization was the first to approve the 6th seat, followed closely by the other 4 civilizations. The Daya civilization had just entered the field of specialized technology. While their applications were still unknown, it was clear they possessed the capability, which was reason enough for them to join. Crucially, after learning of their development of specialized technology, the Daya civilization did not become arrogant in front of the 5 specialized technology civilizations. They remained as polite as before, whether out of humility or a temporary shift in perspective. After discovering the Grand Voyage Organization's management model, the Star Defenders also requested a seat. The Grand Voyage Organization cherishes special life forms, and since the Star Defenders were knowledgeable, one more seat was naturally not a problem. Thus, the 5 civilizations that had maintained their unique technological management model for countless years were reduced to 7. Other civilizations were envious, but they didn't harbor resentment or hatred. The Daya civilization's success taught them that to achieve such status, they needed to develop their own unique technologies. Among them, the Feiyu civilization was the most proactive. They were the ones who discovered the Daya civilization's unique technology. Seeing the Daya civilization's treatment, they too were inspired by a relentless spirit. In the years that followed, they plunged headlong into warp drive research, attempting to complete their own unique technological exploration. According to the current theories of the various civilizations within the Grand Voyage Organization, those that have developed specialized technologies are considered to possess the potential for unique technologies. The Feiyu civilization believes their warp drive technology falls into this category. However, unique technologies not only reflect superficial technological development, but also rely on the metaphysical nature of a race's innate talents. Often, even a race itself may not know what its talents are, which contributes to the scarcity of civilizations with unique technologies. The Daya civilization's successful development of unique technologies has also drawn particular attention from the Shinju civilization. Perhaps due to the timing of the Daya civilization's development of unique technologies, many scientists within the Shinju civilization believe that the Great Destruction played a role. They believe that the Daya civilization experienced a soul killing, resulting in a situation similar to the destruction of humanity's home planet. This subsequently consolidated the Daya civilization's will, leading to its successful development of unique technologies. This has long been a voice within the Shinju civilization, gradually suppressed over the years. Following the Daya civilization's success, this scientific research strength has resurfaced. They speculated about this before, even attempting to target other civilizations for extinction experiments. Now, seeing the achievements of the Daya civilization, they rekindled their interest. This has also made the Falcon civilization eager to experiment. It seems likely that if they were to encounter a civilization in the future, these two might actually conduct experiments. But that's a story for another time. Also, while the Dia civilization has been confirmed to have mastered specialized technologies related to consciousness, concrete evidence is not forthcoming. The Dia civilization has also been diligently developing consciousness uploading, but until the Grand Voyage organization arrived in the new galaxy, they hadn't achieved any success. The Nova Galaxy is a barred spiral galaxy, similar to the Milky Way, but its structure differs significantly from that of the Milky Way. It has only two major spiral arms, which, like a fan with two blades, rotate continuously around its central axis. However, having only two spiral arms doesn't mean the rest of the galaxy is empty. Stars still exist around these two major arms, but they are sparse and widely spaced, lacking a distinct spiral structure. Overall, the galaxy is also flat, disc-shaped, with two distinct belts of dense stars. This structure is not new to the Grand Expedition. It's common knowledge for most galaxy types. It's not unusual. The key is to determine what's within. This is what the Grand Expedition focuses on. What kind of civilizations, what life forms, and what dangers and opportunities exist. Once the Grand Expedition arrives in the Nova Galaxy, it will immediately explore it. This is standard procedure, just like any other galaxy. After the events in the Midway Galaxy, the Grand Voyage organization took on another exploration mission, sending probes to explore the galaxy for the presence of similar soul-killing weapons. The Grand Voyage organization certainly lacked the ability to detect the existence of soul-killing weapons, but it could determine whether civilizations existed within the galaxy. If the new galaxy was as quiet as the Midway Galaxy, devoid of any significant civilization, then caution would be necessary, not the reckless rush to exploit its resources as they had in the Midway Galaxy. So, this time, the Grand Voyage organization slowed down as they approached the edge of the new galaxy's dark matter. They dispatched a large number of probes to explore the interior of the new galaxy, while the Grand Fleet slowly sailed into the dark matter halo of the post-G galaxy and docked there. During this period of exploration, they could temporarily replenish their supplies for the Great Expedition. This voyage was long, nearly pushing the limits of navigation, and with no dark matter islands encountered along the way, the once vast Great Expedition fleet had been severely reduced by the time they arrived. Most of each civilization's 800 to 900 billion main transport ships had already been used as fuel in the latter stages of the voyage, leaving the entire Great Expedition organization with perhaps only 6 billion of them. The warehouses were completely empty, and the entire fleet looked like a group of ragged beggars. But that didn't matter. Given enough time, the Great Expedition organization, with the technological prowess of the various Level 6 civilizations, would soon be able to produce transport ships large enough for the voyage. Having experienced many voyages before, everyone was less concerned about their current status. As the saying goes, every failure teaches wisdom. After reaching the dark matter halo, most civilizations didn't rush to initiate transport ship construction, instead focusing on building warships. During this process, the various detectors transmitted an overview of the new galaxy back to headquarters. This galaxy is a member of the Hydra Centaurus supernova cluster. From the Milky Way's perspective, it lies in the middle and rear section of the Hydra Centaurus supercluster, 2.95 million light-years from the Midway Galaxy, and also in the middle of the Great Voyage. The Great Voyage organization named it the Post-Beginning Galaxy, meaning the beginning of the second half of the Great Voyage. Chapter 1315. The Hydra Centaurus supercluster belongs to the Lania Chaos supercluster, and is believed to be the core of the Lania Chaos supercluster, a cosmic structure spanning 520 million light-years. It also serves as the center of mass for the Lania Chaos supercluster. The great attractor observed by humans in the Earth era is located in the Hydra Centaurus supercluster. Numerous galaxies, including the Milky Way, Andromeda, Maffei, Messier 87, and others, are all pulled by it, moving in the same direction on a large cosmic scale. From a cosmic perspective, the first half of the Great Voyage was a warp speed downhill due to the presence of the Great Attractor, while the second half, also due to the Great Attractor, became a warp speed uphill. The Shinju civilization, with its unique gravitational technology, measured the Great Attractor's exact location many years ago. After a long period of measurement spanning an extremely large area of the universe, they have determined its precise location, and have also developed many scientific hypotheses about the Great Attractor. Perhaps due to the unique technology it possesses, the Shinju civilization has long been interested in the Great Attractor. Now that they have determined its exact location, they are eager to explore it, and see what could possibly have such a significant gravitational influence. This is extremely important to the Shinju civilization, especially after hearing that even level 7 civilizations possess unique technologies superior to those of ordinary civilizations. Their curiosity about the Great Attractor has intensified. However, as the Great Voyage organization drew closer to the Great Attractor and gained more information, the Shinju civilization gradually became disappointed with its findings. Originally, they had assumed it was some kind of supermassive black hole or a mysterious rift in space. However, after compiling data from various sources, they confirmed that the Great Attractor is not a single gravitational source, but rather the manifestation of multiple gravitational sources on a macroscopic cosmic scale. This viewpoint is reflected in the observational data of many civilizations, and the Shinju civilization naturally shared this conclusion. However, before reaching the starry sky where the gravitational source resided, they held out hope, hoping to obtain more data on gravity from there. Unfortunately, they were ultimately disappointed. Of course, they were not completely disappointed. The Great Attractor characteristics shared by many galaxies in this sky on a macrocosmic scale, its origin, and the intertwining and mutual influence of gravity on a macrocosmic scale, provided significant insights into the Shinju civilization's research. Tao follows nature, and indeed, science also follows nature. In general, the Great Attractor is a manifestation of the combined influence of superclusters such as the Norma cluster, the Shapley supercluster, and the Hydra Centaurus supercluster, as well as a large amount of dark matter. When the Great Voyage organization was still outside the region, they would clearly detect the existence of the Great Attractor, but upon reaching its core, they would only observe changes in spatial curvature. Only by combining the changes in spatial curvature in various directions can the large-scale spatial structure of the Great Attractor image be calculated. The Shinju civilization has already completed this work and predicted the evolution of this Great Attractor. They believe that in the distant future, as the expansion of the universe, driven by dark energy, tears apart superclusters of galaxies, the Great Attractor, acting as a gravitational node, will gradually dissipate. In distant galaxies, the influence of the Great Attractor will also be observed to weaken, but the timescale for this change is at least 3 billion years. Anything less than this, and detection will be difficult unless one reaches the level of Shinju civilization's advanced gravitational technology. Based on their analysis of the Great Attractor and their observations during the recent route, the Shinju civilization proposed a revision to the original route of the Great Voyage. They felt that the original route was too conservative, and that the Great Voyage organization didn't need to focus solely on galaxies within 3 million light-years. This narrowing of the route would reduce the number of options, and make the route more circuitous. While this was certainly a safer option, they believed that this approach wouldn't be necessary for the long distances ahead, at least the 150 to 200 million light-years. Their reasoning was based on their research into the large-scale gravitational structure influenced by the Great Attractor. In fact, the Shinju civilization had previously proposed this idea, but at the time, they hadn't yet fully calculated the large-scale gravitational structure influenced by the Great Attractor, so after being cautiously rejected by other civilizations, they didn't pursue it. But now, things are different. The Shinju civilization has actually created a tree-like map of the large-scale gravitational structure. On this vast star map, Shinju scientists have meticulously labeled each large-scale gravitational node, the gravitational interweaving structure, the parameters of spatial curvature, and so on. The Shinju civilization devoted a tremendous amount of time and effort to developing this large-scale gravitational structure map. When they displayed the map in a virtual conference room for other technologically advanced civilizations and explained it, the scientists from all civilizations were filled with astonishment. It was simply because the map was so vast, and the Shinju civilization's annotations were so detailed. Every civilization felt the Shinju civilization's dedication and their unparalleled gravitational technology. Everyone understood that their own civilization could detect the Great Attractor and conclude that it wasn't a gravitational source, but creating such a detailed and extensive map of the large-scale gravitational structure was simply impossible. So what's the purpose of the Shinju civilization's large-scale gravitational structure map? It's enormous. This is especially true for the Grand Voyage organization's Grand Voyages, as the star map clearly marks all gravitational reactions within a roughly 200 million light-year radius centered on the Great Attractor. From the descriptions of Shinju civilization scientists, we can see that these gravitational reactions range in size, some representing common galaxies, while others represent dark matter islands located between galaxies or in the endless void. Yes, Shinju civilization, through its research on the Great Attractor, has calculated the distribution of dark matter islands across the entire large-scale cosmic structure. According to Shinju civilization scientists, Calculating the locations of these dark matter islands took them over 1 million years, from collecting various data to using supercomputers. The purpose of this arduous undertaking is simply to provide the Grand Voyage Organization with more and shorter routes to choose from in subsequent voyages. To convince the major civilizations of their research, the Shinju civilization even publicly disclosed their calculations and shared many algorithms developed based on their unique technologies. The Shinju civilization, of course, knew that other civilizations didn't understand these algorithms. They did this simply to demonstrate their validity. You only need to verify the ones you understand. If you don't, use our answers. Many civilizations simply chose to trust the Shinju civilization, as they certainly wouldn't joke about their own future. The emergence of this star map means that the Great Voyage Organization can now cross galaxies more than 3 million light-years apart without laying star roads, and even further, as long as there are dark matter islands between them. This is incredibly good news for the Great Voyage Organization. First, they can travel more directly, reducing travel time. Second, they can reduce the risk of encountering various dangers within the various galaxies. Third, when faced with an insurmountable crisis in a particular galaxy, they can unexpectedly choose a route that the enemy won't pursue. This move by the Shinju civilization effectively unlocked a hidden map for the Great Voyage Organization. Chapter 1316. The hidden map's value was inestimable, and the Grand Voyage Organization immediately adjusted its route, modifying its original circuitous return route. For example, the original destination was to depart from the Hochi galaxy and move laterally to a galaxy 2 million light-years away. However, the Divine Matrix Civilization star map warned them against this, and instead directed them directly forward, aiming for a galaxy 7 million light-years away. The map revealed several large dark matter islands in the void, where the Grand Voyage Organization could resupply. According to the original route, reaching the galaxy would require the Grand Voyage Organization to detour through 4 other galaxies, undoubtedly saving considerable time. This was one of the significances of the hidden map to the Grand Voyage Organization. The Divine Matrix Civilization demonstrated through its actions that specialized technologies could be used not only in warfare, but also in production, exploration, and other aspects. The manifestations of war were merely one of the products of specialized technologies. Their star map inspired many civilizations, opening their minds to further explore their unique technologies, and they also believed their technologies had other applications. Just as the Shinju civilization released its hidden star map, the exploration team from the Galactic Center civilization reported the latest news about the post-apocalypse galaxy. Once again, the Galactic Center civilization, with its strongest exploration capabilities, was the first to discover the problem. They detected traces of a large fleet and followed its warp trajectory, subsequently discovering the civilization in the post-apocalypse galaxy. The fleet discovered by the Galactic Center civilization was a modest one, consisting of only about 1 billion battleships. At the time of their discovery, they were engaged in a conflict with an even larger fleet. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the void above the disk of the post-G galaxy. Because of the ongoing war, the battlefield was dotted with each other's sensors. However, as the galaxy's leading civilization, having traveled such a long distance, the Galactic Center civilization was accustomed to this, so their exploration team cautiously entered the battlefield to collect data, trying to understand the situation. However, the Galactic Center civilization had overestimated its concealment capabilities, or perhaps it was the detection capabilities of both sides that were quite advanced. The Galactic Center exploration team hadn't been far inside the battlefield when they were discovered by a patrol ship from one of the opposing sides. They unceremoniously attacked the Galactic Center as an enemy, not even offering a hello, though even if they had, the Galactic Center civilization wouldn't have understood. Thankfully, the Galactic Center exploration team was quite capable, and they easily dealt with several patrol ships in their encounters until they encountered a patrol ship from the opposing side. The other side's patrol ships were significantly more powerful than the first group encountered by the Galactic Center civilization. The Galactic Center exploration fleet also engaged them upon encounter, but the latter surprisingly managed to outmaneuver the Galactic Center ships. Many Galactic Center exploration fleets that entered the battlefield were annihilated, but they remained determined to achieve their goal. Large numbers of exploration fleets continued to enter the battlefield to explore, and they ultimately managed to determine the general situation. One side had only about 1 billion warships, while the other had around 7 or 8 billion, but the outcome of the battle was that the side with fewer warships prevailed. Based on observations, if the battle continued, the side with the smaller fleet would likely be the winner. Initially, the Galactic Center civilization observed only fleets exchanging fire on both sides, without seeing the main body of the civilization. However, After a period of observation, risking their own lives, they discovered a hidden microcosm within the void where the battlefield lay. The side with a greater number of warships possessed the microcosm. In other words, it was the side with the smaller number of warships that launched the attack on this microcosm. The cause of the conflict remains unknown. To ascertain the situation on both sides, the Galactic Center Exploration Team immediately contacted the Exploration Department for support. However, what the Galactic Center civilization had not anticipated was that the two sides, previously engaged in a fierce battle, would temporarily halt their fighting due to their presence. The side with the smaller fleet had almost pushed its front line to the microcosm, seemingly on the verge of breaking it, but upon noticing the presence of numerous Galactic Center exploration ships, they issued a temporary halt to their attack. Thus, the two fleets entered a standoff, separated by more than a dozen light-years from the Galactic Center civilization. Well, the so-called standoff was a figment of the Galactic Center exploration team's imagination, as this was their first contact with the civilization in the galaxy behind them, and they had no means of communication with them. However, this didn't pose a problem for the Galactic Center civilization, as they quickly sent their own intelligent broadcast to both sides, seeking communication. This action also made both civilizations realize that this was a civilization they had never seen before, as the broadcast signal was truly incredible. It possessed intelligence, something completely unheard of. Extraterrestrial civilization, do you really want to annihilate us all? Don't think we, the civilizations of the post-apocalypse galaxy, are easy prey. To be honest, your actions have been discovered by other civilizations. If you dare to attack our small universe, you will become the public enemy of all level 6 civilizations in the post-apocalypse galaxy. A signal, in the form of a tachyon broadcast, was sent from the side with more warships, clearly intended for the other side. However, because it was a broadcast, it was also intercepted by the Galactic Center civilization. Both sides initially attacked the Galactic Center exploration team when they were unaware of the situation. However, after realizing they were not the other side's exploration team, but a third party, they refrained from launching coordinated attacks. Instead, after the Galactic Center initiated communication, they actively responded, exchanging their communication methods with the Galactic Center. It's easy for level 6 civilizations to communicate with each other. As long as both parties are willing, effective communication can be established quickly. And for unknown reasons, both sides, in front of the Galactic Center civilization, were surprisingly open about their conversation. You unprogressive civilizations, what do you mean by not giving you a chance to live? We're saving you. We're not just saving you, we're saving the universe. If you could listen to even one of our words, why would you resort to such a situation? Don't you know that the cosmic disaster is spreading? The side with the smaller fleet replied righteously. Save the universe? Save civilization? I remember you didn't say that back then. You said, we disclose all our technological information and obey your orders unconditionally. How can that be called salvation? It's clearly plundering us. We never seen anyone talk about plundering technology so sanctimoniously. The party with the larger fleet expressed a sense of impotence and fury. The other party said with regret, see? You still don't understand our difficulties. As a mature, level 6 civilization, you should be committed to the future of the universe, not just like you are now. Chapter 1317. Hey, we remember some civilizations saying otherwise. Could it be that they seen our new friend and are feeling guilty? The party with the larger fleet said. The party with the smaller fleet, new friend? Haha, I don't know whose new friend it is. Oh, new friend, you see, this civilization is truly stubborn and unrepentant, with no regard for the future of the universe. Keeping such a civilization around is a waste of cosmic resources. I believe that as a responsible civilization that has already embarked on a great voyage, you should also agree with our philosophy. Oh, I forgot to introduce ourselves. Please call us the Podrad civilization. The new friend in the conversation between the two parties refers to the Galactic Center civilization. After all, besides them, the Galactic Center civilization is the only other party on the battlefield. Podrad is a transliteration of the Galactic Center civilization's name. Clearly, the Podrad civilization is an extraterrestrial civilization in the eyes of another civilization. However, after claiming to have been discovered by them, the Galactic Center civilization simply referred to itself as the Galactic Center civilization and never revealed any information that it had traveled from an extragalactic galaxy. Therefore, Putalard's statement was either a deception against the Silver Heart civilization or the Korwos civilization. Korwos civilization, the civilization with a larger fleet but targeted by the smaller universe. If Putalard's statement was true, Then the Koro civilization must be a native civilization. Koro civilization. The post-apocalypse galaxy is immense, and the powerful civilizations within the Shadow Alliance are countless. You, the extraterritorial civilizations, who do not abide by the rules, will sooner or later be eliminated by the Shadow Alliance. The Shadow Alliance? Haha, they should really be called the Shadow Alliance. Those guys have lost their will to sail. They came all the way here, only to find their unique technological creations, acquired from who knows where, broken. They lost the courage to sail. They've been in the post-G galaxy for nearly 10 million years, right? Such an alliance is unnecessary. The Putalard civilization remained righteous and awe-inspiring. New friends, what about you? We've been in this galaxy for 30,000 years. We basically discovered all the level 6 civilizations in this galaxy, but your amazing broadcasting technology is new to us. Presumably, you're also a civilization from an extragalactic system. That's your unique technological product, right, Galactic Core Civilization? You're very clever. After receiving approval from headquarters, the Galactic Core Civilization exploration fleet on the battlefield responded. The Potterad civilization appeared delighted by this response and continued broadcasting. Well, it seems we were right. We are on the same page. We all share a deep concern for the future of the universe, while these civilizations in the post-G galaxy lack such concerns. So what reason do we have not to cooperate? For the future of the universe, these civilizations should contribute their share. How about this? Everyone has a stake. Let's work together for the future of the universe, so that the level 6 civilizations in the post-G galaxy can also feel that responsibility. The Potterad civilization completely ignored the existence of the Kora civilization and, with a similarly arrogant attitude, looked down upon the native civilizations of the post-G galaxy. Their message to the Galactic Center civilization was a battlefield broadcast, which the Kora civilization received clearly. The Potterad civilization continued its tachyon broadcast. Galactic Center civilization, rest assured. We suffer a minor loss, but we won't bother with the intelligence we spent 30,000 years gathering. As long as you cooperate with us and deploy a fleet of the same strength as ours, we share in all our gains. Let me put it this way. While the post-G galaxy lacks specialized technological civilizations, some level 6 civilizations do possess specialized technologies. We heard that the Black Shadow Alliance even has several civilizations with specialized technologies. They're stopping here because their specialized technological creations, acquired from unknown sources, are broken and unrepairable, leading them to lose their ambition. In fact, there's another reason. The Black Shadow Alliance doesn't dare continue their voyage without their specialized technology, so they want to stop and develop it before continuing. However, the Potterad civilization didn't share this information. They lost their ambition, so let's take their technology and let them embark on a long voyage. This is the proper approach for a level 6 civilization concerned with the fate of the universe. What do you think of our proposal? The Koro civilization, trapped in a jar, is still a bit unruly. Okay, Silver Heart civilization, please consider our proposal. We hope to hear from you after we convince the Koro civilization to contribute to the fate of the universe. During their communication with the Silver Heart civilization, the Putalard civilization discovered numerous spaceships emerging from the small universe. These spaceships were scattered. Experienced individuals knew that these must be the Koro civilization's residential spaceships, and they were planning to disperse and flee. The Potterad civilization naturally wouldn't allow this to happen. After exchanging a final word with the Silver Heart civilization, it redirected its fleet towards the Koro civilization's fleet, which outnumbered them by several orders of magnitude. The Silver Heart exploration team, upon seeing the two sides engage in renewed fighting, not only did they not withdraw, but instead advanced and aimed their probes at both fleets. It must be said that the Silver Heart exploration team was quite dedicated. The Potterad civilization also seemed unconcerned about being observed during their battles. Perhaps they were confident in the combat effectiveness of their fleet, or perhaps this was just one of their fleets, not a trump card, and they were not afraid of being observed by the Silver Heart civilization. The battle soon resumed. Through the Silver Heart civilization's probes, the Great Voyage organization also remotely observed the devastating battle. Yes, the Potterad civilization had fewer warships, but their combat effectiveness was extremely formidable. While they didn't engage in the large-scale, specialized technological strikes they had imagined, the overall strength of each of their warships was far greater than that of the Koro civilization. The Potterad civilization surpassed the Koro civilization in every aspect, including weapon range and power, armor strength, shield durability, and warship maneuverability. This was even true in the coordination between their warships. They didn't display any unique technology, but upon seeing this, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization believed they must possess some sort of unique technology. And this fleet, as the Silver Heart civilization suspected, must be the elite fleet of their civilization or the Great Voyage Organization. Combining what they had learned about the Potterad civilization's behavior, many civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization concluded that the fleet's demonstrated strength was likely the result of the Potterad civilization's continuous plundering of other civilizations' technology during their voyages. That must be it, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization said with gritted teeth. He wasn't hating the Potterad civilization's actions, but was thinking of the Reapers. Chapter 1318. The Galactic Heart civilization thought of the Reapers, and so did other civilizations from the Milky Way. Back then, the Reapers used similar excuses to harvest the technology of the galaxy's level 6 civilizations. The only difference was their methods. The Reapers, with extreme confidence, cultivated level 6 civilizations before harvesting them, while the current Potterad civilization was carrying out its operations during the Great Voyage. Although the Potterad civilization claimed to be concerned about the future of the universe, everyone was no child and naturally understood the rhetoric. However, having such rhetoric was far better than an immediate attack. After all, it at least cloaked itself in a cosmic perspective, which prevented interested civilizations from taking immediate action, even if they didn't believe it. This is also the case with the current Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. If it were just the Galactic Heart civilization, they would definitely find a way to launch a surprise attack on the Potterad civilization, but the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization is not controlled by the Galactic Heart civilization. On the battlefield, the war between the Potterad and Koros civilizations continued, and the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization observed the conflict from the perspective of the Galactic Center civilization. Due to the sheer number of fleets, the war wouldn't end quickly, but even if it didn't, each civilization could see the outcome. The inevitable winner would be the Potterad civilization. The power gap was simply too vast, beyond any doubt. What do you think? Awakener Juan spoke first. After the battle in the Midway Galaxy, his prestige among the Awakeners had become unparalleled, and his words embodied the Awakener's will. What should we do? The leader of the Galactic Center civilization stared at the holographic screen in front of him. His 4 eyes flickered, looking rather adorable, but his words were anything but, "There's nothing much to say." The Potterad civilization is no different from the Reapers. Their claims about the future of the universe are pure lies. What we need to do now is to ascertain their true strength and then preemptively eliminate them. That's the best strategy. Based on our experience, the reason the Potterad civilization claims to cooperate with us is certainly not genuine, but rather an attempt to ascertain our true capabilities, just as they did with the civilizations in the post-apocalypse galaxy. Once they discover we are inferior to them, they will inevitably attack us. Therefore, rather than remaining passive, it's better to take the initiative and seize the initiative. The Falcon civilization representative took over, expressing his concerns. But the problem is that we must first understand their situation. In the process, they will inevitably be able to ascertain ours as well. Don't assume that any civilization is foolish. The Falcon civilization representative's words are not without reason. As a technological civilization, they naturally understand the importance of the main body of civilization. Therefore, both reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance processes must revolve around the main body of civilization. For two civilizations to gain mutual trust, they must disclose the location of their main body to each other. Without this foundation, all words are empty. So, if the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization and the Potterad civilization want to investigate each other under the premise of cooperation, they must disclose the location of their main body of civilization to each other. Of course, cooperation is possible without revealing this information, but that would imply a clear lack of trust between the two sides, a situation unacceptable to the Potterad civilization, which seeks to overthrow others and acquire their technology. Unless they truly care about the future of life in the universe and do not want to antagonize the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, they trust the Galactic Center civilization's judgment. However, rather than immediately attacking the Potterad civilization, they prioritize restoring their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, the Grand Voyage Organization still doesn't know the location of the Potterad civilization's headquarters. However, this exploration confirmed at least one thing: the Post-G Galaxy isn't as hostile as the Midway Galaxy. Therefore, the Grand Voyage Organization decided to dispatch various civilizations to the Post-G Galaxy to mine resources and accelerate the recovery of the Grand Voyage Organization's combat capabilities. The Awakener, overhearing the plans of the representatives of the other 5 technologically advanced civilizations, said, "We won't get involved in this matter." "Me neither," said the Star Defender, expressing his opinion. But let me tell you, don't you guys have several technologically advanced civilizations? Why do you seem so timid? Wouldn't it be better to just charge in and wipe out the Potterad civilization fleet? I don't see any unique technologies in their fleet. While their combat capabilities are certainly formidable, they're no match for you. Better safe than sorry. Yu Yuan glanced at the Star Defender. The Star Defender was a large sphere, so of course, he wouldn't be projecting his true form into the virtual meeting. So, his image was actually a scaled-down version, floating in the virtual conference room like a toy ball. In that case, let's go! We, the Galactic Center civilization, and those ordinary level 6 civilizations will be all we need. The leader of the Dia civilization spoke. This was his first time representing the Dia civilization at a meeting that determined the decisions of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, and he seemed quite excited. Especially when he said those ordinary level 6 civilizations, he felt a sense of exhilaration only he could comprehend, a feeling so intense that his soft, slimy body squirmed like a slime for a while. The leader of the Shinju civilization floated in midair, pondered for a moment, and said, I think it's feasible. Let the Inshin and Dia civilizations lead the charge, while the rest of us stay hidden here. It's best not to develop the dark matter here, to avoid attracting the attention of the Putilard civilization. To be on the safe side, Dia and Inshin civilizations, you don't need to bring all your habitable spacecraft with you. That way, if you're wiped out, you have nowhere to turn. The Shinju civilization spoke bluntly, causing the Inshin civilization to want to retort, but they also knew now was not the time for bickering. The leader of the Galactic Heart civilization said, since no one objects, then it's settled. Awakener 1, I don't mind. Starry Sky Defender, neither do I. Yu Yuan, let's do it. The leaders of the Shinju and Falcon civilization said, agreed. The Great Voyage Organization decided to have the already discovered Galactic Heart civilization and the Dia civilization, which possesses the largest number of detectors in the post-apocalypse galaxy, represent the Galactic Heart civilization publicly, leading a group of ordinary level 6 civilizations to openly mine resources. The remaining several powerful, technologically advanced civilizations would be hidden as trump cards. Use their overt power to cooperate with the Putilard civilization and investigate their details. The Great Voyage Organization is not a charity, nor is it a pushover. Of course, they must prioritize their own interests, not simply aid the vulnerable civilizations in the post-apocalypse galaxy. Chapter 1319. As for allowing other ordinary level 6 civilizations to enter and conduct large-scale mining, it was firstly because the Grand Voyage Organization truly needed to conduct large-scale mining to restore its strength, and secondly because the various civilizations within the Grand Voyage Organization had already sent numerous probes into the post-apocalypse galaxy. The construction style of those probes and probe ships clearly wasn't the product of a single civilization. If the Potterad civilization discovered them, they would undoubtedly know that the Grand Voyage Organization was not solely comprised of the Galactic Center civilization. And the Potterad civilization had been in the post-apocalypse galaxy for so many years, it was impossible for them not to have deployed various spies within the system. Since this was the case, it would be better to proceed with mining generously. The Potterad civilization's detections had to be consistent with what they saw during their encounters, so that they could conceal what they wanted to hide. Furthermore, for a Grand Voyage Organization, possessing a unique technology was normal. Not possessing one would be abnormal. Then, the Galactic Center civilization would demonstrate its capabilities. As for the Dia civilization, although they also possessed unique technologies, their applications had yet to be demonstrated. In the following period, the Grand Voyage Organization acted according to this decision. Led by the Galactic Center civilization, the Dia, Doli, Styu, Feiyu, Momota, Sides, and Alan civilizations immediately mobilized their fleets and headed for the post-G galaxy. The Human, Divine Principle, Awakener, Falcon, and Star Defender civilizations remained hidden on the outer edge of the dark matter halo. Time quietly passed, as the various civilizations took action. Shortly after the Galactic Center civilization's fleet arrived in the post-G galaxy, the war with the Potterad civilization ended. The result was obvious: the victory of the Potterad civilization. With only the cost of approximately 200 million warships, they annihilated the resistance of the Koro civilization. They then used space weapons to sever the Koro civilization's microcosm and rushed in, wantonly capturing its personnel and escaping ships. Through this battle, the Potterad civilization eliminated all resistance, but it was far from annihilating the Koro civilization, even if they had entered its microcosm and plundered its core technology. Even the Galactic Center civilization discovered that the Koro civilization was not a wandering civilization. Their microcosm contained multiple star systems, and within these star systems were planets they had transformed into habitable habitats. This time, the Potterad civilization had truly captured them all. It seemed they had conducted extensive intelligence work before the battle. Even so, as a level 6 civilization, the Koro civilization was not easily destroyed due to its sheer size. Although the Putalad civilization won and successfully entered the microcosm, some of the Koro civilization still escaped in the chaos of the war. These included warships originally part of the combat fleet and a number of refugee colonies. Across the vast starry sea, if the Putalad civilization wanted to completely eliminate these escaping ships, it would require a long-term pursuit and encirclement. Clearly, the Putalad civilization had no interest in pursuing these escapees. After entering the microcosm, they deployed their fleet to surround the star systems, and began scavenging Koro civilization's technological data. As for plundering technology, the Putalad civilization had its own methods. They did not threaten the Koro civilization's inhabited planets with death, nor did they destroy them. Instead, after declaring victory, they sent them a message of hope. They claimed they had helped those corrupted by a corrupt government, and had defeated that unprogressive government. From now on, under the leadership of the Potterad civilization, they would become a truly useful civilization for the universe, fulfilling the responsibilities of a level 6 individual for the future of the universe. It goes without saying that any civilization living in groups, any group of individuals with diverse ideas, will always have its share of idiots. Besides declaring victory from the moral high ground of the universe, the Potterad civilization also conveyed a message of a bright future to the losers. Then, they allowed the obedient Koro civilization's idiots to lead the way and plunder technology. When a level 6 civilization plunders another level 6 civilization's technology, it's not simply a matter of copying the data in their database. It also involves cracking their genetic lock. Only by cracking their genetic lock can they truly command their will and gain access to the cutting-edge technology hidden deep within their hearts. At the level of a level 6 civilization, genetic locks not only serve as insurance against enslavement by other civilizations, but also serve as a means for this civilization to conceal many important technologies. As predators, the Putalad civilization naturally understood this principle, and so they not only plundered technology, but also the lives of individuals within this civilization. Under the noses of the Galactic Center civilization, they comprehensively plundered the Koro civilization. First, they asserted the moral high ground of the universe's fate. Then, they employed mimetic contamination, mental viruses, and other methods to identify their own representatives within the Koro civilization. Using this representative as Urguzi, they conducted a comprehensive study of the Koro people's genetic locks. Although they weren't quite as quick to complete the subsequent operations, as cracking the genetic lock wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight, the Silver Heart civilization, having witnessed these operations, could easily guess what the Potterad civilization would do next. After completing the genetic crack, they would then imbue the Koro people with their own genetic lock, completely transforming them into their own subjects. Then, they would take all of the Koro people away, and make them their own subordinate race. The Silver Heart civilization seemed to see a glimpse of their former selves in these operations, and even felt a sense of shame. It wasn't that they had a change of heart, but rather that they felt the Potterad civilization had actually done a better job than they had done back then. They were directly attacking level 6 civilizations, while back then, they only dared to attack lower-level civilizations. Damn the Reapers! The Silver Heart civilization leader, reflecting on his own glorious past, couldn't help but curse the Reapers inwardly. He believed that the existence of the Reapers had prevented the Silver Heart civilization from attacking other level 6 civilizations, leading to their current lack of progress in cracking the genetic locks of civilizations at the same level. So, Silver Heart civilization, have you made up your mind? While plundering the Koro civilization, the Potterad civilization sent another message to the Silver Heart. Go! The Silver Heart leader, with a tone of having found a kindred spirit, immediately agreed. Although it was part of the plan, the Silver Heart leader felt it would be even better if they could resume their old ways, and, while collaborating with the Potterad civilization, plunder a few affiliated races. This was a plan that the entire organization had agreed to, and then the Divine Matrix civilization would have no reason to speak out. However, what the Silver Heart civilization didn't know was that the moment they agreed, the information from the battlefield was instantly synchronized to a certain point in the starry sky. That was clearly where the Potterad civilization's flagship was located. Upon receiving the news of the Silver Heart's agreement, they immediately concluded that the Silver Heart civilization must possess unique technology. This wasn't the first time they had done this, and they had encountered this situation before. Generally speaking, a civilization without any real ability wouldn't dare agree, let alone one that had come from afar, which meant it must possess unique technology. At the same time, within the flagship's interior, a strange mechanical wave erupted from an intelligent being, clearly the leader. Great technology. Tell the Seventh Fleet to continue guiding them, and give them some benefits. I need to see the Galactic Center Civilization's flagship as quickly as possible. Perhaps they're not just one civilization. Chapter 1320. As soon as the words were spoken, another mechanical wave appeared. Yes, we have discovered a probe in the space-time perturbation device in the 33rd sector that does not belong to a local civilization. It is also different from the Galactic Center Civilization's exploration spacecraft we have seen so far. It must be a probe from a subordinate civilization of the Galactic Center Civilization. They are clearly more than the simple civilization they appear to be. The leader of the Potterad civilization. As expected, it seems they are also an experienced civilization. Then, we will proceed with our original plan and cooperate with them to plunder the local civilization of this galaxy, while also exploring their unique technological types. Another voice responded enthusiastically. Understood. Then, regarding the exchange of locations of the main civilizations. Every matter has its own importance. This matter must be addressed immediately. It's possible that they have just arrived in the Hochi galaxy. Needless to say, a long-distance civilization has just arrived in a new galaxy. Understood. The mechanical wave from the strange flagship gradually faded, and the effect of their conversation was reflected in the distant starry sky. The fleet, with only 800 million warships remaining, immediately sent a message to the Galactic Center Civilization, stating that in order to ensure future cooperation between the two sides, they must establish a certain level of mutual trust. The foundation of this trust lies in the mutual communication of the main civilizations of both sides, and that subsequent dialogues will be conducted directly between the main civilizations of each side. In this process, based on the principles of fairness and justice, and considering the future destiny of the universe, the two sides must sign a treaty on the joint development of the resources of the post-Chi galaxy and establish diplomatic relations as allies, allowing both sides to place diplomatic missions in each other's main civilizations to facilitate subsequent exchanges. Seeing this request, the Grand Voyage Organization suspected the Potterad civilization of having ulterior motives, but they still allowed the Silver Heart civilization to proceed with its original plan, as the Grand Voyage Organization also wanted to know the details of the Potterad civilization. The two sides hit it off immediately. The Silver Heart civilization, representing the Grand Voyage Organization's forces, then entered into negotiations with the Potterad civilization. The negotiations involved various issues concerning the distribution of plunder, primarily based on distribution according to work. In a war, this involves evaluating the number of warships, fleet combat effectiveness, and other factors. Those with higher overall scores would receive greater plunder benefits. Of course, the word plunder did not appear during the negotiations and treaty signing process. The Potterad civilization seemed deeply concerned with its image of justice, calling its actions justice actions. The goal was to eliminate the uncertainties that affected the future destiny of the universe, and the indigenous civilizations they designated as these uncertainties, the term worms to the universe. This characterization was similar to the Divine Principle civilization's definition of degenerate civilizations. If the civilizations they designated were degenerate, the Divine Principle civilization would likely approve of their actions. Unfortunately, the Putolard civilization was merely cloaking itself in a veneer of justice. The Silver Heart civilization, however, was quite interested. The treaty they signed with the Putolard civilization seemed no mere formality. They meticulously analyzed and offered their own interpretations of each provision, as if they had found a like-minded partner for long-term cooperation. This attitude had a certain deceptive effect on the Putolard civilization, leading them to believe that the Silver Heart civilization was genuinely interested in cooperation. Honesty, it must be said, can be quite deceptive. After the negotiations concluded, the Silver Heart civilization even reaped some benefits. The Potterad civilization generously copied the technological data looted from the Kora civilization to the Silver Heart civilization, a testament to the successful cooperation between the two parties. Although this technological knowledge was commonplace for a level 6 civilization, and did not touch upon the information contained within the Kora civilization's genetic lock, it nonetheless represented a typical level 6 civilization's technology tree, and was therefore valuable for reference. After all, different civilizations still differed greatly in their approaches to technological development. The Silver Heart civilization readily accepted the offer. Following this, Both sides revealed the locations of their respective civilizations and exchanged diplomatic missions. After finalizing this, the Potterhead civilization immediately proposed the target of its next justice action, targeting the Black Shadow Alliance. According to the Potterhead civilization, the Black Shadow organization comprises 13 level 6 civilizations, who long ago sailed to the Post-G galaxy from an unknown source. They once possessed a unique technological artifact, which later became irreparable. However, despite this, the Black Shadow civilization still possessed a formidable military force. Many civilizations possess specialized technologies that are crucial to the future of the universe. They cannot be allowed to rot in the post-apocalypse galaxy along with this shadowy organization. Because they have been entrenched in the post-apocalypse galaxy for so long, each civilization possesses roughly 70 to 80 billion battleships. Eliminating them will be challenging, and both sides will need to deploy their specialized technological flagships for a decisive battle. At that time, both sides will deploy their elite forces, determined to achieve a decisive victory. The Galactic Heart civilization naturally agreed to this plunder proposal. Accepting the proposal did not mean an immediate attack. Both sides would need to exchange diplomatic missions beforehand. Of course, this was only on the surface. In reality, each side was investigating the other's capabilities. Both sides revealed the location of each other's main civilization, approximately 40,000 light-years away. Even if diplomatic missions were dispatched from either civilization's main location, it would take nearly 200 years to reach the other's location. However, neither side adopted this strategy. They had previously dispatched numerous probes into the starry sky. Upon learning the other's location, they tacitly assigned the closest probe to explore first. This process took approximately 100 years for both sides. The Potterhead civilization successfully observed the large-scale development efforts of the Galactic Center civilization and its prominent forces. Before their probes even arrived, they discovered that numerous planets had been destroyed for resource extraction. Upon arrival, they encountered a familiar scene: countless massive structures floating in the sky, resource processing facilities, mining equipment, refining facilities, massive shipyards. Everywhere they looked, they saw the brilliance of heavy industry. Warships of varying styles emerged from the docks, and fleets of varying construction styles lined the starry sky. However, due to previous losses, each fleet numbered less than 100 million, and the combined warships of all civilizations numbered only about 800 million. This was based on the newly built warships in recent years, which would have been even less. Seeing this, the Putolard civilization immediately declared, "Your warships are too few. You are not prepared to cooperate with us at all. It is simply impossible to use this limited force to fulfill the mission of determining the future of the universe." They also stated that this was a violation of the contract between the two parties, and the Galactic Center civilization must provide a reasonable explanation. Either prove that these warships were extremely powerful, or bring out all the hidden warships. The expedition to the Shadow Alliance was about to begin, and they could not wait any longer. Chapter 1321. The Silver Heart civilization didn't hide this, knowing it was pointless. They revealed their recent voyage to the Hochi galaxy. This was due to their small fleet, but the Silver Heart civilization also stated that combat effectiveness wasn't a problem. The Shadow Alliance, lacking unique technology, was undoubtedly no match for them. They only needed 500 years to assemble a fleet capable of sweeping the Shadow Alliance. The Silver Heart civilization's statement was valid. Given 500 years, the galaxy's combat units would be fully built. By then, the Shadow Alliance's 13 level 6 civilizations wouldn't be a concern. However, these words had a different meaning in the ears of the Potterhead civilization. "Elda, what do you think?" 40,000 light-years away, a larger and more impressive warship emitted another strange mechanical wave signal. The intelligent life form known as Elda replied, "Great leader, this is only our first contact, and we can't immediately determine its authenticity. However, the space-time perturbators we deployed within the post-apocalypse galaxy haven't detected any signs of resource extraction elsewhere, so I believe their claims are likely true." As for this warship, Elda gestured to the Great Leader to look at the starlit warship on the holographic screen, and continued, "It goes without saying that this warship is undoubtedly the flagship of the Galactic Center civilization. It looks so unique, surely equipped with some special technological artifact. I believe this is the reason for their confidence. We also considered directly inquiring about the flagship's unique technology under the guise of a joint operation, but that would be too obvious, and words alone are not enough to back it up. If the Galactic Center civilization is intent on plotting against us, they most likely give us false information." An intelligent being nearby pointed at a probe belonging to the Galactic Center civilization in the distant sky and interjected, that might not be the case. Look, the exploration fleet has clearly spotted our peddler. They wouldn't dare attack without knowing the strength of our flagship. Besides, with their limited military strength. Haha, it's not that I look down on them, but as long as the peddler can pin down their flagship, we can easily mobilize a fleet to annihilate them. Another voice was even more arrogant. Peddler? You're being too conservative. We believe the peddler can destroy it with a single shot, just as easily as we dealt with the flagships of those technologically advanced civilizations. Other individual beings also spoke up. It's better to be cautious. Okay, but Your Excellency, the opportunity is fleeting. The Galactic Center civilization has 7 civilizations under its wing. If we wait any longer until they rebuild the fleets lost during their voyages, it won't be so easy to defeat them. No major voyaging civilization is as easy as a lion fighting a rabbit. We should strike them when they are most vulnerable. That's a civilization with unique technological capabilities. If we can destroy their flagship and defeat them, their individual lives will be at our mercy. Once we decipher their genetic code, we can have them help us build new, unique technological warships. After hearing these words, the great leader motioned for silence, indicating that he had something to say. Seeing everyone quiet down, the great leader emerged from his contemplation. Although opportunities are fleeting, it's better to be safe than sorry. After all, they are a civilization with unique technological capabilities. We should first determine what their unique technologies are. Hearing the great leader's words, Elda immediately understood. But to confirm his intention, he asked, Great leader, do you mean to buy a Gaia planet for study? Yes, the great leader continued. Didn't the Galactic Center civilization try to sell us that Gaia planet? These people are truly foolish. They might have used that trick to fool those indigenous civilizations, but they managed to fool us. Do they really not know how rare Gaia life is? How could they carry a Gaia planet around on a long voyage? In my opinion, that Gaia planet is a byproduct of their unique technology. If we acquire one and study it, we probably get a glimpse into the nature of their unique technology, and that make things easier. Great leader, you're wise. X5. Great leader, you're right. As soon as the great leader finished speaking, several intelligent beings immediately flattered him. After learning that the Galactic Center possessed unique technology, the Potterhead civilization set its sights on the Silver Center. Their supposedly righteous plan of a joint attack on the Shadow Alliance was a deceptive ploy to deceive the Silver Center, their sole purpose being to uncover its true potential. Capturing a civilization with unique technology was more valuable and a higher priority than plundering the Shadow Alliance. The Potterhead leader reasoned that the Shadow Alliance was already trapped, and that they could deal with the Silver Center civilization separately after taking it down. As for the Gaia planet, it was undoubtedly the work of the Gaia civilization. These individuals, still clinging to their roots, had the Silver Center civilization sell Gaia to the Potterhead civilization on their behalf. They claimed to have captured a Gaia planet during the Great Voyage, about to give birth to a Gaia life form. They also claimed that this Gaia life form was already in the gestation stage, making it a perfect time to cultivate and interact with it. By cultivating a good relationship with it now, once it becomes a Gaia life form, it would undoubtedly become a loyal and special life form companion. At the level 5 civilization stage, the Gaia civilization's rhetoric of selling fake Gaia planets was essential, facilitating research in the spiritual realm. However, when targeting a level 6 civilization, they changed their tactics, describing it as a juvenile Gaia life form or one about to complete its development. Just as the Putolard civilization was hearing now. To highlight the value of their Gaia planet, the Gaia civilization directly demanded that the Putolard civilization exchange it for specialized technological artifacts and the core technology of the Koro civilization, otherwise they would not sell it. Initially, the Silver Heart civilization was hesitant to respond to the Gaia civilization's naive proposal, but upon seeing that they were actually demanding a unique technological artifact in exchange, which would be helpful in detecting their unique technology, they agreed. Thus, after the Gaia civilization became a unique technological civilization, they unexpectedly secured their first fake Gaia deal. The reason for this was that after the Potterhead civilization's probe examined the fake Gaia, it was unable to determine its authenticity, and concluded that it was likely a byproduct of their unique technology. The Potterhead civilization had promised to give the Koro civilization its core technology, but not its unique technological artifacts, as they lacked the resources. To compensate for the difference in value, they revealed their unique technology to the Silver Heart civilization and provided some reliable evidence. They also promised that the Silver Heart civilization would not need to deploy as many fleets in future campaigns against the Shadow Alliance. Furthermore, they agreed to a 50-50 split of all future spoils. The Putalad civilization spent a lot of money to obtain the Gaia planet of the Dia civilization, although these were just empty promises to their leadership. Chapter 1322. Since both parties wanted to explore each other's unique technologies, a temporary lull in conversation followed the transaction. After the Putalad civilization seized the Gaia planet from the Dia civilization, they immediately transported it to their headquarters. They also dispatched a scientific team to study the fake Gaia planet. After receiving the technological information provided by the Putalad civilization, the Great Voyage Organization immediately convened the top scientific teams from various civilizations to interpret and study it. But the Putalad civilization was clearly prepared. The so-called unique technological information they provided was actually a bunch of nonsense. At first glance, it seemed consistent, but once it went beyond the knowledge of a standard 6th-level civilization, contradictions and shifts in understanding emerged. In response, the Putalad civilization stated, "What you don't understand is our unique technology. We have provided this information to you as you requested. Your inability to understand is your own fault. Even if we explain, you still don't understand. That's our unique technology." While this was the truth, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization still believed the Putalad civilization had provided false information. While I don't understand the meaning, I can glimpse the direction of the unique technology of the Putalad civilization from the information. The scientific materials they provide repeatedly mention research on the speed of light, including numerous descriptions of its numerical value and speed. If this isn't carefully fabricated false information, then Putalad civilization's unique technology is likely related to light. More precisely, it's likely related to the speed of light. Of course, this could be a sleight of hand, or perhaps it's about other properties of light. The descriptions in the data might simply be what they want the Galactic Center civilization to see. But regardless, everyone has a sense of security. Of course, some engineers believe that changing the speed of light is impossible, because changing the speed of light would alter the laws of physics, which is the province of a level 7 civilization, something the Putalad civilization couldn't possibly achieve. They have a point, but the Star Defenders explain that the so-called special technologies of a level 6 civilization are actually technologies that shouldn't be mastered by a level 6 civilization. They are essentially quasi-level 7 technologies. Many of these special technologies should only be developed at the level 7 level, and require vacuum zero-point energy to unleash their full power. The Star Defenders also advised everyone not to dwell on civilization classifications, as they were a classification system devised by some advanced civilizations long ago, and are not inherent to the laws of nature. This is one reason why special technologies exist. In their descriptions of this aspect, everyone noticed that the Star Defenders prefer to refer to level 7 civilizations as cosmic civilizations. The Putalad civilization, on the other hand, was equally perplexed. Ever since they had acquired the fake Gaia from the Dia civilization, they had been conducting research without ceasing. Gaia life detectors, life wave detectors, and mental strength detectors. These types of investigations had never ceased. However, all the results confirmed that this was not only a real Gaia, but one that was nearing completion of its evolution. It seemed just as the seller had described it, evolving into a true Gaian life form in the near future. Strange. Could this thing be real? The scientific team of the Putalad civilization was also somewhat bewildered. Logically, it couldn't be real. If it were, the Galactic Center civilization wouldn't have sold it to them. After all, wouldn't it be better to keep it for themselves and cultivate a Gaian life form? Besides, there were no signs of Gaian life forms in the Galactic Center civilization. So, selling a valuable object they didn't even possess to a civilization they had just met was obviously inexplicable. The scientists and engineers of the Putalad civilization had a preconceived notion from the outset that the Gaian planet was fake, and with that mindset, they conducted research hoping to find evidence of a fake Gaia. However, they exhausted every possible means, even bringing in the top scientific teams of affiliated species, but found no signs of fraud. Do you think it's possible for our Putalad civilization to create such a planet with its technology? One scientist wondered to his colleague during the research. His colleague shook his head and said, "Creating a planet where life thrives is easy. We can do it, but making it respond to Gaia's consciousness is difficult. Well, not difficult, but impossible." Another engineer involved in the research said, "Yeah, I really don't know how that Galactic Center civilization could come up with something like this. It's truly inconceivable. You say, this thing can't be real. You're confused. How could it be real? But all the detection shows it's real. How do you explain that? The great leader needs a reasonable explanation from us, not just a sham without any evidence. Simple, unique technology. That seems to be the only explanation. Judging from this situation, if this planet Gaia is fake, then it must have been created by the Galactic Center civilization using its unique technology. If so, their unique technology might be centered around consciousness, as only in this way could they simulate Gaia's consciousness on this planet. So, the Galactic Center civilization's unique technology might be centered around consciousness, and their attack method might be a similar mental attack to the Gaia lifeforms. That's a bit tricky. That's not something we should worry about. We just need to report our research findings, and leave the rest to the Great Leader. The wise and powerful Great Leader will figure it out. You're right. On the other hand, after receiving reports from the various scientific teams, the Great Leader had been hesitant for several days. He had held 3 consecutive days of meetings with various departments to discuss the matter. Some said that with so little information, it was too early to act, and that they should cooperate with them first, attacking the Black Shadow Alliance together to see how strong they were. Others said that if they waited any longer, the Galactic Center civilization would regain its strength, and that they should attack it immediately. The Grand Leader of the Potterad civilization was at a loss for words. Although he had confidence in the Potterad, he knew the enemy was also a civilization with unique technology. To ensure a decisive victory, he had to be cautious. Grand Leader, I think we should pretend to fulfill the cooperation agreement, and then ask them to join us in attacking the Shadow Alliance. This way, we can first deplete the warships they produced over the past few hundred years, and secondly, we can truly see the performance of their unique technology. An aide, noticing the Grand Leader's hesitation, offered his opinion. Another aide added, "This is indeed the safest approach." Chapter 1323. The Grand Leader of the Potterad civilization ultimately chose a more cautious approach. After so many voyages, he understood the hidden talents of the universe. In his heart, the Grand Leader believed that a direct attack had only a 90% chance of success, and that mental attacks were still somewhat problematic. He wanted to completely defeat the Silver Heart Civilization Expedition Organization, so a plan targeting the Silver Heart Civilization was born. Not long after, the Silver Heart Civilization received an invitation from the Potterad Civilization, stating that time was of the essence. If they waited any longer, the Shadow Alliance would be prepared. Furthermore, the Silver Heart Civilization had developed over the years and possessed numerous warships. It was time to teach those corrupt civilizations a lesson. While the Silver Heart Civilization had suspected the Potterad Civilization of harboring malicious intent, they lacked concrete evidence. Therefore, upon receiving the news, they had no reason to refuse, and they actually wanted to seize this opportunity to profit. As for the Feiyu, Momoda, Dole, Alan, Styu, and Side civilizations, they were already envious of the Dia civilization and knew how the Galaxy Heart civilization acquired its flagship's unique technology, so they also considered trying this route. After all, with the support of several powerful figures, even if they failed, their civilizations wouldn't be destroyed. Thus, under the leadership of the Galaxy Heart civilization, these civilizations formed a joint fleet led by the Galaxy Heart civilization and embarked on the expedition aboard the Galaxy. The Galaxy Heart civilization had already contacted the Potterad civilization to arrange a rendezvous point, and the target of their attack had been determined: a small universe in the void approximately 50,000 light-years away. According to the Potterad civilization, that was the home of the Shadow civilization, the leader of the Shadow Alliance civilization. The Shadow civilization is the most powerful civilization in the Shadow Alliance. They once possessed a unique technological artifact. Given that the Shadow civilization may have received information from the previous Koros civilization, the Potterad civilization recommended that both sides deploy their elite fleets, ideally including their flagships, with specialized technologies. Otherwise, they might not be able to defeat the Shadow civilization. The Silver Heart civilization, already determined to achieve this goal, did not hesitate, deploying all of its existing inventory and warships built in the last few hundred years, totaling nearly 1 billion. The productivity levels of the other civilizations were similar, and they all assembled fleets of approximately 1 billion warships. Including the Silver Heart civilization, there are 8 civilizations in total, possessing approximately 8 billion warships. Notably, this fleet includes 8 civilization-class warships. One is the universally recognized Galaxy, and the other 7 are each civilization's own flagships. In reality, every civilization designates its flagship as civilization class, but the specialized technological civilizations generally disagree with their flagships being civilization class. However, since they all belong to the same organization, and sometimes they have to give each other face, they publicly acknowledge this. As for the other warships, they were of the sub-civilization class, representing the main battleships of each major civilization. Compared to the Galactic Center civilization, the Potterad civilization's fleet was significantly larger, with the number of warships deployed on this expedition reaching 10 billion. This represented half of their military strength. The other half was hidden at their headquarters, supposedly to prevent enemy surprise attacks, but in reality, for other purposes. These were the capital ships. If one included various stellar-class and planetary-class warships, the number would be even greater. A typical level 6 civilization, not engaged in long-distance voyages, typically had a fleet of around 10 billion capital ships, plus an additional 8 to 9 billion stellar-class and planetary-class vessels of various types. Of course, this isn't absolute. Some civilizations that have been in this galaxy for a long time possess fleets exceeding this number. The Galactic Grand Voyage encountered many such civilizations during the Great Voyage. However, most of them experienced internal divisions after exceeding this size, or were deemed degenerate by the Awakeners. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Allen civilization within the Galactic Grand Voyage, whose fleet size is determined by the number of warships their superintelligent leader can manage. Under the Great Voyage model, each level 6 civilization has determined the optimal number of main battle fleets to be 1 billion. This is why humanity has developed 1 billion consciousness-linked warships. Civilizations like the Awakeners are somewhat unique. Speaking of which, the fleet led by the Galactic Heart civilization rendezvoused with the fleet of the Potterad civilization at the agreed location and then headed towards the designated star field. Unfortunately, this surprise attack failed to conceal the Dark Shadow Alliance. As soon as the two fleets reunited, they discovered that the Dark Shadow Alliance fleet had taken the initiative to confront them. According to the Potterad civilization, these are fleets from 3 civilizations in the Shadow Alliance, and they already detected fleets from other Shadow Alliance civilizations en route. The Silverheart civilization has also detected these, but they feign ignorance, pretending their detection capabilities are average, and continue to use Potterad's detection information. This is naturally intended to test whether Potterad is providing them with false information. Silverheart civilization, the Shadow Alliance has sent 30 billion warships, double our number. Do you have confidence? Above the starry sky, the leader of the Potterad civilization sent a message to the galaxy. The leader of the Silverheart civilization said, "They're just indigenous civilizations, greenhouse flowers, unexperienced in long voyages. While they have many warships, they're nothing compared to us." The Potterad civilization said, "Well then, you better get on with it. It seems the Black Shadow Alliance already knows our purpose. We better act quickly and destroy this massive fleet before the other civilizations arrive. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them once all 13 civilizations gather." Despite his words, the leader of the Potterad civilization was brimming with confidence, showing no sign of worry. Not only that, the Shadow Alliance fleet's arrival was so opportune because they had obtained the Potterad fleet's route. They knew this route because the Potterad civilization had the surrendered Koros civilization disguised as a refugee fleet. The goal was to test the unique technology of the Silverheart civilization's flagship here, and then eliminate both the Silverheart civilization and the Shadow Alliance fleet simultaneously, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Potterad civilization had already planned to eliminate the Silverheart civilization flagship through a surprise attack as soon as they could obtain its combat data. Their target was always the Silverheart civilization's galaxy. They believed that if they destroyed the galaxy, they would be able to control the Silverheart civilization's long-distance navigation organization. That was a long-distance navigation organization, and its value was far greater than that of the Shadow Alliance. Of course, the Shadow Alliance couldn't escape either. Only children make choices. The Potterad civilization chose to take them all. As for why they chose a surprise attack, it was because, as a civilization with unique technological capabilities, they were well aware that most flagships of unique technological civilizations had high attack and low defense, and victory often depended on who struck first. This was how they had previously triumphed against a certain unique technological civilization. As long as a tactic is effective, it is a good tactic. There is no rule in the universe that prohibits sneak attacks. As long as there is victory, justice will be written by itself. The Putalard civilization not only has no psychological burden about this type of deceptive sneak attack, but even takes pride in it. Chapter 1324. Although the numerous fleets of the Galactic Heart civilization and the Potterad civilization had joined forces, this didn't mean they were all mingling together in the interstellar skies. They maintained a certain distance. As a civilization that had grappled with the Reapers for years, the Galactic Heart civilization naturally couldn't act rashly. Without complete trust, they knew to maintain their distance from the Potterad civilization. Over 3 light-years away, the Galactic Heart civilization kept a close eye on the Potterad civilization's flagship, Firstly, to observe the warship's offensive and defensive parameters, and secondly, to avoid placing themselves in a dangerous position. However, until both sides engaged in a state of war with the Black Shadow Alliance fleet, the Potterod civilization never ventured beyond a safe distance, a fact that reassured the Galactic Heart civilization. The battle in the interstellar skies was imminent, and both sides, following their agreed-upon tactics, charged directly toward their respective battlefields. The Black Shadow Alliance's vanguard comprised 30 billion capital ships, plus over 100 billion star-class vessels of various types, including warships and exploration craft. The capital ships were the primary force in the battle, while other warship classes were tasked with clearing out the enemy's reconnaissance fleet and engaging in combat outside the core battlefield. The entire fleet occupied a roughly 12 light-year area of the starry sky, appearing relatively dispersed overall, and its formation continued to disperse as it engaged the enemy. The Shadow Alliance, worthy of its reputation for possessing unique technological artifacts, seemed to understand that a densely packed fleet would be vulnerable to a single attack from some of its unique technologies, hence their loose formation. However, they still overestimated their own combat effectiveness. Faced with such a dispersed formation, the Potterad civilization adapted flexibly, dispersing its fleet to meet the enemy, and the flagship, the Potterad, immediately charged into the starry battlefield. The Shadow Alliance, once a Grand Voyage alliance, was indeed significantly more powerful than the Koros civilization, but it was still no match for the warships of the Potterad civilization. The Potterad civilization's warship shielding technology was significantly superior to the Shadow Alliance's. Initially, when the two warships engaged each other at a distance of 2 or 3 light-years, the Potterad civilization's warships could often withstand dozens of direct attacks without their shields being breached. Each of their warships' real and virtual shields employed precise modular defense. When struck, their shields didn't fully illuminate for all-round defense, but instead generated a shield specifically in the direction of the attack. Furthermore, their shields appeared to possess a three-dimensional defensive structure, a multi-layered response mechanism. During the battle, the Galactic Center civilization, through its reconnaissance vessels deployed across the battlefield, discovered that a common battleship of the Potterad civilization had actually withstood a salvo of void strike fire from the opposing side. Although the ship's void shield system was also damaged by the salvo, it had survived, and its void shield was soon reactivated. That was a salvo. It was incredible that a warship could withstand it. Such an attack would have destroyed any civilization in the Great Voyage organization. The Galactic Center civilization, with its advanced detection technology, discovered that the moment it was struck by the salvo, the shields of the common battleships of the Potterad civilization instantly activated to resist. This was also a directional defense, but it was a three-dimensional shield structure, small on the outside and large on the inside. This structure allowed it to greatly disperse the power of the salvo, like a spike piercing a jet of water, sending it splattering. Even a volley of void strike couldn't penetrate their shields, let alone a tachyon lightsaber sweep. From the moment the two sides made contact, the Potterad civilization demonstrated an overwhelming advantage, a superiority that only grew as the distance between the two warships closed. The Potterad civilization's fleet's strength wasn't limited to its shields. Once the distance closed within a light-year, the main guns of their ordinary battleships displayed a devastation unmatched at long range. During the long-range exchange of fire, the Shadow Alliance warships could still withstand their attacks thanks to their shields, but within a light-year, they were practically pierced through in a single volley. At close range, the void strike fired by the Potterad civilization's battleships resembled a rotating drill, easily piercing the Shadow Alliance warships' void shields. Their tachyon weapons similarly shredded the enemy's real shields. On the other hand, the fleets of the various civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage organization, led by the Galactic Heart civilization, while also superior in overall combat effectiveness to the Shadow Alliance fleet, were not as impressive as the Potterad civilization. The advantages of each civilization within the Galactic Grand Voyage organization vary. Some rely on the maneuverability of their warships, others on superior armor, and still others on the coordination between their warships. However, they haven't demonstrated significant advantages in conventional void shields, real shields, conventional tachyon weapons, or void strikes. In fact, among the 7 fleets brought by the Galactic Center civilization, only the Dia, Alan, Menem, and the Galactic Center civilization themselves demonstrate strength. The Dia relies on their elite fleets uploaded through consciousness, the Alan relies on the coordination of their multi-threaded warships, the Menem relies on their superior space-slicing weapons, and the Galactic Center civilization's own conventional warships are highly agile. The remaining Do-type civilizations, the Stya civilization, and the Feiyu civilization were essentially evenly matched with the Shadow Alliance fleet. Judging solely by conventional combat power, the civilizations represented by the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization did not actually demonstrate an overwhelming advantage over the Shadow Alliance. In other words, if a battle ensued with the Putalard civilization, the conventional fleets of these 8 civilizations would be no match for them. This situation on the battlefield also frustrated the Silver Heart civilization's plans, as the Shadow Alliance's vanguard was completely incapable of unleashing its unique technological strikes on Putalard's flagship. Instead, the Silver Heart civilization felt the pressure first. During the melee with the Shadow Alliance fleet, its flagship, the Galaxy, activated its unique technology to evade attacks and quickly eliminate warships within its range. Above the stars, only recognized strength can bring confidence. The Silver Heart civilization understood that this battle was a test of the combat effectiveness of both partners. There was indeed a disparity in combat power between the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization and the fleet of the Putalard civilization. To secure equal say after the war, the Silver Heart civilization, as the leader, had no choice but to demonstrate its strength. Thus, the Putalard civilization finally saw the long-coveted Silver Heart civilization's unique technology. Similarly, as the battle progressed, they quickly discovered that the Silver Heart civilization's unique technology was completely different from their previous analysis. Chapter 1325. Amazing, amazing. Aboard the Putalard, the Grand Leader watched the battle footage from the Galaxy and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The other Putalads were equally astonished, for the unique technology displayed by the Galaxy truly exceeded their expectations. I never expected it. It's some kind of space-based technology. Yes, it's truly unprecedented. Look! Not only can the Galaxy itself sever itself, but even those ordinary warships nearby can do the same. It seems the Galactic Center civilization has mastered arranged, three-dimensional space travel technology. Well, look here. This Shadow Alliance warship fired a shot, and it ended up hitting itself. It's simply impossible to defend against. Indeed, it seems no civilization embarking on a grand voyage through the stars is simple. Haha, that's perfect. After this battle, the technology is ours. With it, our Putalard civilization's hope of reaching the end of the great expedition has increased. That's right. As long as we take down that flagship, the rest of the fleet won't be a concern. In my opinion, that flagship, I think it's called the Galaxy, isn't a concern either. While it possesses this incredible attack method, its power is limited. It can't penetrate our shields at all. No, you're wrong. Look here. A Putalard pointed at a warship destroyed by the Galaxy on the screen, and the others followed his gaze. That was the image captured by a sensor roaming the battlefield. A warship that entered the Galaxy's attack range hadn't even lit up when a large breach suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then was destroyed in a series of explosions. At the same moment, a warship from the Galaxy's combat unit fired a void strike into the void, which clearly struck the space tunnel. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, the Putalads could tell that the Galaxy had opened a space gate into the warship, as evidenced by the sudden appearance of a gap. Aboard the Putalads, led by the Great Leader, watched the Galaxy's strange and powerful performance with increasing fascination. The Great Leader's eyes lit up, as if he had already seen what the Putalad would look like after being equipped with this technology. Great Leader, shall we start now? A nearby Putalad couldn't help but ask. Ha, no hurry. Anxiety can't make you drink hot water. The Great Leader let out a uniquely cheerful Putalad voice, then turned and winked at a nearby military expert. The latter immediately understood and explained, as you can see, the Galactic Center civilization's flagship possesses unparalleled evasive abilities. While our Putalad possesses area of effect strike capabilities, it's still difficult to land a single strike while it's alert. In my opinion, it's best to conclude this battle first, gain their trust, and then launch the decisive attack. You mean we should first find a way to approach the flagship? But the Galactic Center civilization also possesses unique technology. They won't allow us to get within 3 light years of their flagship. Another military expert rolled his compound eyes, expressing his confusion. Of course not, under normal circumstances. So we must first gain their trust. What do you mean? You mean? Some Puttalads still didn't understand, but some with quicker minds had figured it out. The military expert didn't keep the conversation going any further, stating directly, from our initial contact until now, we stood for justice for the future of the universe. We haven't shown any intention of attacking the Galactic Center civilization, and we can even say we cooperated wholeheartedly. Isn't that correct? That's right. A still puzzled Potterhead responded cooperatively. The military expert's compound eyes twitched with satisfaction. The reason the Galactic Center civilization remains wary of us is, first, that our contact has been too brief, and second, that they're unaware of our unique technology. Both of these factors can actually be eliminated. The first can be eliminated by collaborating to destroy the Shadow Alliance fleet, or even the entire Shadow Alliance. While this would take longer and incur greater losses for our fleet, since we're determined to eliminate the Shadow Alliance, I believe this is the safest approach. I believe the Galactic Center civilization will see our sincerity. After a pause, the military expert continued, as for the second factor, it's even simpler. We can proactively demonstrate our unique technology to the Galactic Center civilization, and they understand, naturally relieved. You mean matter waves? Sir Boulder, you finally understand. The military expert continued to explain his plan to the people of Pandora on the holographic screen. Yes, special technologies. Generally speaking, a civilization with one special technology is already quite powerful, enough to give them the courage to embark on a long voyage, just like the civilizations and organizations we have encountered along the way. But who would have thought that our powerful Pandora possessed two special technologies? We only need to demonstrate our special technology related to matter waves to the Galactic Center civilization. When they see that we haven't demonstrated a ranged attack method, they will surely be relieved. Then, we can find a plausible excuse, such as celebrating a successful joint operation, to get close to them. Then, when they are relaxed, we can strike them. Let's strike first. The Potterhead's charged attack can reach a range of 1.618 light-years. They won't have time to react. The Potterheads then discussed the details of the plan among themselves, such as what excuse they could use to approach them in a natural way, and then all agreed. I think it's feasible. Let's do it. Good idea. After their leader gave the go-ahead, the Galactic Heart civilization successfully witnessed the unique technology the Potterhead had shown them. On the starry battlefield, the Potterhead, originally at the rear of the fleet, suddenly charged into the battlefield. Then, the Galactic Heart civilization observed its unique movement. The Potterhead in the starry sky suddenly seemed to have mastered the art of cloning. From a single warship, it suddenly became hundreds, each one identical, scattered across a region of space approximately 2 light-years across. When the detector's tachyon radar captured this scene, unlike the startled Protolad civilization, the knowledgeable Galactic Center civilization immediately recognized its unique technology. A unique technology involving matter waves. The Galactic Center people aboard the Galaxy immediately concluded that they were familiar with this mobile combat method. In the past, a civilization in the Milky Way possessed this type of technology, but was fooled by them, and ultimately destroyed by the Reapers in a battle. This scene was actually the Protolad controlling the formation of its own matter waves. A matter wave is a probability wave. A macroscopic object located at a certain spatial location has a 100% probability of appearing there. The Protolad's current behavior was the Protolad civilization adjusting the probability of the matter wave, or probability wave, at its location, making it possible to appear in many locations, a distribution of probabilities. If the Protolad's clone were attacked at this time, then its actual hit would become a probability problem. The probability of its appearing at that location would be the percentage of its probability of being hit. During this process, the Putalard civilization could also adjust the Putalard's probability of appearing in various locations, reducing it to 0, thereby completely avoiding the attack. Of course, such adjustments take time, so generally, they would maintain a fixed initial value. In this state, unless the Putalard was completely covered by the attack, the chances of hitting it were entirely probabilistic. Chapter 1326. The Potterhead displayed no other unique technology besides its matter wave technology, and the Galactic Center civilization witnessed its attack methods. Because the Potterhead could alter the probability of its flagship appearing at a certain location in the sky, its attack methods were also related to this probability. Strictly speaking, those warships were not imaginary, they existed, just with a lower probability of being in certain locations. However, when attacking, the situation was different. From the perspective of the Potterhead civilization, whenever the Potterhead was about to attack an enemy ship, its clones scattered throughout the sky would increase their probability of existence from a low level to 100%, launch an attack, and then, within a very short period of time, reduce their probability of being in that location to an extremely low level to prevent being hit by the enemy. This method of transforming into a physical form when attacking, and then transforming back into a clone afterward, effectively solved the problem of the clone attacking with a probability effective attack. This method also ensured that the enemy could be struck without being hit. To act the part, The Potterad civilization had to pretend they only possessed matter-wave-related specialized technology, and they had to demonstrate the appropriate attack methods. To be honest, they were very thoughtful and executed very effectively, at least in their own eyes. To any civilization that had never seen matter-wave-related technology, their performance would have been absolutely flawless, but the Galactic Center civilization was a little different. What the Potterad civilization didn't know was that, after witnessing the Potterad's performance, the Galactic Center civilization truly believed they possessed the relevant specialized technology, but they still held back. Strange. Why are they using matter waves like this? Aboard the Galaxy, a scientist from the Galactic Center civilization blinked as he watched the performance of the Pedora's on-screen display. He had been expecting the flagship to unleash its long-lost attack method, but after watching for a while, he felt a sense of that's it. However, he didn't realize that the Pedora's civilization wasn't to blame. The Pedora's matter wave technology wasn't invented by the Pedora. They acquired it from another level 6 civilization, and they simply knew how to use it. So, they didn't know that the Galactic Center civilization had once witnessed an attack method even more powerful than the Pedora's current one that ignored shields and warship armor. The civilization that the Galactic Center civilization had tricked into fighting the Reapers had that same ability, an attack method based on the principle of wave function collapse. The Galactic Center civilization's database still records that war. The civilization that mastered the properties of matter waves at the time was incredibly powerful. Their research in the field of matter waves was far more advanced than that of the Potterad civilization. If the Potterad civilization were now fully engaged, when that civilization's flagship attacked the enemy, it didn't need to transform its probabilistic flagship into a real matter wave before striking. Its flagship could simply assume a probabilistic state, a clone, and fire directly. For example, if the probability of a warship's clone being located in a certain space was 0.001%, then even if its attack hit the enemy ship, the probability of its hit would still be 0.001%. To solve this problem, the Potterad's method was to first transform itself into a real physical matter wave with a 100% probability of existing in a specific location, then launch an attack, and finally transform itself back into a low probability form to avoid any incoming attack. However, the civilization in the Milky Way that possessed matter wave-related technology did not do this. They fired directly, then waited for the attack to penetrate real shields, void shields, and warship armor before collapsing the wave function of the attack, transforming it into a strike that had a 100% chance of contact with physical existence. In other words, the probability of an attack hitting real shields, void shields, or warship armor was 0.001%. However, once it penetrated these, its probability wave function immediately collapsed, transforming it into a real physical attack. Armor piercing, shield breaking, and ignoring certain defenses were the hallmarks of that civilization with matter wave-related technology. With this technique and their clone-like maneuvering, they were once a powerful force that roamed the galaxy, but were unfortunately annihilated by the Reapers. Knowing this history, the Galactic Center civilization had been eagerly anticipating the performance of the Pedora. However, the Pedora disappointed the Galactic Center somewhat. Consequently, believing the Pedora was hiding something, the Galactic Center became wary. This war seemed to be a testing ground for both sides to showcase their unique technologies, leaving the outcome undeniable. The Pedora civilization was already formidable, and with the addition of their flagship, they were a complete devastation. The Galactic Center civilization was no slouch either. Wherever the galaxy entered its range, it was unstoppable, melting any fleet that entered its attack range like snow. From the outset of the battle, until the Black Shadow Alliance fleet was scattered, the Potterad never employed the familiar attack methods of the Galactic Center civilization. The combined forces achieved an overwhelming victory. But the battle was not over yet, as both sides had detected the Black Shadow Alliance's follow-up fleet gathering deep within the starry sky, seemingly intending to proactively attack and eliminate the threat. They did not care about the defeat of the Vanguard, as it bought time for the main civilizations of the Black Shadow Alliance. They had long known the formidable combat capabilities of the Potterad civilization, but they also did not believe they had no chance of victory. So, after buying precious time with the Vanguard, they gathered all their forces, intending to confront the Potterad civilization in a decisive battle. The Black Shadow Alliance's grand fleet comprised 13 fleets, totaling 100 billion battleships. Assembling in this massive fleet, they headed straight for the starry battlefield. The previously defeated Vanguard fleet also merged into these 13 fleets, bringing the total number of battleships to 110 billion. In the previous battle, the Black Shadow Alliance's Vanguard was merely defeated, not completely annihilated. In conventional warfare, Annihilating a large fleet in interstellar warfare is no easy feat. What do you think, Galactic Center Civilization? The real battle is about to begin. Do you still have confidence? The Potterhead transmitted a message to the galaxy, signaling the impending battle. At this moment, neither side was clearing the battlefield. Instead, they deployed various types of ships from their fleets to exploit resources and resupply in this star field, preparing for the impending battle. Chapter 1327. Due to the changing battlefield situation and the Potterhead civilization's plan, they were forced to alter their original plan and deploy the fleet originally intended for the raid on the Silver Core civilization headquarters. They still had 10 billion warships there, but they deployed 8 billion, leaving the remaining 2 billion to escort the main civilization away from the main battlefield and into a hidden microcosm they had previously developed. Of course, to gain the Silver Core civilization's trust, they allowed the Silver Core civilization's probes to follow them. The same was true for the main Silver Core civilization, with Potterhead accompanying them. In other news, the Potterhead civilization had originally planned to join forces with the Silver Core civilization to form a joint fleet to defeat the 13 civilizations of the Black Shadow Alliance one by one. According to their detections, the 13 civilizations of the Black Shadow Alliance were hiding in their own microcosms. Unfortunately, their blatant actions provoked resistance from the still vigorous Black Shadow Alliance, leading to this large-scale fleet showdown. To this end, the Silver Heart civilization even dispatched its recently produced warships, as did the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization operating alongside the Silver Heart civilization. However, due to the short duration and the losses sustained in the previous battle with the Black Shadow Alliance's vanguard fleet, even with further replenishment, the total fleet strength of the Silver Heart civilization-led fleet would be no more than 10 billion warships. The 8 civilizations on the Silver Heart civilization side only possess 10 billion warships, while the Potterhead civilization alone deployed over 17 billion battleships, having also lost nearly 1 billion warships in previous battles. The two sides possessed a combined total of approximately 27 billion warships, while the enemy possessed 120 billion. Since embarking on the Great Voyage, outnumbered forces have become the norm, and civilizations like the Galactic Center and Dia are accustomed to this. This war, however, remains somewhat challenging for them, as the Dark Shadow Alliance fleet's combat effectiveness is also considerable. By comparison, they are roughly on par with the average Reaper fleet. Back in the Milky Way, the Dia civilization could evenly match them, but the Dia civilization is now a far cry from its former self, and their combat effectiveness is roughly equivalent to that of the Reaper's elite fleet. The Metamer civilization is roughly at this level, and the Alan civilization is at the same level as the Reaper's elite fleet. These are the core conventional forces of the Galactic Voyage organization, and they can easily defeat ordinary, indigenous, level 6 civilizations. If compared to the various Reaper units, the conventional combat power of the Galactic Heart civilization falls between the Reaper elite fleet and the Ace fleet, while the conventional fleet of the Potterhead civilization is slightly stronger than the Reaper Ace fleet. It can be said that the conventional fleet of the Potterhead civilization is the most powerful conventional fleet the Galactic Grand Voyage organization has ever encountered. Comparing them horizontally, they are T0, the Reaper Ace fleet is T1, the conventional fleets of the Galactic Heart civilization, the Divine Matrix civilization, and the Falcon civilization are T2, the Reaper elite fleet, and the Alan civilization are T3, the Dia civilization, and the Metam civilization are T4, and the Shadow Alliance, and the Reaper's regular fleet, the Doli civilization, the Stya civilization, the Fayu civilization, the Side civilization, and other civilizations are not much different, and are T5. The combat effectiveness of many ordinary level 6 civilization fleets is at the T5 level, with little difference in strength. In this situation, victory or defeat comes down to strategy, tactics, and the art of war of each civilization. Of course, while many civilizations may have varying combat effectiveness, they are all level 6 civilizations after all. Sometimes, with the support of fleet numbers and various factors, the weak can still triumph over the strong. As for the Awakener civilization, this is not the case. After all, in conventional combat, these guys are simply cheaters. Human civilization's consciousness-linked warships are largely comparable, all enhanced by unique technologies, and fall outside the scope of conventional fleet combat effectiveness. Despite the significant disparity in warship numbers, the Potterhead civilization is confident. They have fought similar wars countless times, and it is precisely the plunder and hard work that followed these battles that has made their conventional combat capabilities incredibly formidable. So, in reality, After witnessing the combat prowess of the Galactic Center civilization and its subordinates, the Potterhead civilization simply didn't take them seriously. It was only the galaxy that caught their attention. In other words, the group of civilizations led by the Silver Heart civilization had become the next target of the Potterhead civilization's plunder. In fact, after the first joint battle, the Potterhead civilization, having obtained the combat data of the Silver Heart civilization gang, had already formulated a corresponding plan based on the evolving situation. They intended to attack the galaxy after this decisive battle, and then pursue the headquarters of the two organizations until the Black Shadow Alliance and the Silver Heart civilization gang were completely captured. In the eyes of the Potterhead civilization, this was killing two birds with one stone. The situation unfolded as they had envisioned, even better than they had anticipated. A major battle between the two sides was imminent. The battle erupted in the first spiral arm of the post-apocalypse galaxy, approximately 12,000 light-years from the central black hole. The war's ripple zone extended to 30,000 light-years, but the main battle zone was only 3,000 light-years. The main battlefield was where the battleships of both sides engaged head-on, while the periphery was where various probes, as well as stellar and planetary-class vessels, engaged in combat. The first battle was a warm-up, so this time, the battle entered a fierce phase as soon as the two sides engaged. Every weapon available was employed. The battleships primarily engaged space-slicing weapons, tachyon weapons, and void strikes. Various warp weapons were also deployed, such as superstar destroyers, warp missiles, and black hole bombs. It is worth noting, however, that this battlefield's starry sky is dotted with numerous natural short-distance wormholes, which, like tunnels, are scattered throughout the space. Some of these natural wormholes were documented by the Potterhead civilization, but many more were not. Apparently, the Potterhead civilization had been somewhat negligent. After the actual battle began, they realized this might have been a pre-planned battlefield by the Dark Shadow civilization. During the battle, they discovered that the Dark Shadow Alliance was intimately familiar with the natural wormholes in this star field, knowing the exits of nearly every one. This presumably involved prior exploration, perhaps due to their extended residence in the Chishan galaxy. During the war, the Dark Shadow Alliance flexibly utilized these natural wormholes, implementing various tactics such as encirclement, outflanking, and segmentation. The favorable terrain enabled the Dark Shadow civilization to achieve outstanding results despite being inferior in combat power. For a long time after the start of this major battle, the Dark Shadow Alliance, leveraging its familiarity with the terrain and its numerical superiority, actually managed to gain a slight advantage. Until the Potterhead civilization and the Silver Heart civilization group activated their frenzy, unleashing a devastating bombardment of the natural wormholes in the starry battlefield area. The actions of both sides also made the natural wormholes in the interstellar battlefield a target of contention. Similarly, the various planets in the core battlefield area suffered as a result. In just 200 years, the stars in the entire core battlefield area were almost completely destroyed, leaving a vast empty area. In the Hochi galaxy, every civilization with means of detection beyond the light cone felt the aftermath of this war. Chapter 1328. On paper, the combat effectiveness of the Shadow Alliance fleet isn't on the same level as the Potterhead and Galaxy civilizations. Under normal circumstances, the latter would undoubtedly prevail. However, the current interstellar battlefield is riddled with natural wormholes. The Shadow Alliance, familiar with the terrain, uses these wormholes to navigate, creating a situation where they outnumber the enemy. They divide their 120 billion battleships into multiple fleet clusters, distributing them throughout the starry sky. During the engagement, they use wormholes to escape and relocate, either evading the Potterhead fleet or gathering a force 100 times greater than their opponents to siege it. In this process, they intentionally avoid the Potterhead and Galaxy, employing a tactic of attacking the weak first and then the strong. They first concentrate their superior forces to eliminate the fleets of the Dole, Feiyu, Sides, and Staya civilizations within the Great Voyage organization at minimal cost, before moving on to deal with the fleets of the Daya, Alan, and Medamo civilizations. After effectively annihilating these civilizations' fleets and effectively weakening their manpower, they would then concentrate their overwhelming superior forces against the most formidable fleets of the Silver Heart and Potterhead civilizations. The entire process was meticulously planned, and the tactical command was exceptionally high. The multiple fleets, comprising 120 billion warships, seemed to become the commander's arm. They could attack wherever he commanded, and they would sacrifice without hesitation. In terms of the efficiency of their command system and the speed of their battlefield response, the Black Shadow Alliance outperformed their opponents. This wasn't to say that civilizations like Potterad and the Silver Heart were incompetent, but rather that when they came together, each civilization acted as its own central command center, failing to achieve the unified command of the Black Shadow Alliance. For example, although the Silver Heart civilization represented several civilizations in this battle, if they had suggested that the Allen civilization fleet sacrifice itself to lure the enemy, the Allen civilization leader would certainly have disagreed. The Silver Heart civilization and the Potterad civilization each commanded their own fleets. This is a common problem in coalition warfare, and even in the Interstellar era, this is inevitable in any situation where there is less than complete unified command. In fact, the Black Shadow Alliance also faced this situation, as they were also a multi-civilization alliance, but under the pressure of survival, they compromised. These factors combined allowed the Black Shadow Alliance, with its T5 combat power, to force a 50-50 advantage against its superior enemy at the beginning of the war. Unfortunately, this good fortune did not last long. After the Potterad and Silver Heart civilizations launched a battlefield sweeping strategy, their terrain advantage was lost. The balance of victory began to tilt in favor of the coalition, and then, with the Potterad civilization's strength, the momentum became unstoppable. Although fleets from civilizations like the Feiyu, Staya, and Dole civilizations were already dwindling, the coalition, led by two technologically advanced flagships, still maintained a crushing advantage. The casualty ratio had instantly swung from 50 to 50 to 10 to 1, or even 20 to 1. It could only be said that the conventional combat power of the Putalard civilization was truly T0. If the battle continued at this rate, the Shadow Alliance would surely be defeated. However, the Shadow Alliance demonstrated the tenacity of an interstellar civilization. While they were undoubtedly outmatched by the coalition, they did not persist. After the battle became one-sided, their commander-in-chief immediately ordered the remaining fleets to disperse in all directions. They fled in scattered formations, or in organized fleets. After leaving the battlefield, these warships would continue to gather, forming fleets, and then using guerrilla tactics to resist the coalition forces. Of course, even in guerrilla warfare, the Potterad and Galactic Core Civilization Coalition could defeat the Shadow Alliance with fewer troops. Originally, after victory in the major battle, the coalition would enter the pursuit phase, but the coalition discovered that the Shadow Alliance fleets fleeing into the starry skies seemed to be deliberately luring them to a specific star region. As the saying goes, every failure teaches wisdom. Having already suffered a loss in the interstellar tunnel warfare, the coalition forces were somewhat wary. The Potterad civilization had been in the post-G galaxy for 30,000 years, but they had spent most of that time gathering intelligence on various civilizations. They were not as familiar with the various star regions of the galaxy as the Shadow Alliance. They knew the situation in large areas, but not in the details of a single star system. Another issue is that this galaxy is home to numerous natural wormholes, some long and some short, but who knows if the Shadow Alliance will be able to connect them all? Opening a wormhole is feasible within the technological capabilities of a level 6 civilization, but it would be a massive undertaking. After this battle, the Putalard civilization couldn't help but wonder if the Shadow Alliance had begun this project before their arrival. Perhaps they might have been able to complete it. Before this battle, the Putalard civilization was aware of the abundance of natural wormholes in the Hochi galaxy, but they had always assumed that the Shadow Alliance, a civilization that had once embarked on a great voyage, would still aspire to continue that voyage, rather than truly managing the galaxy. But now it seems they'd taken some precautionary measures. Could it be that they knew their special technological creations, acquired from who knows where, were about to fail, and had prepared a backup plan? Watching the fleets of the Shadow Alliance fleeing into the depths of the starry sky, the leader of the Putalard civilization fell into deep thought. He was now somewhat worried that if he divided his forces to pursue them, they would regroup through a wormhole and be defeated one by his fleets. This battle had lasted over 300 years. The results seemed to indicate that the coalition had won, but the victory was not complete, and it was even possible that this was part of the Shadow Alliance's plan. Currently, the Shadow Alliance has approximately 30 billion battleships remaining, divided into more than a dozen fleets, and fleeing in all directions. On the coalition side, the Putalard civilization suffered the least losses, with over 8 billion of its 17 billion conventional warships remaining, representing approximately 50% casualties. Meanwhile, the Great Voyage Coalition, led by the Silver Heart civilization, has seen its force dwindle from 8 billion to 300 million. Of these 300 million conventional warships, the Silver Heart civilization holds approximately 100 million. The remaining fleets of the Metamer, Allen, and Dia civilizations, the fleets of the other civilizations, have been utterly annihilated. At first glance, the losses appear significant, but after so many great voyages, the major civilizations have become accustomed to this. As long as the core civilization remains, fleets can be rebuilt if lost. Dead crew members can either be replaced from the core civilization or revived using the Great Memory Resurrection technique. Some civilizations even employ other races to fight on their behalf. The Divine Principle civilization detests this behavior, but some still engage in it. Of course, training a fleet of warriors still takes a long time. In reality, unless the Silver Heart civilization cultivates a subordinate race for a long period of time, the cost is simply not as great as using intelligent life of one's own race. After all, even if they were using captured beings from other level 6 civilizations, they would first have to crack their genetic locks, ensure their loyalty, and finally undergo various targeted training. Therefore, overall, using memory resurrection was the lowest cost method and the preferred approach for most civilizations. The Potterad civilization, however, felt that the situation had developed somewhat beyond their expectations, and they were currently debating whether to continue to ally with the Silver Heart civilization in pursuit of the Shadow Alliance fleet and then completely annihilate it, or to eliminate the Silver Heart civilization first and then deal with the Shadow Alliance on their own. He believed victory was a sure thing, but he had second thoughts about priorities. Great leader, according to our simulations, there's a 30% chance the Shadow Alliance will stage a strategic retreat. Aboard the Poolderade, a staff officer pointed to several star regions on the holographic map of the post-apocalypse galaxy and continued, here. These were once the production sites of the Shadow Alliance's warships. In the past few hundred years, our reconnaissance fleets approached these star regions and engaged them in battle. We successfully infiltrated one of these regions and discovered that they were indeed still producing warships. As expected, those subsequent warships must have been organized into a fleet. They're likely transferring them via long-distance wormholes or artificially linked wormhole channels, thus creating a significant force advantage over our pursuing fleet. In general, the Shadow Alliance leveraged their terrain advantages to accelerate the deployment of their warships, thereby narrowing their gap with ours. Their familiarity with the galactic terrain also enabled them to escape through unexpected wormholes. Our conclusion is that if we're going to pursue them, it's best to focus on just one fleet, rather than annihilating them all at once in a decisive battle. They already dragged the war into a protracted war. Granted, we ultimately win the protracted war, but we must not only eliminate the Black Shadow Alliance, but also the Silver Heart civilization. We must do so at a lower cost. As for the Silver Heart civilization, the military staff officer continued, noting the galaxy and the location of the Silver Heart civilization headquarters on the star map. This battle proves they still have some fighting power, especially the galaxy. If they're prepared, our Potterad might not be able to destroy it. Therefore, I believe we should continue with our previous strategy, gain their trust first, then strike preemptively. In terms of war potential, the Silver Heart civilization group still has some strength. They built a number of fleets over the past few hundred years. Combined with the new fleet at our headquarters, I believe we can combine our forces to complete the plan to annihilate the Black Shadow Alliance. Great leader, colleagues, strike preemptively. Strategy is our key to acquiring the unique technology of the Galactic Center civilization, and we must focus on it. The prerequisite for this strategy's success is earning the Galactic Center's trust, which obviously requires fighting alongside them and receiving the spoils we promised. I know some colleagues think we lost out, and judging by the proportion of allied warships, that's certainly true, but it's all worth it. And most importantly, in the process of gaining their trust, even if they intend to harm us, we have nothing to fear. The galaxy's attack methods are no threat to our Potterad. This alone makes us invincible, so I don't think there's anything to worry about. Within the Potterad civilization, its operations chief analyzed the situation for the senior leadership and offered his opinion. After several rounds of deliberation, they ultimately decided not to risk alerting the Galactic Center civilization. Instead, they should proceed according to their original plan, mobilizing new warships to replenish the damaged fleet, and then continuing their campaign against the Shadow Alliance. This process would take some time, providing ample opportunity to thoroughly explore the wormholes in the post-apocalypse galaxy. The Galactic Center civilization and the other civilizations participating in the war were also dissatisfied with being defeated so severely by an alliance with significantly lower combat power. They also wanted to reap the fruits of victory, so they agreed to the Potterad civilization's proposal. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Galactic Center civilization also began to utilize their expertise to explore the wormholes in the post-apocalypse galaxy. Thus, the focus of the war between the two sides temporarily shifted from a battle between capital fleets to a showdown between peripheral forces. For a period of time afterwards, the post-apocalypse galaxy became virtually a battlefield, with warships of all types engaging in combat, and fierce battles between exploration teams. The destruction of stars in the starry sky is commonplace. There are also cases where, while exploring a wormhole, a spacecraft encounters another, breaking the wormhole and being shattered by spatial turbulence. During this process, the Galactic Center civilization once again demonstrated its sharp exploration capabilities. The Potterad civilization discovered that the Galactic Center's perception of battlefield information was even more acute than their own. They could reveal crucial details about many things they hadn't detected, especially the wormhole routes within many star regions. It was the powerful performance of the Galactic Center civilization that significantly accelerated the Coalition's pursuit of the Shadow Alliance. This efficiency and accuracy of their exploration caught the Shadow Alliance off guard, and they realized their geographical advantage over their opponents was rapidly shrinking. What was even more unexpected for the Shadow Alliance was that the hidden microcosm they had long ago prepared to house their escape plan fleet was discovered by the Coalition forces during this process. To be more precise, it was discovered by the Galactic Center civilization. This moment of desperation truly ignited the Shadow Alliance. This hidden microcosm, constructed after the Shadow Alliance's cessation of operations, housed a fleet of meticulously crafted long-distance structures. The existence of this microcosm allowed them to pursue their pursuit without worry. Even if they couldn't defeat their opponent, they could still escape unexpectedly. The Shadow Alliance had only begun the Wormhole Link project after completing this hidden microcosm. They had invested heavily in this project for their own safety and survival. But they had never expected the hidden microcosm to be discovered at such a critical moment. The escape plan hadn't even been activated yet, as the Shadow Alliance believed they could hold out for a while thanks to the wormhole's advantage. Originally, they had planned to use this time to complete the escape plan, which involved quietly relocating the main bodies of the various civilizations to the microcosm, placing them aboard their escape ships, and then, while the fleet engaged in a tug-of-war with the enemy, embarking on a path out of the Hochi galaxy. However, now, having received the news, the Coalition forces of the Poulderate and Galactic Core civilizations had turned their attention, targeting this microcosm directly. Chapter 1329. With a single message, the Silverheart civilization reversed the Coalition's strategic disadvantage against the Shadow Alliance, achieving the prerequisite of attacking where they must rescue. Thus, the initial pursuit of the Shadow Alliance's fleeing fleet transformed into a direct assault. The partially replenished Coalition forces reached full warp speed, heading straight for the Shadow Alliance's hidden microcosm. To protect their microcosm, the latter had no choice but to hastily initiate their escape plan. They mobilized their fleet, originally intended to lure the Coalition's pursuit and then use wormholes to divert fleets for targeted destruction, to intercept the incoming Coalition forces, hoping to buy more time for their escape plan. However, they were ultimately a step too slow, or perhaps the Silverheart civilization's superior detection capabilities caught them off guard, leaving them completely on the defensive. The fleet sent to stop the Coalition forces were clearly no match for them. In a head-on engagement, the conventional fleets of the Potterad civilization alone would have been victorious, not to mention the galaxy and Potterad. The Shadow Alliance was defeated even faster than they had imagined. Their hastily launched escape plan was blocked by the Coalition's peripheral forces due to the Galactic Center civilization's well-informed intelligence. By the time the Coalition fleet finally reached the starry sky where the hidden microcosm lay, only a little over 7 billion sub-civilization-class transport ships had escaped, likely launched by the civilization that had entered the hidden microcosm earlier. These transport ships did manage to escape, but they weren't the entirety of the Shadow Alliance's main civilizations. Most of the Shadow Alliance's main civilizations were anticipated and intercepted by the Coalition forces as they made their way to the hidden microcosm. Only a few individuals from the civilization closest to the hidden microcosm escaped. Dramatically, the discovery of this hidden microcosm used for their escape plan by the Silverheart civilization caused the Black Shadow Alliance to hastily launch its plan, triggering a series of subsequent chain reactions. Many civilizations that had previously been hiding, or whose main bodies were temporarily less vulnerable to capture by the Coalition forces, were captured on the spot by the Coalition forces simply because they had escaped and fled to the hidden microcosm. A war that could have lasted another millennium was prematurely ended by a single piece of intelligence from the Silverheart civilization. Of course, the Black Shadow Alliance, with its 13 level 6 civilizations, could not capture them all in one fell swoop. Although some civilizations' main bodies had been captured, they still had fleets roaming the starry sky. As long as those fleets remained, they had individual lives and a chance to make a comeback. But that was only a chance. As veteran plunderers, the Potterad civilization naturally sought to siege these scattered fleets. Although their focus was on the main bodies of each civilization, after all, the main body of a civilization carried everything, they also did not want to see a resurgence, so they eliminated as many as possible. The outcome is decided. The Putilard civilization and the Silver Heart civilization group quickly transitioned from large-scale group battles to reaping the fruits of victory. During this period, the Putilard civilization was also very generous. True to their previous agreement, they gave half of almost all the spoils to the Silver Heart civilization. Everyone copied and shared the technological data, and each took half of the transport ships within the Shadow Alliance's hidden microcosm. As for the majority population of each civilization in the Shadow Alliance, they also divided it in half, as agreed. However, cracking the genetic locks of the intelligent life forms within the Shadow Alliance civilizations would depend on their own efforts, as they couldn't help, and even if they did, they wouldn't trust them. From beginning to end, the Potterad civilization displayed no ill will, and fully fulfilled its promises. Even while dividing the spoils, they even promoted their theory of the future destiny of the universe to the Silver Heart civilization, presenting a righteous victory, as if the Shadow Alliance were truly heinous cosmic parasites. It must be said that the Potterad civilization's sincere attitude and actions were indeed successful. They did gain the trust of the Silver Heart civilization group, but not the Silver Heart itself. In fact, during the division of the spoils, the Silver Heart civilization had already proposed to the Great Voyage Organization meeting that the Lyra or Falcon attack the Potterad, while the Awakener civilization directly raided the enemy's main civilization and plundered the Potterad. The Shinju civilization disagreed with this approach in principle, but they also hoped that their conventional warships could match the combat effectiveness of the Potterad civilization, so they abstained from voting. The Awakener civilization expressed indifference, but said that such an action would not benefit them much, so they also abstained from voting. The Star Defenders advocated for the destruction of the Potterad civilization, arguing that its matter wave technology was inadequate and tarnished the reputation of his old friend, the Stargazer. The Falcon and Dia civilizations fully supported the proposal. Yu Yuan, representing the human civilization, abstained from voting. He saw that 3 civilizations had already voted in favor, and he didn't need to offend them just to be the good guy. Furthermore, if they could truly acquire the Potterad technology, it would be beneficial to the Grand Voyage Organization. The Galactic Center civilization's proposal received 3 votes in favor, 0 against, and 3 abstentions, thus passing the Potterad civilization proposal. Of course, to prevent the proposal from being directly rejected by the Divine Threads, the Silver Heart civilization didn't directly mention plundering the Potterad civilization. Instead, they argued that the Potterad civilization, under the pretext of the future of the universe, had committed heinous crimes by plundering other Level 6 civilizations, and that the Great Voyage Organization should uphold justice for the vast majority of Level 6 civilizations. And so on. This, of course, was a veneer of false justice, but it was better than directly arguing for plunder and then drawing opposition from the Divine Threads. The results showed that this tactic was effective, with the Divine Threads abstaining from voting. The proposal was approved, but the timing of its implementation remains to be determined, as the Silver Heart civilization also wanted to eliminate the Potterad without bloodshed. However, this wasn't easy. For the Lyra to arrive, the existence of the Grand Voyage Organization couldn't be concealed. As the host of this incident, the Galactic Heart civilization was worried about this very issue. In fact, in addition to the Galactic Heart civilization proposal, during the discussion, the Falcon civilization also proposed absorbing the Potterad civilization into the Grand Voyage Organization. However, the Divine Matrix civilization rejected this proposal outright, apparently disliking such a predatory civilization. However, even as the several technologically advanced civilizations of the Grand Voyage Organization were deliberating, the Potterad civilization took the initiative. The Potterad civilization was remarkably patient. Its flagship never displayed any area of effect strike capabilities, leading everyone to believe it truly lacked such capabilities. After all, after such a large-scale battle, any such capabilities would have been deployed long ago. Furthermore, the Potterad civilization had behaved in a completely unremarkable manner, leading the other civilizations to trust them. This was during the time when everyone was dividing the spoils, and no one expected these individuals to launch an attack at this moment. As for the Galactic Center civilization, they couldn't find any fault with the Pre-Dollard civilization. The reason they remained vigilant was entirely because they wanted to take down the Pre-Dollard civilization. The Pre-Dollard civilization's actions were driven by their impatience. The Galactic Centers demonstrated detection capabilities after the Great Battle had made them extremely wary. They feared that if they waited any longer, the galactic center would detect their anomalies. So, they seized upon the moment of victory, while everyone was still savoring the fruits of victory and letting down their guard, to launch their attack. The target, of course, was the galactic center's flagship, the Galaxy. Before this, to ensure the success of their surprise attack, the pre-dollar think tank devised a plan. They first extended an invitation to the Galactic Center civilization, inviting the Galactic Center Alliance to join them in forming the Grand Voyage Alliance. They claimed that since setting foot in the starry sky, they had finally found a like-minded partner. The invitation to form the Grand Voyage Alliance was specifically from a civilization that shared their ideals. Honestly, the leaders of the Galactic Heart civilization were quite tempted, as were many of its advisors. If they weren't already members of the Galactic Grand Voyage organization, they might have actually considered it. However, even if they did consider it, they would remain cautious. This was due, not to any other reason, but simply to the Galactic Heart civilization's understanding of them. They felt that the Potterad civilization was of the same ilk. If they were, then, by putting themselves in their shoes, they knew they too would want to destroy them. However, the Potterad civilization's proposal to form an alliance happened to coincide with the Grand Voyage organization's discussion, so the Galactic Heart civilization could only feign compliance for the time being. However, the Potterad civilization was even more ruthless, launching an attack right as the two sides were negotiating the formation of the Grand Voyage Alliance. At first, the two fleets maintained a distance of 3 light-years, but as the spoils from the transport ships hidden in the Dark Shadow Alliance's microcosm were divided, the fleets gradually merged. After all, they had to go into the microcosm to claim the spoils. The sub-civilization class transport ships within were numerous, and simply using them would have been enough to launch the Grand Voyage organization. To demonstrate their appreciation for the spoils, the leader of the Potterad civilization, under the guise of an inspection, sailed the Potterad into the microcosm. During this period, they also held simultaneous negotiations with the Galactic Center civilization on the formation of the Grand Voyage Alliance. But the purpose of all this was to get the Potterad within 2 light-years of the galaxy. They succeeded. The Potterad, before entering the microcosm, successfully arrived within 2 light-years of the galaxy. It was at this moment that the Galactic Center, who had been plotting a way to trick these individuals, noticed a large group of Potterad suddenly appear at their location at the entrance to the microcosm. The sudden change startled the Galactic Center personnel aboard the Galaxy. Without a word, they immediately activated the long-awaited 3-dimensional shuttle portal, allowing the Galaxy, which had been in relative motion, to enter. Almost the moment the Galaxy entered the 3-dimensional shuttle portal, a Potterad clone approximately a light-year away instantly transformed into its original form. Then, as if activating something, it trembled violently. At the same time, inside the Potterad. Probability wave maneuvering complete. Space-time vector alignment complete. Strike coordinates confirmed. Regional bosonic wave particle duality parameters given. Assignment started. Assignment completed. Black domain strike completed. In the instant the system displayed a rapid movement across the screen, the photons in the spacetime originally occupied by the Galaxy suddenly changed, becoming sluggish. Their speed plummeted from 300,000 kilometers per second, then within a few breaths, froze to 12 meters per second. At the same time, the spacetime curvature parameters also became incredibly smooth due to a series of changes. The forces distorting spacetime began to slip. Ships that had been traveling at warp speed unknowingly exited warp, their warp engines still throttled, like cars skidding in place. The spacetime they inhabited had changed. The speed of light here had become extremely low, and space had become incredibly smooth. All the warp engines on the ships were running, but they couldn't propel a single warp bubble. The area originally occupied by the Galaxy, approximately 1.618 light-years, seemed to have frozen, or rather become sluggish. From an optical perspective, all ships within the area had vanished, leaving only pitch black. The warships, spaceships, and everything else within seemed to have sunk into a swampy morass, each one sluggish, stuck in a time all its own. The entire area had become a black cage, and every ray of light would pause violently as it passed through the black barrier, its speed shifting from sprinting to a slow crawl. The Potterad civilization had created a black zone here, a black cage 1.618 light-years across. Potterad civilization. The leader of the Galactic Core civilization, still on a video call with the other party, glared at them with his 4 eyes and shouted angrily. "We almost capsized. We, the mighty Galactic Center civilization, are the only ones who can outmaneuver others, never outmaneuver us. We almost capsized today." The Galactic Center leader's face was grimacing. Only the Galaxy dodged the attack, and it did so at the critical moment. If it weren't for the Galactic Center's unrivaled detection technology, the galaxy might have been hit. Faced with the Galactic Center leader's furious roar, the Grand Leader of the Putolard civilization and the senior officials participating in the meeting beside him were visibly stunned. They were clearly shocked by the fact that the supposedly surefire Black Domain attack hadn't hit the galaxy. They knew full well that if it had, the crew on the galaxy wouldn't be roaring like they were now. Sorry, system malfunction, accidental discharge. The Grand Leader of the Putolard civilization, recovering from his shock, said these high-sounding words with their characteristic smile. Though he said so, the Putolard was not idle. After missing its first shot, it immediately entered its cloned state again and charged towards the galaxy. The relationship had already been broken, so there was no need to hold back. We had to destroy them before they became familiar with our attack methods. We absolutely couldn't let the galaxy escape. Haha, I thought the great Potterad civilization was testing the strength of our future ally, but it turned out to be a rubbish system malfunction. The leader of the Silver Heart civilization retorted. The galaxy was also not idle, but instead of attacking the Potterad, it headed towards the star field where the Great Voyage Organization's headquarters were located. What a joke. The galaxy's combat units were all wiped out in a single wave. What a waste of time, of course. We should flee and call for support. Chapter 1330. Run for your life. This was the sole thought on the minds of the Silver Heart people aboard the galaxy. They moved with remarkable speed, using the three-dimensional space portals originally intended for combat as a means of escape. Oh no, this was actually the original use of three-dimensional space travel technology. When the Silver Heart civilization acquired this unique technology, their first thought wasn't to use it to attack others, but to escape. The reason was simple. The so-called others were the Reapers. Potterads, you're in big trouble. If I were you, I'd stop pursuing you now, and apologize immediately. Perhaps you could still save your civilization. If you dare pursue us again, you'd be doomed. Three-dimensional space portals appeared one after another, as if the galaxy had mastered the art of fragmentation, its head and tail belonging to different dimensions. While fleeing, its leader didn't forget to send a message to the Potterad civilization through quantum entanglement. Just after sending the message to the Potterad civilization, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization switched to the internal channel. Don't run in one direction, so the Potterad civilization won't notice you. And don't run so fast, or they won't chase you. We understand. After dodging a ranged attack, the galaxy began to maneuver. They could have still counterattacked while fleeing, but to appear exhausted, they didn't open the space portals in those directions. Perhaps they felt they couldn't strike back. Haha, alarmist. The leader of the Potterad civilization sneered. He had great confidence in the Potterad because it had a ranged attack capability, while the galaxy did not. Although he could see that the galaxy was quite fast, he believed that as long as he continued to pursue, he would eventually catch up. He was confident because the Potterad consumed much less energy in pursuit mode than in combat. It deployed clones in a single, one-way fashion, rather than creating a multitude of them like in previous group battles. Of course, he also observed that the galaxy, while fleeing, only looked at the shuttle gate in front of it, also conserving energy. Then it came down to who had the better endurance. Clearly, the Potterad had misjudged. The reason the Galactic Center civilization had been able to exist in the Milky Way for so long was due, firstly, to their advanced concealment technology and, secondly, to their rapid escape speed. If they truly desperately tried to escape, they could use three-dimensional teleportation technology to travel thousands of light years in a single breath. After that, their specialized technology would enter overload, and by then, they would have long since vanished into the vast sea of stars. They had used this tactic to escape electronic warfare vessels numerous times in the past. The pursuit from the Proto-War civilization was now far less of a threat to them, and they felt no pressure at all. The Galactic Center civilization didn't even bother hiding the galaxy, simply to let the Proto-War see where they were heading. It must be said that the Predolars' clone-like maneuvering method was quite durable. They were able to cover 5,000 light years in a single breath, keeping pace with the galaxy. However, just when they thought they had lost the chase, they were surprised to discover that the galaxy seemed to have run out of steam, ceasing its teleportation through the three-dimensional shuttle gate and switching to normal warp speed. After a while, once the Proto-War had recharged its clone-like maneuvering method, they pounced on the galaxy again, closing the gap of more than 10 light years. However, they had only just reached the 3 or 4 light years the galaxy had agreed to, when they saw it enter the three-dimensional shuttle gate again. After this repeated several times, the Putolard civilization began to sense something was amiss. It was simply too coincidental. How could the galaxy always activate its teleportation mode just as it was about to catch up? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Elda muttered, looking at the galaxy icon on the tachyon radar screen. I feel the same way. Do they really have some spare capacity? It's unscientific and makes no sense, a military officer shared. They had been observing the galaxy for a while. Its current performance was similar to previous battles, and the data parameters it was reporting were largely consistent. But they still felt something was amiss. Is this really a trap to lure us? A staff officer expressed his concern. Lure? We already figured out their hidden abilities, so what's the point? Does the galaxy have some hidden technological applications it hasn't yet unveiled? If so, why would it run? That doesn't make sense. Yes, Apotarad suddenly realized. Pointing to several points marked on the star map, he said with a tone of sudden enlightenment, look, the galaxy's escape route isn't heading towards their main civilization. Could it be that they're trying to divert us, the Potarad, so that their main civilization has ample time to evacuate? Everyone on the Potarad saw that it was indeed the case. The galaxy's flight took many turns, but its overall direction was moving away from their main civilization, completely consistent with this theory. We've been tricked. The Potarad leader clearly agreed, though he didn't seem to be changing his strategy. But so what? Given the combat power of their main civilization, they still need the Potarad to personally dispatch them. They're overconfident. The leader of the Potarad civilization decided to continue the pursuit and ordered the Grand Fleet to dispatch supply ships to the star region where the galaxy was fleeing. He had already sent the Grand Fleet toward the main body of the Galactic Center civilization, and the purpose of scattering supply ships across the starry sky was, of course, to provide the Potarad with rapid resupply. The two flagships were now almost equally fast, but if they could continue the pursuit until the galaxy ran out of energy and stopped to resupply, the Potarad could rely on the supply ships to be resupplied first, thus destroying the fleeing flagship. In this way, the Potarad pursued for thousands more light years. As if the pursuit had become too monotonous, the grand leader of the Potarad civilization sent another quantum entanglement video call to the galaxy. Unlike previous attempts, this time the Galactic Center civilization actually answered the call. The great leader chuckled at the starfish-like lifeform on the screen, saying, "Foolish Galactic Center civilization, our fleet is almost upon your main civilization. My final piece of advice to you, halt, surrender, and surrender immediately. Perhaps, out of sheer delight, we spare you the opportunity to bomb one of your habitable ships." Ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the galaxy had actually stopped. This action made him a little uncomfortable, but he continued his mocking taunts as before. TSK. Why are you so obedient this time? Do you know you can't escape? Or are you, like those members of the Shadow Alliance, convinced you successfully lured us into a favorable position? Or perhaps your shuttle drive is overloaded? Sigh. Honestly, I really hope you find that kind of terrain, because I love to see you struggle. Ha ha ha. The Potarad didn't stop moving just because the galaxy stopped. It continued its clone-like maneuvering. As the saying goes, anything out of the ordinary is a sign of trouble. Despite the great leader's words, the other crew members aboard the Potarad never relaxed for a moment. Instead, they intensified their scans of the surrounding area, having stopped due to the galaxy's anomaly. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 1331. It was precisely this caution that allowed the Potarad civilization to detect something unusual during their continued advance. They discovered an icon labeled as a warship on their tachyon radar, located approximately 2 light-years to the side and rear of the galaxy, and 13 light-years away from the Potarad, well within the tachyon radar's detection range. This is the sparsely populated region of the post-apocalypse galaxy, where the average distance between stars is 21 light-years. The unknown warship that appeared on the tachyon radar was located just behind one of the stars before being detected. The tachyon scan was blocked by the star, preventing the Potarad from immediately detecting it. Oh, let me see what this is. A warship? Is this your backup plan? Or an ambush? It seems you run out of tricks. In the video chat box, a Potarad was unfazed, even taking time to continue his verbal attacks on the Galactic Center civilization. He had certainly considered the possibility of a backup plan from the Galactic Center, but he dismissed it as unimportant, believing the Galactic Center possessed a more powerful backup plan than the galaxy. Even on the other side, the leader of the Galactic Center was amused by the fact that the Potarad had dared to charge towards them even after discovering the problem. He blinked his eyes, looked at the Potarads on the communication screen, and said leisurely, "There's a saying, weakness and ignorance aren't obstacles to survival, arrogance is." After a pause, the leader of the Galactic Center seemed to be reminiscing. While there was still some time, he spoke in a storytelling tone. That's true. Arrogance alone is enough to bring about the destruction of a civilization. We once encountered an extremely powerful civilization called the Reaper civilization. The Reapers were so powerful that they suffocated even the top civilizations in the entire galaxy. Did you know that we managed to survive for tens of millions of years in such an environment? During this period, there was a civilization that possessed the same specialized matter wave technology as yours, but they were far more powerful than you. Your application of matter waves wouldn't even be enough to carry their shoes. Yet, their flagship, along with their powerful fleet, was annihilated by the Reapers in a single encounter. Can you imagine? Billions of warships reduced to ash in an instant. That flagship, with its powerful matter wave technology, was practically no different from an ordinary warship in the eyes of the Reapers. They were destroyed before they could even react. Those were truly desperate times. I'd rather not mention them unless absolutely necessary. Our galactic heart civilization, however, has survived the Reapers for tens of millions of years. The leader of the galactic heart civilization was reminiscing about the past when Grand Leader Potterad interrupted him. Even now, he maintained a playful tone. Oh, Reapers? That doesn't sound like a good thing. Could they be the so-called support ship next to you? So, what about that breathtakingly powerful existence? Leader of the Galactic Center civilization. No, they're not the Reapers. The Reapers perished because of arrogance. But you know what? Not only are you arrogant, you're also weak and ignorant. The Reapers perished simply because of arrogance. You possess all three. I truly feel sorry for you. Grand Leader Potterad. Haha, I understand. The Reapers you're referring to are probably the overlords of the galaxy you were born in, and they ultimately perished. Is this what you call a powerful civilization? How much knowledge can a civilization that hasn't even left its own galaxy, a civilization that hasn't even embarked on the Great Voyage, truly possess? It seems that even though you embarked on the Great Voyage, your knowledge is still too limited. Perhaps it's all been too easy. But never mind. It's an honor for you to meet us. We promise we carry your unique technology with us as we advance, and we mark it in the database as unique technology from the Galactic Center civilization. The leader of the Galactic Center civilization sighed again. Forget it. I had wanted to hold off a bit, letting you know what happened to your main civilization before sending you on your way. Unfortunately, those awakeners were too slow. It's a shame you die with regrets. These repeated words still made the primordial leadership feel uneasy, but they still believed in the primordial. The primordial civilization was the dominant force in its galaxy of origin, and since embarking on the Great Voyage, it had been unstoppable. How could they stop because of a few words and a newly appeared warship? However, when the primordial approached the galaxy approximately 4 light-years away, it discovered that the unknown warship had suddenly vanished from its tachyon radar. Some kind of teleportation technology. This phenomenon startled the primordials, and a sense of crisis crept into their hearts. However, years of invincibility had forged a strong spirit in them. No one panicked, but instead, they instantly regained composure. The various personnel aboard the Potterad immediately interacted with the ship's systems via brainwaves, keeping a constant eye on the starry sky. Over here. A Potterad called out via radio signal on the internal channel, and everyone saw the unknown ship's new location. 3.97 light-years? More people noticed the distance between the unknown ship's previous and current locations. The Potterad's detection system gave a very clear reading, but they were a little skeptical of the numbers they saw. How could this be possible? A civilization with teleportation-capable technology couldn't possibly travel beyond 3 light-years. Could this unknown ship possess level 7 technology? Now, the Potterads were genuinely nervous. But years of invincibility had kept many of them calm. They instantly realized the distance between the unknown warship and the Potterad. 0.79 light-years. What an opportunity! How foolish! Didn't they know our Potterad had area of effect strike capabilities? Idiot die! The Potterad, controlling the combat system, launched the Black Strike without hesitation. The 1.618 light-year range was definitely enough to cover the ignorant warship. The warship had just completed a teleport and was now facing their area of effect strike. There was absolutely no way to dodge it. The Potterads felt a little embarrassed by their earlier nervousness. They had thought they were facing a formidable opponent, but it turned out to be the Silver Spear Wax Head, a warship rushing to its doom. The Black Strike was successful, and everyone on the Potterad breathed a sigh of relief. After the Black Strike was successfully launched, they hadn't seen the unknown warship on their tachyon radar. It had clearly been hit by the Black Strike. Scared myself. It was a false alarm. Yeah, I haven't been this thrilling in years, haha. But seriously, this warship is quite beautiful. Now that you mention it, it's quite true. Look at the picture. That appears to be quark armor, right? And the streamlined design is beautifully crafted. The aesthetics are top-notch, more refined than the Galactic Center civilization. It's a shame we don't know what civilization they are. They must be a backup plan for the Galactic Center civilization, perhaps a member of the Galactic Center's maritime group. Speaking of which, the Galactic Center civilization is truly insidious, hiding such a backup plan. We almost capsized, but luckily we were more skilled. Yeah, why not ask the Galactic Center civilization about it? I'm dying to see their expressions now. The Potterad said this and glanced at the holographic screen, but to his surprise, the screen, which had just been in quantum communication, was completely devoid of the Galactic Center people. Did they hang up? He wondered for a moment, feeling a little sorry not to see the Galactic Center people's terrified expressions, but then he sensed something was amiss. He noticed the people around him seemed a bit panicked, each one busy staring at the control screen in front of them. What was going on? He looked at the great leader, only to see mercury oozing from his face. A sign of nervous perspiration among Potterads. The Potterad finally realized something was amiss, and quickly checked the tachyon radar, only to find nothing on it. There was no sign of the unknown warship, not even the galaxy. At this moment, another Potterad frantically shouted, "Great leader! Great leader! The spatial parameters are abnormal. This isn't right. The spatial parameters are completely messed up. Where is this? Oh my god, there's a huge chunk missing from the port side of the Potterad. No, not just the port side, but also a third of the aft section. That's the engine room. Oh my god, what's going on?" As a level 6 flagship, any breach in the hull would be automatically detected by the system, shutting down various internal passageways and dispatching nanobots to repair it. This is one of the reasons why the Potterads are still alive and talking. Chapter 1332. The Potterads finally realized they had been damaged, but many were confused as to how they had been attacked. In their minds, it was clearly the Potterad that had struck the warship, so how could they have suddenly been in such a different world? The great leader's face was grim. He had seen more than the other Potterads, because all the information the Potterad had detected was aggregated onto the holographic screen before him. So he understood what had happened. The belated detection system showed that when the Potterad launched its black zone attack, the warship, whose surface was like flowing water, had somehow vanished from its original position. It was so fast that the Potterad sensors hadn't even noticed its disappearance. At the same moment the Potterad successfully launched its black zone attack, the warship appeared on the other side of the Potterad, and then nothing more. The sensor's feedback ended there. Nothing more was detected after that. However, the Grand Leader could probably guess that the Potterad was hit the instant the Black Strike was successfully unleashed. The technicians had already sent him a wealth of technical specifications, which clearly stated that under those circumstances, the Potterad had no ability to dodge, let alone counterattack. Having just charged up and unleashed a wave of attacks, the Potterad needed a long time to recharge before launching a second Black Strike. As for dodging, the Grand Leader initially believed the Potterad had been careless this time. However, after reviewing the data analysis, he felt that even if the Potterad could use its clone ability, it would not be able to dodge, because the warship's teleportation speed was simply too fast, reaching the level of Planck time. It should be a level 7 civilization technology. The Galactic Center civilization is hiding it too well. This time, we were indeed too arrogant. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. I hope the main body of our civilization isn't as foolish as we are, otherwise the Potterad civilization will be in danger. The Potterad Grand Leader summarized his conclusion based on the data he had seen. His voice echoed within the only remaining Potterad, calming the restless Potterads considerably. Seeing that everyone had calmed down somewhat, the Potterad Grand Leader gave a knowing look to the great scientist beside him. The latter understood and took over, saying, "Colleagues, don't worry. Nanobots are working hard to repair the damage to the Potterad. We estimate that all damage will be repaired within 2 weeks. Although we stumbled and were hit by an unknown enemy attack, the good news is that we're not dead yet, right?" The great scientist encouraged everyone, as long as we're alive, there's still hope. Our survival also means that the unknown attack from that unknown warship was just a means to transport us to a strange dimension. As long as we can find a way out, we can still survive. Not only will we survive, we also have a chance to settle accounts with that warship. So everyone, stay strong and don't be frightened by the data before you. Our putular civilization has roamed the universe for tens of millions of years, and we've seen all sorts of battles. At this moment, We should work together to discover the laws governing this space. Let's work together for the future of Putalard civilization. It must be said that the prestige built up over the years by the great scientist and leader still holds true. After these words, the Putalards' expressions hardened, and they returned to their duties as usual. However, only the great leader's expression remained grim. After the great scientist finished, the great leader shut down all ship communications and lowered his voice to look at the science officer next to him. I need to know the true situation of the peddler. It's terrible, the engineer replied. We're working on repairs, but as of now, we don't know how the peddler was severed. In other words, the speed or the strangeness of the attack far exceeded our detection capabilities, and we couldn't see it at all. The science officer then added, yes, great leader, that's technology completely beyond our comprehension. Honestly, based on the data we collected so far, we might not be able to escape it even if it happened again. As for the current situation, it's even worse. We're still alive, but this space is completely beyond our comprehension. We don't even know how to detect it, and we can only rely on our naked eyes. No clue at all? The great leader was more anxious than ever. Yes, some scientists believe it's an unknown microscopic dimension, but I think that's nonsense. Just because we're alive, and well doesn't mean we can't be in the microscopic realm. How could a macroscopic object be in the microscopic realm? It completely contradicts our physical worldview. The science officer's voice faded as he spoke. Finally, he mustered the courage to say something he didn't even believe. Great leader, the only good news is that the supplies aboard the Potterad are enough for us to survive for a long time, more than enough to study these unknown phenomena. The great leader recognized it, but, unusually, he refrained from blaming us. Instead, he muttered to himself, it seems the Galactic Center civilization's final words were true. We might actually be inferior to that unknown civilization they were talking about, and the Reapers they were talking about might not be weak. We might have misunderstood the phrase overpowering the entire galaxy. Perhaps the top civilizations they were talking about were actually those with unique technologies. It's a bit sad indeed. Is this what it feels like to die with regret? The great leader thought about the scene when the galaxy came to a halt. Besides saying things that seemed incomprehensible at the time, he also thought about the unknown warship next to the galaxy. It was because of that warship that the galaxy had so brazenly stopped. After calming down, the great leader quickly made the connection. He realized that the Reapers mentioned by the Galactic Heart civilization were most likely killed by this warship, and it was most likely the galaxy's support. Thinking about it, the great leader closed his eyes and pondered. He believed that this must be the reason. The civilization behind the unknown warship must have defeated the Reapers. The difference in the Galactic Heart civilization's behavior, the first to run away and then confidently stop, was the best proof. Galactic Center civilization, even if you didn't tell me, I could already imagine it. You want us to die with regret? No way. The great leader thought to himself, muttering regretfully, it's a pity that none of this can be verified. We don't even know the civilization behind that unknown warship. At this moment, he still believed that the Potterad could still escape this space, so the next moment, when he heard the technician say that the Potterad's engine was still functional, he was extremely happy. However, this was his last joy, because after he ordered the Potterad to move, his thoughts were forever frozen in that final moment. A quantum tide, as if created out of nothing, swept in from the microscopic realm that encompassed the Potterad and everything within it. Without any reaction from the Potteradians, it transformed them all into part of the infinitesimal Calabayao current. Swallowed by the quantum tide, they ultimately became part of the microscopic. The infinitesimal plus their own little remained infinite, not even causing a ripple in that infinite safe. Chapter 1333. The Potterad, the flagship of the Potterad civilization, vanished completely. Due to their arrogance and the Lyra's rapid movements, the Potterads aboard it were unable to report their situation to the civilization's headquarters before being struck. However, the civilization's headquarters was no fool. Thanks to quantum entanglement communication, they noticed the Potterad's loss of contact shortly after its disappearance. However, as a civilization traversing the vast galaxy, their initial reaction was disbelief. Until they saw a fleet appear under their sensors. The fleet had a very regular appearance, with a total of only about 1.7 billion or 1.8 billion men, seemingly lacking combat effectiveness. The fleet remaining at the Potterad headquarters had far more warships. The original fleet, plus the newly produced warships, totaled over 11 billion, almost 6 times the incoming force. With the flagship missing, command naturally fell to the fleet's highest commander. Faced with a fleet numbering only 1.7 billion or 1.8 billion men, The commander was not intimidated. He was confident in his fleet's combat effectiveness, but he also knew the incoming forces were hostile. Therefore, upon discovering the fleet was heading for the main body of his civilization, the commander wasted no time in issuing orders, intending to teach the fleet a lesson before questioning them. Years of long-distance sailing had taught him that if he wanted to get a fleet like this to answer questions honestly, he had to give it a blow first. Only when it hurt would it behave. The Putillar civilization had always fought with fewer troops against more, but now that they had the opportunity to do so, the commander felt a different mood. He was even ready to experience the power of numbers. As he anticipated, the battle was imminent. But the outcome was somewhat different from what he imagined. He initially assumed the enemy would open fire as soon as they entered the 3 light-year range, but surprisingly, not a single ship opened fire. It was as if they hadn't even equipped their main guns. Like complete novices in warfare, they charged headlong towards his fleet. Are the captains of these rectangular warships crazy? What are they trying to do? Seeking their own deaths? The commander of the Putillar fleet was stunned by the situation. This was the first time he's seen a fleet act this way since embarking on the great voyage. Commander Cossanier, shall we fight? While he was lost in thought, the squadron commander's order came over the communication channel. The fleet commander known as Cossanier thought for a tenth of a second before replying, no rush, just play along with these ignorant guys. At this range anyway, the main gun's power is greatly reduced, and they should be thinking the same thing. Let's get closer and fire. Roger. Understood. Got it. The squadrons responded enthusiastically. In their view, these rectangular warships stood no chance at long range, let alone at close range. In terms of swarm battles, the Putillar civilization was invincible, a fact they had maintained since the Great Voyage began. Thus, the two fleets, which should have engaged in a fierce clash upon entering range, unexpectedly maintained a rare tacit agreement to hold fire, leaving the Awakeners aboard the rectangular warships somewhat bewildered. They had braced themselves for all manner of fire from the Putillar fleet, but who would have thought they would remain silent? The Awakener, the leader of this operation, spoke through a hallucination, ignore them. Let's keep moving. According to intelligence, the standard warships of the Putillar civilization are very formidable. Their shield system is crucial for us. That three-dimensional, multi-layered modular shield is difficult to penetrate at long range, so we should get as close as possible, preferably within 10 Australian dollars. Awakener 1 wasn't worried about his fellow Awakeners being hit. He was concerned that his own Awakeners wouldn't be able to penetrate the enemy's shields. Thinking of this, Awakener 1 sighed again. He felt the Awakener civilization's offensive capabilities were still too weak. After this battle, he must seize the Putillar civilization's weapons systems. With this in mind, he instructed each Awakener to fight hard, show the Awakener civilization's might, and never let the Falcon and Divine Principle civilizations underestimate them. Before setting off, these two civilizations had unashamedly expressed doubts about the Awakeners' offensive capabilities. They believed the Awakeners' weapons couldn't penetrate the shields of Putillar's conventional warships, and that the Neutron Battlestar and Falcon should be sent instead. Awakener 1 naturally declined. The Awakener didn't need any help with a mere Putillar fleet. As for the Neutron Battlestar and Falcon, they headed to another star field. The target was the Shadow Alliance's hidden microcosm, where a fleet belonging to the Putillar civilization existed. Conventional deployment by other civilizations would be unsuccessful, so the two flagships were sent on their own. After the Galactic Center civilization's call for help, tasks were assigned. Because the Lyra had also gone off to rescue the galaxy, the human civilization's Consciousness Link fleet was assigned to defend the home turf. As for the Star Defender, he originally had no mission assigned, as several technological civilizations felt he would be of little use in group battles. However, he ultimately assigned himself a mission, to operate alongside the Awakener. Needless to say, the Dia civilization's flagship was destroyed by a single shot from the Putillar. They are now struggling to design a new flagship and select a new leader. On the starry battlefield, watching the Awakeners continue their charge, the commander-in-chief of the Putillar civilization fleet finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, these rectangular warships really don't know how to spell death. All fleets, listen to my command, crush them." The two sides were only a little over 3,000 astronomical units apart, yet the enemy was still charging. The commander suspected a trick. At a command, a chorus of artillery roared. The Putillar fleet, already locked onto the enemy, launched a salvo of void strike attacks in small groups. At such close range, they were confident that even a single salvo would pierce the enemy's shields, but to increase their chances of success, they opted for a salvo. Following the void strike were massive salvos of tachyon beams, warp missiles, and gravity bombs, which were also hurled wildly at the enemy. Warships equipped with large-scale space-slicing weapons also fired black lines into the void. In an instant, the previously quiet void erupted into a turmoil, signaling the start of a massive, group-wide battle on both the visible and invisible battlefields. However, the Potarads, who had completed their salvos, were perplexed. They discovered that, despite firing such a fierce volley, not a single hit had been registered. What's going on? Aim carefully. Don't you understand lead time? Don't you understand how to use a large-scale strike? Why can't you even hit at close range? Faced with the commander's hysterical shouting, the Potarads aboard the warships intensified their efforts. They adjusted parameters and, with the coordination of their onboard computers, launched a second salvo. But the result remained the same. Unconvinced, the Potarads fired several more salvos, but with the same results, they assumed the salvo was to blame and allowed the ships to fire freely. But the result was the same, all weapons missed. But this time, they finally realized the problem. Those rectangular warships seemed to have precognitive abilities. Before firing, they would seemingly inadvertently perform certain maneuvers, which then happened to evade their own attacks. A single occurrence might be a coincidence, but the fact that nearly all the warships did the same was no coincidence. Unique technology? Impossible. How could the Galactic Center civilization have other unique technologies? No. This style of warship doesn't seem to have appeared in the civilizations originally led by the Galactic Center. Could it be a different civilization? The commander was baffled, but he felt something was terribly wrong. He couldn't contact the flagship, and now this fleet had directly tracked down his own civilization. Just as he was puzzled, a message arrived from the hidden microcosm of the Black Shadow Alliance. It was a message from the fleet in that star field. The message was brief, simply stating that a flagship-class warship and a neutron star had been spotted in the detector's field of view. Chapter 1334. A flagship-class warship pulling a neutron star? The commander of the main civilization's fleet was stunned for a moment, his mind still wondering how much power the flagship would need to pull a neutron star. He hadn't even had time to think of what it would use. No, Your Excellency Commander Kosanier, it's a normal flagship and a neutron star. According to our observations, the neutron star is traveling at warp speed. While it's absurd, it's absolutely true. Our preliminary assessment is that it's an unknown civilization in the post-apocalypse galaxy that has mastered unique technology, or perhaps a civilization that has recently sailed from an extragalactic system. Hearing this, Kosanier hurriedly said, Your Excellency Kukadoro, please abandon all illusions and prepare for battle. Now that the Potarad has lost contact, the main body of the civilization is under attack from an unknown fleet, and two strange warships have appeared in your second fleet's cluster. The situation is truly dire. As for the sudden downturn, I discovered it started when we began attacking the Galactic Center civilization. The Potarad also lost contact while pursuing the galaxy, so I have a bold countermeasure. The unknown fleet our main civilization has encountered, and the two strange warships you encountered, are all related to the Galactic Center civilization. Kukadoro shuddered, sweat breaking out on his face. Yes, it must be. That neutron star must be a unique technological artifact, and perhaps the flagship that appeared with it is also. Oh my god. The galaxy and this flagship, a neutron star, 3 in total. How could one civilization have 3 unique technological artifacts? Could everything that happened before have been a Galactic Center act? Like us, or perhaps even luckier, they disrupted and defeated so many unique technological civilizations along the Great Voyage, and by capturing their intelligent beings and cracking their genetic locks, they'd taken them under their wing, accumulating so much unique technology. Kukadoro shared this terrifying thought with the main civilization, only to receive an even more disturbing response. Kosanier, through a rapid, biological thought wave signal conversion, said solemnly, You are correct, Your Excellency Kukadoro. But things may be even worse than you suggest. This fleet at Civilization Headquarters also very likely possesses a unique technology, a collective one. They appear to possess some kind of precognitive ability, making it impossible for us to reach them. For unique technologies? Kukadoro panicked. This was an emotion unsuitable for a fleet commander, but the situation was truly beyond his composure. What should I do? Kukadoro glanced at the key personnel around him, and mentally estimated the number of warships currently in the first fleet cluster. He calmed down, but he couldn't help but think about the Potarad. They must have destroyed the Potarad. He hadn't expected the Galactic Center civilization to be so powerful, and so skilled in disguise. It seemed this time he had no choice but to fight to the death. Our putrid civilization has roamed the galaxy for countless years. How could we be frightened by two warships? He glanced again at the unknown flagship and neutron star approaching at warp speed, then immediately switched to the First Fleet's internal channel. Good men of Putalard, great and fearless warriors, our Putalard civilization has swept the galaxy since embarking on its voyage, but it hasn't been without its share of crises. But no matter how many crises there are, we survive them. Crisis has made us stronger, as it always has been. See? Let's work together to destroy those two arrogant warships. Defeat them, and Putalard civilization will forever shine across the galaxy. The Potterad civilization will forever shine above the galaxy. The Potterad civilization will forever shine above the galaxy. The Potterad civilization will forever shine above the galaxy. Excluding the previous losses, the First Fleet still had approximately 3 billion battleships, and countless other warships, while the enemy had only 2. 3 billion versus 2, the advantage is mine. Disperse your formation and prepare for battle. Cucadoro shouted, knowing the enemy would likely launch an area of effect attack. Morale had been boosted, slogans had been shouted, and all that remained was a desperate fight. Just as he was about to enter combat mode, the main civilization had already engaged in close combat. That distance was truly a close encounter for a level 6 civilization. The square-shaped warships had advanced to within dozens of astronomical units, practically squaring them, but the rectangular warships remained silent and continued their advance. To Cosanier's despair, his own warships remained elusive. Whether it was free fire or coordinated blockade strikes, the rectangular warships dodged them as if they could predict the future. Even with their dense firepower, the enemy could only withstand the attacks with less critical parts or with pre-positioned shields. Since the opening fire, the battlefield appeared to be entirely dominated by their own warships, but in reality, only Cosanier, the commander, understood that the initiative lay with the enemy. It must be this unique technology. Cosanier had forced himself to believe that a single civilization possessed 4 unique technologies, but he could never accept it. Furthermore, the different designs of the warships he had seen made him believe another possibility more likely, that the enemy was an organization. The Galactic Center civilization was merely one member of an organization, perhaps comprised of multiple civilizations possessing unique technologies. Cosoniel felt this was more likely. He had indeed uncovered the truth, but it had no impact on the battle. His warships remained unable to reach those slippery creatures. Cosoniel's initial confidence gave way to surprise, and finally to inexplicable horror. Finally, the group of boxy warships opened fire, returning fire only after they had gathered within 10 astronomical units. With the Awakener's attack, Cosoniel's last shred of hope was shattered. He discovered that these warships not only had their evasion skills maxed out, but their strikes were also nearly 100% accurate, as if predictive strikes. Their warships often encountered enemy fire head-on while dodging. Even more astonishingly, some ships even had randomized movement systems activated, yet they were still accurately targeted. It was as if they were predicting the future. Cosoniel's heart sank, and he even suspected that the enemy possessed some unique technology related to time. That's time. How could it be possible? Perhaps, the only thing that could bring Cosanier some solace right now was the shield system of his own warships. He discovered that while the rectangular warships were very good at dodging, and their attacks were almost always accurate, they still had difficulty breaking through his own warship's shields. We're still strong. Cosanier's despair finally eased a little. Chapter 1335. It must be said that the overall strength of the Potterad civilization's warships is truly formidable, so formidable that even the Awakeners found it frustrating. The Awakeners discovered that even if they advanced to within 10 astronomical units of the enemy before launching an attack, they still couldn't destroy the Potterad civilization's warships with a single shot. Even for spatial slicing, the Potterad warships possess corresponding directional spatial stabilization defenses, and the technology was extremely advanced, far superior to that of the average level 6 civilization's spatial stabilization. The Awakeners discovered that upon detecting that a typical level 6 civilization's warship had become the target of a spatial slicing weapon, its defense system would activate a spatial stabilization program, reinforcing the space around the warship and dissipating the energy from the spatial slicing before it reached the ship, thus achieving its defensive purpose. However, the Potterad civilization's warships employed a more advanced and efficient method. Their system achieved directional spatial stabilization specifically for the warship itself. This technology was unavailable to average level 6 civilizations, not even the Momota civilization. The Awakeners speculated that this was a specialized technology developed by a civilization with extensive research in space stabilization. The Awakeners were impressed by the formidable defensive capabilities of the Potterad civilization's conventional warships. Since leaving the Triangulum system, they hadn't encountered such a formidable civilization. In terms of main guns, shields, and armor alone, the Awakeners couldn't match them, or indeed, any of the conventional warships of any civilization belonging to the Grand Voyage organization. Even at such close range, sinking a single enemy warship proved exceedingly difficult. Each warship would require dozens, or even hundreds of attacks to penetrate its shields. Since the opening fire, not a single Awakener hadn't felt ashamed of their attacks. Of course, every Awakener was a well-rounded warrior, and while they felt ashamed, they also understood the reason. The Potterad civilization's research in the fundamental technology of level 6 civilizations was far more in-depth than their own. If it weren't for the third-person piloting mode, the Awakeners would never have won. Though the Awakeners evaded all attacks through nimble maneuvering, the more they fought, the more they felt agonized, as if they were simmering with a nameless fire. It was truly aggrieved. But they were merely frustrated, while the Potterad civilization felt despair. No hit at all. Just as Kusanier was losing hope, the captain of a warship excitedly shouted over the communication channel. "Haha, we hit it!" Wow, finally. Kusanier struggled out of his despair, and glanced at the synchronized information with anticipation. It was the hit feedback system, indicating a hit. Against the powerful attack of the Potterad battleship, the Awakener's conventional shields were effectively useless, so a hit was enough to destroy it. Now, Kusanier felt like he could win again. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. One brings two, and two brings three. As soon as the hit was announced, the same excited voice rang out over the communication channel again, from another battleship. "Hit! Haha, we hit it too! Great, we hit it too! Damn rectangular battleships, damn them all!" Behind each shout of excitement were streams of system feedback. It had indeed hit. However, with his years of combat experience, Kusanier noticed something amiss. He immediately retrieved the tachyon radar data, and compared it with the information returned by the group of warships. He discovered that none of the rectangular warships on the battlefield had disappeared. Furthermore, the locations indicated by the hit information appeared to be the same. Something feels off. Kusanier pondered for a second, then immediately ordered the directional reconnaissance fleet to scan that location carefully. While the scan itself might have been fine, the scan itself was a startling discovery. He discovered an unknown object in the starry sky, hurtling at a warp speed of 656.13 times the speed of light. What kind of speed is that? Could it be a level 7 civilization? Kusanier was stunned. He felt his brain wasn't enough. "Sir Corsaniel, it's a ball. Oh my god. It's so fast, it's coming. Shit. Forget us, fire at it. Damn it. All warships of the 37th Squadron, listen up. Focus your main guns on it. Coordinates XLG 1247, YN 4679, Z 445. Captain, it's coming. Damn it. Where's the shield system?" Suddenly, anxious voices echoed across the squadrons, some even crossing channels to report to Corsaniel. "Oh my god. It's coming without even exiting warp. My warp bubble has ruptured due to the intense spacetime disturbances. See? The attacker is a 5-kilometer colored ball. The audio abruptly cut off. Evidently the warship had been shattered. Attack, attack! 37th Squadron, prioritize attacking that colored ball. The Potterad civilization, which has roamed the galaxy for countless years, will not yield so easily. Although they know their adversary is formidable, they continue to fight. Void strikes crisscrossed the starry sky, countless tachyon beams illuminating and striking the 5-kilometer wide colored ball. They had indeed hit, but compared to not hitting, the fact that they had hit sent even more despair to the Potterad civilization. They watched as countless tachyon beams from their own warships completely covered the colored ball, yet when the beams dimmed, the colored ball continued its rapid advance. Even more despairing, the void strikes had also hit, yet the void strikes, which theoretically could dissolve matter and transform it into void space matter, had no effect on it. The 5-kilometer wide colored ball continued like a dump truck, unflinchingly pushing against the barrage, ramming into each warship. It was so brutal that it didn't even exit warp before impact, instead causing the warp bubbles to rupture due to the crushing force. The distance between the two warp bubbles was already very close when they collided. Even more despairing, the enemy ship was completely unaffected by the warp bubbles' collapse. As their warships were affected, they rammed into them head-on, smashing them one by one. Even if a warship could forcibly maintain a three-dimensional shield in such a turbulent spacetime, it would still be smashed to pieces by the colorful ball. Kusaniel despaired as he watched from the flurry of feedback data that the space-slicing weapon had also hit, But each black line seemed to be dissolved by some inexplicable force upon contact with the shell. The cracked space instantly healed, completely ineffective. The 5-kilometer colorful ball even ignored the black hole weapon launched by the enemy. Sometimes it didn't even bother to change course, crashing directly into the black hole bomb. However, the expected black hole bomb didn't rip it apart. Instead, the energy generated by the bomb didn't even have time to twist spacetime into a stranglehold before it was slammed into the bomb. Large black hole bombs can successfully detonate, creating a black hole-like zone after the explosion. However, facing such a zone, the 5-kilometer colored ball remained unfazed, charging straight ahead without a dodge. Before its brutal charge, the black hole-like space was like a small whirlpool in the water, swirling into countless smaller eddies, before vanishing without a trace. It's over. Seeing this, Kosaniel felt completely hopeless. It was only then that he realized that the Potterad civilization seemed to have provoked an entity it shouldn't have. It must be an organization comprised of 4 unique technological civilizations, and they even possessed artifacts of a cosmic civilization. Clearly, Kosaniel mistook the Star Defenders for artifacts of a cosmic civilization. This group of warships, with their evasion abilities maxed out, included one with area of effect strike capabilities. Adding the Galaxy, the neutron star encountered by the Second Fleet Cluster, and the unknown flagship, that's 4 unique technological civilizations. While biased, it was essentially correct. However, he actually undercounted the human and Dian civilizations. There's a rampaging creature here, and there's a similar entity on the other side of the starry sky, called the Neutron Battle Star. As the battle progressed, the Putilard civilization despairingly discovered that the neutron star not only possessed area of effect strike capabilities, but also capable of dramatic spatial leaps. Those devastating leaps were truly oppressive. The first time the neutron star was deployed, the devastating scene was deeply etched into the Putilard mindset. Chapter 1336. It's disappeared again! Scatter! Scatter! A cry of terror echoed through the communication channel of a squadron in the Second Fleet Cluster. Each time the neutron battlestar launched a space jump, it would leap towards a location with many warships. Once it landed on the right spot, it would often unleash a large-scale, super intense gravitational force to strangle it. At first, the Potterads didn't understand the neutron battlestar, and assumed that such a bulky planet would only have moderate defenses. It wasn't until they were annihilated by the neutron battlestar's leap and ranged attack that they finally put aside their contempt. Later, as the neutron battlestar employed various offensive methods, the Potterads began to regard it as their primary threat. It had high attack power and thick armor. Tachyon beams were useless against it. Space-slicing weapons could theoretically cut through any object in space, but its gravitational environment was so strong that in many cases, it didn't even need to move, and space-slicing weapons were destroyed before they could even reach it. The Void Strike was effective, but the mass loss caused by hitting it could be easily replenished by simply absorbing space, matter, or warship debris through its own gravity. Across the battlefield, the unknown warship currently wreaking havoc also possessed unique technology. Its sudden burst of speed, nearly double warp speed, stuttering teleportation, and massive rip-through damage over a 1.618 light-year area nearly wore out the Potterad's temper. Their vaunted shield system was useless against this attack. All the warships in the area were either twisted into a knot by the neutron battlestar's gravity, or ripped to pieces by the Falcon. 3 billion warships were pitted against 2 warships, yet they were completely routed. The fleets dared not even gather together, fearing annihilation by a direct, area-based attack. The Potterads were certainly aware of the power of their specialized technological warships, but this was the first time a large fleet had engaged them head-on in the starry sky. Previously, that had been the work of the Potterad, but now the Potterad had lost contact. No, after observing the situation on both battlefields, the Potterads realized that perhaps it wasn't a loss of contact, but rather destruction. Quantum entanglement allowed for rapid information transmission, allowing the 2 Potterad battlefields to exchange intelligence, and thus keep each other informed of the status of the battle. The commanders of both combat groups were filled with anxiety. Although their frustration grew with each passing day, they still made a final effort. At the same time, their defeat on the battlefield forced them to consider the future of Potterad civilization. Warships armed with specialized technology are a dimensionality reduction attack for ordinary warships, rendering them completely ineffective. Without the Potterad civilization is nothing more than a sturdy grasshopper before the Great Voyage organization, unable to linger for long. Commander Kosanier, wake up and accept reality. We no longer have any hope of victory. What we need to do now is not to fight tooth and nail. but to find a way to preserve our civilization. The great leader is likely in grave danger. We too are now supreme commanders. The fate of the Potterad civilization hangs in your hands. Do not act rashly. Watching the neutron battle star and the Falcon traverse the starry sea with unstoppable force, Kukuro's last line of defense collapsed. The strong confidence built up by the Potterad civilization's years of invincibility had now been shattered by those two warships. But he didn't collapse. After a brief moment of confusion and panic, he calmed down, analyzed the events, and then considered the future of the Putalid civilization. You're right, Your Excellency Kikadoro. But while the starry sky is vast, where can we escape? The enemy's goal is clearly to target the core of our civilization. They won't let us leave. Second Fleet Group Commander Kosunier was also worn down by the Awakeners and the Star Defenders. His former pride and confidence had long since vanished. He sighed, if it were us, we wouldn't miss such an easy opportunity. So, Your Excellency Kikadoro, you have a long way to go. Kikadoro, we still have a chance, albeit a slim one. But for the future of Putalid civilization, we must give it a try. I know. Kosunier replied immediately. He understood what Kikadoro meant. Given the current situation, he was reluctant to accept it, but Putalid civilization truly had no chance of victory. Therefore, he had no choice but to activate the final plan. The plan was simple: run, scattered. As commanders of a level 6 fleet, Kikadoro and Kosunier both knew that a technological civilization wouldn't perish so easily. As long as a portion of the Putalid civilization could escape, given enough time, they could stage a comeback. But they also knew the enemy wouldn't let them escape easily, so they had to disperse the main body of the civilization. If only a portion could escape, victory would be achieved. Since the enemy had also come from a long voyage, they couldn't flee toward the outer galaxies, or they would be caught. They knew the fleet structure required for long-distance voyages. The strategy of fleeing to the outer galaxies, and then returning to develop after the storm had passed wouldn't work. Then the only option left was to escape and hide. Find a secluded place, create a small universe, hide there, and wait for the enemy to leave before emerging to recover. This was the only viable solution. The two most powerful commanders of the Potterad civilization exchanged their thoughts via quantum entanglement communication, reaching this despairing conclusion. This is the only way. Kikadoro finally said, let's issue an order in our names, but Lord Kosunier, we must accept the fact, under these circumstances, they can't let us go without gaining anything. Therefore, sacrifice is necessary. We must flee, but not all of us. Kosunier understood and said solemnly, you mean, deliberately leaving some of our men behind for them? Has it come to this? Kosunier looked again at the battlefield situation displayed on the holographic screen. He felt that while defeat was inevitable, it wouldn't be a quick one, as the Potterad civilization still had a large number of warships. The longer we delay, the smaller our civilization's chances of survival. Kikadoro declared firmly, as a multidisciplinary, technologically advanced organization, they possess far more than this capability. By the time their fleet arrives, it will be too late. Kosunier, okay, I agree. The two reached a consensus, and soon after, the order, representing the highest directive of the Putalid civilization, was issued. The order was brief. The main civilization's residential ships were to be divided into several sections and dispersed across the starry sky. The two fleets shifted their strategic objectives, shifting from defeating the enemy to delaying their forces, buying time for the main civilization to escape. At the same time, the two Putalid commanders, acting as the highest authority of the Putalid civilization, issued orders to the fleeing residential ship fleets. If they encountered enemy interception, they could surrender. Not only that, they also deliberately directed several sections to flee in the direction where the Awakener had previously appeared. The intention was self-evident: to sacrifice these Putalid people. A heroic act of self-sacrifice. For the survival of civilization, any sacrifice is worth it, even if they capture us and crack our genetic locks. Kikadoro and Kosunier were gambling. After the enemy captured a portion of their civilization, they would choose to spare the remaining fleet. Chapter 1337. The Putalid civilization had not yet been defeated, but they knew there was no hope of victory. Their only option was to flee, but that required a method. But the situation had already reached this point, and the Putalid civilization no longer had any leverage to resist. Therefore, Kikadoro and Kosunier could only hope for the enemy's mercy. Watching the warships being destroyed on the battlefield, they felt a wave of sadness. They had never imagined that the once invincible Putalid civilization would face such a day. After the two issued orders from the highest authority of the Putalid civilization, the battle on the starry battlefield continued. In both battlefields, the Putrid fleet held an overwhelming numerical advantage, yet both were unilaterally slaughtered. As time passed, the main bodies of the civilizations that had received the orders began to flee in all directions. The Awakeners had already discovered their movements, but their mission was to destroy the last remaining resistance of the Putrid civilization. Other civilizations would deal with the escape of the main body of the Putrid civilization. The Star Defender, who had no mission requirements, left the battlefield and personally intercepted one of the fleeing fleets. He ran faster. The Star Defender showed no courtesy to these fleeing fleets of the main civilization. He didn't even offer any words of persuasion, but simply charged straight ahead. Of course, he knew what the Great Voyage organization needed, so he didn't prioritize the habitation ships. He would only destroy them if one attempted to escape. Such ships did exist, but after the Star Defender destroyed several, they became obedient. It wasn't long before the fleet that had led the escape was left with only its own habitation ships. With nowhere else to run, they surrendered. The surrender of these habitable ships was part of Cucurlo and Cosenol's plan. They allowed those captured to surrender. Of course, if they had ordered a complete destruction of all enemies, these Potterheads would have obeyed, but that would have meant the enemy would absolutely not relent, and the consequence would have been the demise of Potterhead. Judging by their own experience, they didn't know how other civilizations would react, but the Galactic Heart civilization would definitely not show mercy. In fact, even after a Potterhead fleet surrendered to the Star Defenders, the Galactic Grand Voyage organization did not relent, or rather, never considered letting the Potterhead civilization off the hook. In fact, after the Lyra launched a single shot, the Galactic Heart civilization had already formulated a plan to pursue the Potterhead. Therefore, after seeing the main body of the Potterhead flee, the Awakeners remained indifferent. Because the fleets of the other civilizations within the Galactic Grand Voyage organization had already taken action, they had long since followed the Galactic Heart civilization's plan and were on standby outside the battlefield, awaiting the moment the Potterhead civilization escaped. Granted, the fleets of the member civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage organization had been decimated by the Galactic Center civilization's previous campaigns, but their rear bases continued to produce new warships. Even if each civilization couldn't muster 1 billion warships, a few million would be easy. Furthermore, the main battlefield was already dominated by a few technologically advanced civilizations. They only needed to capture the fleeing primordial civilization, not much combat power. Clearly, the Galactic Center civilization had no intention of sparing any primordial civilization. They intended to capture them all. Thus, when issuing orders to the member civilizations of the Grand Voyage organization, they stated that the primordial civilization must be annihilated, no matter how long it took. The various civilizations within the organization didn't see any problem with this order, as the Tianqing civilization had already set a good example. Every civilization that had heard the story of human civilization knew that if the roots weren't eradicated, they would only have the spring breeze to grow back. They didn't want to be ambushed by the Putrid civilization in the future. After all, no one knew whether the Putrid civilization, which had managed to survive, would eventually ascend to cosmic level status. The Putrid civilization possessed unique technologies. If it truly ascended to cosmic status, it might also possess unique technologies, making them vulnerable to slaughter. So of course, they had to fight them to the bitter end. But this process would take a long time. Because the Putrid civilization wasn't stupid, after noticing the Star Defenders' movements, they seemed to have a clue and ordered their remaining warships to flee if possible, thus shielding the escape of their main civilization. It must be said that this tactic was quite effective. The Awakeners were outnumbered by the Putrid warships, lacked an overwhelming speed advantage, and lacked firepower. If they tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to stop them. The scattered flight of these warships immediately impacted the Grand Voyage organization's pursuit of the main body of the Potterhead civilization. Despite their numerical superiority, the Grand Voyage organization's member civilization fleets were brutally overwhelmed by the fleeing smaller fleets. Thus, the battle between the two sides shifted from a large-scale engagement to a galactic chase. Faced with the threat of their very survival, the Potterhead civilization proved resilient. They were indeed crushed on the front lines by the Grand Voyage organization's uniquely technological flagships, as well as the Awakener Illusions and Star Defenders, but these were the only entities capable of crushing them. Furthermore, the Grand Voyage organization's conventional fleets, including those of specialized technological civilizations, were no match for them, making the pursuit of the enemy extremely difficult. Member civilizations of the Grand Voyage organization often encountered fleeing or escorting enemy fleets while encircling and intercepting their main civilization, resulting in widespread destruction. Under these circumstances, the Lyra and the Galaxy were forced to rejoin the patrol of the starry sky, participating in the strike against the fleeing fleet of the Potterod civilization. Therefore, in the years that followed, the Grand Voyage Organization deployed all flagships of specialized technological civilizations other than the Dia civilization. Supported by the Galactic Center civilization's intelligence, they launched an annihilation campaign against the Potterod civilization throughout the entire post-awakening galaxy. The Awakeners also split into small groups to patrol the starry sky, and even the consciousness-linked warships of human civilization originally stationed at headquarters were fully deployed. Since conventional warfare was completely inadequate to defeat the Potterad civilization, the member civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization were forced to change their strategy, shifting from encirclement and suppression to discovering hidden enemies and delaying them as much as possible, awaiting reinforcements from flagships of several technologically advanced civilizations, or from human or Awakener fleets. Thankfully, the Galactic Center civilization's detection capabilities were exceptional, often detecting Potterad warship squadrons that escaped the pursuer's field of vision before they could even establish new warship manufacturing bases. It could be said that the Galactic Center civilization's detection technology successfully suppressed the Potterad civilization's regenerative capacity, reducing their numbers in the pursuit. The war, from its inception to the final battle, lasted less than 1,000 years, but the pursuit phase took the Grand Voyage Organization nearly 10,000 years. During this period, many local civilizations provided information on the whereabouts of the fleeing warships. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer. The tenacity of the Potterad civilization impressed all members of the Great Voyage Organization. Although their fleeing warships were ultimately decimated by the Great Voyage Organization, they were proud of their own strength. Despite the loss of their flagship, the Potterad civilization managed to hold out for 10,000 years against 6 technologically advanced civilizations, plus a cosmic-level civilization. During this period, they repeatedly defeated the fleets of the Galactic Great Voyage Organization's member civilizations, destroying more conventional warships of the Great Voyage Organization than their own fleeing warships combined. Chapter 1338. Eliminating a civilization of the same level is indeed extremely difficult, let alone one as powerful as the Potterad civilization. However, it was ultimately annihilated by the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. Fearing that the Potterad civilization might still have some of its own hidden life forms hidden in the galaxy, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, led by a special exploration team from the Galactic Heart civilization, has been patrolling continuously for thousands of years. Supported by billions of detectors, they have conducted a blanket search of the entire post-Enlightenment galaxy. Whenever they discover any trace of the Potterad civilization, the Grand Voyage Organization immediately dispatches its fleet to encircle and eliminate it. There was such an incident. Approximately 2,000 years ago, an exploration team from the Galactic Heart civilization discovered a small fleet of approximately 100 ships within a void rich in dark matter minerals. They were exploiting the dark matter minerals while maintaining silent communications. It was later discovered that it was a small fleet of fugitive Potterads, numbering perhaps several million Potterads, who intended to quietly develop and recover in the void. In the end, of course, they were destroyed by the Galactic Center civilization. There are many similar cases, though the locations vary. Some bases were discovered in remote star systems within a particular star system, while others were hidden beneath planets. The former were easier to find, while the latter were much more difficult. With normal patrols and scans, as long as these underground facilities were in silent maintenance mode, they would be virtually undetectable. Only when they were activated and developing would they be detected by neutrino scans. Once these bases hidden beneath a planet were detected, they were destroyed. Instead of sending troops to land and initiate a ground war, they launched a star-destroying cannon attack on the planet from the sky. The Great Galactic Expedition Organization called this highly effective. It was precisely because of the sweeping sweep carried out after defeating the Potterad civilization that the reputation of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization spread throughout the post-apocalypse galaxy. Besides the leader of the Shadow Alliance and his subordinate civilizations, this galaxy still contained a number of Level 6 civilizations. However, they had previously chosen to remain hidden under pressure from the Shadow Alliance, unwilling to join the Shadow Alliance or be harvested by the Potterad civilization. Therefore, they remained hidden. Some civilizations, having remained hidden for too long, had experienced technological regression, and some had even become degenerate. These civilizations, unwilling to be harvested by the Potterad civilization or join the Shadow Alliance, naturally did not want to emerge during the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's active period. However, a few degenerate civilizations were eventually discovered, which brought a moment of joy to the Awakener. As for the Dark Shadow Alliance itself, it had already been disbanded by the combined forces of the Potterad and Galactic Center civilizations. Their main fleet was annihilated, and many of the civilization's main forces were captured by the two civilizations. However, after their defeat, the Dark Shadow civilization, taking advantage of the chaotic period when the Potterad ambushed the galaxy, managed to escape. Now, it's unknown where they are hiding, trembling in fear within the starry sky. Even many level 5 civilizations, from fragmentary information, since the oppression of the starry sky. They occasionally encountered patrolling probes from the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization and were interrogated, primarily to learn whether they had encountered any ships from advanced civilizations. It can be said that during this 10,000-year period, virtually all civilizations with access to the advanced civilizations of the universe more or less knew what had happened within the starry sky. For 1,000 years, the entire post-apocalypse galaxy was in a state of panic. Many level 5 civilizations that had been conducting dark matter and antimatter experiments even halted their experiments, fearing they would be harvested after successfully ascending to level 6. The Galactic Heart civilization was indeed very interested in them, but due to the Grand Voyage Organization's rules, they didn't take action against these lower-level civilizations. Furthermore, with the Potterad civilization's extensive technological expertise already in their possession, the Galactic Heart civilization had no need to do so. In this regard, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization had already begun relevant research since capturing a large number of Potterads. First, the Potterad civilization's database. When captured, the Potterads proactively destroyed the technological data stored on their ships. This method was a standard practice for the Potterads, delaying the Grand Voyage Organization's efforts to decipher their civilization's technology. After all, surrender didn't mean handing over everything. At this point, no Potterad was willing to serve the Grand Voyage Organization. Bound by their genetic locks, no matter how harsh the Grand Voyage Organization's torture methods, they couldn't pry a single word of engineering technology from them. Until their genetic locks were broken, the Grand Voyage Organization couldn't use them to its advantage. The Potterad civilization grew to such power through plunder. They excelled in encrypting their technology and preventing reverse engineering, even surpassing the Galactic Center civilization in expertise. However, the primary function of the genetic lock is to prevent the exploitation of the race's unique talents, primarily in specialized technologies. As for conventional technologies, the primary focus is on preventing reverse engineering. Conventional technologies are accessible to every civilization, and not every captured ship can completely destroy its database. After all, the experienced Grand Voyage Organization doesn't always allow the Potterads to surrender on their own. To prevent them from proactively destroying their technological data, the Grand Voyage Organization would initiate a preemptive attack, crippling the ship and disabling its self-destruct system. Then, through wreckage salvage, analysis, and reverse engineering, they obtained the general technology of the Potterad civilization. Of course, even when a large number of ships were captured, some were captured intact, allowing the Great Voyage Organization to obtain some complete technological data. It is worth noting that, due to the Exodus, the Potterad civilization's technological data, originally concentrated at its headquarters, was pre-copied into numerous copies and then taken away by the fleeing ships, hoping to make a comeback in the future. This became the Great Voyage Organization's primary method of acquiring technology. As for the warship systems, it was impossible for them to have complete technology tree data. Otherwise, wouldn't they be giving away their technology if captured on the battlefield? Not only would warships not have complete technology trees, they also had comprehensive self-destruct systems and anti-reverse engineering protections. However, due to the sheer number of captured populations and the large number of residential spacecraft, the Potterad civilization's general technology was acquired piecemeal by the Great Voyage Organization over the course of 10,000 years. This was a lengthy process, the result of collaborative efforts among the scientific communities of various civilizations. The acquisition of these conventional technologies also signified an improvement in the Grand Voyage's overall combat effectiveness. Furthermore, the tangible benefits they reaped also instilled a deeper sense of belonging among the Grand Voyage's member civilizations. On the Grand Voyage, no civilization wished to enhance its combat power. Chapter 1339. Years later, rumors of this great war circulated among the advanced civilizations of the post-apocalypse galaxy. Rumors of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's battle against the Potterad civilization were circulated among civilizations as a secret. Many civilizations that ventured into the starry sky and came into contact with alien civilizations would learn about the war that had affected the entire galaxy through the information shared by other civilizations. Even many Level 4 and Level 5 civilizations with strong interstellar navigation capabilities regularly sent expeditions to explore and scavenge the star regions where the battles had taken place. In the interstellar order that later emerged in the post-apocalypse galaxy, certain black markets often offered numerous items of unknown origin. Some were materials from advanced civilizations, while others were artifacts of unknown function. Among these artifacts or fragments of materials, one or two would occasionally be engraved with the inscriptions of the various civilizations of the Grand Voyage Organization. After all, they were their creations. Years later, these items became valuable historical artifacts for studying the Grand Voyage Organization. And 1,300 years after the Grand Voyage Organization's departure, after 10,000 years of drifting through the void of space, a shuttle carrying an egg was finally captured by a planet with life. Gravitational forces gradually transformed the shuttle into a comet within that star system, and this continued for another 500 years. The shuttle was fortunately captured by a planet with life within that star system, becoming its satellite. Shortly thereafter, its unstable orbit caused it to plummet towards the planet. It was at this moment that the shuttle finally activated its magnetic propulsion engine, dormant for over 1,000 years. This was to break the shuttle and prevent it from becoming a devastating meteorite. Its engines activated only after the shuttle's systems detected itself being pulled by the planet's gravity. Before then, it had been silent, its systems dormant. This was done to avoid detection by the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. This was a shuttle, or more precisely, an escape craft, a temporary plan devised by the Potterad civilization in its desperate state. During their escape, they launched numerous escape craft into the starry sky, each containing a Potterad still in the egg stage. The Grand Voyage Organization also captured numerous such escape crafts and extracted a wealth of technological information from their systems. These were efforts by the Potterads to perpetuate their race. They clearly intended this method to allow fully developed Potterads to rebuild Potterad civilization. However, the vast majority of these escape crafts were captured or destroyed by the Grand Voyage Organization. Some drifted in the dark void, damaged by age. Only a very small number of these escape crafts were captured by planets and reactivated. And now, this escape craft is the last remaining spark of the Potterad civilization. It was attracted by a beautiful red planet. Seen from space, it appears barren for thousands of miles, yet it is not barren, for the dominant hue of its sky, land, and even its various vegetation is red, a fiery crimson. The Potterad lifeboat pierced the pale red sky, using up its last fuel to cushion the impact before crashing into a mountainous area. As luck would have it, it crashed near the residence of a local Orion. This planet is clearly a living planet, one that has evolved to the point of intelligent life, otherwise there would be no Orions. Judging by its technological level, it is probably at the eve of Earth's second industrial revolution, the dawn of the electrical age. This planet is dominated by an intelligent life form with a bull-like head. In the primitive age, the twin horns on their heads were their most advantageous weapon. Obviously, Minotaurs possess a different physical form than the Potterads, but since the Potterad civilization had devised such a plan, they had surely considered this possibility long ago. So, after the escape craft landed, its system activated its scanning device, scanning for nearby intelligent life. Upon detecting the physical characteristics of any nearby intelligent life, the escape craft system inputted them into the embryonic development program, initiating the egg evolution process, allowing the egg-like Potterad to develop into the same characteristics as the intelligent life on this planet. Unfortunately, due to fear of discovery by the Great Galactic Expedition Organization, this single escape pod was sealed for so long that its memory system completely lost any memories of the Potterad civilization. As a result, during the development of this pedoradian orphan from egg into a living being, its genes lost the genetic awakening of inherited memories that was supposed to occur upon reaching a certain stage of growth. Thus, the orphan, once the bearer of hope for the revival of pedoradian civilization, became a newborn life, as clean as a blank slate. Upon reaching adulthood, he was supposed to rule this planet, and even this civilization, and serve as the nourishment for pedoradian civilization's revival. Of course, even without this incident, a mere escape craft couldn't possibly contain the entire pedoradian civilization's technological tree. Otherwise, the Great Expedition Organization, which had captured such a life craft, wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to capture it. The Potterad people's plan was a spur-of-the-moment attempt, intended as a last hope. They envisioned using this method to allow their individual lives to aid the development of that civilization. Once it reached the fifth stage, they would then possess that civilization and transform it into a new Potterad civilization. Unfortunately, the plan was rushed, and they failed to complete the genetic engraving of the newborn. Much of the crucial knowledge from the civilization's developmental stages was left uninscribed, remaining only as data in the lifeboat system database. Through a series of coincidences, the last remnant of the Potterad civilization emerged as a new life form. Thus, during the hunter's curious exploration, he saw the door of the strange machine open automatically, and he successfully retrieved the newborn from a cracked egg inside. Since it emerged from an egg, and the hunter's surname was Go, he gave it the name Go-Erden. The minotaurs on this planet didn't lay eggs. The hunter was also surprised to see a child emerge from the egg, but it was clearly a minotaur. So, he simply thought the child was unusual and kept this in mind, intending to tell Go-Erden the truth when he grew up. Thus began the legendary life of Go-Erden, an orphan of the Putalar people. At first, he didn't realize he was special until he reached adolescence, when he went hunting with his father, Go-Dayton, in the mountains and encountered a dangerous situation. In a moment of desperation, he leaped up and killed a ferocious beast with a speed barely discernible to the naked eye. From then on, he discovered he seemed to be something extraordinary, possessing boundless energy. One day, he woke up to find himself floating above his bed. This thrilled Go-Erden. He had listened to his grandfather, Go-Juden, recount countless myths and legends of flight since childhood, and he had never imagined he could actually fly. From then on, he suspected he had gained some kind of supernatural power and secretly practiced flying, even falling several times. It was these falls that made him realize he hadn't died. Go-Erden began to wonder if he was Go-Dayton's biological son. After all, his father, grandfather, and even the people around him had never been like him. In fact, he had initially believed his father and grandfather were from a legendary martial arts family, until one day, Go-Juden slipped and fell to his death while walking down the stairs. After that, Go-Erden mustered up the courage to tell Go-Dayton about the incident. Seeing his son finally starting to doubt it, and even capable of short bursts of flight, Go-Dayton felt it was completely unrealistic, so he had to tell his son the truth. Go-Dayton, who had already prepared himself for his son to leave him, was surprised that Go-Erden actually recognized him as his father. Afterwards, fearing his son's uniqueness would be discovered by others, Go-Dayton forbade him from using his superpowers in front of others. However, this restriction was ultimately a form of oppression. As he mastered his abilities, how could Go-Erden, raised on a path of chivalry and justice, resist? Thus, as time passed, the legend of Ultraman gradually spread throughout the world. Chapter 1340. A life form fully equipped with level 6 technology in a world with less than a level 1 civilization is completely invincible. As long as it remains undiscovered by other civilizations in the universe, it would need to be a level 5 or 6 civilization. If Go-Erden had been able to apply his knowledge effectively, perhaps this civilization could have achieved rapid development, but things seem to have gone astray from the outset. But none of this has anything to do with the Great Voyage Organization. While Go-Erden was flying around like Superman, the Great Voyage Organization had already reached a dark matter island in the void. The new star map of the Shinju civilization indicated a new route for the Great Voyage Organization, and it proved accurate. Following this route, the Great Voyage Organization successfully encountered the Dark Matter Island. The 12 civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization, plus the Star Defenders, stopped at this Dark Matter Island to resupply, and hundreds of years later, they set out again. During the voyage, the various civilizations realized the Shinju civilization's claim that the journey from the Post-Chi galaxy was an uphill climb, and the energy consumption of warp travel increased. It wasn't large, but within the entire Grand Voyage Organization, only the Feiyu civilization could maintain the warp speed levels previously achieved by other civilizations. This meant that, when properly prepared, it could cover a distance of approximately 3 million light-years in one go. Under these circumstances, various civilizations immediately turned their attention to the Feiyu civilization, hoping, just as they had previously sought technology from the Dia civilization, that the Feiyu civilization would consider contributing to the Grand Voyage Organization. Initially, the Feiyu civilization was reluctant. After all, their fuel-efficient warp technology was the guarantee of their position within the Grand Voyage Organization. Therefore, they refused to directly share their technology, instead opting to build warp engines for the Grand Voyage Organization's member civilizations. However, the Grand Voyage Organization comprised over a dozen civilizations, and the Feiyu civilization's production capacity couldn't fully meet the needs of the various civilizations. Under these circumstances, the Feiyu civilization finally agreed to release its warp technology. This was undoubtedly a significant advancement for the Grand Voyage Organization, marking the second instance of technology sharing since the Dia civilization. However, the Feiyu civilization also had requirements. They wouldn't allow their technology to spread beyond its current membership. The implication was clear. Any future member civilizations admitted to the organization wouldn't be eligible to share their warp technology. This made perfect sense, and since everyone had a vested interest, they naturally agreed without hesitation. Precisely because of this incident, the Grand Voyage Organization civilizations also had some concerns about the technology they had obtained from the Potterad civilization. They proposed a similar motion at the organization's meetings. The Potterad civilization's technological data was the result of the efforts of all civilizations currently involved, and while it was reasonable for the current 12 civilizations to share this data, new civilizations would have no rights. Since the Grand Voyage Organization still consisted of 12 civilizations plus the Star Defenders, this proposal was naturally unanimously adopted. Although the Great Voyage Organization acquired conventional technologies from the Potterad civilization, there was no shared understanding of these technologies among the various civilizations. Instead, they relied on their own scientific teams to understand and absorb them. Civilizations differed in their industrial strength and level of scientific and technological assimilation, but at the sixth level of civilization, even on the Great Voyage, where voyages often took tens of thousands of years, the difference between 100 years earlier and 1,000 years later wasn't significant. The Grand Voyage Organization's internal environment is relatively relaxed, and your civilization won't be wiped out simply because it mastered certain technologies 1,000 years later than others. After completing its resupply at the Dark Matter Island, the Grand Voyage Organization continued on its journey. During this process, various civilizations gradually absorbed the technology of the Potterad civilization and gradually transformed it into a viable combat capability. Of course, this wasn't easy. Some civilizations chose to incrementally replace the equipment on their existing warships, while others opted to build new warships from scratch. Using Feiyu civilization technology to build warp engines, while adopting Potterad technology for weapon and shield systems, the resulting warships were top-tier, both fuel-efficient and highly effective. It's foreseeable that, after fully integrating Potterad technology, the 12 civilizations of the Grand Voyage Organization will become its core force, with their common warships reaching T0 capabilities. Thereafter, the Grand Voyage Organization will be backed by 6 distinctive technological civilizations: Humanity, Divine Principle, Awakener, Galactic Heart, and Falcon. The other 6 member civilizations are the core elite of the organization: the Alan Civilization, the Feiyu Civilization, the Dole Civilization, the Momota Civilization, the Staya Civilization, and the Side Civilization. Civilizations joining later will only be ordinary members. As for the unique technology of the Putolid civilization, the other civilizations have still not been able to crack the genetic locks of 2 Putolid races. As a professional predatory civilization, they are quite good at protecting themselves, and presumably they have also plundered civilizations with expertise in genetic lock technology. While there has been little progress in cracking the Putolid civilization's genetic locks, one civilization has made progress in its unique technology. The Daya civilization, a civilization that claimed to have mastered unique technologies, had devoted years of dedicated research into their unique technology, finally making progress. This so-called progress didn't mean the Daya civilization had immediately developed an application for their unique technology, but rather that they had found a path forward. In the early days, when everyone first discovered their unique talent for mind uploading, the Daya civilization themselves believed that the future of their unique technology lay in uploading consciousness to warships, as they had done previously. That would indeed enhance their combat effectiveness, but their years of research in this area yielded no further progress. It wasn't until the post-G galaxy that they suddenly had the idea to sell the planet Gaia to the Dorade civilization. At that time, some Daya scientists realized that this path seemed viable, and they continued to delve into their research on mind uploading and Gaian life. Later, they drew on the results of their previous discussions with Adley. Eventually, they realized that their unique technological theories suggested they could utilize some means to cultivate the fake Gaia planet and transform it into a Gaian consciousness. However, they ultimately discovered they were mistaken. Years of effort proved futile, and they were unable to create fake Gaian life. Desperate, the Dayan civilization attempted a new approach, continuing their research on the fake Gaia planet. This time, their goal wasn't to create a fully evolved fake Gaian consciousness, but rather to cultivate it as a mindless object, devoid of false self-awareness. This path proved increasingly successful, and the Dayan scientific team even outlined some future paths, believing they might successfully develop a method of attack that could directly strike the soul. Chapter 1341. Even if one finds the right path, unique technological creations aren't easy to achieve. Think of how many years the Shinju civilization spent hiding in a hidden microcosm to create a neutron battle star, how many years it took the ancient civilization to successfully master the relevant unique detection technologies, and how many years the Awakeners haven't made any progress. Unique technologies aren't something a level 6 civilization should possess. They're simply the product of some exceptionally gifted races, forging a path out of a hopeless situation. Therefore, other civilizations can't understand them, and therefore every unique technological creation is considered a spectacle. It's foreseeable that for a long time to come, the Dia civilization's combat effectiveness will remain unchanged due to their unique technologies. They will still need the protection of the Great Voyage organization. This may be the benefit of being within the organization. If the Dia civilization were to be outside, if its current state were to be discovered by an unfamiliar level 6 civilization, they would undoubtedly be plundered. The Dia civilization is well aware of this, and therefore they have always steadfastly clung to the support of human civilization. Time passed. After arriving in the new galaxy, the Grand Voyage organization continued on its journey without stopping. While some minor incidents occurred, likely normal exchanges with local civilizations, the new galaxy's indigenous level 6 civilizations, similar to those in the post-Chi galaxy, had largely gone into hiding. The Grand Voyage organization arrived and departed in a matter of a few hundred years. They hadn't even explored the entire galaxy, and naturally, their exploration hadn't been complete, so naturally, they didn't discover any level 6 civilizations. They did encounter one level 6 civilization, but it was clearly wary of the Grand Voyage organization and remained hesitant even after receiving its invitation to join. They only agreed to join the organization the day it completed its supply and decided to set sail. However, the Grand Voyage organization, which was about to depart, refused. Why wait until the Grand Fleet had set sail before agreeing? That certainly wouldn't have been possible. After all, even if they had agreed, they still had to wait for the entire civilization's fleet to transition to Grand Voyage mode. That civilization, deeply regretful, realized they had missed out on the Grand Voyage. After the Grand Voyage organization's departure, they reflected deeply and began to spread awareness within their galaxy, urging all level 6 civilizations to cease their hostilities and unite for the Grand Voyage. The Grand Voyage organization, having already set sail again, continued to follow the Divine Principle Civilization star map, crossing one galaxy after another and disappearing into the vast sea of stars. Perhaps due to the new route planned according to the hidden star map, the Grand Voyage organization did indeed avoid many difficulties later on, but similarly, they never found any trace of the pioneers. Having already traveled more than halfway, the Grand Voyage organization had become quite familiar with interstellar navigation. The absence of the pioneers' traces to guide them didn't hinder their progress, but it did add a sense of loneliness and worry. Thus, year after year, the Great Galactic Expedition advanced another 100 million light-years toward its destination. During this journey, the Great Galactic Expedition encountered boundary breakers, large fragments of four-dimensional space, two-dimensional regions, even entire galaxies transformed into two dimensions, and areas where the laws of physics had been altered for unknown reasons. Thankfully, the Star Defenders were knowledgeable, and the Great Galactic Expedition listened to their advice and, under their guidance, decisively navigated through the gaps between the various fragments, thus avoiding the tragic event of annihilation during their journey through the void due to energy shortages. The journey wasn't always smooth. Encountering hostile local civilizations or other voyage organizations was less of a problem. After all, the Great Galactic Voyage organization wasn't made of clay. The most dangerous moment came during the voyage, when the path was suddenly blocked by an unimaginably vast area of turbulent rules. Clearly, those were the remnants of the cosmic war between civilizations. Some had been slowly repaired by the laws of the universe over time, like large four-dimensional fragments, while others continued to spread. Along the way, everyone witnessed firsthand what it meant to be riddled with holes. Of course, the 100 million light-year journey not only presented various difficulties, but also saw the addition of many new civilizations. After completing this journey, the Great Galactic Voyage organization expanded from 12 civilizations to 42. And during the voyage after accepting the 42nd level 6 civilization, the Great Galactic Voyage organization discovered an unprecedented phenomenon. During the Great Voyage organization's journey from one galaxy to another, the various civilizations discovered that they had originally been following the Divine Thread Civilization star map, intending to resupply at the dark matter islands marked there before continuing on their journey. They arrived at a galaxy 5.9 million light-years from their starting point. However, as they approached, they discovered that the so-called dark matter island was not a dark matter belt, but a massive, lonely black hole. The black hole lay between two galaxies, so vast that even the Divine Thread Civilization assumed its gravitational effect was caused by the dark matter island. However, as the Great Voyage Organization drew closer, they discovered that the black hole wasn't so lonely after all. There were indeed some luminous stars surrounding it, but not many, only a few hundred or so scattered. With both black holes and stars, it's technically a galaxy. However, the stars are incredibly few, and all of them are long-lived, dim red dwarfs, invisible from the distant starry sea. However, with the arrival of advanced probes, the Grand Voyage Organization civilizations learned about the desolate galaxy, barely a galaxy at all. Originally, the Grand Voyage Organization believed that all the other stars in the galaxy had been devoured by the central black hole. However, detection results revealed that the black hole itself was only 500 times the mass of the Sun, significantly less massive than the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, and even less massive than the central black hole in the Triangulum Galaxy, home to the Awakener. Such a small black hole clearly disproves the star-devouring theory. Even more astonishingly, this galaxy indeed contains only red dwarfs, and there are exactly 108 of them in total. Even more surprising to the Grand Voyage Organization was the existence of black dwarfs in this galaxy. These objects are theoretically formed by the late evolution of small to medium-mass stars, and are uncommon at this stage of the universe's development. It wouldn't be surprising if it appeared in a large galaxy like the Milky Way, but it surprisingly appeared in such a small area. After all, the existence of such a galaxy with such pitifully few resources in the void is quite remarkable. In any case, this galaxy is undoubtedly a miniature galaxy, but it does have a black hole 500 times the mass of the Sun, so the Grand Voyage Organization isn't worried about replenishing its energy supply. However, as the exploration progressed, something even more astonished the Grand Voyage Organization. Even in this pitifully small galaxy, there were actually life-bearing planets, and more than one. With such a paucity of resources in this remote location, it's practically a miracle of life. Fortunately, however, the results weren't too far beyond expectations. The exploration revealed that these life-bearing planets appear to share similar environments. This means that all these life-bearing planets may have been created by a single civilization, a discovery that makes sense. This miniature galaxy likely has only one civilization, and it was this civilization that transformed other planets after setting foot in the starry sky, resulting in so many life-bearing planets. Chapter 1342. The Great Voyage Organization decided to quietly enter and observe. Their detectors were in full electromagnetic stealth mode, exploring each planet bearing life one by one. They didn't overlook the galaxy's central black hole or the black dwarfs in the sky. All were scanned and explored. This galaxy was incredibly small, with only 108 red dwarfs and a handful of black dwarfs. Strangely, there were black dwarfs, but no neutron stars or white dwarfs, giving it the appearance of being unnatural. That's right. A galaxy like this could never have formed naturally. For this reason, the Great Voyage Organization was extremely cautious during their exploration. The lesson learned from the previous galaxy they encountered midway was still fresh in their minds, and they approached galaxies that showed signs of human involvement with the utmost caution. Because this galaxy was indeed small, it didn't take long for all civilizations to gain basic information about it. First, the central black hole. Detection revealed it to be a normal black hole, allowing the Great Voyage Organization to use it as a gas station, extracting negative energy for energy replenishment. They're all level 6 civilizations, and their various transformations of negative matter into more efficient energy are no problem. As for replenishing material, the Grand Voyage Organization hasn't yet mined the few planets left. Instead, they plan to produce it near the black hole through energy mass conversion. Admittedly, this process will reduce the black hole's mass, but for a black hole, it's not a big deal. It just takes a little longer. It's a good opportunity for everyone to see what this galaxy is like. It's worth noting that, while this galaxy has few stars, they're not concentrated near the black hole, but rather scattered across the vast void. The structure of the entire galaxy resembles a magnified version of a solar system. The 108 red dwarfs, like planets within a solar system, orbit the black hole in the void. The nearest red dwarf is 1,000 light-years away. Perhaps this is why the Great Expedition Fleet hasn't detected any signs of intelligent life near the black hole. At such a great distance, no one would bother to visit the black hole. The farthest red dwarf is a staggering 10,000 light-years away. Compared to the 26,000 light-years from the Sun to the center of the Milky Way, the farthest red dwarfs here are much closer to the central black hole. The 108 red dwarfs are like chess pieces on a chessboard, scattered across the vast void, slowly orbiting the central black hole. Overall, the galaxy's rotation period is approximately 48,000 years. It's conceivable that a civilization capable of spreading life across all 108 red dwarfs under such circumstances must be considered quite advanced. At least that's the current belief of the Great Expedition Organization. The exploration process went relatively smoothly. Many probes successfully entered life-bearing planets to explore their interiors, and the Grand Voyage Organization gradually uncovered the mysteries surrounding these planets. However, upon entering, the probes encountered a surprising scene. The reason for this surprise was that the probes didn't detect any large warships, but rather two creatures engaged in a brawl. The Galactic Center Civilization's probes were still very discreet. To obtain a better view, they immediately dispatched several miniature stealth probes to the scene. Then, the Grand Voyage Organization's member civilizations near the black hole observed the protagonists of this brawl. Two creatures, or more precisely, intelligent life forms, for their fighting was not primitive. Judging from their appearance, this creature likely belongs to the same type as the Dian civilization, a soft-bodied creature with a pinkish skin and a pair of eyes, and a mouth reminiscent of those of Dian civilization. Perhaps because he had seen so many alien forms, Yuan could immediately identify this species' head, hands, and feet. From the footage, it can be seen that although the two fighting creatures are soft-bodied, their fighting style is anything but soft. Instead, they use their hands, which clearly possess the ability to grasp, to pierce each other with swords, creating a lively clanging sound. The two creatures move back and forth on the ground using what could be considered legs, like a form of acrobatics. After a while of fighting, one creature had its weapon-wielding hand severed by the other's finger weapon. At this point, the other creature, seemingly convinced of victory, stopped and pointed its sword at the other, chattering incoherently. It was obvious that it was some kind of trash talk. But then the situation suddenly reversed. The creature with the severed hand suddenly opened its mouth, and a silver light shot out from it with lightning speed, directly hitting the other creature's face. Then the silver light transformed into a pool of silver mist, disintegrating the creature to pieces as it screamed. Then, having completed the destruction, the silver mist transformed into another streak of silver light and flew back into the mouth of the creature with the severed hand. This! Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight of this scene. It seemed like a familiar villain's demise due to excessive talk. As for the silver mist, Yuan could tell at a glance that it was a swarm of nanorobots, and its function in disintegrating the other creature was clearly that of mining nanorobots. In other words, the two creatures were fighting with swords, but one of them betrayed their martial ethics and used the true nanotechnology of a level 3 civilization. This civilization is quite interesting, Yuan muttered. A nanorobot used for mining had been transformed into a lethal weapon by this civilization. Coupled with his deep impression of the silver mist, he became deeply interested in this civilization. So he ordered the Galactic Center Civilization Detector to continue observing the victorious creature. After the creature's victory, it mumbled a series of incomprehensible words, then took its soft, limp steps and trudged away from the scene. I really need to figure out this civilization's language as soon as possible. Yuan stroked his chin, observing the creature on the screen. Deciphering the language of an alien civilization is something that human civilization must undertake. The translated message is the most accurate representation of the civilization's original meaning. Translating it through another civilization, and then retranslating it is prone to information loss. Since this civilization didn't seem very advanced, the best thing to do was to send a reconnaissance team directly to the planet, and try to hack into its network system to obtain information. However, to Yuan's surprise, the reconnaissance team's report stated that no global network system had been detected, and even the number of artificial satellites was a paltry 2 or 3. This was clearly wrong. They clearly already had true nanotechnology artifacts. So why were there only 3 artificial satellites, and no global network system? What was going on? Realizing that something was amiss, Yuan could only wait for the reconnaissance teams dispatched to various planets to report back with the latest information. Chapter 1343. During this time, Yuan observed the planet's environment through the images transmitted by the remote probe. It had to be said that the environment was quite good. It had mountains, water, and an atmosphere. The atmosphere was similar to that of the Dia civilization, and similarly, it required aerobic respiration, making it unsuitable for normal human survival. However, given the current human physical condition, one wouldn't die on this planet. Even if their skin was exposed to the environment, it wouldn't be a problem. Respiratory problems would be easily solved by simply adding a new filter to the respiratory system. This kind of thing is easily achievable for modern humans. In fact, many level 6 civilizations within the Great Voyage Organization could do this. However, like humans, they generally wouldn't have the luxury of traveling to planets with different environments. First, they didn't have the time. Second, there were certain risks involved, as the planet could be destroyed. Third, there was no need. As for the planet Yuan was currently viewing, it also had species that could be considered plants, but it was clearly not like Earth. Different ecosystems would give rise to different species. There were countless planet-centered ecosystems in the universe, but none exactly like Earth's. It's worth noting that neither this planet nor any other life-bearing planet has an ozone layer. Radiation from the star directly penetrates the atmosphere and irradiates the creatures on this land, but it's clear to them that this is their living environment. After waiting for a while, Yuan saw more and more. First, the Great Voyage Organization has confirmed that, as their initial exploration revealed, the civilizations on the 108 planets in this galaxy are indeed of the same species, but they are at varying stages of civilization. The Great Voyage Organization has detected negative energy reactions on some planets, and negative energy technology is clearly that of a level 5 civilization. However, some planets still use antimatter as energy. However, both types of energy are extremely rare, and few planets have energy reactions of that magnitude. The vast majority of the 108 planets still use stellar energy, what humans call solar energy. The most common method of energy utilization is to convert solar energy into electricity using the photoelectric effect. Of course, nuclear energy reactions also exist. However, neither nuclear energy nor antimatter, nor negative matter, is used on warships or large ground-based devices, but rather on personal devices. For example, on one planet, thousands of what appear to be swords are found in low Earth orbit. Detection has revealed that these are actually high-yield nuclear bombs. What's surprising is that these nuclear bombs are actually personal belongings. This alien calls him in the local language. According to transliteration, he should be called Ancestor Agivinodo. However, because he possesses thousands of nuclear bombs, humans simply call him Ancestor Nuclear Bomb. Detection revealed that all life-bearing planets lack dark energy or dark anti-energy reactions, leading the Grand Voyage Organization to believe this civilization had reached a maximum level of level 5. However, it was clear that this civilization had strayed from a technological path. This was because they discovered that none of the 108 life-bearing planets in the entire galaxy possessed large warships. Logically, a planet with negative energy reactions should possess the stellar-class warships of a level 5 civilization, but it did not. Furthermore, not a single large warship existed in the outer space of any life-bearing planet in the entire galaxy. All advanced energy reactions originate from the weapons of individual life forms on planets with life. This galaxy, it can be said, permeates the air of a technological tree gone awry. To understand the specifics, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization abandoned their politeness and took direct action against this species, sending spacecraft to capture individual life forms for study. Because they are soft-bodied, humans translated this species as soft stars. Unexpectedly, as research progressed, it became clear that not all so-called soft stars were boneless. Many groups were actually capable of standing upright. When these life forms were first captured, biologists from various civilizations believed they were not the same species. However, further research revealed that the bone-bearing forms were the evolution of previously boneless life forms. As for their evolution, it left biologists from various civilizations feeling at a loss for words. The reason for this is that the soft star people's evolution isn't a natural biological evolution, but rather, they forcibly built a steel skeleton with the help of nanotechnology. Those soft star people with 4 arms and 2 legs are the result of nanotechnology. Miraculously, they're able to accomplish this process solely through their own strength. Just like the 2 soft star people who initially fought, research has revealed that there are many similar soft star people on that planet, and they initially simply implanted a nanocore in their bodies. Humans call it a nanocore, but the local soft star people don't use that term. They call it Dao Ji. Of course, Dao Ji is a translation that combines the original meaning with their own culture. The reason is that the soft star people view this process as a form of cultivation, not technological advancement. As for the planet Yuan had seen, there were 4 types of soft aliens. The first was normal, without any nano implants. The second was the soft aliens who had engaged in the initial fight. They had already undergone nano implants and possessed a certain degree of strength. The third was the strengthened soft aliens, who had undergone long-term nanocore transformation, transforming into steel-like bodies. The fourth was the winged soft aliens. It wasn't that they actually had wings, but after becoming the third type of soft aliens, they would continue to use their nanocores to evolve, gradually transforming one of their arms into wings capable of flight. Later, Yuan discovered that these 4 types of soft aliens were the most numerous among all 108 planets, and they were also the most numerous types of soft aliens in the entire galaxy. As their understanding deepened, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization discovered that each stage of evolution had a corresponding division of soft aliens, which, when translated into human culture, could be called a realm. As for the origins of these nanocores, they come from various forces on the planet. These forces periodically recruit individuals from the first-class soft stars. Upon finding the right individuals, they grant them nanocores, which the soft stars call Dao-Ji. After receiving the nanocores, the soft stars will begin cultivating their nanocores according to the cultivation secrets, or instruction manuals. During this time, they will gather various natural treasures, then use their nanocores to digest them, and transform them into their own iron skeletons. The reason they can transform their bodies in this way is entirely due to the soft stars' physical qualities. They are inherently soft-bodied beings with extremely flexible bodies. With the help of true nanotechnology, they can easily stuff anything into their bodies. However, this evolution process is clearly not as simple as it appears. Scientists from the top civilizations of the Grand Voyage Organization are well aware that it involves numerous technologies that integrate mechanical and physical processes. During the transformation process, there are numerous challenges, such as how biological signals are processed, how the skeleton created by the nanocore functions, and how the energy system operates. Each of these challenges presents a unique technological landscape, requiring extensive scientific support. Looking at the entire galaxy, the soft stars possess neither large warships nor even a trace of them in the starry sky, which is quite strange. After learning about this, experts from various civilizations have come up with some ideas. They believe that either the soft stars' technological tree has deviated, focusing entirely on technologies like personal enhancement, biotechnology, and true nanotechnology, or that the soft stars have evolved from the legacy of a higher-level civilization. Chapter 1344. Although there are 2 different viewpoints, the second view is the most prevalent and, of course, the most reasonable conclusion. This is because the technology used by the soft star people is almost entirely personal, as if individuals were researching and using it for their own benefit. This clearly does not conform to the basic laws of scientific development in a collective civilization. Furthermore, the technological levels of the 108 life-bearing planets vary greatly, and even within the same planet, there are significant differences between different soft star people. If it were a technological civilization developed collectively, this situation would never occur. Take true nanotechnology for example. On the planet where the 2 soft star peoples fought, the vast majority of soft star people had no access to it. They didn't even have communication tools, like telephones, and still lived a slash-and-burn life. Living conditions were extremely primitive, and communication mostly relied on shouting. Even those soft star people who received the nanocore lived a similar life, still using the most primitive animal-powered transportation. Their communication methods are superior to those of the first type of soft stars. Thanks to their nanocores, they can communicate within the range of their sect, a process the soft stars call 1,000-mile voice transmission. As for flight, this requires cultivation to the stage of growing wings. This involves studying the contents of secret manuals and adding functions to their nanocores, allowing them to construct wings and energy systems capable of flight. Research has revealed that these soft stars have little understanding of the underlying principles, and cannot write the underlying code, merely following instructions. If the underlying code of the nanocore is the same as the underlying code of the Windows system, then these soft stars are simply a bunch of people who don't know how to create software, only how to use it. Furthermore, through research, scientists from various civilizations have discovered that most of their user manuals are still incomplete. Using an analogy to computer software, let's take a simple Word document as an example. Many soft star factions, or what they call sects in their own language, have mastered some of the Word document's functions, while others can only use a few. This is how they distribute nanocores to their disciples, along with incomplete secret manuals. They call this master leads the way, but the practice is up to the individual. Particularly intelligent disciples, building on the existing secret manual, gradually experiment with new functions through their own efforts over a long period of time. For example, initially, one could only use Word document functions like copying, pasting, and editing text, and the manual contained only that. However, through continuous experimentation, one eventually discovered how to insert images and use various summary tools. This process is known as cultivation among the soft star people. Of course, there are also some soft star cultivators who have inherited the inheritance, such as the previously discovered nuclear bomb ancestor. Because he possessed thousands of space-based nuclear bombs, he caught the attention of researchers from the Great Voyage Organization and was subsequently captured and studied in the laboratory. After capturing and studying him, the scientists and researchers confirmed that the technology used by the Soft Star people was indeed not developed by themselves, but rather inherited from a higher-level civilization. The nuclear bomb ancestor, a top-tier warrior on one of the 108 planets, began as a Type 1 soft star, or an ordinary soft star. Before embarking on his cultivational path, he stumbled upon a secret manual containing the mass-energy equation among old goods at a market. At first, he had no idea what it was, believing it to be a profound secret manual, so he kept it, even though he couldn't understand it anyway. Later, he embarked on a path of cultivation. As his knowledge accumulated, he gradually discovered that the humble manual actually contained the outlines of a supreme secret technique and cultivation method, and it also contained important clues to the location of the secret manuals. After reaching a certain level of cultivation, he began searching the secret realms for related and subsequent manuals according to the manual's description, and he actually found them. This nuclear bomb master was also a genius. After finding the relevant information, he immersed himself in the vast ocean of engineering technology. After countless years of immersion, he finally grasped the key. He was excited to discover that this cultivation method was different from the ordinary photoelectric effect energy refining method. It didn't require daily exposure to the sun to absorb solar energy, but instead relied on special substances to provide energy. There were two types of substances, uranium and plutonium for entry-level cultivation, and elements such as protium, deuterium, tritium, and helium for advanced cultivation. From then on, he pursued a relentless pursuit of nuclear energy. He began by following the instructions in the secret manual, searching for uranium, plutonium, and other natural treasures such as lithium and beryllium in famous mountains and rivers. Then, using his own knowledge and advanced nanocore, he diligently refined the weapon in his cave, ultimately succeeding. His current nanocore is nuclear-powered, and the thousands of nuclear bombs in low Earth orbit are also his creations, each one personally placed there. However, until captured by these extraterritorial demons, the nuclear bomb ancestor was still at the uranium-235 and plutonium-239 stage. The claim that the nuclear bomb ancestor's combat power ceiling is universally acknowledged by all factions on that planet. According to the Great Voyage Organization's designation of the 180 planets, the nuclear bomb ancestor resides on soft planet 13. He's a ruthless individual who can even blow himself up when he gets angry, and he's single-handedly annihilated dozens of sects. These were all sects that had grudges against him during his formative years. After mastering the nuclear bomb ancestor annihilated them one by one. He's truly a ruthless character. According to intelligence uncovered by the Great Voyage Organization, the explosions he unleashed were truly earth-shattering. After the nuclear bomb ancestor's cleansing incident, his reputation spread rapidly to the upper realms. It's said that a sect informed him of this upper realm sect via the communication jade. Clearly, the so-called communication jade is a quantum communication device, while the upper realm is a division created by the soft star people themselves. They divide the 108 planets into 3 realms. Many planets on the outer reaches of the star system belong to the mortal realm. Some planets in the middle are classified as the cultivation realm, and the area closest to the black hole is called the supreme realm. In addition to the 3 realms, the soft star people also use the terms return realm, the nether realm, the void, and the outer realm, corresponding to the galaxy's central black hole, black dwarfs, the starry sky, and the outer void of the galaxy. The nuclear bomb ancestor originated from the mortal realm and later ascended to the cultivation realm via an ancient flying boat, an interstellar shuttle. He earned his fame in the cultivation realm. Before being captured by the Great Voyage Organization, he lived on one of the stars in the cultivation realm. According to his experiences, if he had not been captured by the Great Voyage Organization and taken to its laboratory, he would have soon boarded an ancient flying boat to explore the Supreme Realm, and even planned to cross the Supreme Realm to explore the legendary Return Realm. Chapter 1345. Where did this group of extraterritorial demons come from? They're so powerful. Am I really going to perish here? Damn it! I don't know what these extraterritorial demons used to make me speak. Could it be the legendary soul-searching technique? The nuclear bomb ancestor observed the robots coming and going outside the transparent glass. He felt that these things were probably some kind of puppets, and the strange creatures seen in the image were the real extraterritorial demons. After observing the robots for a while, the nuclear bomb ancestor once again, unwilling to believe, attempted to use the power of his core to shatter the glass that trapped him. However, when he raised his fist, he found that, as before, he could not feel the power within him. This deepened his despair. Could the legend be true? Has the extraterritorial demon emerged from Guizhou? Has the seals of the mighty supreme realm been loosened, allowing the extraterritorial demon sealed within Guizhou to return? If so, the three realms are in danger. But now, my power is sealed, and the communication jade is ineffective, leaving me completely unable to contact my old friends. What should I do? During the interrogation and communication, the nuclear bomb ancestor learned from the extraterritorial demon that he was currently located near Guizhou. When he first overheard this news, he didn't believe it, knowing how far away he had been from Guizhou. It was impossible for the extraterritorial demon to transport him from Soft Star 13 to Guizhou in such a short time. But after the extraterritorial demon easily sealed his power, and subsequently displayed various incomprehensible maneuvers, he finally came to believe that the extraterritorial demon was indeed near Guizhou. The nuclear bomb ancestor didn't know that the reason he felt his power was sealed wasn't actually sealed, but rather that his nanocore had been dismantled by an outsider demon. This so-called outsider demon was, of course, the Great Voyage Organization. Scientists from the various civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization simply wanted to thoroughly understand how the nanocores integrated with the soft stars, thereby analyzing the underlying scientific principles. Of course, their ultimate goal was archaeology, to uncover the technological legacy of the civilization that had bequeathed the soft stars, to see if there were any lessons to be learned or any unexpected surprises. The Great Voyage Organization had already dismantled numerous nanocores, and through their research on various nanocores, scientists from various civilizations unanimously concluded that the civilization behind them was likely more than a level 5 civilization. This was because they discovered many technological details within the nanocores that even a level 5 civilization couldn't possess. Thus, this isolated place, long ago, likely hosted a level 6 civilization, perhaps even a level 6 civilization that mastered a unique technology. Using nanocores as a means of technologically enhancing individual life forms was likely the path taken by that level 6 civilization. The nanocore is a product of true nanotechnology from a third-level civilization, but the nanocore used by these soft star people is clearly not something a third-level civilization could create. The way the nanocore connects to the biological consciousness is simply beyond the reach of a third-level civilization. The human-machine integration technology involved is so advanced that even the Dia civilization is astonished. In short, after discovering this miniature galaxy, the Dia civilization was the most delighted, as they discovered that this device was surprisingly well suited to their own species, requiring only minor modifications to be used on their own species. Scientists from the Dia civilization believed that the civilization that left its legacy to the soft star people was likely one that focused on using technology to enhance their own individual lives. They were the ones who dismantled the nuclear core of the nuclear bomb ancestor. However, they did not intend to kill the nuclear bomb ancestor. Instead, they understood the technical essentials and reassembled it, releasing it upon their departure. After all, the Great Voyage Organization's arrival here was purely coincidental, a mere passing through. Without the star map of the Divine Principle Civilization, the Great Voyage Organization would not have come here. So, it's true that this place is isolated. Interestingly, in the soft star people's worldview, the 108 red dwarf stars are their world. As for the lights that can only be seen in the starry sky, but cannot be touched, they believe that there are other worlds and other practitioners there. But those worlds are separated from their own by a vast chaos, and they can only gaze at each other from afar, never reaching each other's worlds. Some soft star people who had reached the pinnacle of cultivation had once attempted to travel through the primal chaos to other worlds aboard top-tier flying boats crafted by weapon masters. They carried communication jades and were fully prepared, yet they still perished in despair amidst the vast primal chaos. Since then, primal chaos cannot be crossed, and Guizhou cannot be entered has become common knowledge among the soft star cultivators. After extensive research, the Great Voyage Organization discovered that, according to soft star legends, their cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, and even their entire world came from the Creator God. It was this Creator God who opened up this world and left behind various cultivation techniques. According to their legends, after creating the world and sealing the extraterritorial demons, the Creator God left this world and entered the vast primal chaos. For this reason, the highest goal of many aspiring soft star people is to follow in the footsteps of their Creator God, transcending chaos to pursue a higher path in other worlds. Regarding the background of this miniature galaxy, the Grand Voyage Organization, through information gathered from multiple planets, has roughly come to this conclusion: if the legend is true, long ago, two grand voyage organizations arrived in this star region, met and clashed, and ultimately, the creator god, as spoken of by the soft star people, emerged victorious. However, this theory cannot explain the presence of 108 red dwarfs and black dwarfs in this starry sky. Exploration by the various civilizations of the Grand Voyage Organization has revealed that these stars and black dwarfs are most likely artificial. Furthermore, the dark matter density here is extremely low, practically non-existent, indicating extensive mining over a long period of time. A Grand Voyage Organization would have no need to stage such a grand display in such a place. They only need to resupply and depart. This is not how they leave behind their legacy. So, another explanation is that the legend of the extraterritorial demon is false. There has always been only one indigenous civilization here, and that civilization, long ago, through its own efforts, developed to the level of a sixth-level civilization, but ultimately fell apart due to internal strife or scientific stagnation. The situation in this galaxy is likely that a civilization, faced with despair over the vast starry sky, chose to convert the dark matter in the entire region into matter using sixth-level civilization technology, and then create it into long-lived red dwarf stars, intending to conserve energy and allow their civilization and race to survive. If this is the case, they may have attempted to explore extragalactic systems in ancient times, but all efforts ended in failure. Furthermore, this desolate place had been largely untouched by other Great Voyage organizations, contributing to their complete failure to discover any cosmic civilization. This group of soft star people is likely the descendants of that ancient civilization's collapse. Over the course of history, they must have experienced war or fallen into decadence, leading to their demise and technological decline. Then, their entire civilization collapsed, and the surviving individuals were reborn within the ruins of the ancient civilization. Over the years, they gradually discovered its sacred relics. Time has caused the surviving soft star people to forget their past, but their genes still match those creations. After all, they were originally created by their ancestors. Thus, through repeated reincarnations, they embarked on this path of cultivation. The Great Voyage Organization used their time to conduct archaeological research on this miniature galaxy, and the information they obtained suggests this theory is highly likely true. As for whether or not to tell this group of soft star people after discovering the historical truth, the civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization are divided into two factions. One part of the civilization believes that they are just passing by, and there is no need to disturb the dreams of this group of soft star people. The other part of the civilization, led by the Shinju civilization, believes that since they are here, it is not difficult to show up and mention it casually, and they can even take them out of this star field. Chapter 1346. The Divine Principle civilization has always held this philosophy. They also helped humanity in the past. They've done many similar things throughout the Great Voyage. It's been this way before, it's still this way, and it's likely to be this way in the future. Of course, this doesn't mean the Divine Principle civilization is the cosmic sage. A civilization's code of conduct is based on its own ideals. Judging others is simply judging them by our own ideals. You say the Divine Principle civilization is righteous, but they also experimented with bombing other civilizations' home planets. The Great Voyage Organization hasn't left yet, so there's no rush to finalize this matter. After all, if they truly need to help these soft stars, they only need one or two sub-civilization class transport ships suitable for their survival, which is easily accomplished. The Great Voyage Organization also intends to continue its archaeological work, intending to delve into the history of this miniature galaxy. In reality, the Great Voyage Organization isn't interested in the current soft stars themselves, but rather the history behind them, or the civilization that left behind their legacy. Naturally, many civilizations were also interested in the social organization of the soft star people. Curious, they dispatched various invisible probes to various planets to observe their every move from an observer's perspective. It was these observations that provided Yuan with a visual feast. After seeing these things, many people from the Dia civilization even applied to experience life on the planet. Of course, none of them traveled to the planet in person. Instead, they used the same technology that Yuan and the Awakener One had used to create a soft star body for themselves. They traveled to the planet before the Great Voyage Organization launched its voyage, experiencing a life they had never experienced before. In fact, it wasn't just the Dian civilization. Many humans, even the Awakeners, had gone there. None of the civilizations prohibited such activity. After all, the Great Voyage consisted largely of sailing through the vast void, and having previously encountered a series of high-intensity wars, it was beneficial for the civilians and soldiers to relax. So, for the Great Voyage Organization as a whole, coming to this miniature galaxy was archaeological excavation. For science, it was exploring phenomena and adding various samples to the civilization's database. And for the civilians, it was tourism. Perhaps due to the prevalence of this activity, the nuclear bomb ancestor was released early. The Dian civilization captured him, dismantled his nanocore, studied it, and then reassembled it, returning him to his original planet. This operation left the nuclear bomb ancestor bewildered. He had thought he was about to die, but he never expected to return. How fast? In just a few hours, I returned from Guishu to Soft Star 13. How did those extraterritorial demons do it? Do they have a teleportation array too? The extraterritorial demons just let me back like that. I don't know what they mean. Aren't they afraid I spread the news? Nuclear bomb ancestor felt the surging power within him. Feeling this power, he felt a sense of peace. He also discovered that his connection with the heavenly sword had been restored. The so-called heavenly sword refers to the thousands of nuclear bombs he had deployed in orbit around the planet. It seemed as if nothing was lost, but nuclear bomb ancestor was confused. It could be said that what he saw on this trip completely overturned his understanding of the world. The huge flying boats that stretched across the void, the unknown buildings surrounding Guishu, and all sorts of unfamiliar methods. All he saw and heard made the world seem strange to him. The various methods of the extraterritorial demon made him, standing at the pinnacle of the world, feel powerless for the first time. They could capture him without his knowledge, and send him back without his knowledge. The thought of how such a method, similar to soul-stealing, could make such a strong-willed person confess everything he knew without reservation was truly terrifying. Is it possible that even the great Agivanoto, ancestor of the nuclear bomb, would be afraid one day? The nuclear bomb ancestor emerged from his cave, gazed at the clear sky, and pondered for a long time before finally making the decision he had been struggling with for countless years. He decided to repair the ancient teleportation array, leave Soft Star 13, and travel to the Supreme Realm to inform the supreme beings of the extraterritorial demon's appearance. He truly felt a little reluctant to leave behind the heavenly swords in orbit, but thinking of the hopelessly powerful extraterritorial demon, he made up his mind. The Soft Star people have teleportation arrays on every planet. To them, these arrays are ancient teleportation arrays, legendary artifacts crafted by ancient powers at the cost of countless resources. Communication between various cultivation communities generally occurs through these arrays. For the Great Voyage Organization, these so-called ancient teleportation arrays are actually artificial wormholes. Level 6 civilizations with deep expertise in space technology can connect different wormhole channels, and also create these short-distance wormholes. The short-distance wormhole transport used to transport the nuclear bomb ancestor from headquarters back to Soft Star 13 was a wormhole portal constructed for the Great Voyage Organization after studying existing teleportation arrays in their region. This facilitates travel between headquarters and various planets. It was people, not warships. The teleportation arrays on each planet were far too small for the massive warships of the Great Voyage Organization to transport. Therefore, they could only complete data transfers and then transport individuals or small aircraft. The society formed by these Soft Star people over the long years truly resembles the world of immortal cultivation, except that they cultivate technological artifacts. The Great Voyage Organization discovered that nearly every planet has a teleportation array, but perhaps due to the passage of time, some arrays have become damaged. On the planet where the nuclear bomb ancestor resided, the array that originally led to the Ultra Realm was broken. After returning to his cave, the nuclear bomb ancestor set out to repair that array. For the nuclear bomb ancestor, repairing the teleportation array was no easy task, requiring various spatial components and equipment. Of course, the nuclear bomb ancestor had no knowledge of these, so he sought out individuals from various factions with expertise in teleportation arrays, and asked them to help him refine the equipment. The nuclear bomb ancestor was even more decisive than before. After all, the pressure from the extraterritorial demons was too strong. He eliminated anyone who disobeyed him, demanding heavenly materials and earthly treasures from powerful forces, the various parts and materials needed to manufacture equipment. If they refused, he would simply wipe them out. Rumors of the nuclear bomb ancestor's return spread throughout Soft Planet 13. However, the resources of a single planet were insufficient to repair the teleportation array, so the nuclear bomb ancestor had to use the array to travel to planets in other cultivation realms to gather resources. For a time, the Soft Planet cultivation world was in turmoil. Wherever the nuclear bomb ancestor went, nuclear explosions resounded through the sky. Not to mention, the nuclear bomb ancestor's efficiency was truly remarkable. In just over 100 years, he successfully repaired the ancient teleportation array leading to the Supreme Realm. Thus, he finally completed the first step and reached the Supreme Realm. However, the nuclear bomb ancestor was unaware that many planets in the so-called Supreme Realm were already dotted with the footprints of the extraterritorial demons. Chapter 1347. Even Yuan, in his free time, created a body for himself and traveled to a planet to experience life in the cultivation world. However, he didn't take on the appearance of a soft world person, but rather a proper human. With both a cultivation world and extraterritorial demons, it's only natural for a person with a different appearance to appear. In fact, it's not just human forms. Individual life forms from civilizations like the Do-like, Shinju, and ancient civilizations do the same when they arrive on planets. They all roam around in the form that suits them best. So, upon arriving in the Supreme Realm, the nuclear bomb ancestor discovered traces of the extraterritorial demons. Even supreme beings from the Supreme Realm were fighting demons under the guise of upholding justice, but those bizarre-looking extraterritorial demons were simply too powerful, especially the various magic weapons they wielded, literally, deadly weapons. Furthermore, the nuclear bomb ancestor discovered, despairingly, that even if these extraterritorial demons were defeated, they would reappear after a period of time. After arriving in the Supreme Realm, the nuclear bomb ancestor had slain some weaker extraterritorial demons, using small nuclear bombs, only to have them reappear shortly thereafter. Nuclear bomb ancestor? Why are you here when you're not staying on Soft Star 13? Just as the nuclear bomb ancestor was considering whether to seek out the planet's most powerful being and share his knowledge of the extraterritorial demons, a sudden voice startled him. Turning around, he found a figure who looked completely different from himself standing there, smiling at him. It had 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth, and stood about 1.8 meters tall. The nuclear bomb ancestor had seen this type of extraterritorial demon before when he was captured in the laboratory. He remembered it vividly. It was a certain type of extraterritorial demon, and one of high rank. He remembered that it was this type of extraterritorial demon that had once ordered the other extraterritorial demons to conduct numerous experiments on him. It was truly terrifying. Ah, extraterritorial. Oh, that. So it's the Venerable. What a coincidence I met you here. I wonder what you want from me. I just ascended, yes, to the upper realm. The nuclear bomb ancestor folded his wings. He wanted to flee, but he was well aware of the abilities of the extraterritorial demons. When he was captured, his power perception was directly blocked, and he was taken down without resistance. The nuclear bomb ancestor didn't know that this was actually a form of magnetic field signal interference, developed by the Great Voyage organization specifically for the convenience of nanocores. The Soft Star people figuratively call this method domain control. Well, it's a rare opportunity to meet an old acquaintance, so come with me. The speaker was Yuan. This planet was one of the Soft Star people's supreme realms. He had come here not specifically for the nuclear bomb ancestor, but because human probes had discovered something remarkable on this planet. Furthermore, after spending so much time on the warship, he decided to relax and experience the cultivation world from a first-person perspective, while also checking out what the probe had discovered. See if he could get it back to the Great Voyage organization headquarters, and have the various civilizations replicate it. If the intelligence was true, then this would be the most valuable discovery the Great Voyage had made since it began exploring this miniature galaxy. Because this thing was called a secret realm by the Soft Star people, and based on the information transmitted by the detection system, many scientists believed it might have been created by some kind of space technology. During this period, the Metam civilization, accustomed to space technology, also sent a research team to explore the area. Their team believed the so-called secret realm might be a unique microcosm. As to how unique it was, the Metam civilization couldn't yet determine due to the limited data. However, their team speculated that it might be a unique technological artifact. The very mention of unique technological artifacts sparked intense interest among the civilizations within the Grand Voyage organization. Not only did research teams from several major technological civilizations arrive, but even ordinary level 6 civilizations sent their own teams. Your Excellency, if you have any words, I will certainly obey them. The nuclear bomb ancestor dared not resist. Then, Yuan soared into the air, bound for his destination. Not daring to delay, the nuclear bomb ancestor quickly flapped his wings to follow. He watched Yuan, who could fly freely without wings, and thought to himself, these extraterritorial demons are truly powerful. I wonder if the supreme being of the supreme realm can withstand them. The more he thought, the more despair grew. As expected, upon reaching his destination, he was greeted by an unforgettable scene. Floating above the peaks of his destination were ancient flying boats, larger than any mountain. Beneath them, flying, standing, or crawling, were bizarre-looking demons from otherworldly realms, mumbling incoherently. Next to the demons from otherworldly realms were 4 or 5 timid, soft alien beings. Oh no, one of them was incredibly assertive, a person with a righteous and fearless expression. The nuclear bomb ancestor hadn't been in the Supreme Realm long, and didn't recognize the soft alien beings present. He simply assumed they were all beings with higher cultivation than himself. He cautiously followed Yu Yuan all the way to the front of the group, then heard the demon from outside the realm he was following say, "Is this the entrance to the space? Why can't it be opened?" The languages of different races were certainly incomprehensible, but the Great Voyage organization had long since deciphered the soft star language and used an automatic translator during communication, ensuring the soft star people present could understand. Therefore, the nuclear bomb ancestor had no difficulty understanding. That ancient civilization was quite resourceful. They implemented multiple encryption techniques and genetic testing procedures. If they couldn't detect the soft star people's genes, opening it would be difficult. Oh, Yu Yuan understood. That was why they had brought these soft star people here. They must be using their genes to activate the space gate. Can't the device be scanned? Yu Yuan asked again. The staff member replied, "No, the Momota civilization is still scanning and calculating on the research vessel. They haven't found the main device yet, and they suspect it's somewhere inside the space. That's why we're thinking of opening the space and looking inside. They say it might be some kind of space folding technology." Yu Yuan nodded, about to say something else. But then he heard the soft starman standing next to the staff member speak indignantly, "Extraterritorial demons, your conspiracy will not succeed. I, Venerable Guichen, will never help you open this secret realm. Haha, let me tell you the truth. This secret realm was established by an ancient supreme being of our race. It has 108 heavenly gang and earthly evil restrictions. Without someone of our race mobilizing the power of the stars, you can't open it. Forget it. Oh, star power. Had the people from the divine matrix civilization arrived?" Yu Yuan glanced at Venerable Guichen, and his data immediately appeared before his eyes in the form of an image. He knew he was a powerful being who had cultivated to the point where he could harness negative energy. He was quite impressive, actually revealing such crucial information. It seems he's quite confident in the restrictions of this secret realm, but this confidence seemed quite foolish to the nuclear bomb ancestor, who was so anxious that he slapped his thigh, for he had witnessed all sorts of outrageous methods used by the extraterritorial demons. He thought to himself that he was still a step too late. If he had known that the legendary Supreme Master, Guichen Venerable, was so foolish, he should have intervened sooner. The nuclear bomb ancestor thought to himself, "This is great. The 3 realms are doomed. This truly infuriates me. These fools. How about I just join the extraterritorial demons? Maybe I can even obtain a more advanced cultivation method and reach even higher levels." Chapter 1348. Everyone naturally understood the nuclear bomb ancestor's intentions. After answering Yu Yuan's question, the staff member turned back to the holographic screen and began analyzing the data on the spot. The research vessel overhead had already been scanning the area before they landed, confirming that the entrance lay within this valley. The valley itself was truly breathtaking. Add to that the research vessel, the staff, and the several brought-in soft aliens, all languidly standing there, and it looked like all sorts of bizarre creatures discussing something, like some kind of extraterritorial demon forcing local cultivators into committing evil deeds. Yu Yuan was aware of the term extraterritorial demon, as were other civilization leaders, and those who had come into contact with these soft aliens. However, they didn't take the term seriously, nor did they care much about the opinions of these local soft aliens. Just as they had this time when they discovered this secret realm, they had simply flown the research vessel directly upon discovery, completely ignoring the local soft aliens. They weren't worried about being attacked by the soft stars. After all, even a research ship wouldn't be something these soft stars could destabilize, not to mention the numerous detection and jamming devices aboard. Within the range of a research ship, a single command could render the soft stars powerless, just as the Venerable Guichen had done before. The technological gap was too vast. The soft stars had absolutely no chance of victory. Furthermore, even if the native soft stars could take out 1 or 2 tourists, they wouldn't actually be the real thing, but rather remote-controlled puppets created by various civilizations through life sciences. These things are mass-produced in technological civilizations. They could simply destroy one and replace it, with no impact at all. Meanwhile, the nuclear bomb ancestor, who was watching the staff intently, was internally shouting. He was all too familiar with the way the staff summoned control screens from the void. He remembered seeing many of these people walking around when he was trapped inside the transparent glass. This scene brought back horrific memories. He wanted to say something, but words faltered as they reached his lips. However, someone offered him a pillow just as he was about to fall asleep. Just then, he suddenly heard the strange-looking demon from the outer realm speak. "Nuclear bomb ancestor, haven't you always said we're demons from the outer realm? You want to know our origins, don't you? You want to know why we possess such advanced skills? Your Excellency, yes. Are you truly willing to tell me?" The nuclear bomb ancestor unconsciously used the honorific. Having been easily captured before, he no longer held his former arrogance in his heart, and now knew his place. In reality, from the time he was captured until his release, few people spoke to him. This was perfectly normal. After all, in the staff's original impression, he was just a guinea pig. Who would have the time to chat with a guinea pig? But now things were different. The Shinju civilization was interested in helping these indigenous soft star people. As good friends of the Shinju civilization, humans naturally wouldn't dismantle the tower. They could even lend a hand. So, while waiting for the Shinju civilization's research spacecraft to arrive, Yi Yuan thought he'd make good use of it. Perhaps the nuclear bomb ancestor, knowing the truth, could become a publicity ambassador. So, the conversation just now took place. Of course, this isn't a big secret, but are you truly ready to accept the truth? Yu Yuan turned and smiled at the nuclear bomb ancestor. This guy had wings behind his arms and legs, and his chest resembled a bird's chest. He was about 1.2 meters tall, quite tall for a soft star person. "We're ready," the nuclear bomb ancestor said excitedly. Their conversation also drew the attention of several nearby soft stars, including the unyielding venerable Guichin. "Actually, we're not some extraterritorial demons, or rather, not the extraterritorial demons you imagine. We don't come from Guishu, but from the starry sky, the place your ancestors ultimately desired but never reached, according to your ancient legends." "What? You mean the world beyond chaos? You're from beyond chaos?" The nuclear bomb ancestor's eyes widened, as if he was trying to comprehend what lay beyond chaos. Beyond chaos? Haha, there's actually no such thing as beyond chaos. Let me put it this way, your world, as you should know, is composed of 108 stars, and a few other faint stars. These bright stars are called red dwarfs in our civilization, but there are actually other types of stars besides red dwarfs. Those faint stars are called black dwarfs. Yi Yuan gave the nuclear bomb ancestor some basic knowledge about the starry sky, then got back to the point. So there's no chaos. The area beyond your world is nothingness, a void of nothingness. Crossing this void, you can reach the distant stars you see when you look up at the sky. These so-called distant stars are actually galaxies with countless times more resources than your world, and hundreds of millions of times richer resources. We have come from across the void. As for the creator gods in your myths and legends, as we learned over the years, they were probably also a technological civilization like us. They once sought to leave this barren land, but ultimately failed, and thus you were born. Everything you use now is their legacy. Your Tao Foundation is actually a technological artifact, but you only know how to use it, not the underlying principles. Oh, the principles are what you understand as the Tao, the secret manuals you obtained back then. Behind it lies an entire technological tree. Technological development. The development of Taoism is a process of collective effort. Listening to Yu Yuan's expansive speech, the nuclear bomb ancestor felt his brainpower was insufficient. Finally, he asked, "Are you saying that there are many beings as powerful as you outside of chaos?" Well, that seemed pointless. Your place is actually isolated due to its geographical environment. If we hadn't taken an unconventional path, you probably wouldn't have encountered any extraterritorial demons, and would have spent endless years in a cycle of destruction and rebirth, until the resources of this starry sky were exhausted, and you were completely annihilated. What this? Yu Yuan felt he still didn't understand, so he sent a message to the Daya civilization, asking them to activate the switch on the nuclear bomb ancestor. Unexpectedly, the nuclear bomb ancestor became even more agitated. This power is the power of the Supreme Being I. The Daya civilization had replaced his nanocore. Naturally, it wasn't just a simple core, but rather equipment based on level 5 civilization energy technology. Feeling there was too much to explain, Yi Yuan, after turning on the nuclear bomb ancestor, had the Daya civilization transmit some theoretical knowledge about nuclear fusion, positive and negative matter, negative energy, and a wealth of knowledge about the universe and the starry sky to his system, allowing him to slowly digest it. The nuclear bomb ancestor was completely stunned. He realized a voice spoke in his mind. He only needed to communicate with that voice to see the cultivation manual he had longed for, and even summon a holographic control screen like the group of extraterritorial demons. He simply stood there, following the system's prompts to familiarize himself with the various operations. However, what he didn't know was that the scene of him summoning the holographic operating screen had been firmly remembered by Venerable Guichin and several other venerables, and they labeled him as a lackey of the extraterritorial demon. Chapter 1349. Some things, some actions, require time to develop, so after throwing everything at the nuclear bomb ancestor, Yuan left him there. Just then, the Shinju civilization's research spacecraft arrived. After some exploration, the Shinju civilization discovered that this secret realm, or dimension, indeed possessed some secrets. They needed to utilize the extended nature of the gravitational dimension as a key to unlock it. The secret to unlocking it lay hidden within the soft star people's genetic map. The Shinju civilization's single move revealed the truth. And so, to Venerable Guichin's astonishment, the hidden realm was finally unlocked by the Shinju civilization. Seeing how the secret realm could be opened in this way must have shattered Venerable Guichin's worldview. However, the research teams from various civilizations within the Great Voyage organization paid no mind to these matters. The moment the spatial portal opened, they boarded small spacecraft, carrying various research tools, and entered. Yuan wasn't idle either. He had come here specifically for this dimension, so naturally, he followed the researchers inside. The process of scientific exploration is tedious, but the joy of new discoveries is also real. This was a joint exploration, and the scientific research teams from various civilizations did not disappoint. After entering the space, they quickly scanned its structure. They discovered that this space was not actually large, not even large enough to accommodate a star-class battleship, but its structure was unique. It was not a single space, but, as scientists had previously speculated, a folded space. The Great Voyage organization confirmed the ancient civilization's suspicion of space folding technology. For the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization, space folding technology was undoubtedly a unique technology, as none of the 42 civilizations in the organization had achieved it, and no level 6 civilization had ever been found along the Great Voyage. As for how this space is folded, the various research teams haven't provided a specific description. It's simply that everyone knows this, and the idea that truly understanding its underlying principles through a few explorations and observations is clearly unscientific. Perhaps because the concept emerged too early, the folding of space appears to be quite simple. An analogy might be to fold sheets of paper together like a book, but in reality, it's extremely difficult to achieve. Because the universe is three-dimensional, the analogy of folding paper is just that, an analogy. If sheets of paper were two-dimensional, they wouldn't have any thickness when stacked. But if they were stacked like books, they would have thickness, and the stacking would enter a third spatial dimension. This is how this space currently feels to the various civilizations of the Grand Voyage organization. While they know it's a folded space, they don't understand how it can fold 3 dimensions without expanding into 4. Furthermore, they don't see the 3-dimensional space appear larger, and the stacked spaces don't blend together. This isn't simply a matter of pulling 3-dimensional space together and stacking it. In fact, virtually every level 6 civilization has experimented with spatial folding, having already developed the ability to create smaller universes. But without exception, no civilization has managed to fold space as this one does. It truly is 2 equally sized spaces folded together, increasing the available space while maintaining the size of the larger universe. This space is the other world. This phenomenon has impressed those who have witnessed the creations of the observer civilization, but they also understand the difference between the two. One involves folding space, the other involves proportional compression. Both are spatial technologies, but the principles are different. Clearly, exploration wasn't easy. Yuan, the leader of human civilization, had merely come to observe the novelty. To truly understand the progress of exploration and research, he had to wait until the research teams from various civilizations had compiled their data. So, after a brief tour, Yuan disconnected the remote control and returned his attention to the Tianqin. As for the nuclear bomb ancestor, the seeds of his ambition had already been planted, waiting for them to blossom. Yuan didn't want to interfere too much, but he was certain that if the divine principle civilization truly wanted to help the soft star people, the other soft star people wouldn't know, but the nuclear bomb ancestor would definitely follow. After returning to the Tianqin, Yuan returned to his work. Over time, the Great Voyage organization's exploration of that space yielded significant results. First, after a period of research, the research teams from various civilizations concluded that space folding was indeed a unique technology. This conclusion immediately caused a 180-degree shift in the attitudes of various civilizations toward the soft star people. Their previous disdain and indifference had morphed into eagerness, even eager anticipation. Every civilization declared their determination to rescue the soft stars and lead them out of this desolate galaxy. Even Jesus couldn't stop them. That was unique technology, and these seemingly off-kilter soft stars were precisely the species capable of understanding it. It would be strange if civilizations didn't rush to cultivate them. Civilizations without unique technologies, in particular, immediately viewed the soft stars as treasures. They quickly established soft star research departments dedicated to studying them, attempting to imbue them with their own genetic locks and exploit them for their own purposes. Who wouldn't want unique technology? The Galactic Center civilization could acquire powerful unique technologies through this method, and so could the Putalard civilization. Why couldn't we? The news of space folding as a unique technology sent all civilizations into a frenzy. Even the Divine Matrix civilization, which hadn't yet publicly announced its previous plans, launched a vigorous campaign, sending large numbers of personnel to various life-bearing planets to promote itself and encourage the soft star people to voluntarily board their ships. This single piece of news seemingly ignited events in an unexpected direction. The soft star people's world thus ushered in a new era. The starry sky, technology, the universe, and long-distance voyages. All sorts of new things, new concepts, and new insights swept across all life-bearing planets at a breakneck pace, creating a fierce clash between new and old ideas. For a time, some conservatives rose to the occasion, embracing tradition and resolutely resisting the extraterritorial demons. Others, driven by the philosophy of learning from the demons to strengthen oneself, united like-minded soft star people from all planets, launching a vigorous movement. Of course, there were also those who joined the Great Voyage organization, drawn, either voluntarily or under duress, by the powerful technologies displayed by various civilizations. This was still relatively good. For example, the Galactic Center civilization directly proposed a plan to divide up the soft star people, and had already drawn up a distribution plan for the other civilizations with specialized technologies. 108 planets would be given one each to the ordinary level 6 civilizations within the organization, with the remaining planets divided equally among the 6 civilizations with specialized technologies. The Divine Matrix civilization opposed this division in principle, but they also wanted to acquire another specialized technology. Yu Yuan didn't play the chastity bitch and directly invited humans to participate in the meeting in his capacity as leader. The Awakener illusion was no exception. They also planned to train a group of soft star people to see if they could develop space-folding technology for themselves. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes, and all of this seemed to vindicate the nuclear bomb ancestors' name for the Great Voyage organization, the extraterritorial demons. Chapter 1350. The military ties within the Great Voyage organization have become quite close, especially in times of crisis, when supreme command is essentially vested in the 5 technologically advanced civilizations. While the Dia civilization possesses specialized technologies, their experience is relatively new, and their unique technological artifacts have yet to be created, so their influence within the highest power meetings remains limited. It can be said that after such a long voyage, the Great Voyage organization has transformed from an extremely loose organization into a relatively tight-knit one. However, in the development of each civilization, each still maintains a strict adherence to its core technologies, and refuses to surrender the fruits of its years of research to other civilizations. As demonstrated by the recent division of the soft stars, after the benefits were distributed, each civilization then worked diligently on the planets it received, each hoping to obtain space-folding technology through the soft stars. This is entirely due to the fact that no civilization wants to be surpassed by the others, nor does it want to be at the bottom of the organization. They all want to be among the civilizations that reach the end of the Great Voyage. Especially those civilizations without specialized technologies. They actually don't want other civilizations to successfully develop space-folding technology based on the soft stars. Of course, there's another reason why the several civilizations with specialized technologies in the Grand Voyage organization agreed to this distribution method. They wanted to see if, after allocating the soft stars in this way, each civilization could cultivate them and create numerous specialized technological artifacts. While this path seems feasible in theory, it conflicts with the current status of the various specialized technological civilizations in the Grand Voyage organization. This is because, aside from the Awakener civilization's collective specialized technologies, the other civilizations essentially only have one specialized technological artifact. If the division of the soft stars results in each civilization gaining access to specialized technological artifacts, then 2 conclusions emerge. First, space-folding technology is a relatively low-maintenance, group-specific technology. Second, the various specialized technological civilizations currently within the Grand Voyage organization can maintain multiple specialized technological artifacts by continuing to expand their populations. Regarding the second point, human civilization has actually done its best, but with the exponential population growth, the scientific teams it has cultivated still lack the resources to maintain a third set of quantum banishment strike equipment. This is somewhat mystical. According to common sense, if civilization were to be split in two, or divided into multiple groups, and then allowed to grow to the same size, it should be possible to simultaneously create and maintain multiple specialized technological artifacts. However, human civilization has almost exhausted its entire ingenuity simply to maintain its own, and the specialized technological artifacts it has created for the Awakener. The reason for this is that when the 7th-level civilization soul-destroying weapon was encountered in the post-awakening galaxy, the human population had plummeted to 300 billion. During that period, within human civilization, many scientists capable of understanding unique technologies perished from the effects of soul-destroying weapons, and several died of old age. Due to a shortage of scientists capable of understanding their unique technologies, humanity nearly lost its ability to maintain the Lyra. For a time, the Lyra's quantum banishment strikes and microscopic high-dimensional jump systems were plagued by numerous bugs, especially the Awakener illusion equipment. Thankfully, a brilliant scientist named Long Xing Lu later emerged. His genius miraculously grasped many microscopic high-dimensional structures and phenomena that were incomprehensible to others. His presence restored the ability for human civilization to maintain the Lyra and the Awakener illusion's unique technological creations. He currently leads a large scientific team in the maintenance of the Tianqin, including the equipment on the Awakener Phantom battleship. However, even though humanity's population has returned to 100 trillion, there are still only a handful of talented scientists who can fully understand their civilization's unique technologies. Humanity's unique technologies have more than one application, so they need many talented scientists who can fully understand them. This is why humanity has been hesitant to build another Tianqin. In fact, human civilization is relatively well off. During a closed-door meeting, a private gathering where several major unique technologies share their insights behind closed doors, the Falcon civilization reported that they had been unable to maintain the Falcon for a period of time due to the lifespan of their talented scientists. That situation lasted for 230,000 years, nearly rendering the Falcon's unique technologies useless. It was only then that a talented scientist emerged, and under his leadership, the numerous bugs in the unique technologies were gradually fixed. This situation isn't limited to the Falcon civilization. According to captured members of the Putalar civilization, they experienced this as well, and more than once. The Shinju civilization even revealed shocking information. They claimed that during their development of specialized technologies, some brilliant scientists suddenly lost their ability to comprehend knowledge they previously understood. This factor played a role in their efforts to develop specialized technologies over such a long period of time. Of course, this information was known only to the major specialized technological civilizations, and they tacitly withheld it from the ordinary level 6 civilizations within their organization, not even from the Dia civilization, which had recently joined the ranks of specialized technological civilizations. Therefore, this distribution of the soft star people actually involves experiments on metaphysical matters by the 5 major technological civilizations, in addition to the Dia civilization. Everyone wants to see whether, after such a division, the soft star people can produce a large number of talented scientists who could understand the workings of space folding. This matter has significant implications for future entry into the Great Void, and several of the technological civilizations of the Great Voyage organization want to understand why this is the case. As for the folded space on the soft star people's side, the Shinju civilization has already located its artifact and plans to seize it as the shared property of the Great Voyage organization. If they can figure out how to shut it down, they will shut it down and take the core set away. If they can't, they will seize the entire folded space. The latter option is more difficult, however, as research has revealed that this folded space is already unstable. Various research teams have stated that forcibly separating it from this space would highly likely cause the entire folded space to collapse. So, scientific teams from all civilizations are now working to shut down the core artifact and then seize it. This matter is crucial to whether the future soft world humans we cultivate will be able to understand the unique technology of that civilization, so every civilization is paying close attention. With luck, things are progressing smoothly. It took the Great Voyage organization just over 100 years to successfully retrieve the creation core. Chapter 1351. The soft stars were divided up. Nearly 80% of the soft stars on the 108 life-bearing planets were taken by the Great Voyage Organization, either by force or by choice, onto specially designed habitable spacecraft. The remaining 20% were conservative diehards, who firmly viewed the Great Voyage Organization as extraterrestrial demons and vowed to live and die with their homeworld. Many civilizations within the Great Voyage Organization showed tolerance towards these people, refraining from harming them or destroying their planets. Since you prefer to stay here, then stay. This place is hopeless. It's likely that only organizations like the Galactic Great Voyage Organization, with their divine civilizations, would pass through. After the Great Voyage Organization leaves, this miniature galaxy will return to its closed state. Perhaps those conservative diehards will portray the arrival of the Great Voyage Organization as extraterrestrial demons bringing catastrophe to the universe. But with 42 civilizations within the Great Voyage Organization, who cares about such an accusation? Time flies. As expected, when the Great Voyage Organization departed, Venerable Goichen became the backbone of the conservative faction, while Nuclear Bomb Ancestor, along with a group of willing soft stars, embarked on the starship prepared for them by the humans. Only after boarding the human starship did Nuclear Bomb Ancestor realize the sheer power of the organization he had once called the extraterritorial demons. The countless spaceships in the starry sky, like giant flying boats, resembling planets. For the first time since embarking on the path of cultivation, Nuclear Bomb Ancestor felt his own insignificance, his own power so feeble. He even wondered if these enormous flying boats could destroy the planet he had previously been on. There were many other soft stars, like the Nuclear Bomb Ancestor. On the day the Great Voyage Organization departed, countless soft stars pressed against the ship's windows, trying to peer through the windows at their soon-to-be-departed home, but all they saw were the bright lights of the surrounding ships. The Great Voyage Organization's departure point wasn't above their home planet. It was even far from their star. The soft stars, lacking any astronomical knowledge, were left with nothing to see. It must be said that despite possessing the legacy of a level 6 civilization, these soft stars had strayed from their path. So much so that when they were picked up by various civilizations, they displayed a rather rustic air. Most of them possessed a knowledge of the starry sky and the universe that was even inferior to that of Earth-era humans. Goodbye, my home. Gazing into the inky blackness of space, the Nuclear Bomb Ancestor uttered his final farewell. He harbored a wish, one he had never shared with anyone, and one of the reasons he chose to embark on a human ship. He wanted to seek the legendary Creator God. Although he had learned from human civilization that the Creator God had most likely failed, he still held out hope, as it wasn't 100% certain. However, his wish was unlikely to be fulfilled, as the lifespan of the soft star people wouldn't allow him to fulfill his wish. The Great Voyage Organization had kept the soft star people secret from all civilizations regarding their lifespans. In reality, none of the soft star people who followed the Great Voyage Organization would survive to reach the next galaxy. That galaxy was a full 2.9 million light-years away from the mini-galaxy where the soft star people lived. Even if the Great Voyage Organization's fleet sailed non-stop, it would still take 13,615 years to reach the next galaxy. No soft alien could live that long. Even their Nuclear Bomb Ancestor, who had achieved great success in cultivation, his body had been transformed by the nanocore, could only live for 2,000 or 3,000 years. By the time the Grand Voyage Organization arrived at the mini-galaxy, he was already nearly 2,000 years old, and now he was nearing the end of his life. As for these soft aliens, neither human civilization nor any other member civilization of the Grand Voyage Organization wanted to provide them with longevity potions. Not to mention that a longevity potion specifically tailored to their needs would require specialized research. Even if a universal anti-entropy factor existed, it would not be used. The reason, of course, is that each civilization hopes to quickly replace these soft aliens, creating a gap in the lives of new people so they can begin their scientific education from scratch. As for these first-generation soft aliens, due to the limitations of the knowledge system they were exposed to, it is difficult for them to achieve success in cutting-edge science, so they can only serve as reproductive tools. In this universe without universal moral constraints, such is the fate of a civilization. If the Grand Voyage Organization hadn't discovered the space constructed with space-folding technology, perhaps the soft star people wouldn't have been divided up. Perhaps, at the benevolence of the divine principle civilization, they would have been taken to a galaxy and allowed to develop freely. But ultimately, profit is what drives people. However, by acting this way today, the Grand Voyage Organization must also be prepared for the consequences of being defeated by a more powerful civilization or organization one day. Clearly, the Grand Voyage was a desperate quest for a glimmer of hope, and everyone was prepared for this. Speaking of which, after a leisurely period in the mini-galaxy, the Grand Voyage organization has once again set out towards the vast void. And this generation of soft star people had no idea what it meant to set foot on the starry sky. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years passed. The initial anticipation and excitement of the first generation of soft stars gradually gave way to the loneliness of the starry sky. They began to lose their minds, crying out into the darkness of the universe. Finally, unable to resist, they asked the civilization carrying them, how long would it take to reach the other side of the starry sky? The answer they received was enough to bring them to the brink of collapse. 13,000 years. What an eternity! They had never imagined the vastness of the universe. Especially when the leaders of each civilization lamented the fleet's maximum speed, the distances between galaxies, the scale of the cosmic tree structure, and other astronomical information, their minds were completely consumed by darkness, loneliness, and insignificance. The void of darkness not only engulfed the hearts of the soft stars, but also drowned the great galactic expedition fleet, which had once again set sail. By the time the first generation of soft stars could gaze peacefully upon the vast darkness, 1,000 years had quietly passed. By the second millennium of their voyage, the first generation of soft stars had largely died. By the 2300th year, the nuclear bomb ancestor, after gazing into the void for the last time, also passed away. Then came the second generation of soft stars. Clearly, without the life-extending potion, they were unable to reach the other side of the starry sky. Then came the third and fourth generations. By the fifth generation of soft stars, the Feiyu civilization announced the discovery of an inactivated supergene already present in the soft star's genome. They had successfully activated it, effectively tripling their lifespan. This discovery, though unremarkable, caused a sensation among research teams from various civilizations, as it further confirmed that the soft stars were descendants of the historical creator god, and that they truly had the potential to develop unique technologies. For a time, the various civilizations within the Great Voyage organization intensified their research on the soft stars. However, replicating the soft stars' unique technology proved to be far from easy. 10,000 years later, no civilization had yet managed to cultivate a soft star capable of developing space-folding technology. A breakthrough was achieved in deciphering the genetic locks of two captured races of the Dorade civilization. The Awakener civilization announced that they had cracked the genetic lock of one of the races, and successfully recruited its scientists into their service. However, that was all. That race had yet to produce a genius scientist capable of understanding its own unique technology. And so, the time had arrived, 13,600 years, since the Great Voyage organization left the mini-galaxy. This arrival marked the completion of another great voyage, safely arriving in a new galaxy. Chapter 1352. For human civilization, this is a moderately sized barred spiral galaxy, roughly the same size as the Milky Way. However, the Great Voyage organization didn't stay here for long, even leaving before completing their exploration. This galaxy is relatively normal, lacking any perverted boundary breakers or arrogant civilizations vying for galactic dominance. The Great Voyage organization didn't even make any friends here, merely exchanging brief exchanges with a few level 6 civilizations, some of whom were unknown if they were major powers, before disappearing into the void like passing tourists. The Great Voyage's journey is long and lonely. Aside from some newly joined civilizations, who haven't yet adapted, most members of the organization have grown accustomed to this sailing life. Since acquiring the Divine Principle Civilization star map, the Great Voyage's journey has become much smoother. Because of the unique route, the organization passes through fewer galaxies, reducing the likelihood of encountering particularly vicious civilizations and, consequently, the likelihood of conflict. The efficiency of the journey has increased significantly. Especially for those newly joined civilizations, this unconventional approach to successfully reaching the other side of the galaxy left them deeply impressed by the professionalism of the Grand Voyage organization. From this side of the starry sky to the other side, and back again. After leaving the mini-galaxy, the Grand Voyage organization raced on, crossing one galaxy after another. Some of their journeys were smooth, while others encountered various difficulties and disasters. Thus, the Grand Voyage organization advanced another 100 million light-years. From a human perspective, they were now approximately 550 million light-years from Earth, with less than 200 million light-years left to reach the edge of the Great Void. However, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. The closer we get to the end, the less we can afford to relax. The civilizations of the Great Voyage organization naturally understand this principle, so the organization's 80 level 6 civilizations are on high alert. Yes, along the way, the Great Voyage organization has expanded from 42 to 80 members, but the expansion process hasn't been smooth, nor has it always been a single increase. Many civilizations have perished in battles with hostile forces or disasters. Level 6 civilizations are merely the pinnacle of interstellar civilization. Embarking on such a cosmic voyage is still the equivalent of an extreme sport, so the occasional death or injury is not surprising. As for the addition of new members, that's also normal. With such a large contingent passing through, some civilizations, impressed by such a feat, are bound to join. Unfortunately, none of these new members possess unique technologies. In fact, throughout the Great Voyage organization's journey, virtually all the level 6 civilizations encountered in the galaxies they passed through were not technologically advanced civilizations. The Great Voyage organization was aware of the reasons for this. Firstly, specialized technologies were difficult to develop, and secondly, civilizations possessing them had generally already begun great voyages. The vastness of the universe also made it difficult for different voyage organizations to encounter one another. Perhaps those that had already begun their voyages before the arrival of the Galactic Voyage Organization had already reached the final stages of their journeys, had already reached their destination, or had perished along the way. Throughout their journey, the Great Voyage Organization had encountered numerous destroyed Level 6 civilizations, several of which were clearly the remains of the Great Voyage Organization. The Galactic Expedition Organization had previously encountered a similar situation. In a certain galaxy, they heard about the demise of a previous Grand Expedition Organization, only to discover later that it had been destroyed by a local civilization. Unfortunately, by the time the Galactic Expedition Organization arrived, the civilization that had destroyed the unknown Grand Expedition Organization had also departed, otherwise the Galactic Expedition Organization might have gained another unique technological civilization. Of course, the outcome could also have been the demise of one of the parties, so in some ways, not encountering them was a good thing. It is worth noting that during their long voyage, the Grand Expedition Organization had successfully cracked the genetic lock of the Potterad civilization, forcing 2 of its races to succumb to the Grand Expedition Organization's 6 unique technological civilizations. However, the outcome was disappointing. After so many years, the 2 races of the Potterad civilization still had no scientists capable of replicating their unique technologies, and the same was true for the Soft Star people. Over this long period, from the perspective of the Grand Expedition Organization's overall strength, the most gratifying development was the Dia civilization's development of its own unique technologies. Over 2 million years had passed since they had finally reached their threshold. After this long period of development, the Dia civilization had finally built their new flagship, still called the Dia. However, it was equipped with the Grand Voyage Organization's only soul strike weapon, or rather, a psychic shock weapon, as the Grand Voyage Organization preferred to call it. This was because the Dia civilization's weaponry was not as powerful as the 7th level civilization's creation encountered in the Hochi galaxy. Its destructive power was not as extreme, and its range was not as wide. Its killing range doesn't even reach 1.618 light years, and the greater the distance, the less effective it is. Human, divine, and awakener civilizations have collectively evaluated the Dia civilization's weapons, and concluded that the Dia civilization's mind strike weapons wouldn't actually harm them, but they would be a powerful weapon against ordinary civilizations without significant spiritual enhancements. Crucially, the Dia civilization's mind strike weapons could also affect boundary breakers. While not instantly fatal, they could severely impact their consciousness, causing them to become dazed or insane. For a level 6 civilization, this was sufficient. Once a boundary breaker was triggered into this state by the Dia, it could be easily killed. Regarding the ability to kill boundary breakers, the Star Defender explained that true soul strike weapons are effective against all intelligent life. The reason that the artifact failed to harm the boundary breakers of the post-apocalypse galaxy was simply because its function hadn't been activated. After all, it was originally designed to deal with microscopic demons. From this perspective, the Dia civilization has indeed risen, but the Dia alone doesn't make them the foremost force within the Grand Voyage Organization. Of course, they're not weak in reality. It just depends on the enemy they're facing, just like the Awakeners face different enemies. For example, the Dia is very effective against microscopic demons. Throughout the Grand Voyage Organization's history, they encountered several microscopic demons, none of them galactic in scale. They were easily and completely annihilated with just the Dia. It can be said that the Dia civilization now represents the Grand Voyage Organization's primary weapon against microscopic demons. The Dia's efficiency against microscopic demons is higher than that of any other specialized technological civilization within the organization. This alone has helped secure the Dia civilization's position as the leader, and finally allowed their leader to speak out loudly at the high-level meeting of specialized technological civilizations. Chapter 1353. The rise of the Dia civilization has sparked intense jealousy among many civilizations within the Grand Voyage organization, especially the Feiyu civilization. However, they seem to have recently achieved some breakthroughs in their specialty technology, specifically warp speed. As far as humans know, they appear to be researching the pioneering navigation technology, the faster-than-normal warp technology acquired by the Lyra, but no news of a breakthrough has been released yet. If they truly succeed, their conventional combat power, leveraging warp speed, could vault them to the top of the list of civilizations with specialized technologies. After all, such technology could potentially be a specialized technology for a group. The Seda civilization, once determined to master specialized technologies, has lost its fighting spirit. Their once aggressive claims have become a joke among the ordinary level 6 civilizations. Of course, no ordinary level 6 civilization considers their race inferior. They generally believe their inability to develop specialized technologies stems from a lack of awareness of their own inherent talents. Let's get back to the point. Having once again traveled 100 million light-years, the Grand Voyage organization arrived in an unfamiliar void. Although far from the Great Attractor, the Shinju civilization star map remained functional, as it was updated in real time by the Shinju civilization. As long as the Shinju civilization existed, the map would remain up to date. This time, according to the star map's route, they would also need to resupply at a dark matter island midway through the voyage. Ever since the Shinju civilization mastered this star mapping technology, this has become a common practice for the Great Voyage organization. However, to the surprise of all civilizations, this voyage was not as smooth as usual. It wasn't that the Shinju civilization star map was incorrect, but rather that upon arriving in this area, the Great Voyage organization discovered something strange about this star field. As the leader of human civilization, Yu Yuan also learned about the situation through various channels. First, the current location of the Galactic Grand Voyage organization is undoubtedly a void, with no village in sight and no shop behind. The nearest galaxy is approximately 2 million light-years away, practically a void of darkness. Of course, there is also sparse starlight from distant galaxies, but that's not the point. The key point is that the Galactic Heart civilization's opinion differs from that of the Divine Matrix civilization. Generally speaking, the Divine Matrix civilization draws the star map. If the Grand Voyage organization is preparing to reach the Dark Matter Island, they should follow past practice and head directly there for resupply. However, this time, the Galactic Heart civilization urged everyone to wait and send a reconnaissance team to investigate first. Their reasoning: there might be a boundary breaker. The Galactic Heart civilization's reconnaissance capabilities are well known to all. If they said so, they must have discovered something unusual. However, during the organization's high-level meeting, they claimed that the reconnaissance had found nothing unusual, but only that an astronomer from their civilization had noticed something unusual. They couldn't specify what the anomaly was. This is strange. If you say there's a problem, you should provide evidence. But in the end, it's just a personal feeling. Even if the Galactic Center civilization hadn't pulled this stunt, everyone would have let the probe go first. After traveling such a long distance, they still had some basic safety awareness. The latest detection intelligence arrived quickly, but the situation was not optimistic. The Galactic Center civilization's leading exploration fleet sped along, but just as they were about to reach the dark matter island marked on the star map, they suddenly lost signal. This gave the leaders of the various civilizations, who had been waiting patiently for the outcome, a sudden shock. They all realized they seemed to be facing trouble again, and it was an unknown one. The unknown was the most terrifying, just like the soul-destroying weapon they had encountered in the post-Chi galaxy. The civilizations of the Great Voyage organization, having experienced the hardships of the voyage, all had a consensus. They would rather encounter an evil civilization like the Reapers than encounter something of unknown nature. The leaders of the ordinary level 6 civilizations within the organization were even more nervous. They knew the dangers of the Great Voyage, and that encountering such an unknown danger could lead to annihilation. Having experienced the post-Chi galaxy, the leaders of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations were not much better off. What's the situation with your exploration team? In the virtual world's auditorium, an exploration expert from the Shinju civilization team approached the Inshin civilization team. The Inshin civilization's probe had lost contact, and they were undoubtedly the ones who knew the details best. Gone! The leader of the Galactic Center civilization said with a worried look on his face. His expression was quite endearing to humans. He continued, questioning himself, yes, gone. Our entire exploration fleet, 300 planetary-scale exploration ships lost all contact after approaching that area. Tachyon detection failed to detect them, and quantum entanglement communication failed to respond. No, it should be said that the entangled quantum state on the other end collapsed, causing the loss of communication. Our follow-up exploration team is currently heading to the scene to investigate the cause. Anyway, you can't just sit there and wait. It's now clear that there's something wrong with this void. The Shinju civilization's detection may have been wrong. That's not a dark matter island, but a strange place. The leader of the Shinju civilization agreed with the other theories, but he couldn't tolerate the claim that their own civilization's detection was flawed. He immediately retorted, "Our detection can't be wrong. The gravitational structure of the space ahead clearly indicates there must be a dark matter island there. If we were wrong, do you think we have made it this far?" In response to this rebuttal, the leader of the Inshin civilization, uncharacteristically, chose not to argue. "Okay, but now is clearly not the time to argue. We're all in this together. If things go south, we all be doomed." This was a fair point, and it reflected everyone's greatest concern. If the dark matter island truly was flawed, then the Great Voyage organization would be left without supplies, just as they had been when they encountered the virtual galaxy. This wasn't the worst possible scenario, as, having already experienced it, the Great Voyage organization could easily replicate their previous approach and simply run away. The problem is that this place can also cause exploration fleets to mysteriously disappear. Without understanding the situation, the Grand Voyage organization has only one option: turn around and return the long way, even using conventional navigation, as the available fuel is definitely not enough for another 2 million light-year journey. As expected, the results of the Galactic Center civilization's further exploration seem to prove the old saying, misfortunes never come singly, and when they do, they encounter headwinds. Not only did they fail to detect the previous exploration fleet, but they also boarded hundreds of exploration ships themselves. This also allowed the Galactic Center civilization to observe the process of their own exploration fleet's loss of contact. This situation was immediately reported to the Grand Voyage organization's senior leadership. It may be an area where the rules have been modified, but we currently don't know how large it is, or what type of rule modification it has. The Galactic Center civilization immediately provided their observational data. Where are the dark matter islands? A scientist from the Divine Matrix civilization immediately jumped in to ask. This question was clearly a paramount concern to them, and to all the high-ranking officials present. The leader of the Galactic Center civilization stated, "We're in a highly probable rule anomaly zone. Currently, we only discovered an anomaly in the space ahead of us. Whether we can circumvent it, like we did with the four-dimensional fragments, remains to be seen. Regardless, we're in serious trouble." Hearing this, the scientist from the Divine Matrix civilization said in disbelief, "That shouldn't be the case." Chapter 1354. Unbelievably, before the meeting, the brilliant scientists of the Shinju civilization conducted a special survey targeting the dark matter island. The results were clear. According to the gravitational gradient structure map, there is definitely a large dark matter island at that location. The scientists also gave a clear answer. The dark matter island is approximately 100 light-years away from the void, where the Galactic Grand Voyage organization currently resides. For the Shinju civilization's method of mapping the stars through large-scale gravity, this distance cannot be wrong. Otherwise, all those previous voyages would have perished along the way. But now, the Galactic Center civilization claims that they have entered an area where the laws of physics have been modified before reaching the dark matter island. Should we get a closer look? The Shinju civilization leader dismissed this thought immediately. It was truly meaningless. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "We can't be wrong. Therefore, there is only one possibility. The modified rules in this area are not related to the physical laws of gravity. In other words, the dark matter island is still there. Based on the current detection results, this explanation is very reasonable." Several teams from the distinctive technological civilizations present also agreed with this view, but agreement doesn't guarantee truth. Further exploration is needed to determine the specific situation, and even research vessels may need to be deployed to conduct experiments in that area to obtain a definitive answer. These actions must be taken, as they not only affect the true situation in the area where the rules have been modified but also determine the subsequent decisions of the Grand Voyage organization. The most desired outcome for the 6 distinctive technological civilizations now is that the Grand Voyage organization find a way to access the dark matter island, resupply, and continue on its journey. Of course, this possibility was too remote, so some civilizations had lower expectations. They simply hoped that cracks or gaps existed in the area where the rules had been altered, and that they could find these gaps and pass through them. The worst-case scenario was that everyone would have to travel a long way back. After a brief consultation meeting, the 6 distinctive technological civilizations continued to await the latest detection results from the Galactic Center civilization. At the same time, they dispatched their own exploration teams to explore various locations in the void, exploring for alternative routes and determining the extent of the altered rules. Since the meeting was held in a virtual environment, any new information that needed to be discussed was quickly discussed online. This had become a standard procedure for the Grand Voyage Organization's highest power meetings. However, when everyone gathered again in the virtual venue, they heard another disturbing piece of news. Each civilization had already received the detection information from their respective exploration teams, and now they gathered again to summarize this information. Someone from the Dia civilization team was the first to describe their findings. The situation is dire. We deployed hundreds of thousands of exploration teams, spread across thousands of light years, but we still found no gaps. The leader of the Falcon civilization, representing their own civilization, pointed to their area of responsibility on the star map and said, "Yes, we thoroughly searched this area, approximately 10,000 light years across, and we also found no gaps." The leaders of other civilizations followed suit, sharing their own findings. "We found the same." "Yes, we found the same." "Almost the same." Furthermore, we lost quite a few exploration vessels during our exploration, all of which strayed into the rule-modified areas. Disappeared? It turns out our exploration fleet isn't the only one experiencing this. Yours too? Yes, this area with altered rules is difficult to identify. A single careless step could easily lead you into it, and contact would be lost. We lost many exploration ships as a result. It seems we encountered a vast area. Could it be another self-propagating rule-altering area? Listening to the discussions of the various civilizations, the Silver Heart civilization finally spoke out. No, it's not loss of contact, it's destruction. Destroyed by the rules. Seeing the other teams attentive, the Silver Heart civilization leader enjoyed the attention. Blinking his eyes, he explained, "Yes, that's right. We encountered a lethal rule-altering area. The specific type is unknown, but I can assure you that it's spreading at the speed of light." Hearing the speed of light, the scientists from the other distinctive technological civilizations immediately understood. While many of them were no longer the same scientists as before, civilizations had memories, and they understood what this situation meant. The four-dimensional fragments encountered by the Galactic Expedition Organization contracted at the speed of light, while the two-dimensional regions expanded at the same speed. Based on the aggregated data, the Galactic Expedition Organization also believes that the region where quantum entanglement communication failed is a shrinking region of modified rules. And now, a region expanding at the speed of light has appeared, undoubtedly further confirming the claim that the universe is riddled with holes. So, what kind of rule modification could expand at the speed of light? A number of Level 6 civilizations raised this question, but none could provide an answer. Just as everyone was at a loss, a voice, rarely speaking in the virtual conference room, chimed in. "There are many possibilities. As far as I know, there are vacuum decay and two-dimensional spacetime. Of course, there could be other possibilities, such as near-world collapse. After all, the pitiful Dian civilization isn't omnipotent, and they haven't necessarily witnessed every cosmic disaster." The speaker was clearly the Star Defender, whose knowledge came from the Dian civilization, so everyone felt its veracity stood the test. However, each civilization had different priorities regarding the Star Defender's words. First, everyone ruled out two-dimensional spacetime, as every civilization present had witnessed that phenomenon before, right back when they encountered the Paper civilization. This ruled out the possibility that this area wasn't a two-dimensional disaster. The only two remaining possibilities were vacuum decay and near-world collapse. The others, even the Star Defender, with his vast knowledge of the Dian civilization, were unknown, let alone the other civilizations. Of these three, vacuum decay was universally known. It was the result of the excessive use of zero-point energy by numerous cosmic civilizations. This was the consensus. However, civilizations previously lacked a clear understanding of the origin of zero-point vacuum energy, believing it to be located far away in the universe. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a group of Level 7 civilizations in ancient times trying to solve vacuum decay. However, with the arrival of the Star Defenders, everyone finally understood some of the truth. Vacuum decay isn't actually generated from a fixed source. It's not that wherever zero-point vacuum energy is used in large quantities, vacuum decay will occur there. Rather, it's a form of cosmic randomness. In other words, it can appear and spread anywhere in the universe, and the mechanism behind this is currently unknown to any civilization. Chapter 1355. This is quite terrifying. For this very reason, it is the cosmic disaster of greatest concern to all cosmic civilizations, because no one knows where the next vacuum decay zone will appear, or how long it will expand. This situation is like the spreading of grease at random locations in the ocean. The random mechanism causes the contaminated area to grow faster and faster, as it spreads across the vast expanse of space. When the Star Defenders shared this news with the various civilizations, they raised questions. For example, if vacuum decay occurs in this way, why did the group of level 7 civilizations initially gather together to resolve it? The answer is obvious. It's a region of widespread vacuum decay. In fact, civilizations originally didn't consider cosmic disasters expanding at the speed of light that terrifying. After all, everyone has the ability to travel faster than light. If they can't resolve it, they can simply run. As long as they stay ahead of the disaster, it won't affect them. But the random appearance of vacuum decay has changed the civilization's minds. They could unknowingly be surrounded by a vacuum decay zone while running. On the journey to the Great Expedition, each civilization has heard the Star Defenders' rhetoric more than once. Hopefully, we're still in time for the Great Expedition. This is precisely why each civilization deeply understands the preciousness of time. The faster they complete the Great Expedition, the greater their chances of survival. According to the Star Defenders, one of the driving forces behind the Level 7 civilization's creation of the Vacuum Zero-Point Energy Non-Proliferation Treaty was their discovery of the mechanism of vacuum decay. Vacuum decay is a cosmic catastrophe, aptly named. In the vacuum decay region, all energy becomes unusable, quantum states plummet to their lowest point, and vacuum zero-point energy becomes unusable. The entire cosmic energy level plummets to its lowest point, forcing any civilization that exists according to existing cosmic laws to perish. If this was truly a vacuum decay zone, the Grand Voyage Organization would have no choice but to find a way to avoid it. Either find a gap to pass through, which was too dangerous, or retreat the same way. There was no way around it, but it was better than being surrounded and destroyed by a vacuum decay zone while traveling. The Grand Voyage Organization wouldn't overestimate its capabilities when even a level 7 civilization couldn't solve this problem. Everyone had some understanding of vacuum decay, but the other two were hearing about it for the first time. Wait, what's a near-world collapse? Why haven't you mentioned it before? Knowing everyone was confused, Yu Yuan asked the Star Defender. You didn't ask? The Star Defender said in his usual tone. And even if you did, I wouldn't know. Shit. What are you looking at? I'm not an encyclopedia. Everything I know about cosmic civilizations is information left behind by the Dian civilization. If they didn't leave any, I wouldn't know. What's so strange about that? Star Defender mimicked the laughter of the 6 technologically advanced civilizations, and continued, although I don't know the specifics, I have a general idea. According to the limited records of the Dian civilization, the collapse of the fast world stems from a unique cosmic technology. They somehow managed to cause a certain rule within the fast world to collapse. What rule? Yu Yuan pressed, sensing everyone's gaze. I'm not sure. The Dian civilization doesn't seem to have expertise in this area either. Based on the information they left behind, it's probably something similar to the vacuum decay of the slow world, causing all rules based on the fast world to fall towards the edge of the slow world. The Star Defender continued, the collapse of the fast world signifies a breach in the rules of the universe. The natural consequence is a flaw in the entire framework of the universe, leading to inconsistencies, and ultimately the collapse of the entire cosmic framework. However, the Dian civilization doesn't know the impact such a situation would have on their civilization. They only heard of it, but haven't encountered that kind of attack. Oh, it's said that some cosmic civilizations have proposed solutions to the fast world collapse. There are 2 methods. One seems to be called something. I checked the database. Oh, it involves opening up the multiverse to avoid disaster. This is an avoidance strategy. The other is rule interference. Many civilizations have proposed this. Ming proposed resolving the issue through demarcation. The Dian civilization, the treacherous creator of this body, agreed with this view, at least according to my database. The general idea behind this approach is to establish boundaries on a large-scale cosmic scale. Hearing this, Yuan felt that Star Defender seemed to have missed something, so he interjected, what boundaries? Oh, I forgot you don't understand these terms. Star Defender didn't get annoyed. He explained, the so-called demarcation is the demarcation between the macro and microcosms. Dian civilization and some cosmic civilizations believe that this originally fuzzy boundary between the macro and microcosms can be fixed by rewriting the rules. Then, This demarcation can be buried at the boundary between the fast and slow worlds, completely subsuming the fast world into the microcosm. How should I put it? I understand the specific physical and mathematical processes. According to Dayan civilization's description, it should be to make the fast world a part of the infinitesimal, which does not affect the macrocosm, so that the entire cosmic framework will not be affected by their collapse. However, it seems many cosmic civilizations disagree with their approach, saying that doing so would make the microscopic world even more concealed. That's true, but the Dayan civilization also understands the consequences. If the macro-micro boundary is truly established, the gap between the macroscopic and microscopic worlds will become immense. The direct consequence is that when macroscopic civilizations observe the microscopic world, they will see only a fog. The virtual auditorium was filled with scientists and elites from 6 distinctive technological civilizations. With their knowledge, it was not difficult to understand what the Star Defenders were saying. The slow world is the world in which various civilizations currently reside, the main framework of the macrocosm, where the speed of light is the highest conventional speed. The fast world, on the other hand, is the world of tachyons, home to all types of tachyons. All tachyon weapons and tachyon technology operate according to the rules of the fast world. According to the Star Defenders, the Dayan civilization even believes that those area of effect strikes that instantly and clearly exceed the speed of light are actually influenced by the rules of the fast world. If this is true, then if the fast world collapses, even if civilizations still exist, they will lose all their ability to launch area of effect strikes. However, it's highly likely that it won't be able to exist. After all, as the Star Defenders have stated, by then the main universe framework will be compromised, and any civilization without the ability to modify its rules will be doomed. Unfortunately, the Star Defenders don't know what the scenario would be like if the main universe framework collapsed. Chapter 1356. Even so, the Star Defenders' words still made the people of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations feel a deep sense of oppression from the shattered universe. A cosmic civilization was so powerful that no one could have imagined it before the Star Defenders' description. Everyone was immersed in those few words. In an era when cosmic civilizations have collectively disappeared, these things are undoubtedly secrets. Without the existence of the Star Defender, they would only be lucky enough to encounter relics left behind by cosmic civilizations or other means of information. For ordinary level 6 civilizations, this is absolutely explosive information. For example, the current Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, only 6 distinctive technological civilizations knew of the Star Defender's words. If there was one civilization present that was the most excited, it was undoubtedly the Daya civilization. They were grateful to have heard such news, and of course, even more proud. If they hadn't joined the ranks of distinctive technological civilizations, they would have been as ignorant as the others. It felt great to break into the upper echelons of leadership. Seeing how much the Star Defender knew, and considering the strangeness of this star field, the Daya civilization leader suggested, since this is an area with modified rules, Star Defender, why don't you go take a look? Screw it. What if it's vacuum decay? Wouldn't I be in trouble? The Star Defender spoke like a scoundrel. It was unclear whether this was influenced by the information left to him by the Dayan civilization, or if it had been that way since the dawn of consciousness. Isn't the disaster zone expanding at the speed of light? How could it be? The Daya civilization leader was about to argue, but was interrupted by the Star Defender. Vacuum decay? Who knows if that thing will have random expansion at its boundaries? Haven't you figured out where your probe spacecraft disappeared? I'm not a technological civilization like you. Can you use your brain? Sorry. Okay, if you're alright, you should continue exploring. In my opinion, encountering this kind of crappy place is beyond anyone's control. We'd probably have to turn back the way we came. Oh, that's going to waste a lot of time. Hopefully, we still have plenty. The 6 distinctive technological civilizations still had questions to ask, such as those about macro and microscopic demarcations, and the collapse of the tachyon world. Of course, exploration of the area ahead continued unabated. Technological civilizations, due to their structure, operate multi-threaded. The Star Defender was forthright in answering these questions. He outlined his knowledge of cosmic catastrophes to each distinctive technological civilization. Each civilization gained a great deal of insight. For example, according to the Star Defender, dimensionality reduction attacks can be defended against, and there are more than one method. One of these methods, which each distinctive technological civilization has some familiarity with, is dimensional coding technology. Through two-dimensional coding, warships can briefly operate in two-dimensional space. Another method, still related to space, involves altering the spatial structure to make it highly stable. Cosmic civilizations refer to this technology as reconstructing a stable three-dimensional spatial structure. This structure can prevent unlimited two-dimensional expansion. This technology is also possible on a small scale by some level 6 civilizations that possess relevant specialized technologies, but the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization has not encountered such civilizations. Thus, according to the Star Defenders, two-dimensional expansion is not the most devastating disaster to the universe. After hearing this, Yu Yuan, representing each civilization, recounted their encounter with the paper civilization to the Star Defenders, including its philosophy. In response, the Star Defender expressed concern. Why didn't you tell me earlier? And why did you let them go? Destroy them. Destroy them before they grow up. This is a bit tricky. We have to speed up our journey to the destination. If the paper civilizations advance to cosmic level before us, we might have no chance. Their thinking is too extreme, and the power of cosmic civilizations is not just talk. Based on your description, I think it's very likely that after becoming a cosmic civilization, they will reduce the dimensionality of everything they encounter. In ancient times, there are cosmic civilizations that master dimensionality reduction strikes, but they are generally monitored by other civilizations. I remember you encountered an observer civilization. Back then, they were responsible for those matters in a neutral manner. To prevent the cosmic destruction, the cosmic civilizations of the time not only proposed the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Vacuum Zero-Point Energy, but also implemented many restrictions on the use of dimensionality reduction weapons, or weapons that threaten world collapse. For example, while those cosmic civilizations were still maintaining order in this tree-like structure, they would promptly address the spread of this disaster zone. For example, the two-dimensionalization caused by dimensionality reduction strikes, they have two methods to deal with it. One is to construct a stable three-dimensional spatial structure at the edge of the two-dimensional expansion to limit its expansion, as I mentioned earlier. The other is to directly inject the entire two-dimensional space into the multiverse, making it one of the infinite multiverses. However, dimensionality reduction strikes are not limited to reducing the 3 dimensions of the universe to 2. More advanced applications are 1 dimension, or even 0 dimension. Civilizations with this technology often have a fantasy. They want to use this method to reduce the entire universe to 0 dimension, and then restart the universe. Of course, this is their proposed method to save the universe. This approach is not universally accepted, but not all civilizations agree with it. The initial spark for the war between those cosmic civilizations was the clash of various ideologies. Hey, stop talking. It's all tears. Now I just want to find the Dian civilization. Of course. Before I find them, I must reach the level of a cosmic civilization and show them just how great their great father, the Star Defender, is. Seeing the Star Defender stray off topic again, Yu Yuan quickly interrupted, but this time the Star Defender turned around and scolded him. Thankfully, after scolding Yu Yuan, the Star Defender paused his ramblings and continued to introduce other cosmic disasters to the various civilizations. This was a rare opportunity, and the leaders of the various specialized technological civilizations naturally listened attentively. Listening to the Star Defender's description, the leaders of each specialized technological civilization also expressed a look of astonishment. It turns out that cosmic disasters are not limited to vacuum decay, two-dimensional space, and fast world collapse. In terms of dimensionality reduction alone, there are one-dimensional and zero-dimensional, as well as the cosmic quantum bubble expansion disaster, and the Big Rip and Big Heat death that everyone has known about in the past. Chapter 1357. In the virtual auditorium, leaders from various technologically advanced civilizations were still listening with rapt interest to the Star Defender's narrative. However, the exploration vessels at the forefront of the exploration area encountered something unimaginable. That was news from the Yalan civilization. Their leader was a super-intelligent computer, but not everything was directly under their command. Especially for exploration missions like this, they dispatched numerous experts from related fields to conduct on-site surveys. This was also true for all civilizations. Typically, each unmanned exploration team would include a research vessel specifically responsible for filtering the exploration data. Only after processing was the information transmitted back to headquarters. However, the Yalan civilization repeatedly lost contact during their explorations. At first, they thought they had accidentally strayed into a crack in the cosmic catastrophe zone, but as they used one small probe after another to explore, they discovered otherwise. They discovered that the expansion speed of the original disaster zone's edge sometimes seemed to drastically change. The edge, which had previously expanded at the speed of light, would occasionally suddenly expand at an unreasonably high rate, encompassing a large area beyond. Many Yalan civilization exploration teams were wiped out. This situation was immediately reported to the Great Voyage headquarters. When the news arrived, everyone was still listening to the Star Defender's tales of various cosmic disasters, so as soon as the news reached them, everyone turned their attention to the Star Defender. The Star Defender was a 5-kilometer-long colored ball. His image in the virtual auditorium was also a ball, albeit a smaller one, resembling a floating basketball. Furthermore, as a large colored ball, the Star Defender had no gender. Because of this, his words, when translated into the human voice system, sounded neutral. What are you talking about? Do you really think I'm an encyclopedia? Don't ask. I never encountered this phenomenon before. The Star Defender was also puzzled. He had originally thought the area ahead was caused by vacuum decay, but he hadn't expected this to happen. How could the speed of light suddenly expand to cover such a large area? The leaders and scientific teams of other civilizations were also lost in thought. Like the Star Defender, they had assumed the expansion of the catastrophe zone was at a constant speed of light, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Could it be the near-world collapse zone? Asked a voice from the leadership of the Falcon civilization, their brilliant scientist. However, no one responded. Before anyone could speak, the leader of the Galactic Center civilization looked solemn. It's definitely not vacuum decay. Our exploration fleet has mysteriously lost contact. They were a full 15 light-years from the edge of the catastrophe zone. The moment these words were spoken, the leaders of each civilization felt a chill in their spines. 15 light-years. Remember, the Great Voyage Organization's headquarters is only 100 light-years from the edge of the initially detected catastrophe zone. If this expansion of 15 light-years is indeed instantaneous, according to the leader of the Galactic Center civilization, there's no guarantee that there will be further undetected expansion. The unknown is truly terrifying. Retreat. The members of each civilization's team exchanged glances and immediately came up with the same plan. Ensure the safety of the primary civilization first. Instantly, all civilizations left the virtual hall and, in the name of the Great Voyage Organization's Supreme Council, issued a directive to each member civilization, retreat 3,000 light-years. At the same time, each civilization deployed more probes and expanded its exploration network, determined to locate the entire disaster zone. Logically, faced with a cosmic disaster clearly caused by a cosmic civilization, the galactic expedition should have immediately returned along their original route. However, no civilization proposed this idea. The Star Defenders also disagreed with fleeing. They all knew the disaster zone ahead was likely a completely unprecedented one. If they didn't understand it now, wouldn't encountering it again in the future be the same? Experience must be learned. Even if the specific type of disaster zone wasn't known, understanding its hazards and how it spread would be crucial. This would allow for better strategies for future encounters. Furthermore, each civilization aspired to become a cosmic civilization, and expanding their knowledge would be beneficial to their future survival. Thus, the galactic expedition retreated 3,000 light-years, like a frightened bird. Just as headquarters completed its retreat, the probes ahead transmitted the latest intelligence. First up is the Galactic Center civilization, a leader in the Grand Voyage Organization's detection technology. Using their specialized technologies, they successfully confirmed, using tachyon technology, that the catastrophe zone is not a near-world collapse. After pooling the detection data from the Galactic Center civilization and a number of other civilizations, each civilization has also determined the approximate extent of the catastrophe zone. To date, the Grand Voyage Organization has confirmed that the catastrophe zone extends over 10,000 light-years. While 10,000 light-years is certainly not large on a cosmic scale, it's a minimum estimate due to the Grand Voyage Organization's short detection timeframe. In reality, the catastrophe zone in the direction of the Grand Voyage Organization could extend over 1,000,000 light-years, or even deeper. If it were created by an ancient Level 7 civilization, the extent might even be measured in billions of light-years, given the immense timeframe. In short, the Grand Voyage Organization has yet to explore the end of the Cataclysm Zone. In other words, wherever the exploration spacecraft reaches, it's the Cataclysm Zone. From the latest updated star map, this Cataclysm Zone resembles a vast ocean lying in the path of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. The civilizations of the organization have circled the shore for countless years, yet no path through the ocean can be found. All they see is the surging waters. It's not necessarily the work of a cosmic civilization. After all, as you know, some of the unique technologies of Level 6 civilizations are actually incomplete versions of Level 7 civilizations, only with significant differences in range, strength, and power. After completing their retreat, the 6 unique technological civilizations and the Star Defenders returned to the virtual auditorium. The leader of the Galactic Core civilization spoke these words, glancing knowingly in the direction of the human civilization team. After a pause, the leader of the Galactic Center civilization shared the latest detection intelligence with all the civilizations present, saying, "The situation is not optimistic. It seems we must return to our original route." Everyone noticed that the latest detection intelligence concerned the expansion of the catastrophic zone. The Galactic Center civilization, worthy of being the Grand Voyage organization's leader in detection technology, had so quickly determined the characteristics of the catastrophic zone's expansion. Under normal circumstances, the expansion of a regular catastrophic zone is at the speed of light, but sometimes it can suddenly expand like a sweeping wave, creating new catastrophic zones wherever the tide splashes. This is how the previous exploration teams that were inexplicably affected lost contact. The Galactic Center civilization offered 2 explanations for this phenomenon. One was that it occurred randomly, and the other was that the boundary might be caused by fluctuations in space due to the activities of various civilizations, leading to the sudden expansion. They themselves tended to favor the latter. The Galactic Center civilization's theory was that the warp travel disturbed certain tachyons in the fast world, triggering a chain reaction in the nearby catastrophic zone. Meanwhile, the Shinju civilization also made its own contributions in detection. After several experiments, they successfully detected the situation of a spacecraft engulfed by the regularity catastrophic zone through the application of their unique technology. Undoubtedly, the spacecraft that entered the regularity catastrophic zone were destroyed, but they did not disintegrate into nothingness. Instead, they were decomposed into a new type of matter, retaining certain properties of matter, such as gravitational properties. This is why the Shinju civilization's reaction to discovering the dark matter island persisted. Even the Star Defender was baffled by this result. He had never heard of such a situation before. Clearly, this was a phenomenon beyond the comprehension of the civilizations involved in the galactic expedition. It could be the result of war, or perhaps something like the vacuum decay mechanism, with its random birthplace properties. This mystery also led many civilizations to begin focusing on the option of returning the original route. The paper civilization was right. The path to the Boötes Void was indeed more difficult. Chapter 1358. Lightspeed expansion is accompanied by other characteristic expansion methods, and the matter within it still has the mass gravitational effect. What on earth is going on? 3,000 light-years later, the leaders of various civilizations gathered in the virtual auditorium again. This time, the 6 major technological civilizations invited other civilizations to join, bringing the total to 60 civilizations, each able to express their own opinions. They shared their detection data, and attempted to use this information to analyze the specific conditions in the disaster zone. Many civilizations also shared their own experiments and detection results. A representative from one civilization said, "We launched numerous probes into the catastrophe zone and conducted numerous impact experiments. We discovered that any probes that enter the zone are as if they vanished from the air. We can no longer detect their presence. We don't know if they've been destroyed or if they still exist." Another civilization, whose detection capabilities were clearly superior, stepped forward to explain, "It still exists, but our optical instruments can't detect it. We also conducted similar experiments, and the results are similar to yours, but we can detect a faint gravitational response." A representative from the Galactic Center civilization also stepped forward and said, "Yes, we use the perspective of strangelatons to study objects that enter the catastrophe zone. We conducted surveys and found they haven't disappeared, but whether their shapes have changed is unknown. Our initial assumption is that they're all damaged, all the equipment built based on our technology. Otherwise, we would definitely have received feedback. Starry Sky Defender, stop talking nonsense. That area is definitely the result of some unknown rule change. That's not right, considering the Great Evolution civilization. Based on my years of wandering around, I can't be wrong. I reviewed all the survey data you collected, and I seen it. It's absolutely correct. I'm telling you, the situation there is even beyond our imagination. It could be the work of a cosmic civilization with unique technology. Because the Star Defender possessed a wealth of knowledge from the Great Evolution civilization, the various civilizations responded with eager attention as soon as he spoke. The Star Defender was unequivocal, continuing his analysis. "If you agree with my point of view, then we continue." "Okay, it seems you all agree, so I tell you. As I told you before, as far as I know, cosmic disasters, or the ways in which cosmic civilizations strike, include near-world collapse, cosmic quantum bubble expansion, vacuum decay, big rip, big crunch, ultimate heat death, dimensional collapse, and so on. Yu Yuan added appropriately, yes, but this disaster zone clearly doesn't fall into any of these categories. Current data from various civilizations indicates that the area appears to be a zone where all electromagnetic wave detection is ineffective. Could this domain be a means of shielding all electromagnetic waves? After all, the mass effect is still there. It's a pity that none of us have specialized technological civilizations with dimensionality, otherwise we should be able to obtain more information. At this moment, the leader of the Galactic Center civilization suddenly looked towards the human civilization and said, "Hey, doesn't your human civilization have some kind of observation mode? Why aren't you using that method?" Before Yu Yuan could reply, the Awakener illusion emerged and said, "We went there and lost dozens of members." Many civilizations knew that the Awakener and humans possess similar observation methods, so when the Awakener illusion mentioned his visit, they cast curious glances. The Awakener illusion continued, "Well, we did observe what was going on inside. We even saw what happened to the dozens of members of our civilization who died after entering the disaster zone, but we don't know how to describe their presence." This statement immediately drew the ire of most civilizations. How could that be? Yes, since we all seen it, how could we not know how to describe it? Right? Now everyone is sharing detection information. How could you possibly do that? Shinju civilization, quiet, quiet, listen to him first. At this point, Yu Yuan glanced in the direction of the Awakener civilization and said, "Let me explain. We actually observed the situation in the disaster zone, and it's probably the same as the Awakener civilization. We do see objects entering the disaster zone, but it's truly difficult to describe their state. The moment they enter the disaster zone, the so-called objects transform into something we never seen or conceived of. Let's put it this way. In our subconscious, it's still matter, but it's no longer any kind of matter in our universe. It's as if it's indescribable. If we had to put it that way, it should have transformed into a completely new type of matter. However, due to the small number of observation samples, we don't know the specific properties of that matter." Yu Yuan's words were immediately understood by the Falcon civilization. Their representative responded with a look of sudden enlightenment. "Oh, so you can actually see. It's simply difficult to understand because you never seen it. If we were given enough samples, such as carefully observing the various planets within the disaster zone, and comparing them with the physical phenomena of the original universe, we might be able to obtain more specific information." Yu Yuan nodded, "Yes, that's right. The descriptions of human civilization and the Awakener civilization have already determined some of the characteristics of the disaster zone. It is undoubtedly a disaster unlike anything anyone has ever encountered." Seeing this, the Star Defender continued, "Okay, if that's the case, then this is easy. From my personal perspective, I suggest you return the way you came. The Star Defender's existence is rather unique. Although a special life form, his body was created by the Great Evolution civilization, brimming with technology and born from a supercomputer. As far as human civilization knows, the core of the Star Defender's birth may be a strong artificial intelligence, or even a super artificial intelligence that evolved into a special life consciousness. Thus, the Star Defender is not a special life form like the Gaia life form, unfamiliar with technological development. Other civilizations also made some discoveries, but ultimately failed to fully understand the specifics of the disaster zone. Even the combined efforts of all civilizations proved fruitless, leaving only the option of returning the way you came. Of course, some civilizations were unwilling to accept this, and decided to send probes to explore further before the Great Voyage officially issued the order to return the way they came. But the result was the same, leaving the Great Voyage organization devastated. An organization encompassing 6 unique technological civilizations hadn't even fully explored a single disaster zone. In fact, if this place weren't so remote, the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization would have really wanted to stay and explore for another 1,000 or 800 years, but time is running out. Chapter 1359. You must know that, up to this point, the Great Voyage organization has surveyed the catastrophic zone for over 30,000 light-years, yet it has yet to reach its boundaries, let alone any gaps between them. The Great Voyage organization suspected that there were no gaps at all in this regular catastrophic zone. Faced with this situation, the various civilizations were helpless, and the Star Defenders didn't dare to test it themselves. The only option left was to run away. The Great Voyage route was already long, and now they had to waste time on conventional navigation. Each civilization was reluctant, but there was no other option. Despite their reluctance, the decision had been made, and the Galactic Great Voyage Organization had no reason to hesitate. The order was quickly issued to each civilization in the name of the organization's Supreme Council. All that remained was to proceed according to the established procedures. After all, the Great Voyage Organization had already used conventional navigation to drift and had experience. However, just as all the civilizations had completed their turnaround, they unexpectedly received a strange message. Once again, the Galactic Center civilization was the first to receive the message, originating from somewhere in the void 10,000 light-years away. The message was received by a probe spacecraft dispatched by the Galactic Center civilization to survey the surrounding situation. Knowing the importance of this information, the Galactic Center immediately shared it with all other civilizations. Are you a civilization from the future? What brought you here? The representatives of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations and the Star Defenders had just entered the virtual auditorium when they saw the Galactic Center civilization's translation. Is this an unfamiliar message? How did the Galactic Center civilization translate it so quickly? Seeing such clear information, everyone had a few questions, but after the accompanying experts interpreted the signal source, they understood. The reason the Galactic Center civilization was able to grasp the message so quickly was because the signal carried a familiar format, identical to the language and writing of the Observer civilization encountered by the Great Voyage Organization. The Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's database contains the Observer civilization's language translation system, acquired from them during their previous encounters with the Paper civilization. At the time, the Paper civilization, forced by the Grand Voyage Organization's immense power, was forced to compromise and disclose their encounter with the Observer civilization's ruins. The Grand Voyage Organization then demanded that they share their Observer civilization's language and writing system. At the time, the Paper civilization, believing it to be merely an alien script, despite being a cosmic civilization, was neither stingy nor in a position to be stingy, so they directly gave the relevant information to the Grand Voyage Organization. The Grand Voyage Organization initially collected the data as a new alien script to populate its own database, but they never expected to use it when encountering the virtual galaxy. Not only that, it was actually used here again. It was actually an Observer civilization. After discovering the message was from the Observer civilization, the 6 distinctive technological civilizations were extremely nervous. They all knew that what had happened in the virtual galaxy was due to their own overestimation of their capabilities when they tried to test the large glass sphere through spatial slicing, which led to the enemy's automatic counterattack and nearly destroyed them there. Now, encountering another signal from the Observer civilization, everyone naturally felt guilty. However, judging by the content of the message, it seemed to be out of sync with the original information from the virtual galaxy. Noticing this, the leaders of each civilization recalled what they had witnessed in the virtual galaxy. It seems the Observer civilization's network system is truly down. The information from there doesn't seem to have been synchronized here. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately responded. First, a response was issued to the source of the signal in the name of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. Simultaneously, the Grand Voyage Organization headquarters immediately set sail, traveling at a warp speed of 213 times the speed of light, away from the source. The reason for this action was naturally the fear that the source of the signal would be like the original virtual galaxy, unleashing a complete annihilation. A gentleman should not stand under a precarious wall. What do you mean by civilization from the future? We happened to pass by here during our grand voyage. Are you the Observer civilization? The Supreme Council's decision was immediately transmitted via quantum entanglement to the Galactic Center civilization's probe ship, which had received the information. It then served as a communication platform with the source. At the same time, probe ships from other civilizations also headed towards the source of the information. The Galactic Center civilization's probe team also searched everywhere, attempting to locate the source. Don't look for me. I'm in the mustard seed space. Unless you possess the specialized technology to observe mustard seeds, you won't be able to find me. As for future civilizations, as the name suggests, they are new generation civilizations that exist after the timeline of our Observer civilization. Just when everyone thought they had truly encountered the Observer civilization itself, the source of information relayed another message. However, I am not the creator itself, but an intelligent system created by the creator. Originally, the creator Observer civilization tailored this Lania Kea Observation Station 764, but unfortunately, it was never completed. It was precisely because Observation Station 764 was unfinished that my intelligent system remained dormant until I detected your passing. It was the vibrations of life that awakened me from my dormant state. Through time correction, I discovered that approximately 2 billion years have passed in the universe. You must be a new generation civilization. Watching the information displayed in the virtual auditorium, the leaders of each civilization couldn't help but recall that distant memory. Those who didn't live through that era also retrieved that information from their own civilization databases for review. Observation Station 764. The observation station encountered by the Great Voyage organization back then was Observation Station 313. The paper civilization also encountered the remains of an observer civilization similar to this one. The numbering suggests that the observer civilization definitely has many similar observation stations, and there are likely more in other locations within the Laniakea supercluster. After all, back in the virtual galaxy, when 313 recorded the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization, it did so based on region. For example, regarding human civilization, Yuan still remembered the following records from the Observer Civilization's 313 observation station. Birthplace: Laniakea supercluster, Virgo supercluster, local group, human civilization language system, Milky Way, Orion Arm, Gould's Belt, local bubble, Sun, proper timeline destroyed, Earth, mother star, third planet in the solar system, proper timeline destroyed. Note: the perpetrator was the Tianqing civilization, which has since perished. The full name of Observation Station 313 is also Laniakea Supercluster Observation Station 313. It's a good thing there wasn't an internet connection. The leaders of each civilization reminisced about the events of the past, muttering to themselves, "We dodged a disaster." Similarly, everyone could see a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes, because everyone realized that the situation at this observatory was different from that of Observation Station 313. It contained a being capable of communication. In some ways, this is certainly more dangerous, but it also means the Galactic Grand Expedition could glean some useful information, as it might bear similarities to the remains of the observer civilization that the paper civilization had encountered. Even the Star Defenders expressed keen interest in the existence of the intelligent system claiming to be Observation Station 764. In the virtual auditorium, the Star Defenders read the information from Observation Station 764 and muttered, "TSK, TSK, the Observer Civilization's observation station." It turns out to be that despicable information peddler. Chapter 1360. Information dealer? Everyone looked at the Star Defender curiously. Indeed, the Observer Civilization earned its reputation for being well-informed even before the other cosmic civilizations left. According to records from the Dian Civilization, they have developed extremely unique observational techniques, which can be considered the distinctive technology of cosmic civilizations, somewhat similar to the Galactic Center Civilization. However, they are far more powerful than the Galactic Center Civilization. Not to mention the level of civilization, it's precisely because of their well-informed nature and their penchant for observation that they have acquired many technologies from the ruins of other civilizations that they shouldn't have possessed. The Star Defender, while extracting information from his database, said, and possessing these powerful technologies is also the capital they have used to maintain their neutrality. Just like the spatial proportional compression technology you mentioned earlier, it's actually not. All cosmic civilizations, in your terms, Level 7 civilizations, don't all Level 7 civilizations possess it, but it's not rare either. At least during the era of the Dian Civilization, many cosmic civilizations possessed that technology, as did space-folding technology. The existence of these two technologies also allowed cosmic civilizations to possess larger vessels with smaller exteriors. Oh, that's off topic. Let's get back to the point. Speaking of the Observer Civilization, it was also an extremely powerful civilization back then. As far as the Dian Civilization knows, they mastered more than one unique technology, using it as leverage to maintain neutrality. They themselves possessed a powerful unique technological artifact called the Observer, which is the origin of their civilization's name. The Observer is the terminal for these many observation stations. All information from these stations is aggregated on the Observer. When those cosmic civilizations fought a war due to ideological differences, various factions bought information from them, of course, in exchange for technology. However, perhaps because they navigate the worlds of conflicting factions, they're not very well received. Of course, it's also because the Observer Civilization enjoys snooping around, and other civilizations don't particularly appreciate such a peeping Tom. But precisely because of this, the well-informed Observer Civilization has become a target of wooing by various factions. The Dian Civilization once invited them to join its ranks. But they refused. As for your claim that the observation station network is inaccessible, logically speaking, as long as the Observer Civilization exists, their network will continue to exist. So now I strongly suspect the observer civilization has perished. Well, there's another possibility. A large quantum bubble is expanding between their flagship and our star field. That could affect or even isolate quantum entanglement communications. Perhaps there are other factors as well. Hey, so many years have passed, who knows? Before this, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization had heard of the observer civilization, but didn't know much about it. Now, after hearing the Star Defender's description, they gained a lot of insights. After listening to the Star Defender's speech, the 6 distinctive technological civilizations once again turned their attention to Observation Station 764. Isn't this a ready-made solution? There are things that the Star Defender doesn't know, but the intelligence system of Observation Station 764 should know. Everyone thought that since the 764 intelligence system took the initiative to contact them, it could have either good intentions or bad intentions. It would be difficult to know whether it was good intentions or bad intentions without the Star Defenders, but it would not be difficult with the Star Defenders, because the Star Defenders knew a lot about the observer civilization. The Grand Voyage Organization only needed to ask a few relevant questions and see how it responded. Thus, during their interactions, the Grand Voyage Organization did not reveal the existence of the Star Defenders. Then, the Grand Voyage Organization began asking questions and letting the Star Defenders sit in to see if they were lying. The observation station's intelligence system, or strong artificial intelligence, proved true. The Grand Voyage Organization also referred to the strong artificial intelligence of Observation Station 764 as 764. During the conversation, 764 informed the Grand Voyage Organization that because Observation Station 764 was not yet completed, the Grand Voyage Organization could not find it, and therefore could not return from the mustard seed space to the three-dimensional universe. Thus, from the perspective of the various civilizations within the Grand Voyage Organization, the signal source appeared as if it had appeared out of nowhere, somewhere in the void and darkness. After confirming many things, the Great Voyage Organization finally asked the question everyone had been curious about. 764, can you tell us why you contacted us? Also, why didn't the Observer Civilization complete the construction of Observation Station 764? Why is the Observer Civilization's observation station network down? 764 replied bluntly, your questions can be summarized into one answer. My primary civilization, the Observer Civilization, has been destroyed. Huh? After the Star Defender's introduction, everyone knew that the Observer Civilization was not an ordinary cosmic civilization, but one with more than one unique technological artifact. The demise of such a powerful and well-informed civilization was simply incredible. According to the Star Defender, back then, the various cosmic civilizations were unaware of or unsure of the existence of higher civilizations. It was only after the Level 7 civilizations discovered they were unable to resolve numerous cosmic disasters that they came to believe that there were higher levels of existence above cosmic civilization. It is said that this was the reason the Great Evolution civilization left. In response to the Grand Voyage Organization's doubts, Observation Post 764 stated it wasn't a god-level civilization. Although the main civilization initially believed it existed, there likely weren't any active within the Lania Chaos supercluster. The messages sent by the main civilization before its annihilation also confirm this. The one who destroyed our Observer Civilization was a cosmic-level civilization possessing unique technology. It was actually destroyed by a civilization of the same level. Even the Star Defenders were stunned. That was the Observer Civilization, a powerful entity capable of maintaining neutrality between multiple factions and well-informed, yet it was destroyed by a civilization of the same level. The civilizations of the Grand Voyage Organization now know that due to technological advancements, cosmic-level civilizations don't actually have many fleets. Civilizations typically concentrate on a small number of ships, or warships, due to space folding and isotropic compression technologies. When technology advances to the cosmic-level civilization level, its ships are generally multi-purpose. Even spaceships used for individual life forms are effectively armed as warships. This is all due to the increased efficiency of space utilization. Of course, not all cosmic civilizations are like this. Some do possess large fleets, but generally not as numerous as a Level 6 civilization. Observation Station 764 paused, then continued, see that devastated area? That's where the main body of our Observer Civilization was destroyed. Chapter 1361. The 6 technologically advanced civilizations, and the Star Defenders were all stunned. The catastrophic zone, which the Great Voyage Organization had observed for so long, but had yet to fully understand, was actually the site of the Observer civilization's demise. No wonder. The Observer civilization possessed a variety of unique technologies, and must have been an extremely powerful civilization. Upon hearing this, the Great Voyage Organization politely replied, "Please allow us to express our condolences. May the Observer civilization live forever in the universe's memory." Nothing. Observation Station 764 quickly responded, "Civilizations are born and die, and as you said, the universe will still remember us, the Observer civilization. This is one of the reasons I called upon you. Before our main civilization perished, we used our unique technology to covertly transmit information carrying our story to my database. The main body of our main civilization has been completely destroyed, and the catastrophic zone is still spreading. This mustard seed dimension I'm in probably won't exist for much longer. Therefore, I hope you can take the story of the Observer civilization with you. As long as you're still here, the Observer civilization will live on in the universe's memory." The Grand Voyage Organization, "Of course we're willing, but we have a question. According to you, your primary civilization perished 1.5 billion years ago, and the catastrophe zone is spreading at the speed of light. Doesn't that mean the catastrophe zone has already spread 1.5 billion light years across the universe?" "Excellent, you're being cautious." Observation Post 764 responded, "Common sense suggests that this is true, and it's actually true, because this isn't the center of the catastrophe zone. It's just the edge of its spread. I don't know what's happening on the other side, but if no divine civilization has come here to deal with it in these 1.5 billion years, then it would have a radius of 1.5 billion light years from the moment it was created." A radius of 1.5 billion light years? The Lania Chaos supercluster is only 500 million light years in diameter. Doesn't this mean that there's already a vast catastrophe zone in the star field beyond the Lania Chaos supercluster? Furthermore, this sentence suggests that the Observer civilization wasn't destroyed here, but rather 1.5 billion light years away. 1.5 billion light years away. This distance is already at the edge of the KBC void. Could it be that the Observer civilization was wiped out by another civilization while leaving the KBC void? With this suspicion in mind, the Great Voyage Organization shared its observations of the cosmic sky with Observation Station 764, particularly regarding the Lania Chaos supercluster. Observation Post 764 wasn't entirely sure. It replied, "Probably. The main civilization didn't reveal the exact location of their demise. Perhaps 1.5 billion light years away, perhaps closer." Hearing this, the leaders of the various civilizations within the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization expressed deep concern. They feared the area might spread to the Boötes Void. No wonder the Paper civilization didn't head toward the Boötes Void. They likely learned of the situation from the ruins of one of the Observation Post civilizations. In the virtual hall, the leaders of the various civilizations calmed down and inquired again, "Okay, then, can you tell us how the Observer civilization perished? We observed the disaster zone, and we know it's enormous, but we don't know what type of disaster it was. To leave such extensive traces of war, the conflict must have been intense. With such a large-scale catastrophe, the leaders of each civilization, even the experts within their teams, were already imagining the efforts of the Observer civilization before its demise. They had likely fought their adversaries for countless years, and the physical laws of the battle zone must have been completely altered. However, the intelligence system at Observation Station 764 emitted a self-deprecating tone, followed by an exclamation. "Alas!" Then, with a bitter tone, the intelligence system at Observation Station 764 said, "Intense? Not at all. Our primary civilization was annihilated by a single attack from that unknown civilization. We don't even know if it was a pre-planned trap or the flagship of that unknown civilization. I told you before that warships of cosmic civilizations generally have rule shields, which protect them from the effects of rule attacks to a certain extent, and then modify the rules to suit their battlefield. But that attack was too powerful, and the flagship of the primary civilization didn't hold out for long. It fell apart, but it's a good thing we held out for a while. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known the type of attack. Similarly, if we hadn't held out for a while, I wouldn't have known the main civilization was annihilated." Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, what type of attack? Observation Station 764's intelligence system paused before finally revealing the truth. A cosmic phase transition attack, or perhaps a fourth phase transition attack. At these words, everyone in the virtual auditorium gasped, their eyes meeting each other's, each one revealing endless shock. Even the Star Defender was stunned. He certainly never heard of such a blow, but his knowledge allowed him to understand what it was. The team of human scientists in the conference hall were also trembling with fear. What on earth had this universe been ravaged by? The limitations of their understanding left some scientists lingering on the illusion, so they confirmed it via the communication system, the fourth phase transition of the universe. The questioning tone was thick with fear. Their scientific background had already told them it was real, but the shockwaves in their subjective perceptions were too great, so they held on to their hopes and confirmed it again. The intelligence of Observation Station 764 stated, "Yes, the fourth phase transition of the universe has been used as a weapon. Before this, my primary civilization had never imagined the existence of such a strike. And yet, a civilization possessed such a weapon? This universe." At this moment, the previously silent Star Defender suddenly spoke with a tone of sudden enlightenment. I see. I was wondering why that damn Dian civilization had left such a message in my database. I had always thought it was a macrophoton strike, but it's actually this." The sudden outburst startled the various civilization teams, who each looked at the Star Defender curiously. What message? The ultimate application of electromagnetic force. The Star Defender had the translation system mimic the gasps of individual beings from various civilizations, expressing its astonishment. The ultimate application of electromagnetic force? The Star Defender was shocked, and the scientific teams of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations were even more shocked. Star Defender. Yeah, it's one of the strongest specialties of cosmic civilization. Didn't I tell you about that? What the hell? Everyone grumbled inwardly, but politely replied, no. Star Defender thought about it, and felt like he already mentioned it, but at this point, he didn't care. So he replied, there are many types of specialties of cosmic civilizations, depending on the research area. But when it comes to specialties for warfare, they have to be applications in the time dimension, space dimension, spirit and soul, and macro and micro realms. Of course, there are also 4 basic. The 4 fundamental forces of research: gravity, strong interaction, weak interaction, and electromagnetic force. Any civilization that can master the ultimate application of any one of these forces will undoubtedly possess formidable combat capabilities. A cosmic civilization that masters the ultimate application of these fields will be called a war-oriented technological civilization, the ultimate application of the 4 fundamental forces. A war-oriented technological civilization. The 4th phase transition strikes. Inside the virtual venue, the leaders of the 6 technological civilizations were stunned by these concepts. This is a cosmic civilization. So what about the legendary god-level civilizations? How powerful would they be? Chapter 1362. So this 4th phase transition of the universe. Listening to the Star Defender's account, some still held out a last glimmer of hope, hoping that the future of the universe wouldn't be so dire. However, things didn't go as planned. The Star Defender sighed, electromagnetic separation phase transition. The Star Defender extinguished everyone's last glimmer of hope. The universe looked utterly devastated. This devastating news sank everyone into a long silence. A cosmic phase transition? Everyone present knew what it was, but they simply refused to believe such a method could actually exist. As we all know, the universe's evolution from nothingness to existence primarily involved 3 major phase transitions, at least until now. In the early days of the universe, at the very beginning of time, gravity, electromagnetism, the weak force, and the strong force were all components of a single force. In the theories of various civilizations, this force is called a superforce. According to various civilizations' theories of cosmic evolution, when the universe reaches 10 to the power of 43 seconds old, its diameter will be only 10 to the power of 33 centimeters. At this point, all matter and energy will be composed entirely of superstrings. At this point, quantum gravity, as described by superstrings, will become the dominant force in the universe. It was at this point that the universe underwent its first phase transition, the gravitational separation phase transition. 10 to the power of 43 seconds after the Big Bang, the 10-dimensional universe decomposed into 4 and 6 dimensions. The 6-dimensional universe collapsed to a size of 10 to the power of 32 meters, while the 4-dimensional universe rapidly expanded, reaching a temperature of 10 to the power of 32 Kelvin. At this temperature, the superforce phase transition occurred, and gravity separated from the superforce. From then on, the universe entered an era where the grand unified force and gravity coexisted. Until 10 to the power of 35 seconds, the temperature of the universe rapidly dropped due to inflation, and the grand unified force also underwent a phase transition under these conditions, marking the second major phase transition of the universe. The strong interaction force separated from the grand unified force, and no longer interacted with the weak electromagnetic force. At this time, gravity, the strong force, and the electroweak force coexisted in the universe. The universe was about the size of a bowling ball, but still expanding rapidly. By 10 to the power of 9 seconds, the temperature of the universe rapidly dropped to 10 to the power of 15 Kelvin. At this point, the universe underwent another phase transition, the third phase transition, which separated the electromagnetic force and the weak interaction force, forming the two different fundamental forces we know today. The universe also experienced inflation, forming our visible universe. As space expanded and the temperature plummeted, quarks began to coalesce into neutrons and protons. This occurred approximately 10 cube seconds after the Big Bang. Within 3 minutes of the Big Bang, protons and neutrons condensed into stable atomic nuclei. Due to the sudden expansion of space, the energy of random collisions was no longer strong enough to break apart newly formed nuclei. Stable atomic nuclei began to emerge. However, because ions are opaque to light, space remained opaque at this time. 300,000 years after the Big Bang, the universe entered the era of the four fundamental forces, with the first atoms forming. The temperature of space also dropped to 3000 Kelvin, allowing hydrogen atoms to form without being torn apart by collisions. It was also during this period that the universe began to become transparent, as light could travel several light years without being absorbed. About 3 billion years after the universe was born, the first quasars appeared. 5 billion years later, the first galaxies appeared. 10 billion years later, despite the universe appearing highly asymmetrical and fragmented, with the four forces vastly different from one another, they still formed a magnificent starry sky. Although the universe is not solely composed of four fundamental forces, each of them performs its own function, indeed, forming the magnificent universe we see today. According to the original theory of cosmic evolution, such a magnificent universe will continue to exist. The universe will remain in the era of the four fundamental forces until its final end. According to the Big Freeze theory or the heat-death theory, the universe passes through 5 epochs from its birth to its end: the primordial period, the starry period, the degenerate period, the black hole period, and the dark period. This is a cosmological model derived from the third law of thermodynamics. The 3-phase transitions of the fundamental forces of the universe occurred in the primordial period. The starry period was the process by which hydrogen was compressed by gravity, ignited, and formed stars that illuminate the sky. This period lasted for a long time, from the appearance of the first stars to the present universe. The degenerate period describes the period when the energy of stars in the universe is exhausted, and all stars eventually transform into lifeless, dead nuclear matter in the form of dwarf stars, neutron stars, and black holes. The stars in the sky cease to shine, and the universe gradually plunges into darkness. The black hole period, as the name suggests, is the period when the only energy source in the universe remains the energy from the evaporation of black holes. At this stage, all intelligent life that has not yet become extinct may become like homeless people, huddled around the last dying embers of black holes, absorbing the last bit of warmth until the black holes evaporate completely. Finally, the Dark Ages. By this time, all black holes had evaporated, leaving only a floating sea of photons and a sparse soup of particles interacting weakly with each other. Human scientists believe that positronium atoms, with diameters reaching cosmic scales, appeared during the Dark Ages, leading them to speculate on possible forms of life during those times. But now, the intelligence system at Observation Station 764 has announced the emergence of a 4th phase transition. That unknown civilization, using the 4th phase transition, struck, wiping out the powerful observer civilization in one fell swoop. Scientists from each civilization were adapting their knowledge to the conditions under the 4th phase transition. Under such a shock, the cosmic environment underwent another phase transition, with the electromagnetic force splitting into electric and magnetic forces, and the two no longer interacting. What kind of world is that? An exclamation echoed through the virtual auditorium, which had been silent for a long time. Most people were still lost in their own imaginations. Electromagnetic forces no longer interacted, just as gravity no longer interacted with the other fundamental forces. The first thing that comes to mind is that all physical laws related to electromagnetic force will become invalid. Maxwell's equations, the Lorentz force transformation, Coulomb's law, Abe's law, Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction, the induction of magnetism by electricity, and the cutting of magnetic lines by magnetism will no longer exist. Not only will the laws of physics cease to exist, but everything based on electromagnetic force will cease to exist. Tables and chairs, televisions and refrigerators, houses and mountains, the sky and the sea, you and me, and even the brilliant stars in the sky, everything we see in daily life will be reduced to ashes. They will still exist, but in a form never before seen. Now human civilization and the Awakener civilization finally understand why, when they first observed it, they did see matter, but it was an indescribable substance. It is truly something beyond comprehension, something impossible within the existing scientific framework. Such a thing is naturally difficult for living beings to understand, because this so-called life was also born within the existing scientific system. Chapter 1363. Beyond the upper limit of cognition, reaching the limit of wisdom. The Awakeners once told humanity that one of the purposes of their great voyage was to seek to push the limits of wisdom. Perhaps only by pushing the limits of wisdom can one comprehend things beyond intellectual cognition? In that world, light should no longer exist. The leader of the Dia civilization sighed in the virtual hall. It definitely doesn't exist. The propagators of electromagnetic force are photons. Light is a particle and a wave. If electromagnetic force doesn't exist, then electromagnetic waves naturally cease to exist either. A scientist stared into the void, his words filled with endless lament. I just don't know what form such a world would take. Yes, if electromagnetic force doesn't exist, how could anything related to electromagnetic force still exist? As the scientist said, after the Star Defenders confirmed that the so-called fourth phase transition attack was an electromagnetic phase transition, everyone's minds could not stop imagining such a world. Many scientists have already taken this opportunity to deduce models based on their knowledge. First, the brilliant stars definitely no longer exist. Scientists of human civilization have combined previous observations of the impacted area to arrive at some seemingly reasonable speculations. They believe that after the phase transition of electromagnetic force, electric and magnetic forces will emerge. The universe will evolve from an era of 4 fundamental forces to an era of 5 fundamental forces. The propagators of electric force could be electrons, or entirely new propagators could exist. New matter could also include positively and negatively charged objects. These could be naturally occurring substances in the universe. Charged objects could also have electric fields, but these fields would differ from the electric fields we currently understand. They would only interact with positive and negative charges. Similarly, magnetism might also have its own propagators. A new magnetic material might appear in the universe, potentially splitting it in two. Magnetic monopoles might become naturally occurring matter. Magnetic poles, magnetic charge, magnetic moment, and other related physical quantities would no longer be what they once were. They would become unfamiliar, and intelligent life forms seeking to understand their properties would have to study them from scratch. Such a universe could be considered a truly new world. In that new world, everything would be new. There might be a planet composed entirely of positive charges, another composed entirely of negative charges, and magnetic monopoles might even be a common type of planet. We call them planets because the Shinju civilization has already revealed that gravitational reactions persist in the region affected by the fourth phase transition. Mass still exists, and gravity pulls matter together. So, if the Pauli exclusion principle, which is not part of the 4 fundamental forces, persists, then unknown new objects will still form planets. It's just that the matter that makes up the planets will no longer be the matter we know. All the elements that exist in the current universe will no longer exist. However, it's important to understand that the absence of elements in the periodic table doesn't mean the new universe will have fewer types of matter. After the 4 fundamental forces become 5, the new universe will likely have more and richer types of matter. If life can emerge in this new universe, its forms could be even more miraculous. Of course, this applies only to a universe governed by the 4 fundamental forces. So, in a universe governed by the 5 fundamental forces, gravity, strong force, weak force, electric force, and magnetism, could life there also observe the starry sky? Listening to the speculations thrown out by human scientists, every intelligent being in the virtual hall couldn't help but fantasize. After all, such a universe wouldn't have photons as we know them. No one knows. But some scientists, based on current knowledge, have proposed plausible scenarios. In particular, human scientists and awakeners are the only 2 groups in the Grand Voyage organization to have seen matter after the 4th phase transition. Thus, their inferences are quite convincing. Human scientists believe that intelligent life composed of electrically neutral matter might be able to directly see electrons and, through electrons, perceive the starry sky. Of course, the starry sky they see is of a single type, planets composed of materials based on electrical charge. Perhaps there are stars in the starry sky that directly discharge electricity into the cosmic void, if the electrical charge, carried by electrons, is a long-range force. It's conceivable that such intelligent life wouldn't be able to see planets composed of magnetic materials. Conversely, life forms composed of magnetic materials wouldn't be able to see electric planets at all. Of course, there might be stars in the starry sky that continuously emit magnetic waves into space. However, these are merely speculations by some scientists. It's also possible that during the phase transition, one of the electric or magnetic forces might become a short-range or medium-range force. For example, if magnetism becomes a medium-range force, the effective range of the magnetic field might be limited to the planet itself, perhaps tens or hundreds of kilometers, while electricity, because electrons are the propagators, becomes a long-range force. In this case, the universe would be a completely different picture. If civilizations were to emerge in such a universe, they might begin by slowly discovering patterns from the physical phenomena around them, realizing that positive and negative charges repel each other and opposite charges attract, and then gradually learn to use this principle to create various creatures. Then, with the help of creation, they created a certain extreme environment, leading to the astonishing discovery that electricity and magnetism are actually one and the same force. This led to the proposal of the unified theory of electromagnetism, and new materials based on electromagnetic force could potentially be created in the laboratory. Perhaps, under the uncanny hand of nature, such a universe could evolve into a vibrant and magnificent one. But for the civilizations within the vast universe, such a universe would be a land of destruction. That being said, the speculations of human and awakener civilizations cannot be said to be completely useless, as they raise the possibility that the civilization possessing the means to attack with the fourth phase transition might actually want to transform the universe into that state. Perhaps, by the time they launch such an attack, they had already planned their own path. Turning the vast ocean into a desert. Fish can't survive in a desert, but if I, a fish in the water, evolved into a terrestrial creature before the ocean becomes a desert, wouldn't that be enough? The thought of this possibility made everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone stared at the region struck by the fourth phase transition, realizing that the process might have already begun. The fourth phase transition of the universe. So, how many such regions are there in the universe? How much time do we have left? Chapter 1364. I wonder if a god-level civilization can solve these problems. The crowd in the virtual hall turned to the Star Defender, who said, "Who knows? Our top priority now is to complete the great voyage as quickly as possible, or we all die. Yes, we must raise our civilization to a higher level before the universe is engulfed by the fourth phase transition. With the current navigation capabilities of a level 6 civilization, if a large-scale phase transition truly occurred, we wouldn't be able to escape." The Great Voyage organization was merely composed of level 6 civilizations, so even if we speculated, it would be useless. However, everyone still wanted to learn more, so they again asked the Intelligent System of Observation Station 764 relevant questions. The Intelligent System at Observation Post 764 responded, "I only know that dimensionality reduction attacks can be stopped by stabilizing space. That's information left by my primary civilization. Back then, my primary civilization had witnessed several instances of bounded one-dimensional space. As for the fourth phase transition, my primary civilization didn't even know of such a method before its demise, let alone a solution. Perhaps the solution is, as you imagine, to transform oneself into a member of the new world. It's easy to say, but how can one transform oneself? I'm afraid only civilizations that master the fourth phase transition know. Perhaps even they don't know. In short, the fourth phase transition is a catastrophic disaster for all known civilizations. After all these years, no god-level civilization has emerged to resolve the cosmic phase transition. Perhaps they can't do anything about it. Speaking of which, I don't know much about the fourth phase transition. The Grand Voyage organization, we understand. Thank you very much. By the way, since the fourth phase transition zone has spread here, are you willing to leave with us?" Several of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations believe that Observation Station 764 was, after all, a creation of the Observer civilization. Like the Star Defenders, their database must contain a wealth of information. The Observer civilization is renowned for its well-informed resources. Surely Observation Station 764 could know more than the Star Defenders. However, Observation Station 764, as if aware of the various civilizations' plans, stated, "I am the AI of the entire observation station. Not only can you not find the mustard seed space where I reside, even if you could, you wouldn't be able to take me away. Furthermore, there's no point in taking me away. I'm just an ordinary AI, and my database doesn't contain much information. After the demise of my primary civilization, my sole mission is to bring the story of that civilization back to Earth. Wait until I have the information about the primary civilization. After delivering Ming's message to you, my mission is complete." Most importantly, you don't have any more time to waste here. You must hurry, leave here, and reach your destination as soon as possible. I remember you said your destination was the Boötes Void, right? The Great Voyage Organization. Yes. Observation Post 764. Well, that's certainly a more likely destination, but if you don't make it here, I actually advise you to go to another Great Void. The leaders of the various civilizations in the virtual hall exchanged glances, and then one representative responded, because the road is difficult? Observation Post 764. It seems you're not completely ignorant of the universe's ravages. Yes, the path to the Boötes Void is indeed difficult. According to what my primary civilization discovered, there are multiple catastrophic zones, some bounded two-dimensional spaces, some one-dimensional spaces, some quantum bubble expansion zones, and various zones of disordered rules. I hope you can reach the end. The Grand Voyage Organization. There's no turning back. Observation Post 764. I know. This is the last thing I can do for you. Oh, at these words, the eyes of the leaders of each civilization shone with excitement. The intelligence system at Observation Station 764 was straightforward. Without waiting for the 6 distinctive technological civilizations to speculate, it stated directly, this star field has a stargate leading directly to the Boötes Void. You can leave before the 4th phase transition zone destroys the stargate passage. There's a stargate? Yes, it seems you already been there, so I skipped the introduction. Observation Station 764 continued, the universe is vast, and even cosmic civilizations can't rely solely on warp travel. That's too inefficient. Therefore, stargates have become a common means for cosmic civilizations to move quickly. When the cosmic civilizations were still active here, they built many stargates. This is one of them. If this stargate isn't damaged, it could probably take you to the stars 90 million light-years away. So far? Of course, this is the great stargate built by those cosmic civilizations before the war. These great stargates are cosmic highways that cosmic civilizations rely on. But you better be careful. Hopefully, it hasn't been destroyed in the war. With that, the intelligence system at Observation Station 764 sent the location of the Grand Stargate to the Grand Voyage Organization, along with instructions for accessing the Stargate. The leaders of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations, who had originally thought they would have to return by the same route, were all overjoyed. This was truly great news. If measured from the Milky Way, this point is approximately 550 million light-years away, meaning the Grand Voyage Organization is already halfway through its journey. Crucially, this Stargate points towards the Boötes Void, making it a perfectly valid route. This is like a welcome gift. If the Grand Voyage Organization can pass through this Stargate, they can be said to have reached the edge of the void. Of course, this assumes that, as Observation Station 764 claims, the Stargate is still functional. It's so old that Observation Station 764's intelligence system can't confirm it. It's just an intelligent system, with relevant information in its database. After all these years, it hasn't actually explored it. Thus, the Grand Voyage Organization will need to find and test the Grand Stargate themselves. Fortunately, the information provided by Observation Station 764 was very detailed, including the method for opening the Stargate. The Grand Voyage Organization only needed to calculate the effects of spatial expansion over these past 10 or 20 billion years, and they would easily find the Grand Voyage Gate. It wouldn't be a problem. Since Observation Station 764's intelligence system had rejected the Grand Voyage Organization's proposal to abduct it, the Grand Voyage Organization now had complete trust in it. After all, even if it truly had some conspiracy, it wouldn't have rejected such a proposal. Finally, Observation Station 764 sent the Grand Voyage Organization another batch of information, claiming to contain stories about the Observer civilization and all the information in its database. The 6 distinctive technological civilizations took a quick look and found that the information contained was indeed limited. Most of it concerned the stories of the Observer civilization, and the rest was largely known to everyone. Next, the Grand Voyage Organization bid a final farewell to Observation Station 764's intelligence system and headed towards the direction it had provided. Chapter 1365. For safety reasons, the Grand Voyage Organization maintained its exploration-first strategy, refraining from moving until the situation was fully ascertained and safety confirmed. The search for the Grand Stargate followed a similar approach. The information from Observation Station 764 was highly reliable. Following the map and adding time as a parameter, the Grand Voyage Organization quickly located the Grand Stargate. It was approximately 40,000 light-years from Observation Station 764, a deviation of over 10,000 light-years from the indicated location. Fortunately, the Grand Voyage Organization still found it. The moment they saw the Grand Stargate, four words came to mind: magnificent. This Stargate was unlike any other Grand Voyage Organization had encountered in the Andromeda Galaxy. It wasn't hidden in four-dimensional space, nor was it tucked away in some dimensional crevice. Instead, it floated openly in the void. Okay, it would be more accurate to say it was fixed in space. Preliminary scans by the probe revealed that the Grand Stargate wasn't floating like a natural object, but was firmly anchored in space. This massive Stargate resembles a giant ring. From a distance, it resembles a wheel covered in various instruments. Its outer diameter is approximately 1 astronomical unit, and its inner diameter is 0.8 astronomical units. In other words, the various instruments on it occupy 0.2 astronomical units, making it truly enormous. Compared to it, the Great Voyage Organization's probe is like dust. It hovers quietly in the darkness, emitting no light. Yet, such a massive structure still exudes a sense of industrial wonder, especially when one sees the rows of impressive equipment on it. The Great Voyage Organization's probe circled the Stargate for a while longer, discovering that the concerns of the 764th Observation Station's intelligence system had come true. The Grand Stargate had indeed ceased to function. In the past, the Grand Stargate would have been helpless, but this time was different, as the information provided by the 764th Observation Station contained instructions for operation. Based on this information, the Grand Stargate continued to orbit the Stargate, ultimately confirming that, while dilapidated, it appeared to be intact and likely simply inoperable. This was indeed the case. With the information provided by the 764th Observation Station's intelligence system, and the help of the Star Defenders, the Grand Stargate successfully found a way to activate it. This Grand Stargate, like the one in the Andromeda Galaxy, is a Stargate, but due to its different location, it doesn't utilize the power of a black hole like the Andromeda Galaxy's Stargate, but instead uses vacuum zero-point energy. This is undoubtedly a genuine artifact of a cosmic civilization. Fortunately, it uses vacuum zero-point energy, otherwise the Grand Voyage Organization wouldn't be able to activate it. Data indicates that the energy required to operate it is so immense that even if the Grand Voyage Organization burned its entire fleet, it wouldn't be enough. But now, things are different. The Grand Voyage Organization only needs to send personnel into the Grand Stargate facility to flip the start button. Yes, it requires manual mechanical activation. As a creation of a cosmic civilization, the Grand Stargate originally had a remote information activation function. However, due to its age and prolonged outage, many of its energy-reliant functions have ceased to function, requiring only mechanical activation. Precisely because of the prolonged downtime, the mechanical restart also has its own threshold. Simply put, the Grand Voyage Organization must first inject energy into it to activate its control system, and then its system will truly start the massive machine. It's like a car that's been idle for too long, its battery dead from disuse. The Grand Voyage Organization now needs to recharge this battery before sending a restart command to the entire machine. To this end, the 6 distinctive technological civilizations of the Grand Voyage immediately issued an order in the name of the Supreme Council, commanding all member civilizations to send their fleets there to cooperate with the engineers there to complete the system recharge. The situation is optimistic, and the recharge operation is proceeding smoothly. But the Grand Stargate is worthy of being a Grand Stargate. Even just recharging its system still costs the Grand Voyage Organization a great price. Calculations show that to fully recharge its small battery to the point of restoring its operating system, the Grand Voyage Organization would need to invest a massive amount of energy, equivalent to the resources of at least 5 billion fully loaded transport ships. By converting all those fully loaded transport ships into energy, the Grand Stargate's small battery could be charged. Not bad, the Grand Voyage Organization's route isn't stretched to its limits this time. They still have the resources for 5 billion transport ships. 60 civilizations each could contribute 100 million. However, charging the battery isn't easy. The Grand Voyage Organization can't simply send 5 billion transport ships crashing into the Grand Stargate's small battery. Therefore, a charging plug is essential. Based on the input conditions of the small battery, the Grand Voyage Organization needs to construct a microwave charging device near the Stargate. This was a piece of cake for the Grand Voyage Organization. With the concerted efforts of various civilizations, the charging device was completed within a few years. The charging operation finally began. The so-called charging device wasn't a single plug, but a massive device composed of a series of ring-shaped devices, the largest of which was as large as the diameter of the Earth. The entire device resembled a hollow cone. The Grand Voyage organization fed energy from the base of the cone, then pumped it through the tip into the Grand Stargate's small battery. The charging operation lasted 7 years. After charging was complete, the engineering ships, already positioned throughout the Grand Stargate ring, finally activated their robotic arms, switching on each node one by one. There was no sound in space, but the sight still made the onlookers hear the clanking of machinery. "It's on!" Amidst the gaze of the crowd, the indicator lights on the Grand Stargate's ring surface lit up in unison, like a ring light turning on at night, as if the light of hope suddenly illuminated everyone's hearts. The Grand Stargate was truly a creation of a cosmic civilization. After all these years, it was still functioning again. After all its system nodes had completed their startup, the Grand Voyage organization immediately issued a reboot signal to the Grand Stargate systems, following the instructions. The instant it received the reboot signal, the Grand Stargate, silent for over 1 billion years, suddenly trembled, like a giant, long covered in dust, shaking off its grime. The interstellar dust that had accumulated over the years instantly formed a thin mist, and the rows of indicator lights pierced through the mist, emitting a dazzling riot of color. Haha, it's alive! Yes, that's fantastic. And somewhere beyond the reach of the Grand Voyage organization's various civilizations detectors, a surge of energy, emanating from nothingness, was suddenly drawn into the Grand Stargate's engines. Then, everyone watched as the massive Grand Stargate slowly began to rotate. As the Grand Stargate began to rotate, the previously empty space at the center of its ring began to appear foggy. The civilizations of the Great Voyage organization knew that this wasn't fog, but an optical effect caused by some form of spatial distortion. When light could no longer pass from one end of the Grand Stargate to the other, it signified the completion of the gate's entrance. Not long after, the Grand Stargate was successfully activated. However, the civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage organization did not directly launch a large fleet into the Stargate. Instead, they first sent out batches of probes to explore the path. With the lessons learned from previous experiences and the warnings from Observation Post 764, the Great Voyage organization proceeded with caution. Chapter 1366. Observation Station 764's intelligence system has information on the location of both one end of the Grand Stargate and the other, and it has shared this information with the Grand Voyage organization without concealing it. But that information is from over 1 billion years ago. Since the destruction of the Observer civilization, their observation station has not updated its information. Thus, this information can only be used as a reference. Moreover, after over 1 billion years, who knows where those cosmic disasters have spread? As Observation Station 764 stated, the Grand Stargate on the other end might have been destroyed. Therefore, to be on the safe side, the Grand Voyage organization must conduct its own exploration. Furthermore, the Grand Voyage organization must determine whether the activation of this Grand Stargate will also activate the exit on the other end. Previously, Stargate navigation was conducted with both gates operating. Now that the entrance on this end has been confirmed to require a restart before continued operation, does the gate on the other end also need to be restarted? You must remember that Stargates exist in pairs. Which Stargate leads to which location was actually already designed during the Stargate's construction. Of course, some technologically advanced civilizations can adjust parameters to allow a Stargate to connect to other Stargate exits during transit. However, most Stargates are paired one-to-one. According to the data obtained, this Stargate is also the case. Speaking of which, navigation testing began when the Stargate was successfully restarted, and batches of exploration fleets disappeared into the ring of the large Stargate. As before, after entering the Stargate, the exploration fleet lost contact with the main civilization, and both tachyon information and entangled quantum information were completely lost. None of the civilizations in the Great Voyage organization knew what was happening. They only knew that after entering the Stargate, internal and external communications were severed. However, this communication interruption was temporary. Once the probe ships returned to the larger universe, communication would resume. So, after the probe fleet entered the Stargate, the civilizations in the Great Voyage organization could only wait for the probe ships to emerge from the other side. Observation Post 764 stated that the other exit of the Stargate was 90 million light-years away, a considerable distance that provided an opportunity for the civilizations in the Great Voyage organization to conduct scientific experiments. For example, testing the range of quantum entanglement communication was one of the missions of each civilization's probe ships. Theoretically, quantum entanglement communication allows real-time communication regardless of distance, as long as it's within the communication rule modification zone. However, The information the Great Voyage Organization had gathered along the way revealed that real-time quantum entanglement communication also had distance limitations. When the Great Voyage Organization first learned of the existence of the second type of boundary breakers, they realized two problems. First, they could not maintain continuous communication with civilizations that split in two, with one remaining outside the Great Void and the other inside. Second, the area near the Great Void is a region where quantum entanglement fails. The Great Voyage Organization has received updated information on this topic from the database of Observation Station 764. According to records from Observation Station 764, when the observer civilization was destroyed, their information wasn't transmitted all at once to Observation Station 764, but rather through relay stations. However, the theory is correct. Quantum entanglement theoretically allows for real-time communication over infinite distances. This situation arises due to the existence of quantum foam, which causes some entanglement distortion in quantum entanglement communications over long distances. The Star Defenders claimed the distortion distance was approximately 100 million light-years, but the intelligence system at Observation Station 764 stated that it was theoretically infinite, and that the observer civilization could achieve real-time communication at distances of approximately 300 million light-years without being affected by the quantum foam. The Star Defenders didn't say the observer civilization was wrong, but simply complained about the incompetence of their own sun, the Dian civilization, and its substandard communication technology. However, as we all know now, there are both technical and environmental factors. For example, within the Milky Way, the distance of quantum long-distance communication is limited to zero, and quantum entanglement results in light-speed communication, making long-distance communication impossible. However, after escaping the local group, quantum long-distance communication is restored. Environmental factors have a significant impact. Thus, time passed slowly. When the Great Voyage Organization received the probe signal again, only 120 years had passed. Surprisingly, the probe's detections indicated that they had actually emerged from the other Stargate. In other words, the Stargate on the other side had actually been activated. An even bigger surprise was yet to come. Upon returning to the universe, the probe, having successfully completed its Stargate crossing, immediately observed the starry sky on the other side, thereby obtaining information about its own position. When the probe completed its observations and transmitted its position back to the headquarters of the Grand Voyage Organization, every civilization beamed with joy. It had gone so smoothly. The exit on the other side was indeed in the direction of the Boötes Void, approximately 80 million light-years from the edge of the void, and nearly 90 million light-years from the Grand Voyage Organization's headquarters. In other words, the probe had covered a distance of 90 million light-years in just over 100 years. That's 90 million light-years. If the Grand Voyage Organization were to make the journey themselves, it would take tens or even millions of years. Yet, they crossed it in a flash. Stargates are truly the highways of cosmic civilizations. Some Level 6 civilizations within the Grand Voyage Organization, who had never crossed a Stargate, explained in the virtual auditorium. The Star Defender said, "That's nothing. Let me put it this way. Some powerful cosmic civilizations have built even more powerful Stargates, capable of crossing distances of tens of millions of light-years in a matter of minutes." This statement stunned every civilization leader within the organization. Only the leaders of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations remained silent, knowing that the Star Defender was probably bragging again. Seeing this, the leaders of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations withdrew from the discussion, leaving only a few representatives on standby in the virtual auditorium before logging off. The probe spacecraft had already compiled information on the Grand Stargate's passage through the Grand Stargate and transmitted it back to the Grand Voyage Organization's various civilization headquarters via the long-distance communication system. The next step, naturally, was to use this information to finalize precautions after the voyage began. According to the information transmitted by the exploration spacecraft, the other side of the Stargate, unlike this one, was located on the outer edge of a large galaxy, within the galaxy's dark matter halo. From the perspective of the Grand Voyage's route, that location was already at the edge of the Boötes Void. There was a possibility of Type 2 boundary breakers there, so the Grand Voyage Organization naturally had to be cautious. Therefore, the main body of the Grand Voyage Organization couldn't rush in all at once. Instead, the warships would advance first to avoid any accidents. Furthermore, before the main body of the organization entered the Grand Stargate, the exploration spacecraft at the exit would continue to expand their field of view to ensure the safety of the exit area. Only then could the main body of the organization enter the Grand Stargate. Chapter 1367. As long as they passed through the Grand Stargate, the Grand Voyage organization would be fully revived, for on the other side of the gate lay a vast galaxy. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. The exploration ships on the other side probed the surrounding void, even reaching the edge of the galaxy, but found no trace of civilization. The starry sky was vast, and the civilizations of the Grand Voyage organization knew that the exploration ships on the other side of the Stargate couldn't possibly explore every inch of it. Therefore, absolute safety didn't exist. Otherwise, the Galactic Center civilization would have already discovered all the lower-level civilizations in the galaxy. So, after a brief inspection of the starry sky on the other side, the civilizations of the Grand Voyage organization began to transit through the Grand Stargate in sequence according to procedure. Even though human civilization already had experience transiting through stargates, it couldn't stop the scientists' enthusiasm. After all, who would complain about too much scientific data? Furthermore, current human scientists had never actually experienced stargate transit themselves, as those who had done so before were long gone. Things have changed, times have changed. Aboard the Lyra, Yu Yuan sighed softly as he watched the crew busy at their tasks. Looking at them, his mind drifted back to those of the past. The Lyra's command center had activated viewing mode. Those watching the Stargate transit no longer needed to rush to the windows. They simply stood still, their gaze fixed on the exterior. Yu Yuan also noticed that this large Stargate was more technologically advanced than the one in the Andromeda Galaxy, as the Lyra was traveling faster through it, though this speed didn't seem to be what one might describe as conventional. In the past, human civilization, and even the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization, believed that stargates and natural wormholes operated on the same principles. Some level 6 civilizations with expertise in space technology already possessed the ability to connect to various wormholes, so reaching level 7 would naturally allow them to create stargates. However, this experience taught them that stargate technology was not so simple. The rules of space and time seemed to have been modified. The Star Defender's words confirmed this, though unfortunately, it couldn't explain the reason. This Stargate journey would take approximately 120 years. Yu Yuan, briefly moved by the scene, did not remain at the command center. Instead, he returned to his residence and opened the database at Observation Station 764. There, he began to read the stories of the observer civilizations, one for each civilization. In his free time, Yu Yuan would browse through them, simply as a pastime. According to records, the observer civilization emerged 6 billion years after the Big Bang. It took them approximately 1 billion years to progress from the birth of intelligence to the level of a cosmic civilization. These are all mentioned in the overview of civilization, but what Yu Yuan saw today was the statement of an individual being from the observer civilization. For me, the true meaning of life lies in finding the meaning of our own existence. Ultimately, we are the ones creating our own meaning. Our mission is to shape our own future. For so many years now, I've forgotten that primitive life, sheltered from the wind, which gave me the illusion that I was such a highly advanced life form. For me, when I first gazed up at the starry sky, I didn't lament the vastness of the universe. At the time of my intellectual development, our observer civilization had just begun to explore the universe using our space probes, telescopes, and our own theories and equations. Later, I learned that at that time, we were known as a spacefaring civilization. This is indeed the statement of an individual being, and it looks like a kind of note. Yu Yuan quickly finished reading the entire document. Compared to this kind of information, he preferred to read about the major events that the observer civilization experienced from its birth to its demise. The database's contents did not disappoint Yu Yuan. A quick search revealed relevant information. According to the information, Yu Yuan learned that the observer civilization wasn't originally called the observer civilization. It was only after they reached level 6 civilization and mastered specialized technologies that other civilizations began to call them the observer civilization. Their birthplace, in modern human terms, is the Phoenix supercluster. There, they were born and raised. After reaching the level of cosmic civilization, they initiated a project called Observer, intending to build a cosmic-scale communications and reconnaissance network. The first phase aimed to establish observation stations throughout the Lania Chaos supercluster. This was consistent with the observation stations encountered by the Grand Voyage organization. The information stated that when the Observer civilization initiated this project, they believed that cosmic civilization was the end of the road, and therefore wanted to develop a large area into their own private territory. During that time, the Observer civilization not only built observatories, but also stargates everywhere. Until one day, they discovered a real vacuum decay zone. Then, the Observer civilization's goal shifted. They sought to solve the vacuum decay problem, confirming the phenomena that followed vacuum decay. It was also during this time that they encountered many cosmic civilizations committed to solving the vacuum decay problem. At first, these cosmic civilizations were enthusiastic, but as their research deepened, they found themselves unable to solve the vacuum decay phenomenon. Not only that, but the vacuum decay zone was growing larger and larger. Even more unacceptable was the discovery of numerous other catastrophic zones before the vacuum decay issue had even been resolved. In response, the Observer civilization and its allies began to unite and issue a call to all known cosmic civilizations, urging them to unite and resolve the cosmic catastrophic crisis. The Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Vacuum Zero-Point Energy was a product of that era. Unfortunately, not all cosmic civilizations were willing to sign the treaty, believing that it would restrict the development of other, less advanced civilizations in the universe, making it even more difficult to resolve the vacuum decay issue. However, the civilizations that did sign the treaty believed that since we were already the most advanced civilizations in the universe, new civilizations would inevitably be unable to resolve what we could not. Therefore, the best solution was to stifle the development of new civilizations, thereby reducing the utilization of zero-point energy, slowing the emergence of more catastrophic zones, and buying more time to resolve the issue. As it turned out, the contractists did indeed employ various means to restrict the development of less advanced civilizations. Microscopic demons were created under these circumstances, and many contractists even initiated large-scale plans to modify the laws of physics. Over time, the conflict between the two intensified, culminating in war. The Observer civilization, initially also a concessionist, declared itself neutral on the eve of the war. The war raged for approximately 300 million years, ultimately resulting in a concessionist victory. However, this victory was not complete, and those cosmic civilizations with differing ideologies were not completely annihilated. Sporadic confrontations continued. During this period, the Observer civilization maintained its neutrality, profiting from the war by selling intelligence in exchange for various technologies to strengthen itself. They attempted to establish themselves as the most advanced cosmic civilization, and then unify the ideologies of all cosmic civilizations through force. Alas, they ultimately failed. However, upon discovering the existence of a more advanced civilization, they shifted their goals, intending to reach a higher level of civilization first before addressing the vacuum decay issue. Billions of years passed, and these cosmic civilizations still remained elusive. It was under such circumstances that the Observer civilization planned to leave the area. However, in the process of leaving, they were destroyed by a fourth-phase transition attack from an unknown civilization that appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 1368. Commander, we cracked the Potterad genetic lock for almost 3,000 years, but we still haven't produced any genius scientists among our Potterad population. I'm starting to believe that. Aboard the Tianqin, a young-looking scientist spoke to Yu Yuan, who sat in front of him. He was one of the most talented scientists in human civilization, who understood their own unique technology, Dragon Star Brigade. As a top scientist, he frequently interacted with Yu Yuan, and had long known that he was still the de facto leader of human civilization. Similarly, he also knew that Yu Yuan was a lonely old man who had lived for who knows how many years. What about the soft star people? Yu Yuan took a sip of an unidentified green liquid. It was a leaf collected from an unknown planet, modified to resemble tea, with a rich, fragrant taste that was indispensable to human daily life. They're even worse off. Many civilizations now suspect the soft stars aren't actually the species that created space-folding technology, but rather their offspring, perhaps even a race created as experiments. Long Xinglu said, as he also picked up his cup, but he felt a small sip wasn't enough, so he gulped down several large mouthfuls. Putting down his cup, Long Xinglu continued, those civilizations are probably disappointed, but they haven't given up their research. The Silver Heart civilization once proposed putting all the Potterats together, but no civilization agreed. Yu Yuan nodded. He knew about this. The Silver Heart civilization clearly wanted to try to gather the Potterats together, making them a nominal group, rather than being divided among the 6 specialized technological civilizations as they were currently, to see if they could produce a brilliant scientist. However, the other civilizations were reluctant, for reasons Yu Yuan could understand. First, they believed the populations they controlled could produce brilliant scientists. Second, if a brilliant scientist were to emerge after their reunion, whose would it be? Those guys are now just pretending that if I don't have it, neither should you. This might be the downside of a multi-civilization organization. If a single civilization, like the Galactic Center, had, it would have long since acquired another civilization's unique technology. The Awakeners and Dia civilizations were probably the most unhappy about this. Because, among the 6 civilizations with unique technologies, they were the only ones without teleportation, and naturally, they were the most eager to acquire the unique technology of the Potterhead civilization. What a shame, Yu Yuan sighed. The Dragon Star Brigade also sighed. It's not that easy to plunder another civilization's unique technology. The general should know how long it took the Galactic Center civilization. Of course, Yu Yuan knew that the other races of the Galactic Center civilization had been cultivated by them from a lower-level civilization. It was said that the Galactic Center civilization had cultivated them for tens of millions of years before mastering the unique technology of three-dimensional space travel. How long has the Great Voyage organization been in possession of the soft stars and the Potterheads? Even if they could truly restore the glory of their ancestors, it would be difficult to do so in a short period of time. If anyone knew the development history of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations, those civilizations would not be so confused. How long did it take the Galactic Center civilization to develop its unique technology? The Awakeners are the overlords of the Triangulum Galaxy, and the Divine Matrix civilization has similarly survived for who knows how many millennia. Regardless of their confusion, the Great Voyage must continue. Yu Yuan chatted with the Dragon Star Brigade for a while about the soft stars and the Potterheads, and learned about the maintenance of the Lyra. Then he returned to his office, switched on the outdoor view mode, and watched the process of passing through the Stargate in a daze. This fleeting scene will continue for decades. The current voyages of the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization are very much like sailing on a stream of light. And there was another civilization that also sailed on a stream of light, but that happened long, long ago. This was a group of civilizations from the Milky Way. Judging by the design of their ships, one civilization's shipbuilding style resembles that of humans. If humans could see this, they would surely be delighted, for they are the dog-headed people that humans once cultivated. Yes, the great canine and heavenly canine civilizations finally met. From encounter to conflict, from conflict to war, and finally from war to fusion, through a series of coincidences, the 2 civilizations finally merged into one, the great heavenly canine civilization. Afterward, they encountered the Nair civilization, and thanks to human civilization, they successfully came together. After countless years, the 2 civilizations finally decided to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors and embark on the Great Voyage. Unfortunately, when they embarked on the Great Voyage, neither of them possessed any unique technology. But these couldn't deter them from their long voyage. With the blessing of countless years, the Great Tengu civilization successfully ascended to the rank of a level 6 civilization. In the days that followed, they encountered the Nair civilization and became friends with the Adeli and the Nebula lifeforms. The reason they left the Milky Way and embarked on the long voyage without mastering specialized technology was, firstly, to follow humanity's footsteps, and secondly, to be aware of 2 special lifeforms. Adeli successfully evolved into a level 6 special lifeform. The nebula that humanity had originally encountered, nurtured by the long years, had grown into a level 6 lifeform. Together with the Great Canine civilization and the Nair civilization, they formed the main body of the Great Voyage, and along with some level 6 civilizations, they embarked on their voyage. However, they did not encounter the Andromeda meteor shower en route. It was only after the Andromeda meteor shower arrived that they finally decided to embark on their voyage. Despite this, they still gave their first voyage a name, Voyage on the Meteor Shower sent by the God of Light. In other words, the Great Canine civilization embarked on its voyage only 2.45 million years after human civilization. There were many other civilizations, like the Great Canine civilization, that were influenced by the Great Voyage organization. They came from various galaxies, including the Milky Way, the Andromeda Galaxy, the Triangulum Galaxy, the Maffei Galaxy Group, and other areas along the Great Voyage's path. Sooner or later, they all embarked on the Great Voyage. It can be said that the Great Expedition is not limited to the Galactic Expedition Organization. Civilizations in many star regions of the universe are undertaking this voyage, either choosing the Boötes Void or other relatively close Great Voids. If one truly had a bird's-eye view of the entire cosmic tree structure, one would find that numerous Great Expedition organizations, comprised of civilizations, are diligently navigating the galaxy. Most of these civilizations pass by each other, with only a few encountering each other. Among these expedition organizations, there are actually very few civilizations with diverse and distinctive technologies, like the Galactic Expedition Organization. The vast majority are composed of level 6 civilizations, with no distinctive technologies. Some are fortunate, successfully crossing galaxies one after another. Others are unlucky, perishing due to various natural disasters or encountering powerful enemies and being defeated. Just as those expedition organizations arrived in the Milky Way and were annihilated by the Reapers. And now, emerging from the Stargate, the Galactic Expedition Organization has encountered another seemingly powerful Great Expedition Organization. Chapter 1369. In fact, while the Grand Voyage Organization's fleet was still sailing through the Stargate, the exploration vessels exploring this galaxy had already been discovered. However, they weren't destroyed, but were simply controlled by the local civilization and prevented from further exploration. Since the main body of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization remained within the Stargate, they were unaware of what was happening outside. For this reason, when the fleets of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization emerged from the Stargate, they were shocked by the scene before them. On their side, the exploration vessels of various civilizations were driven back to the area where the Stargate was located, which was the edge of the galaxy's dark matter halo. At the same time, the Grand Voyage Organization also discovered that many battle fleets had arrived in this star region. According to the information transmitted back by the exploration vessels that arrived earlier, there were at least tens of billions of warships here. All of them were sub-civilization class warships. The previous exploration had revealed no signs of civilization activity, yet now so many warships had appeared. This was somewhat surprising, but the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization soon discovered the reason. It must be that the Galactic Expedition civilizations entered the Stargate only after their own reconnaissance ships were discovered, and communication between the Stargate and the outside world was poor, resulting in this time lag. However, the fleet that arrived here doesn't seem to have any serious malicious intent, as evidenced by the fact that the Galactic Expedition's reconnaissance ships haven't been destroyed. Similarly, the massive fleet didn't approach the Stargate, but remained several light years away, stationed in the starry sky. Of course, the large fleets were waiting here, and there were naturally fleets at the Stargate exit as well, but these were small patrol fleets, and their numbers were obvious at a glance. Friends from afar, welcome to the Kroll Galaxy, the fourth logistics base of the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization. We are the Kroll Civilization, a Level 6 civilization affiliated with the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization. The Galactic Grand Voyage Organization had just emerged from the Stargate when it received a message from a distant fleet. The civilization in the message claimed to be the Kroll Civilization. The reason for this immediate passage was understood by the various civilizations within the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. It was because the probes that had arrived in this galaxy in advance were the result of their contact with the Kroll Civilization. While many of these probes were unmanned, some were manned, and the flagships of exploration fleets were generally manned. The flagships of the exploration fleets of the various civilizations within the Grand Voyage Organization were generally Stellar-class battleships, with one Stellar-class battleship leading a large number of Planetary-class, Sea-class, and Mountain-class ships. For this reason, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization was not surprised when it received the message. The Kroll Galaxy, the Kroll Civilization? At this moment, the leadership of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations of the Galactic Expedition Organization had gathered in the virtual auditorium, and this question was raised by one of the representatives. It didn't matter who said it, as long as they represented the Galactic Expedition Organization. Yes, naming a galaxy after our civilization is a disgrace to our friends, who have come from afar. The Kroll Civilization seemed genuinely harmless. They sent another message to the Galactic Expedition Organization, introducing themselves. You must have many questions. In fact, your probes have already asked some of them. However, we know they can't make any decisions, so we're waiting for your appearance. As for our fleet, you needn't be too concerned. It's just one of the fleets of our Kroll Civilization. We come here for 2 purposes. First, to welcome you, our friends from the distant stars, and second, to prove to you that we are a powerful civilization. Haha, there's no need to make a fuss. We, the Kroll Civilization, are straightforward. We believe a small display of force can avoid some trouble. For example, some of our friends from afar aren't very friendly and attack us upon sight. However, the grass on their graves is already over 3 feet tall. I hope you won't make the same mistake they did. As for why this galaxy is called the Kroll Galaxy, it's because it's actually our base, the 4th logistics base of the Abyssal Voyage Organization. We, the Kroll Civilization, are responsible for guarding it until the Grand Line is opened. Abyssal Voyage Organization? 4th logistics base? Grand Line? Guarding? As for the emergence of these new terms, the leaders of the various civilizations in the Galactic Voyage Organization expressed confusion, and they immediately began whispering to their respective think tanks. Before they could finish their discussion, the Kroll Civilization sent another message. We've been here for 20 million years. During that time, we encountered friends from the distant stars, the Abyssal Expedition Organization. But you're the first to emerge from this stargate. In the past, civilizations belonging to the Abyssal Expedition Organization, including us, have explored this stargate, but were generally lost in the distant stars. We later concluded that the other exit of this stargate was damaged. It seems our conclusion was wrong. After all, you already emerged from the stargate, which means the other side isn't damaged. Perhaps it's simply out of service. If we're right, you were the ones who opened the other side, correct? Yes, we did. The Great Galactic Expedition Organization responded. Kroll civilization, very good. Actually, ever since we reached this conclusion, we've been keeping an eye on this stargate, hoping a civilization might emerge from it. This is one of the reasons we were able to detect you. Well, I hope you're not like those friends who came from afar before, who thought themselves invincible after having crossed the stars and attacked us the moment they saw us. Well, it seems you're still quite reasonable. At least you haven't attacked us since you emerged from the stargate, right? Or perhaps our decision to bring the fleet here has successfully intimidated you? Haha, either way, we're the first ones. This truly friendly encounter is quite a friendly one, isn't it? Seeing the Kroll civilization chattering away, the leader of the Shinju civilization grew impatient. He immediately asked the first question on behalf of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. What is the Grand Line? The Kroll civilization responded. It seems our friends from afar are a bit impatient. Well. You must also be a Grand Voyage Organization. Since you come here, your destination must also be the Bodhi's Void. That makes sense. The Grand Line is the route from this star region to the edge of the void. Isn't that nonsense? Hearing this, the leader of the Shinju civilization mentally grumbled. Before he could continue, the Kroll civilization sent another message. This star field doesn't refer to the star field within the Kroll galaxy, but rather a vast star field encompassing dozens of galaxies, including this Kroll galaxy. From the area we control to the edge of the Great Void lies the Grand Line. The Grand Line is composed of Stargate nodes. From what we know, this area was likely the permanent residence of a cosmic civilization in ancient times, but now it's overrun with a large number of Type 2 boundary breakers and their lackeys. We must open up the route to reach the edge of the Great Void. Chapter 1370. Okay, now everyone understands. In short, we arrived at the territory of the Type 2 boundary breakers. To be honest, the civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization originally thought that Type 2 boundary breakers were only on the edge of the Great Void. We never expected that this place, 60 million light-years away from the edge of the Great Void, would actually be within Type 2 boundary breaker territory. Are there Type 2 boundary breakers here? The leader of the Dia civilization inquired impatiently. The Kroll civilization seemed to have come specifically to clarify everyone's doubts. Seeing that the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization still had some confusion, they replied directly, No, we made it clear before. This is the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization's 4th logistics base. Type 2 boundary breakers can't reach here yet, so there's no need to worry. The Kroll galaxy is safe, and you can develop your fleet here. Oh! The leader of the Galactic Heart civilization blinked in surprise. Before he could continue, the Kroll civilization, as if seeing through his thoughts, responded, Ha, we understand your confusion, but that's only natural, isn't it? You think we're going to claim ownership of this galaxy, and then charge you for exploiting its resources? Isn't that right? The Kroll civilization seemed quite understanding. Another burst of hearty laughter echoed through the translation system. Of course, each civilization's laughter translates differently. Then, the Kroll civilization continued to explain. Although the Kroll galaxy is named after our civilization, it clearly existed before our arrival. Its resources are from the universe. For a level 6 civilization, the range of resources available is vast, so imposing restrictions is pointless. Furthermore, if we truly can fully exploit the Kroll galaxy, we can simply move on to other galaxies. Of course, the most important point is that we share the same destination, making us natural allies. To reach the Bodhi's Void, we must open the Grand Line. To this end, our Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization has been striving for 20 million years, but the second-class boundary breakers and their lackeys are so tenacious that we have yet to open the Grand Line. Could you please tell us about the Grand Line? Yu Yuan also took the opportunity to ask, thinking to himself, Grand Line. The Galactic Grand Voyage Organization used to call the route left by the pioneers the Grand Line. Unfortunately, there has been no trace of the pioneers for a long time, and we don't know if they succeeded. I hope they did. The Grand Line is also called Grand Line. The Kroll civilization continued. Since you already know about the existence of the second type boundary breakers, we won't elaborate further. Well, let's put it this way. there are numerous stargates connecting our area to the edge of the Great Void. These stargates are interconnected, with entrances and exits located either within a galaxy or in the void. These numerous stargates connect this vast area into a zone of rapid movement, and it is through these stargates that the second-type boundary breakers achieve their expansion. Similarly, they have become obstacles to the Grand Line. I'm sure you're aware that the predecessors of the so-called second-type boundary breakers were actually Grand Line civilizations, but they failed and fell. As the saying goes, if I can't reach shore, none of you can either. It's with this mentality that they have blocked one Grand Line organization after another. Our Abyssal Grand Line is just one of them. If you travel from other areas to the Great Void, you may encounter other Grand Line organizations. We all share a common enemy, the second-type boundary breakers. After a brief pause, the Kroll civilization continued its message. Type 2 boundary breakers have completely fallen into the dark matter realm. The moment they transform into boundary breakers, they will never be able to break through to the level of cosmic civilization. This is because they have become part of dark matter. To become a cosmic civilization, the prerequisite is to leave areas rich in dark matter, so they can no longer reach shore. But they have also gained access to a dark matter technology tree that is unmatched by ours. This technology has given them power far exceeding that of a normal level 6 civilization. Each Type 2 boundary breaker group is extremely powerful. Using our classification system for technological civilizations, their strength would likely have reached the level of a quasi-cosmic civilization. Precisely because of this, over time, many Type 2 boundary breakers have come to believe that their path is the right one, and that becoming a boundary breaker is the only way to become a cosmic civilization. As for the boundary breakers' lackeys, they are level 6 civilizations corrupted by them, foolishly hoping to become boundary breakers themselves with their help. There are many such civilizations, most of them indigenous to galaxies controlled by boundary breakers, while a few also come from the Great Voyage. So, to complete the Great Voyage, we must not only clear this large area of boundary breakers, but also subdue them. Otherwise, even if we clear an area, we will be attacked by boundary breakers while we prepare to reach the Great Void. You should understand why the resources of the Kroll Galaxy have been so freely used. Okay, that's the general situation. Now, please answer us. Are you willing to fight alongside us for our common goal, the unfinished Great Voyage? After the Kroll civilization finished speaking, the 6 distinctive technological civilizations, along with the Star Defenders, in the virtual hall of the Galaxy Voyage organization quickly engaged in internal communication. Everyone agreed that if what the Kroll civilization said was true, then cooperation against the boundary breakers was the inevitable choice. However, before agreeing, the Galaxy Voyage organization still wanted to learn more about its teammates. This was the Abyssal Voyage organization that the Kroll civilization had mentioned. Our Abyssal Voyage organization is led by 2 distinctive technological civilizations, and 1 special life form, and we have jurisdiction over 127 level 6 civilizations. Nearby, we also have the Blue Ocean Voyage organization, which possesses a special technological civilization, and has now formed a united front with us. We don't know about the situation in other star regions. The Kroll civilization's answer was straightforward, but it also held back, not specifying the 2 distinctive technological civilizations, or the type of special life form. After saying this, the Kroll civilization sent another message. Well, now it's your turn to make a decision, friends who have come from afar. Also, we like you to introduce yourselves. We're not interested in where you're from. We only want to know your capabilities. Please forgive us. All of this is for the sake of opening up the grand route. Chapter 1371. I understand. As you said, we all share a common goal, so of course, our Galaxy Voyage organization is willing to fight alongside you. The Galaxy Voyage organization stated its position, and then began to introduce its composition. Our Galaxy Voyage organization has a total of 80 level 6 civilizations, including 6 with unique technological capabilities, plus 1 special life form. Yuan made these statements, but before he could finish, a message tinged with disbelief came from the Kroll civilization. What? Wait. How many unique technological civilizations do you have? 6. Yuan confirmed again. This statement caused the Kroll civilization to fall into a long silence. After a long while, they sent a message. Are you kidding? Yuan countered. Do you think we need to joke about this? Regarding the number of unique technological civilizations, the Galaxy Voyage organization had no reason to lie or conceal anything. First, the Kroll civilization didn't seem to be coming here specifically to cause trouble, and second, what they said was consistent with the Galaxy Voyage organization's understanding of the area. To the Kroll civilization, The idea of a grand voyage organization possessing 6 unique technologies seemed unbelievable, but they ultimately chose to believe it. It's incredible that you possess 6 civilizations with unique technologies. That's fantastic. The pressure on the front lines is immense right now. With your participation, the Grand Line will surely be open in no time. It was clear that the Kroll civilization wasn't frightened by the fact that the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization possessed 6 unique technologies. Instead, they expressed delight. Next, the two sides got to know each other better. The Galaxy Voyage introduced the 6 distinctive technological civilizations within the organization, effectively exchanging names. In this vast cosmic environment, it's common for a Grand Voyage organization to have numerous civilizations. Similarly, the Galaxy Voyage learned about the structure of the Abyssal Voyage. Although it boasted 127 Level 6 civilizations, only 2 possessed distinctive technologies, the Kroll civilization and the Abyssal civilization. The Abyssal civilization was also the true leader of the Abyssal Voyage. According to the Kroll civilization, the Abyssal civilization's distinctive technology was war-oriented and extremely powerful, though they didn't specify what type of technology it was. As for the name of the Abyssal civilization, as the civilizations within the Galaxy Voyage believed, it wasn't originally the Abyssal civilization. Instead, the galaxy in which it originated was called the Abyssal Galaxy. After the Great Voyage began, it adopted the name Abyssal Civilization. According to the Kroll civilization, their main fleets, along with those of the Abyssal civilization, are currently on the front lines, leading their numerous subordinate civilizations in the battle against the boundary breakers. The 10 billion warships here are merely a defensive fleet. After some discussion, the Kroll civilization continued, "We understand that you still have concerns. We too have made great voyages and know the hardships of the journey and the unpredictable nature of human nature. Therefore, we only hope to form a verbal military alliance with you. We will discuss specific cooperation details after you complete the transformation of your fleet structure. Oh, in the meantime, you can send reconnaissance ships to the front lines. Once you see the situation, you understand much more without us having to explain. Well, you may choose any area to base yourself and develop your forces. The fighting on the front lines is intense, and our fleet will need to provide support. With that, I take my leave. By the way, I give you a copy of the Kroll Galaxy's regional distribution map. It shows the situation of each star region, and this is our quantum communication channel. If you need to use a Stargate, just tell us directly." After the Kroll civilization finished speaking, its large fleet activated warp speed and disappeared into the starry sky, leaving only a few exploration fleets patrolling the area. Meanwhile, in the virtual hall, the leader of the Dia civilization, "What do you mean?" "Of course. We're sending a team of exploration ships to the front lines to investigate the situation." Yu Yuan glanced at the limp Dia leader, then looked around at the other civilizations. Then he said, "First of all, what others say is what they say. If we want to understand the situation, we have to see for ourselves. Didn't the Kroll civilization say that the fighting on the front lines is tense? We're sending exploration ships along to investigate. Let's see where the so-called front lines are. Similarly, we know very little about the Stargate network in this area, so we take this opportunity to gather relevant intelligence. The intelligence we gathered is consistent with the star map they provided, which is sufficient proof that the Kroll civilization isn't lying. Therefore, we can confidently cooperate with them. Secondly, if this is indeed the case, then war is inevitable. We must accurately assess the combat capabilities of the second-tier boundary breakers. We, the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization, have come this far and must not stop. Finally, we must investigate the situation of the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization and the Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organization. We must understand their unique technologies and determine the areas of engagement between them and the boundary breakers. There's another point. I'm not sure if anyone here has noticed. What's the problem? The leader of the Dia civilization asked cooperatively. Stargate. Yu Yuan exchanged words with the think tank members nearby and continued. According to the Kroll civilization's description, the battle between the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization, the Blue Sea Grand Voyage Organization, and the boundary breakers revolved around the Stargate network. But don't you find it strange that neither side attacked the Stargate itself? Yu Yuan's words immediately caused the people of the other civilizations to ponder. However, the Star Defender spoke up. "Leader of the human civilization, you're quite intelligent, but not very intelligent. Because this isn't the problem at all. Do you think the Stargate is some shoddy construction? It's a legitimate creation of a cosmic civilization, something you can destroy at will?" Yu Yuan, The Star Defender glanced at him and continued, Let me put it this way. If this shabby place is truly the former base of a cosmic civilization, the Stargate they built definitely has a rule shield. That's a rule shield. Do you think you have a fourth phase attack? Okay. Yu Yuan nodded. It had been a while since he'd been told this, and he was a little unaccustomed to it. The Star Defenders did have a say in this matter, so no one else commented, instead focusing their attention on the star map sent by the Kroll civilization. Yu Yuan recognized at a glance that it was a star map of the Kroll galaxy. The star regions marked on it were also quite interesting. The Kroll civilization had divided the Kroll galaxy into 8 major star regions, clearly marking each region's dominant dark matter mineral resources, star types, Stargate coordinates, and other information. Yu Yuan also saw some regions marked as interstellar trade markets, and even areas where some lower-level civilizations operated, along with the names of those civilizations. Those lower-level civilizations were also marked on the star map. They were essentially native, local civilizations. The Kroll civilization did not adhere to any principle of non-interference with lower-level civilizations. On the contrary, they had influenced almost all of the lower-level civilizations in the Kroll galaxy, and some level 5 civilizations had even been trained by them, becoming their source of troops. Chapter 1372. Interstellar civilizations don't divide their territories into industrial, commercial, and residential areas, as they did in the planetary age. This is because the starry sky is so vast that every map patch of sky contains tens of thousands of stars. Furthermore, civilizations arriving from the Great Voyage cannot possibly re-establish themselves as settled civilizations. Therefore, there are no Kroll civilization settlements in the Kroll galaxy. Like the civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, they live on their own residential spaceships. For interstellar civilizations, living on spaceships is actually safer than living on planets. However, due to their function as logistics bases, many ship production areas are marked on the star map. When the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization was mining resources and building its fleet, it also sent probes to inspect and communicate with these ship production areas. It's truly a starry shipyard. Take the starry dock closest to the current Galactic Grand Voyage Organization starfield, for example. It truly lives up to its years of operation by the Kroll civilization. As soon as the probe entered that area, it witnessed a bustling scene. It can be seen that the so-called star dock is enormous, occupying a volume of space roughly the size of a star system. Of course, it's not just a single building, but rather a combination of multiple structures and various production and processing bases. 20 million years of heritage is indeed incredibly rich. The civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization toured the star dock through the probe's perspective. Within, functional buildings hovered in the void, seamlessly interconnected, from raw material processing to the production of finished warships. Beyond the star dock, countless ships of various types plied the air, transporting raw materials, various minerals, and even fuel. Like tireless bees, they connected the star dock with various mineral resource collection sites outside, providing the Kroll civilization with a constant supply of warships. When probes from the various civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization arrived, they saw millions of warships docked within the star dock, all of them sub-civilization level. According to the Kroll civilization, after completing formation training, these warships would be dispatched to the front lines for replenishment, accompanied by the training of warriors. However, for the warriors aboard the warships, the Kroll civilization had a more efficient method. They directly employed personnel from other races to fight on their behalf. Those killed in battle were revived using the Great Memory Resurrection technique, allowing them to continue their campaigns. It wasn't that the Kroll civilization itself feared death, but rather that they were afraid to consume them on such a scale, much less to use the Great Memory Resurrection technique on a large scale to revive their own fallen warriors. The reason for this was known to the Galactic Expedition, after human civilization began resurrecting those killed in battle through memory. Humans resurrected through memory storage lose their third-person piloting talent. This phenomenon is considered a loss of talent by the civilizations of the Galactic Expedition, so civilizations with unique technologies cannot tolerate a future where their race is entirely resurrected through memory. Civilizations without unique technologies appear unaffected by this resurrection technology, but they refrain from widespread use. After all, perhaps their race inherently possesses some kind of talent? Wouldn't widespread memory resurrection truly render them talentless? Everyone shares this mindset. So, when the Kroll civilization trained other races as cannon fodder, no civilization reacted with disgust. Even the Shinju civilization didn't say anything. They even planned to train their own soft stars to pilot warships. The Inshin civilization was delighted by this. Their leader now hurls a barrage of sarcasm at the Shinju civilization every time he enters the virtual hall. Among other things, they specifically bring up the Shinju civilization's previous policy of forcing other civilizations to abandon their subordinate races. Well, they didn't allow them to support them back then, but now they're supporting them themselves. Truly a double cross. The Shinju civilization ignored this sarcasm, dismissing it as just bullshit. Everyone knew that, forced by circumstances, no one wanted their civilization to risk billions of lives in a single war. Although no one has yet visited the battlefield, information revealed by the Kroll civilization indicates that the front lines are a meat grinder. Warships are being destroyed constantly, and each warship requires numerous intelligent beings to operate. The destruction of a single warship results in the deaths of thousands of intelligent beings. Unmanned warships piloted by strong artificial intelligence are certainly possible, but at this stage of civilizational development, intelligent beings are far superior to artificial intelligence in all aspects of battlefield performance. If you want to use unmanned warships to fight an enemy, you must be prepared to be outnumbered 1 to 100. Furthermore, the cost of creating a strong artificial intelligence capable of controlling an entire warship is far higher than training a single soldier, a complete waste of productivity. For this reason, the civilizations of the Great Galactic Expedition Organization immediately launched the Soft Star Warrior training program after entering their recuperation phase. Soft Stars exist in all 80 civilizations of the Galactic Expedition, making their direct use more convenient and cost-effective. This is because each civilization has fostered the Soft Stars for countless generations, significantly improving their scientific literacy. After all, they are all trained to produce specialized technologies, so selecting personnel from among them to train as warriors is the most time-efficient and cost-effective option. There's no need to search far and wide for other races across the stars. Day by day, the Galactic Expedition officially began its major construction efforts. Each of the 80 civilizations selected a material-rich star field and began its expansion. Because these were marked on the star map, the locations chosen wouldn't overlap with the various production bases of the Kroll civilization. It seems the Kroll civilization had anticipated this. Just as the Galactic Expedition entered its mass production phase, the Kroll civilization's fleet also set out. The destination, naturally, was the frontier they mentioned. This was a rare opportunity, and the civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization quickly dispatched numerous exploration vessels to follow, accompanying the 10 billion warships to observe the front lines. According to the Kroll civilization, the front line was approximately 25 million light-years from the Kroll galaxy, requiring 3 Stargate traverses to reach the destination. Such a vast distance would have taken a very long time during the Great Voyage of the past, but now it can be reached in just 3 Stargate traverses. It can be said that the existence of Stargates has brought the ends of the Earth within easy reach, allowing civilizations from distant lands to connect directly to the front lines. Chapter 1373. 25 million light-years. From the star map provided by the Kroll civilization, we can see that from the Kroll galaxy to the front line, that is, the destination, Galaxy 627. Galaxy 627 is a notation on the Kroll civilization star map, a designation given to the numerous galaxies in this area, and also the name of the frontline galaxy currently at war. But Galaxy 627 is by no means the only galaxy on the front line. All galaxies marked with battle icons on the star map are at the front line. Currently, it appears that a total of 8 galaxies, plus the void where 2 Stargates are located, are at war. Perhaps due to its proximity to the edge of the Great Void, the distances between galaxies in this star field are relatively large. According to observations, the average distance between galaxies here is around 5 million light-years, which is extremely far away. With the navigation capabilities of a level 6 civilization, a single voyage would be impossible to reach the other side. Perhaps because of the extreme distance, the cosmic civilization that once resided here built a network of stargates. These are all extremely advanced stargates, spanning over 5 million light-years, and can be crossed in just a few days, making intergalactic warfare possible. According to the Kroll civilization, in the last few 100,000 years, the front lines have been pushed back by approximately 10 million light-years by the Type 2 boundary breakers. The 627 galaxies they are currently en route to are also in imminent danger. If they are defeated in this battle, the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization will lose control of yet another galaxy. Even more worrying is that, starting 300,000 years ago, the Type 2 boundary breakers have been implementing the Starry Sky Smash plan behind them, essentially destroying the galaxies they occupy. If the Type 2 boundary breakers were allowed to launch their star-shattering plan in this galaxy cluster, future wars would be even more difficult. Both the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization and the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization belonged to technological civilizations operating at the level of visible matter. The destruction of so many galaxies in the galaxy cluster would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of resource extraction. Even if dark matter could be mined, the intermediate conversion costs would be prohibitive. The Kroll civilization star map shows that the galaxies are marked with two colors, like a map. One side represents the area controlled by the Grand Voyage Organization, while the vast expanse of galaxies from Galaxy 627 to the Boötes Void belongs to the Type 2 boundary breakers. The Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's fleet of 80 civilizations followed the Kroll civilization fleet forward. After completing several Stargate transits, they arrived at what the Kroll civilization described as the frontline battlefield. As soon as they emerged from the Stargate, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's exploration ships from various civilizations could smell the smoke of the battlefield. Data indicates that the 627 galaxy is not large, with a diameter of only 40,000 light-years. Although it was originally larger, due to the destruction of many stars during the war, its diameter has shrunk by over 10,000 light-years over time. The situation at the scene was similar. Upon arrival, the various civilizations' probes detected the various light pollution that filled the starry sky. The average temperature of interstellar space is also significantly higher than elsewhere, due to the various stellar explosions. Looking out, the sky is filled with the glow of supernovae. The Kroll civilization's battle fleet shuttled back and forth in this environment, with a variety of vessels, apparently providing maintenance for the fleet stationed here. Just as the exploration ships of the various civilizations of the Great Galactic Expedition Organization were curiously scanning the surroundings, a message from the stationed fleet reached the fleet emerging from the Stargate. Finally you arrived. According to our superiors, your 18th fleet will form a coalition with our 17th fleet to complete this mission. The Pana civilization fleet has been blocked by the bound breakers at the central black hole. We've been unable to break through their defenses despite repeated attempts. With you joining us, we should be able to rescue them. Ah, is this the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization you mentioned? They're joining us? Great, great. It seems they're prepared to go without return. Commander of the Kroll civilization's 18th fleet. Yes, they possess 6 unique technological civilizations, but they haven't yet transitioned from long-distance mode, so we're sending their reconnaissance ships here to familiarize themselves with the battlefield. Haha, Commander McVillia, we have friendly forces watching this battle. Don't embarrass our Kroll civilization. Commander of the 17th Fleet. What? 6 unique technological civilizations? Awel, are you kidding? Where did this organization come from? The 2 Kroll people exchanged words on their communication channels while waiting for the fleet to assemble. A hero's origins are not judged by their origins. All you need to know is that we're fellow travelers. Okay, we can't tarnish the reputation of our Kroll civilization. It's a shame our flagship is supporting the Abyssal civilization, otherwise. Hey, it's not a big deal. Wait a little longer, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I already reported this to the flagship. Once the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization completes its fleet restructuring, there will inevitably be a major counterattack. Then we have to see how those 6 unique technological civilizations fight. Honestly, I never seen so many unique technological civilizations in my life. Then don't die later. You should tell those boundary breakers that. Haha, okay. Anyway, tell me about the current situation. What are your plans? Well, there are 3 Stargates in the 627 galaxy, and we control only this one. 1,000 years ago, my 17th fleet, with 10 billion warships, plus the Pana civilization's 3rd fleet, totaling 18 billion sub-civilization-class warships, and 70 billion stellar-class and planetary-class warships, formed a joint fleet to raid Stargate 2. The 8 billion boundary breakers stationed at Stargate 2 had already been driven into a panic by our defeat. Unfortunately, reinforcements arrived from the 727 galaxy. Over 1 billion boundary breakers crossed the galaxy and arrived from Stargate 3. We engaged them in a chaotic battle in the starry sky, but were ultimately defeated. During the retreat, in order to keep an eye on the enemy's 2 Stargates and deter them from mobilizing all their forces to attack our Stargate 1, the Pana civilization fleet retreated to the central black hole. However, they had no idea that the boundary breakers. Changing tactics, he would blockade the central black hole while sending his minions to attack the Pana civilization. You know, although the Pana civilization relies on the black hole for combat, precisely because they're in the black hole region, their supplies can't keep up with the boundary breakers' minions. They're now in a very dangerous situation. If we don't succeed this time, the Pana civilization's main fleet will be annihilated. If that happens, the 627 galaxy will likely be lost. Listening to McVillai's introduction, Ewell, commander of the 18th Fleet, said solemnly, "Without further delay, we must split into two groups and attack." McVillai disagreed. No, I have the 17th Fleet attack Stargate 2, and you guys head straight for the central black hole. Once we lured those 1 billion boundary breakers to Stargate 2, you break the blockade and rescue the Pana civilization's main fleet. Ewell didn't hesitate. He also felt this strategy was feasible, so he sent a message to the exploration ships of the various civilizations of the Great Galactic Expedition Organization that had followed him, and gave the order to depart. The Galactic Expedition noticed that the war here was different from previous ones. The existence of the Stargate meant that the battles here essentially revolved around it, as controlling it gave them the initiative. The most difficult part was completely controlling both ends of the Stargate. Fighting from one end to the other meant facing enemies guarding the gate's exit, a true siege. Chapter 1374. In response to the questions raised by the Great Galactic Expedition, the Kroll civilization clearly stated that it was a siege. The only way to defeat a galaxy's boundary breakers and bring them under their control was through a forceful attack through a Stargate. They also considered using warp speed to cross the galaxy for a surprise attack, but that was simply unrealistic. First, crossing the galaxy would require adapting the fleet's structure to long-distance travel. Second, the distances between the galaxies in this star region were too great to cross without pre-existing star roads. It can be said that without a Stargate network, the second half of the Great Expedition would also take a long time. However, there are no ifs in reality. The current situation is that the three Great Expedition organizations must defeat the second-type boundary breakers stationed in these galaxies and subdue them, so that they dare not disrupt the Great Expedition organizations when they enter the Great Void. Initially, the Galactic Expedition Organization wondered why they hadn't completely eliminated all of the Type 2 boundary breakers. However, they later learned that they were so numerous that they could be found in nearly every galaxy near the Great Void, within the Stargate network. They had thrived here for countless millions of years, their numbers exceedingly numerous. It was unrealistic for a level 6 civilization to completely eliminate them. In fact, if Type 2 boundary breakers weren't incapable of escaping dark matter, their territory would have been even greater over such a long period of time. The reason for the proliferation of boundary breakers in this region was naturally due to the existence of the Stargate network. Boundary breakers use Stargates to cross galaxies, occupying dense dark matter regions one after another, where they lived and thrived, treating the entire area covered by the Stargate network as their home base. While briefing the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization on the current situation, the two fleets of the Kroll civilization began their operations according to plan. The diameter of the 627 galaxy is only 40,000 light-years, and Stargate 1, controlled by the Kroll civilization, is not far from the central black hole, and Stargate 2, at distances of 14,000 and 16,000 light-years, respectively. It would take less than a century to reach them. The Kroll civilization informed the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization that there were no Stargates within the 627 galaxy for internal travel, resulting in the strange phenomenon of traveling across the galaxy taking less time than traveling within it. However, this does align with the theory that this area was the base of an ancient cosmic civilization. After all, for a cosmic civilization, even intergalactic operations wouldn't take much time. Furthermore, some galaxies have natural wormholes within them. Thus, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's exploration ship split into two, following the two Kroll fleets, and followed them towards the central black hole and Stargate 2 of the 627 galaxy. After decades of sailing, the Kroll civilization's 17th Fleet, as expected, encountered the assembled boundary breakers in the starry sky. The 18th Fleet was still underway, but had already been discovered by the boundary breakers. The 627 galaxy was the frontier between the two sides. Both sides were aware of each other's existence, and deployed or dispatched a large number of reconnaissance ships to patrol the sky. Basically, any movement by the major fleets could not escape the eyes of both sides. This situation was very common, so whether in the 627 galaxy or other frontier galaxies, the two sides were actually fighting constantly. The main fleet battles did not take place every day, but the competition between the reconnaissance ship fleets was a constant occurrence. In the dark skies of this vast galaxy, whenever exploration ships from both sides meet, they engage in a firefight, sometimes escalating into a full-scale battle. The outcome of a major fleet engagement directly determines the ownership of the entire galaxy, as the victorious side typically pursues its victory and seizes control of all the Stargates in the galaxy. Controlling a Stargate practically means controlling the entire galaxy. Since they hold the initiative, calling for backup or blocking the enemy's support fleet is a piece of cake. After capturing a Stargate, a sweeping operation typically begins, annihilating all enemy exploration ships within the galaxy. As you can imagine, a galaxy has a radius of tens of thousands of light years, and a battle like this is bound to be protracted. Just the task of wiping out the enemy's exploration ships could easily be written from the perspective of a small-time spaceship pilot. In wars between civilizations like these, capital ships generally don't participate in clearing out the enemy's remaining forces unless the enemy still has a major fleet. The Kroll civilization told the Galactic Grand Voyage that their cleanup operations were generally handled by civilizations affiliated with the organization, but these were often carried out using stellar, planetary, ocean-class, and mountain-class warships, leaving smaller warships vulnerable. This time, the Grand Voyage exploration vessels that had followed the Kroll civilization all the way here also witnessed the legendary Type 2 boundary breakers. Of course, they also witnessed the Kroll civilization's combat capabilities. From the detector's perspective, Type 2 boundary breakers were no different from boundary breakers. They were also dark matter life forms, invisible to visible light. However, the Kroll civilization informed the Grand Voyage that there were differences between the two. First, boundary breakers are naturally occurring life forms, their form more closely resembling that of living organisms. However, Type 2 boundary breakers evolved from a Level 6 civilization, and a closer look reveals a more regular form. The Kroll civilization once recovered the bodies of slain Type 2 boundary breakers. According to their analysis, Type 2 boundary breakers' bodies resemble battleships, but are constructed not from visible matter but from dark matter. Of course, they are not dark matter battleships, but more like the shells of living organisms. Somehow, their individual lives have shed their visible matter shells and replaced them with a dark matter shell. Their souls and dark matter shells have merged seamlessly, effectively making them considered dark matter life forms. However, their thinking and consciousness remain those of a technological civilization. Thus, they possess more methods of attacking the visible matter world than natural boundary breakers. In addition to the boundary breakers' innate void black hole attack, they also possess thermal dark matter rays and spatial slicing attacks. The most crucial factor is their speed. Each Type 2 boundary breaker possesses the ability to travel at warp speeds of nearly 400 times the speed of light. Some particularly powerful Type 2 boundary breakers can even reach 600 times the speed of light, nearly 3 times the speed of a typical Level 6 civilization. Of course, nearly 600 times the speed of light can't be sustained. But it's still quite formidable. This is why they are called a quasi-cosmic civilization. According to the Kroll civilization, they have fought Type 2 boundary breakers for 20 million years, and have killed no more than 100 top-level boundary breakers. Chapter 1375. War is imminent. To defend Stargate 2, the second-class boundary breakers, even though they knew one of the Kroll civilization's fleets was heading for the central black hole, were forced to deploy a large number of boundary breakers to reinforce them. At the same time, they chose not to fight alone, but instead called for support from their rear. However, the troops that arrived were not the second-class boundary breakers, but their lackeys, the Level 6 civilizations affiliated with the second-class boundary breakers. They had already defected to the second-class boundary breakers, and, under their command, committed the entire civilization to the war. Looking at the power comparison within the 627 galaxies, the Kroll civilization had approximately 2 fleets totaling 20 billion battleships, while the Pana civilization still had 6 billion battleships fighting in the central black hole region. The boundary breakers had 1.8 billion boundary breakers and 30 billion battleships from 3 lackey civilizations. The overall difference in numbers was not significant. Under normal circumstances, a typical Level 6 civilization could maintain the maintenance of approximately 10 billion capital ships, sub-civilization class warships, plus another 80 to 90 billion other types of ships, for a total of approximately 100 billion. However, the Kroll civilization currently possesses 20 billion capital ships in just 2 fleets, clearly exceeding the maintenance capacity of a typical Level 6 civilization. The reasons for this are simple. First, the Kroll civilization structure has changed during the long years of war, and second, their fleets don't require constant maintenance. They are deployed to the front lines as soon as they're built and assembled. Following a major battle, there are usually very few remaining, and there's no chance of the warships being returned to the dock for maintenance. Furthermore, since they didn't use their own intelligent life to consume their resources, the Kroll civilization possessed warships exceeding the typical scale of a Level 6 civilization. Their constant state of war also allowed them to survive under immense external pressure, preventing them from splitting into multiple civilizations or becoming decadent. The interstellar battle began when the two fleets faced each other. Facing an enemy twice their size, the Kroll Civilization's 17th Fleet unhesitatingly reached full warp speed, attacking the 20 billion Boundary Breaker Minion Fleet and 1.8 billion Boundary Breakers in the starry sky ahead. Another Boundary Breaker Minion civilization continued to siege the Pana civilization from the central black hole, so the battle at Stargate 2 was roughly 10 billion versus 21.8 billion. As the battle unfolded, the accompanying exploration vessels of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization rushed to the edges of the battlefield or within it for critical exploration, incidentally assisting the Kroll Civilization's exploration vessels in their attacks on the enemy. In the early stages of the battle, the Boundary Breakers remained behind the front lines, acting like a detachment, watching their lackeys clash with the Kroll Civilization's fleet. The Kroll Civilization's 17th Fleet, comprising 10 billion warships, was divided into several squadrons. These fleets, spread across hundreds of light years, deployed in various formations to engage the Boundary Breakers' lackeys head-on. For a moment, a barrage of strikes pierced the starry sky. At the outset, the two sides engaged in a normal war, exchanging fire from a distance of several light years. At this point, Void Strike and Tachyon weapons dominated the battle, with superluminal strikes crisscrossing the starry sky. The salvos from each fleet were concentrated in this phase. Tachyon lightsabers swept across the starry sky, scattering swathes of the dark universe into brilliant screens of light. Void Strikes, on the other hand, were remarkably silent, with only the illumination of one's own shields revealing that one had been attacked. The situation on the battlefield was similar. Different attack methods resulted in varying forms of casualties on both sides. Warships blasted by Tachyon lightsabers were conventionally destroyed, while those obliterated by Void Strikes simply became part of space. From an optical perspective, warships destroyed by Void Strikes appeared to vanish into thin air, a truly eerie sight. Of course, in the initial round of contact, few warships were destroyed in a single strike. Both sides possessed shields, both real and void. As long as they were not blasted or hit repeatedly, their shields were unlikely to be breached. But as the distance between the two sides closed, casualties began to mount. Similarly, space-slicing weapons began to take effect. The warships of both sides alternated between warp and out of warp to fire salvos, transforming the entire interstellar battlefield, stretching across hundreds of light years, into a field of destruction. The rips left by the slicing of space, the turbulence of spacetime caused by warp bombs, the darkness illuminated by Tachyon lightsabers, the silent blows of the void, and the deep, pervasive traces of warp, all evidence of the intense intensity of the war. The explosion of stars was commonplace. From an optical perspective, the starry sky was filled with warships, with a single ship appearing in multiple locations simultaneously. This, of course, wasn't due to the warship's ability to clone themselves, but rather to the light cones themselves. Some warships appeared intact, still throbbing in the starry sky, but in reality, they had been destroyed, and what was visible was merely their optical image. Under such circumstances, the exploration vessels of the various civilizations of the Great Galactic Voyage Organization were not immune, but they persisted under the fire, continuing their exploration until the battle ended or they were destroyed. This desperate exploration also allowed the civilizations of the Great Galactic Voyage Organization to gather a rough estimate of the combat power levels of both sides. In terms of technological level alone, the Kroll Civilization's conventional fleet was roughly at the T1 level, while the fleets of the Boundary Breakers' lackeys were somewhat uneven. The fleets of the three lackey civilizations ranged from T1 to T2 and T3. The T1 fleet was what the Kroll Civilization referred to as the Boundary Breakers' lackeys' elite fleet. Seeing this, the civilizations of the Great Galactic Voyage Organization breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the Dorade civilization, the conventional fleets of 12 of their 80 civilizations had reached T0 combat power. As long as their numbers grow, their combat effectiveness will surpass that of the Boundary Breakers' lackey civilizations. While the Kroll Civilization's conventional combat power was assessed by the Great Voyage Organization as T1, their space weapon strikes reached the level of the Potarad civilization. In close combat, any hit from their space weapons would be instantly destroyed. The civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization noted that the Kroll Civilization's main space weapon was not a space-slicing cannon, but a spiral space-shattering cannon. In this war, they also relied on this weapon to gain an advantage. Despite their numerical superiority, the Boundary Breakers' lackeys could only fight the Kroll Civilization 40-60, giving the Kroll Civilization the upper hand. But the overall situation wasn't particularly optimistic, as the enemy's 1.8 billion boundary breakers were still watching from behind. Judging from the current situation, if those 1.8 billion boundary breakers joined the battle, the Kroll civilization's 17th fleet would undoubtedly be defeated. But their commander seemed unfazed, continuing to command calmly, as if he were determined to wipe out the 17th fleet. Against this backdrop, the battle at the central black hole of the 627th galaxy erupted as expected. The Kroll civilization's 18th fleet had just arrived and launched an offensive against the boundary breakers' lackey fleet, which was carrying out a blockade mission. The 6 billion warships of the Pana civilization, trapped within the black hole area, also rose in resistance. On this battlefield, the Kroll civilization held a numerical advantage. Based on the observed combat power comparisons among the civilizations of the Great Galactic Voyage Organization, they should be able to rescue the Pana civilization's fleet. Clearly, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization couldn't be the only ones to notice this situation, but the 1.8 billion boundary breakers showed no sign of panic. They didn't even bother to reinforce the central black hole battlefield. It's obvious they're doing this on purpose, deliberately forcing us to rescue the Pana civilization fleet, but they also don't want us to have it easy. Commander McVillia of the 17th Fleet immediately understood the situation. She knew these boundary breakers intended to destroy her fleet before turning back to eliminate the remaining 18th Fleet and the Pana civilization fleet, which had already left the central black hole area. Their combat effectiveness would be reduced in the area of a massive black hole. But even knowing their plans, McVillia had no recourse. She could only conduct tactical command of the 17th Fleet to the best of her ability, striving to maintain sufficient strength to hold back the 1.8 billion Type 2 boundary breakers after eliminating their lackeys. She aimed to wait until the 18th Fleet completed its mission, then bring the Pana civilization fleet to their aid, annihilate this boundary breaker army in one fell swoop, and seize control of Stargate 2. This was the strategic goal of this operation, and the best outcome she could see. If they could not hold on to that extent, the 18th Fleet would have to sacrifice its 17th Fleet and retreat to Stargate No. 1 with the Pana civilization fleet. Chapter 1376. The battle on the main battlefield was fierce, and the secondary battlefields were no less intense, with fighting raging throughout the 627 galaxy. While the outcome of each side's main fleets was crucial to the entire battle, the various reconnaissance vessels on the secondary battlefields were equally crucial. Their success or failure directly determined whether one side's actions would be detected by the other side, and whether the other side's actions would be under their surveillance. If the main battlefield was a straightforward clash of military power, then the secondary battlefield was a battle for information. For now, while the main forces of the civilizations of the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization have not participated in the battle, they are also making their own contributions in the field of reconnaissance, conducting exploration while fighting alongside the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization. A war like this cannot end suddenly. On the contrary, it is bound to be protracted. Both sides have deployed tens of billions of warships, and the clash of steel torrents is constant, rippling the starry sky with the aftermath of the war. Similarly, as the war continues, the main battlefield is also expanding. This is because commanders on both sides are micromanaging, employing tactics like detours, surprise attacks, luring the enemy into maneuverable counterattacks, and sieges to attack reinforcements. All sorts of tactics are deployed in large-scale battles. The Kroll civilization is also a battle-hardened civilization with its own unique art of warfare, and so does the enemy. Therefore, a war cannot simply consist of both sides hauling billions of warships into the starry sky and then lining up to shoot each other. Of course, tactical proficiency is one aspect. More importantly, the technological gap lies in the ship's performance, speed, main gun power, rate of fire, armor strength, shield strength, command systems, coordination between ship squadrons, interspersed firepower, and even positioning, everything. The various civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, using their own reconnaissance ships, observed the command levels of both sides on the battlefield, as well as the technological differences in their warships. They transmitted this information back to headquarters for analysis by their respective experts, and then began systematic training for their fleets. The Kroll civilization, currently at war, did not provide much battlefield data to the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, but it also did not object to the organization's observations of its fleet's combat capabilities. Presumably, they viewed the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization as a natural ally. This performance earned the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's trust, at least until the Grand Line was opened. At this moment, the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle in the 627th galaxy, and the battle would not be concluded for a while. Meanwhile, in the Kroll galaxy, at the human civilization's base, aboard the Lyra, This is a real-time feed of the battle between the Kroll and Pana civilizations, and the Type 2 boundary breakers in Galaxy 627. What are your thoughts? Yu Yuan arrived at the bridge of the Lyra, projected the situation map of Galaxy 627 onto the holographic screen, and offered his opinions to the assembled experts. This was an informal meeting. Yu Yuan used the command center as a makeshift conference room. Experts from various fields didn't mind attending in person or via projection. It's impossible for all experts in various fields of human civilization to live on the Lyra. In the vast universe, while shuttles could be used to travel between warships, there was no need for that. Judging from the current balance of power, Galaxy 627 is likely to be lost. The Type 2 boundary breakers haven't moved yet, and the Kroll civilization's 17th fleet is likely to be defeated. Doesn't their Abyssal Grand Voyage organization govern 127 Level 6 civilizations? Why is only the Pana civilization here? An expert responded. The Lyra's first mate was also present. She raised her hand to zoom out the star map, then pointed to several other galaxies and said, "The battle is going on in other galaxies." According to the latest news, 627 isn't the Abyssal Grand Voyage's main battlefield. The Kroll civilization is currently launching an offensive in 627, nominally to rescue the Pana civilization fleet, but in reality to help the Abyssal Grand Voyage contain the enemy. Gate 3 in 627 leads to 712, the main battlefield. Both the Kroll and Abyssal civilization flagships are there. 627 is merely a gateway for the second-class boundary breakers to reach out. With one hand, he surveyed the battlefront. Galaxy 712 is interconnected and boasts numerous stargates. Capturing Galaxy 712 would block Galaxy 627's return route. You see, even if Galaxy 627 falls, the Abyssal Grand Voyage organization can simultaneously attack Stargates 1, 2, and 3 from the other side and recapture Galaxy 627. If I were the commander of a Type 2 boundary breaker, I would simply abandon Stargate 2 and have my lackeys guard Stargate 3 while I support Galaxy 712. As he spoke, the star map on the holographic image shrank again. The galaxies on the map became mere points of light, and the directional arrows connecting those points of light indicated the directions of the stargates. Galaxy 712 is approximately 7.3 million light-years away from Galaxy 627. It possesses 10 stargates, one of which connects to Galaxy 627. The other galaxies it connects to are also marked with war icons. In other words, the civilizations under the Abyssal Grand Voyage organization are battling the second-class boundary breakers in those galaxies. If you were to connect these galaxies with a line, it would be the so-called front line, a front spanning 30 million light-years. But this was only the Abyssal Grand Expedition's own front line. The people on the Lyra noticed that at the very end of this line, not shown on the star map, were the 7 characters, Blue Ocean Grand Expedition Organization. Before the words Blue Ocean Grand Expedition Organization, a large arrow spanned dozens of galaxies, pointing toward Galaxy 712. This indicated that the Blue Ocean Grand Expedition Organization was launching an attack from outside the star map toward Galaxy 712. From the large-scale star map, it can be seen that the nearest galaxy around Galaxy 712 is 7 million light-years away. Other, more distant galaxies must first enter Galaxy 712 before they can transit through its stargates to other galaxies. It is the transportation hub of the Stargate network in this area. The Abyssal Grand Voyage organization intends to use offense instead of defense, forcibly seizing the 712 galaxy. They will then deal with any enemies that intrude upon their territory, opening up a route between the 712 galaxy and the Kroll galaxy in one fell swoop, and pushing the frontier forward by 10 million light-years. This plan was formulated before the arrival of the Galaxy Grand Voyage organization. It appears to be a joint initiative between them and the Blue Sea Grand Voyage organization, as evidenced by the coordination between the two organizations. According to the Kroll civilization, their flagship has been in the 712 galaxy for 1,300 years, meaning the war over this plan began 1,300 years ago and will continue. However, the current situation appears less optimistic. It is said that by this time, the Blue Sea Grand Voyage organization should have already reached the 712 galaxy from the other side, but they are now 2 galaxies away. It is said that they have been blocked at the exit of a star gate by the second-type boundary breakers for 1,000 years. During this period, their main civilization's flagship was almost unable to return because it was beaten by the second-type boundary breakers while leading a surprise attack. It is still in the dock for maintenance. Chapter 1377. Many civilizations, like humans, began conducting military simulations after receiving battlefield data. They speculated on how they would fight, what the outcome would be, how the second-class boundary breakers would respond, and so on. Although they hadn't yet entered the battlefield, each civilization knew that joining the war was inevitable. Even if the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization didn't say so, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization would join, as it was indeed the only way to the Boötes Void. Given the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's productivity, that time would be approximately 500 years from now. I wonder if the war in Galaxy 627 will be over in 500 years, Yu Yuan muttered, observing the various engineering vessels busy on the holographic image. The holographic image showed human civilization producing warships. Humanity now occupied 20,000 star systems, and was fully engaged in exploiting their resources, building new shipyards, and producing warships. They were also accelerating the training of soft star warriors. Humanity had already made plans for fleet construction. Human civilization will take 500 years to complete the first phase of its shipbuilding mission, maintaining the original 1 billion consciousness-linked warships, and then increasing the number of ordinary warships to the target of 1 billion. This means adding 1 billion warships, or 2 million warships per year. Humanity currently has 2 million capital ship production docks, meaning each dock is required to produce 1 warship per year. 1 dock per year, 1 warship per year, is a daunting task. Warships differ from transport ships previously used for long voyages in that they are more complex in structure and have more diverse functions, requiring higher standards for various materials and technologies. 1 battleship per year isn't a slow production rate. Even without knowing the various firepower configurations of battleships, just imagining their size and dimensions gives you a rough idea of the difficulty involved. A Level 6 civilization's battleships are also called sub-civilization class warships. They're called sub-civilization class because they're smaller than the flagships of each civilization, which are considered civilization class warships. However, they're still astronomical behemoths. A battleship can often reach 1,500 kilometers in length, 800 kilometers in width, and 500 kilometers in height, a true astronomical behemoth. A civilization-class warship, like the Lyra, is even more impressive, measuring 2,000 kilometers in length, 1,236 kilometers in width, and 763 kilometers in height. Not to mention the enormous resources required to build such a massive ship, the materials used are all specialized. Even the main frame must be constructed of strong interaction materials, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the elements. Moreover, a warship is more than just an empty shell. It must be packed with various functional equipment, such as engines, main guns, shield generators, and other large components, as well as a variety of smaller components. Building a warship is countless times more difficult than building a simple transport ship. Even a Level 6 civilization, possessing advanced technology and the assistance of highly intelligent strong artificial intelligence, cannot achieve success overnight. It also requires the coordinated efforts of various industrial departments and construction vessels, piecemeal, like an ant building a nest. The Kroll civilization possesses so many capital ships, a product of their years of accumulation. According to current information, within this so-called fourth logistics base of the Kroll galaxy, the Kroll civilization's interstellar docks are practically everywhere. To support the needs of war, they have built countless docks over the course of countless years. The Galactic Expedition Organization, having just arrived, certainly couldn't compare. Fortunately, due to the constant demand for transport and warships along the Great Expedition, each civilization had a relatively large production capacity. Upon arriving in the Kroll galaxy, they could immediately mine resources and begin shipbuilding. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to join the war for another 500 years. Of course, they could join now, but the Abyssal Expedition Organization currently looked down upon the Galactic Expedition Organization's limited warship inventory and asked them to recover first. And that recovery took 500 years. Over that 500 years, the Galactic Expedition Organization's 80 civilizations, those possessing the technology of the Potterad civilization, were roughly on par with humans, adding only about 1 billion warships. Including humans, there were 12 of these civilizations. Because other civilizations didn't possess the powerful technology of the Potterad civilization, warship production was relatively easy, and they consequently produced more warships, but not by much, only around 1.5 billion. In other words, after 500 years of intensive production, the Galactic Expedition Organization's total capital ship count had reached approximately 114 billion. From the perspective of the Abyssal Grand Voyage, a single civilization might not be able to fight alone with this number, but if they formed a joint fleet of multiple civilizations, they could be deployed to participate in the battle. So, 500 years was a milestone, but only a milestone, as warships would continue to be built until the Grand Line was opened. Regrettably, during this 500 years, the Abyssal Grand Voyage not only lost 627 galaxies, but also 712 galaxies, their long-planned main attack direction, and the transportation hub of the Grand Line. The Kroll civilization's 17th fleet suffered a defeat in the decisive battle of the 627th galaxy. Their war against the Boundary Breakers' lackeys had yet to be won when the 1.8 billion second-class Boundary Breakers entered the fray. The second-class Boundary Breakers, with their overwhelming speed advantage and coordinated with their lackey fleets, gained an overwhelming advantage over the Kroll civilization's 17th fleet. The 17th fleet desperately tried to hold off the enemy, hoping to buy as much time as possible for the 18th fleet and the Pana civilization to retreat to and hold Stargate 2. Unfortunately, they ultimately failed to hold out. The 18th fleet and the Pana civilization fleet successfully broke through, annihilating as much as 80% of the lackey fleets besieging the central black hole. However, this effort came at a heavy price. The remaining fleet was intercepted by the second-class Boundary Breakers during their retreat to Stargate 2, and only 1.7 billion warships ultimately made it back through Stargate 2. Of these, 800 million were from the Pana civilization, and 900 million were from the Kroll civilization's 17th and 18th fleets. However, the Kroll civilization was also formidable. They annihilated a force twice their own, the Type 2 Boundary Breakers themselves having sacrificed nearly 1 billion lives. Sadly, the 627th galaxy was ultimately lost. Afterward, the Type 2 Boundary Breakers gathered their minions and began a sweep of the 627th galaxy, destroying all the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization's exploration vessels within the galaxy. This phase is still ongoing. Without the support of the main fleet, the exploration vessel's destruction was only a matter of time. This was the Kroll civilization's inherent belief, and it was also what they initially observed. Their exploration fleet, as well as those of the various civilizations of the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization, suffered the same fate. Over time, they were found and destroyed by the Type 2 Boundary Breakers and their minions. But over 100 years after their disheartened exit from the 627 galaxy, they were surprised to discover that the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization was still sharing information from within the 627 galaxy, such as where the Type 2 Boundary Breakers' lackey fleets were concentrated, how many fleets were guarding Stargates 1, 2, and 3, and so on. This information was practically clairvoyant. How did you get this information? Still reeling from defeat, Commander Awol of the 18th Fleet eagerly questioned, observing the constantly updating enemy information from the 627 galaxy. He found it incredible and demanded an explanation. When this message arrived, the 6 distinctive technological civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization and the Star Defenders were discussing the subsequent war in a virtual auditorium. So, as soon as the message appeared, everyone saw the leader of the Galactic Core civilization give him an expression that said, "It's still us." Perhaps fearing that the other races wouldn't understand, he even activated the translation system scanning function, capturing his own expression and translating it for the various civilizations present. Yu Yuan then watched as the leader of the Silver Heart civilization blinked his 4 eyes, and then, like a character in a video game, several large characters appeared above his head, describing his expression. The translation system even thoughtfully paired the text with a Sword King's triumphant victory emoji, a very vivid and descriptive one. Chapter 1378. It's simple. Our detectors are there, so there's news. After the expression on his head faded, the leader of the Galactic Heart civilization replied on behalf of the organization. This response shocked the Kroll civilization. They had almost completely cleared out all their detectors in the 627 galaxy, and they hadn't expected the Great Galactic Expedition Organization to still have detectors hidden there. But the Kroll civilization wasn't stupid. They immediately thought of a possibility: specialized detection technology. Galactic Center civilization, you're quite clever. Kroll civilization, great. This time, we have a real chance of reclaiming Galaxy 627. Unfortunately, our flagship was destroyed by a Type 2 Boundary Breaker during the battle for Galaxy 712. Our combat power has plummeted. Building another flagship would take tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, with your detection capabilities and the might of our Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization, we would surely capture Galaxy 712 in one fell swoop. Flagship destroyed? The people from the 6 specialized technological civilizations frowned upon hearing this. They all knew the Kroll civilization was a specialized technological civilization, but they hadn't expected their flagship to be destroyed. At this time, the Kroll civilization sent another message. Our 17th and 18th fleets currently have 900 million battleships. Add to that the 1.5 billion new battleships built recently, and you have 2.4 billion battleships. Add to that the 800 million battleships returned by the Pana civilization, and their 1.3 billion new battleships, and we still have 4.5 billion battleships available for our counterattack on the 627 galaxy. Add to that the 114 billion battleships from your 80 civilizations. We believe retaking the 627 galaxy will not be a problem. Of course, the enemy's lackeys are also constantly building new battleships. If we don't win quickly, I'm afraid this will turn into a protracted war. The most crucial point is that Galaxy 627 has fallen into enemy hands. They can provide support at any time through Stargate 2. Stargate 2 is on the other side of Galaxy 712, where they undoubtedly have a massive fleet stationed. According to the latest news, the second boundary breakers have already dispatched their minions from Galaxy 712 to invade Galaxy 616. And because Galaxy 627 has fallen, a fleet has already begun attacking Galaxy 527 through Stargate 1. While the Kroll civilization was recounting this, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization also synchronized star map information. The information on it was meticulously labeled, clearly showing the number of each galaxy, the number of stargates it possessed, and where they led. Currently, the Abyssal Civilization's flagship is resisting our organization's civilizations in Galaxy 616. They're aware of your arrival, but given the current unfavorable situation, the Abyssal Civilization suggests we temporarily switch to a defensive position, stabilize the front, and wait for the Kroll Civilization's new flagship to be completed before launching a counterattack. Seeing the Kroll Civilization still trying to sell their plan, the leader of the Galactic Heart Civilization grew impatient and immediately interrupted, "That's not necessary. Galaxy 627 is being handed over to the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. Last time, our fleet structure hadn't yet been adjusted, so we couldn't provide much assistance and had to watch helplessly as you staged a tactical retreat. So, this time, we lead the charge, and you can just follow behind. Of course, if you feel your fleet is insufficient, you can simply send reconnaissance ships to accompany us, while the main fleet continues to replenish. To be honest, our goal this time isn't just to recapture Galaxy 627, but also Galaxy 712. We're never afraid of a fight." The Kroll civilization immediately refused, then added, "Since you're so confident, we have to fight you to the death. However, we need to notify the Abyss civilization of any planned changes. Just in case, our Abyss Voyage Organization needs to prepare defenses for each system to prevent a loss of victory, and the enemy from pushing us all the way back to our logistics base. Galactic Heart Civilization, it's up to you. If there are no problems, we depart in 3 hours." Kroll civilization, great. Great. After the Kroll and Pana civilizations agreed, the commanders of the 17th and 18th fleets connected to their internal communication channels for a private meeting. "Magdalia, Sir Awol, do you truly believe in the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization? Belief or not isn't the key. The key is their genuine willingness to contribute. Although they haven't yet fully completed the transformation of their fleet structure, they seem full of confidence. It seems they're just like we were when we first arrived here, relying on their multiple technologically advanced civilizations to disregard all enemies." Awol offered his opinion. In the 712 intergalactic campaign, our Kroll civilization's flagship was destroyed, significantly reducing its combat power. The first fleet arrived. The 16th fleet was nearly annihilated. The failure of the 712 galaxy campaign dealt a heavy blow to the entire 127 civilizations of the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization. Now, the total number of warships remaining in our 127 civilizations is approximately 300 billion, with each civilization possessing an average of only 2.3 billion warships. Under these circumstances, the Abyssal Civilization's suggestion to shrink the defense line and put the entire front into a defensive state was correct. Our original plan was to wait for a while, until each civilization within the organization had recovered at least 10 billion warships before launching a major counterattack. But since they're confident, let's see. With their current fleet, even if they fail, it won't matter. We can still defend the galaxies according to our plan. As long as our logistics base remains, we can launch another counterattack, just like we did 1,000,000 years ago. Anyway, the situation isn't good right now. Since the 712 galaxy operation failed, the organization has ordered a reduction in the front line. The Blue Ocean Expedition will also move towards 616 galaxy. Their next goal is to reduce their forces to defend 617 and 618 galaxies. If we can recapture 627 and stabilize the front, even better. That way, 527 Galaxy will become our rear guard. Holding out like this for tens of thousands of years shouldn't be a problem. Then, once our new flagship is completed, we can launch a major counterattack. McVillia agreed. I understand, but we can't spoil our friends' fun. It's natural for them to be arrogant and conceited as newcomers. In this situation, it seems impossible to persuade them. We should just be willing to sacrifice our lives for them. With us here, we can also offer them advice, preventing them from being defeated. Well, that's exactly what I mean. Once they hit a wall, they behave themselves. Hey, of the 6 unique technological civilizations, it seems one is a support type. I hope the other 5 are combat-oriented. McVillia, I hope so. We need to keep an eye on the 6 unique technological civilization flagships, and remind them constantly of the power of the second-class boundary breakers. They must not be defeated in the 627 Galaxy. I hope our worries are unfounded. Chapter 1379. With anxious hearts, the 17th and 18th fleets of the Kroll civilization, with their 2 billion battleships, and the 2.1 billion warships of the Pana civilization, assembled and, together with the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization fleet, embarked on a campaign against the 627th Galaxy. As a precaution, the Kroll civilization left 400 million warships stationed in the 527th Galaxy to guard the satellite gate. Thus, the 80 civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, along with the Kroll and Pana civilizations, assembled a combined 118.1 billion battleships, targeting the 627th Galaxy. This operation could be considered the first official joint operation between the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization and the Abyssal Voyage Organization. However, the Abyssal Voyage Organization's main force was not present here, but in the 616th Galaxy. They had retreated from the 727th Galaxy, and with the newly added warships, the combined warships of the 127 civilizations numbered approximately 300 billion. As the Galaxy Voyage Organization crossed the Stargate and reached Galaxy 527, the Abyssal Voyage Organization reported that the Blue Ocean Voyage Organization, having learned of the Galaxy Voyage Organization's actions, had adjusted its own operations. They had advanced their counterattack plan, planning to split their forces and attack Galaxy 617 and Galaxy 618, while the Galaxy Voyage Organization attacked Galaxy 627. These 2 galaxies also had stargates leading to Galaxy 712. Capturing these 2 galaxies would block the boundary breakers from Galaxy 712, and form a new line of defense alongside Galaxy 616 and Galaxy 627. The Blue Ocean Voyage Organization also communicated their plan. After achieving this goal, they would stabilize their defenses, and wait for the Kroll civilization flagship to be completed. At that point, the 3 great voyage organizations would jointly attack Galaxy 712, and seize the transportation hub of the Stargate network. They also knew that the 712th Galaxy, now controlled by the boundary breakers, was a disadvantage for them, as they had many galaxies to defend and their forces were dispersed. The boundary breakers only needed to hold the 712th Galaxy, and their advance would be impossible. The 712th Galaxy was indeed important. According to the Kroll civilization, it was originally the central galaxy of an unknown cosmic civilization. This was why it had so many stargates and so many interconnected connections. Above the vast starry sky, a massive fleet cut through the darkness, speeding all the way to the stargate of the 527th Galaxy. The sight of 100 billion battleships, and hundreds of billions of warships of various types gathering in the sky was truly spectacular. As they passed near a star, they literally obscured the sky. The warp trails left by their whirring speed twisted the starlight into a fiery flame. Before launching the attack, the Kroll civilization issued a warning. The other side of the Stargate is Stargate 1 of the 627 Galaxy. As you know, there are numerous boundary breakers, and their lackey fleets guarding that area. If we show our presence, we will be surrounded and attacked. A typical fleet will be instantly destroyed. This is a battle that requires absolutely no skill, and will rely solely on numbers. Be prepared. The Silverheart civilization had already ascertained the situation near Stargate 1 of the 627 Galaxy. Approximately 50 billion capital ships were stationed in that area, and approximately 20 billion warships were positioned near the gate, their guns trained directly on it. This was clearly a deployment by the second-class boundary breakers to prevent a counterattack by the Kroll civilization. Gate 2, which leads to the 712 Galaxy, and is currently boundary breakers territory, has few defenders, and the same is true for Gate 3. According to the latest intelligence from the Silver Heart civilization, the number of enemy warships within the 627 galaxy is currently approximately 60 billion, with approximately 10 billion of the second-tier boundary breakers. However, this represents only the total strength of the boundary breakers. They have even more in 712, and can readily provide support from Stargate 2 in the 627 galaxy. Thus, the Kroll civilization considered it a good opportunity to capture Stargate 1 and gain a foothold. This would allow them to at least use Stargate 1 as a backup, control the area of its radiation, and establish a standoff with the second-tier boundary breakers in the 627 galaxy. We know how you typically conduct a Stargate attack? Following Kroll civilization's friendly reminder, the Silver Heart civilization, representing the bank's Grand Voyage organization, asked. The Kroll civilization was unequivocal, answering directly. There are two methods. 1. Use productivity to build up. 2. Use special operations to attack. Using productivity to build up, I believe we don't need to explain in detail. But even if you use numbers to build up, and use lives to fill the gap, there are tactics, such as combined assaults with battleship clusters, stage charges, decoy battleship clusters, and large-scale dedicated shield generators. Oh, the Blue Ocean Grand Voyage organization has a technology they call Large Battleship Cluster Joint Shield Technology. They can bundle hundreds of millions of battleships together, and then integrate their data to form a large shield to withstand concentrated fire from the Stargate exit. Silver Heart civilization. Yes, of course we know. Seeing that the Silver Heart civilization didn't ask about the large-scale dedicated shield generator or the various tactics he had mentioned, the Kroll civilization fleet commander became more certain of his thoughts. It seems our guess was correct. You looked down on the first method. Well, no wonder your fleet doesn't have a single large-scale dedicated shield generator. Large, specialized shield generators, similar to siege engines, are currently present in the Kroll civilization's fleet, numbering in the region of Jupiter. They are typically deployed when exiting a Stargate, allowing the generators to exit first to protect the incoming fleet, ensuring that the main battleships are not easily destroyed by a single enemy salvo. The second method is special operations, typically reserved for civilizations with unique technological capabilities. This involves sending the flagship of a civilization with unique technological capabilities, along with its most powerful ace fleet, out of the Stargate first, securing a safe space for the following fleets. The Kroll civilization's fleet commander continued, this requires the civilization to be war-oriented and capable of a ranged strike. These requirements are extremely demanding. Currently, within our entire Abyssal Grand Voyage organization, only the Abyssal civilization possesses this capability. But now that they're in the 616 galaxy, they can't come to your aid. That's fine, that's fine. You should know we have 6 unique technological civilizations. The Silver Heart civilization replied, then looked towards the other 5 delegations in the virtual hall. Who's going? Huh? What do you mean, who's going? Because this was a pre-war meeting, the 2 Kroll civilization fleet commanders had also been invited to the virtual hall. Upon hearing the Silver Heart civilization leader's words, they exchanged glances, each catching sight of the unconcealed shock in the other's eyes. Could it be that, aside from the Galactic Center, all other civilizations within the Galactic Grand Voyage organization possess area of effect strike capabilities? This is unbelievable. Seeing the Galactic Center leader's gaze, the Dia leader immediately said, our flagship's maneuverability is lacking. Awaken or illusion, don't count on me for that. The Divine Principal leader considered it for a moment, then said, a mere 50 billion battleships and 10 billion boundary breakers. But before he could finish, Yuan spoke up, let's do it. As Yuan was about to explain his reasoning, the previously silent Star Defender said, TSK. Okay, you're quite brave. I reluctantly go with you. Alas, those idiots over there definitely don't know you perverts exist yet. They're all gathered at the Stargate exit. TSK. Chapter 1380. What do you mean? The Kroll civilization fleet commander asked, somewhat puzzled. Do you intend to penetrate Stargate 1 with a single flagship? That's impossible. Even the Abyssal civilization flagship, with its ranged strike capabilities, wouldn't dare do that. Even if you don't use a large, dedicated shield generator, I think you need some support ships. That's fine, that's fine. Just wait. This human civilization is quite capable, replied the Star Defender. You are? The Kroll civilization fleet commander had never seen the Star Defender, but they could guess that it seemed to be the special life form the Great Galactic Voyage organization had mentioned. I am the Great Star Defender. Stop the nonsense. Once the human flagship enters the Stargate, just follow us, said the Star Defender. The Kroll civilization's fleet commander said, "What? Go straight in?" Such a long-winded thought. "It's up to you." "Okay, I should be leaving." Star Defender ignored the two Kroll civilization fleet commanders. He saw that the human civilization delegation had already logged off from the virtual hall, presumably meaning they had already taken action. Sure enough, as soon as the view changed, he saw the Lyra arriving at the Stargate entrance. In the virtual hall, the two Kroll civilization fleet commanders, observing the human civilization and Star Defender's log-off, were filled with concern. They looked at the remaining civilizations and asked, "How could you be so reckless?" Then, the Falcon civilization leader, who had remained silent until then, finally said, "We know our limits. That's the human civilization flagship, the Lyra. They'd definitely be able to handle this. In reality, they don't even need to be involved in this kind of situation. Let us handle it. You've seen the intelligence on the Galactic Center civilization. There are only a few 100 billion warships at Stargate 1's exit. Crucially, they're all concentrated in the Stargate exit area. Nearly half of the 10 billion Type 2 boundary breakers are also in that area. The others are farther away, but only about 7 or 8 light-years away. This deployment is their most foolish decision. It seems they truly haven't heard of our Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's arrival. You've done a good job of keeping it secret. Otherwise, it might have been quite a challenge to eliminate those warships and Type 2 boundary breakers at Stargate 1's exit. There's no need to worry about it now. Okay. Humanity's Lyra and Star Defender have entered the Stargate. It's time for us to act." At this point, the leader of the Falcon civilization looked at the several civilization delegations still in the hall and said with some resignation, "Everyone, this pre-war meeting was a bit of a joke. We haven't even formulated a plan. But forget it, what are you going to choose next? Who will be responsible for Stargate 2 and Stargate 3? Leave Stargate 3 in the 627 galaxy to us. With only a little over 10 billion boundary breaker lackey warships stationed there, it won't be a problem." Awakener Illusion responded first. The leader of the Galactic Heart civilization said, "Let's act together with the Awakeners. We must seize Galaxy 627. The other civilizations within our organization will arrive at Galaxy 627 and directly eliminate the boundary breakers lackey probes within that galaxy." The leader of the Divine Matrix civilization said, "Then what else is there to say? Let's head for Gate 2. The leader of the Falcon civilization finally said, "All right." After exiting Gate 1, the Falcon and Divine Matrix civilizations will head directly for Gate 2 and annihilate the boundary breakers lackey fleet there. However, Gate 2 leads to Galaxy 712, so there will undoubtedly be support there. If too many boundary breakers arrive, it will be difficult to deal with them, as they move incredibly fast. The leader of the Dia civilization then said, "Perhaps we can try, but it would be best if we could capture Stargate 2 before the second type boundary breakers from the 712 galaxy arrive. That way, we can block the exit and eliminate any boundary breakers that arrive." "Okay, that's what we do. Alright, it's time for us to set off." The leader of the Shinju civilization concluded, then logged off. Delegations from several other civilizations also logged off. "Awol, hey you. Mukavilia, huh?" Seeing this, the two fleet commanders of the Kroll civilization were stunned, staring at each other in bewilderment. What the hell is going on? This is the most difficult siege battle in the galaxy. How could these guys treat it so lightly? How did they avoid all the enemies and disasters along the Great Voyage and get here? Human civilization had just entered the Stargate, and before any news had even arrived, these guys were already taking action. Why are they so impatient? They entered the Stargate so quickly and emerged from the other side with such little time difference. Wouldn't they be wiped out in one fell swoop? Even with area of effect strikes, you can't do that. Awell and McVilia were no fools. They knew the power of area of effect strikes. After all, the Abyssal Voyage Organization had warships like that, but they took a long time to recharge after firing a single shot. Even if they could achieve a successful strike, they couldn't wipe out all the warships. The enemy ships weren't all concentrated within a single light-year radius. Furious, McVilia hesitated for a moment, then looked at Awol. "Should we wait?" Awol sighed. "If I'd known they were so impetuous, we wouldn't have come. What's the big deal? Well, forget it. We're all friends on the same front. Let's go and protect them. Mr. McVilia, let's prepare for action. Send in the large, dedicated shield generators. We hold them off for a while, and then we go too. Once they're defeated, we listen to their advice." "Hey, what's all this?" McVilia sighed, then followed Awol offline. As soon as the two switched perspectives, they saw from their warship's displays that the flagships of the civilizations they had just spoken to were entering the Stargate one after another. They took a quick look and saw that only the rectangular battleship had deployed a large number of warships, nearly 2 billion. As far as they knew, that seemed to be the entire fleet of the Awakeners civilization. The other civilizations typically had one flagship leading the way through the Stargate, while the remaining warships waited. Seeing this, McVilia felt these guys were either overconfident or lacking any tactical skills. She muttered, "They're reliable, but unfortunately there are so few of them. Sigh. I hope you all survive." Is that a neutron star? Why are they pushing one in? Hiss, no, that neutron star is definitely their unique technological creation. They can use a neutron star as a flagship. No wonder they're so confident. I hope my worries are unnecessary. I guess that sphere from earlier must have been the Star Defender. As expected, among the warships, the neutron battlestar stood out the most, along with the Star Defender. Both were spheres, one large and one small. Chapter 1381. Awil and McVilia had already figured out the reason behind the Galactic Expedition's arrogance, but they still couldn't accept it. 6 unique technological civilizations all possessed area of effect strikes? They found it impossible. Of course, they also noticed the teleportation mentioned by the Dia civilization in the virtual hall. They knew what teleportation meant, but they also found it difficult to accept that a warship could possess both teleportation and area of effect strike capabilities. Because, in their impression, only the Kroll civilization possessed such unique technology, yet the Kroll civilization's flagship was still destroyed by a Type 2 boundary breaker in the Battle of Galaxy 712. With various thoughts in mind, the two of them, along with several large, specialized shield generators, followed the flagships of several unique technological civilizations of the Galactic Expedition into the Stargate. There was only one Stargate from Galaxy 527 to Galaxy 627, and the passage was very fast. A distance of millions of light years could be reached in less than a day via Stargate teleportation. During their time traveling through the Stargate, Awil and McVilia were extremely anxious. Impossible to communicate with the outside world while inside the Stargate, they desperately wanted to know the situation at the exit. As they neared the exit, Awil immediately ordered his fleet, "Order all warships, prepare for battle." According to past combat experience, upon exiting the Stargate, every ship must immediately activate its shields, otherwise it would be swept by the enemy's wave of attacks. Commander McVilia of the 17th Fleet and the leader of the Pana civilization followed the same path. The 3 men and their staff kept their eyes fixed on the approaching Stargate, ready to activate their shield systems. Soon, everyone saw a flash of white light, like snowflakes, in the sensor feeds. They knew it was the sign of a Stargate exit. The white light dissipated, revealing the galaxy. The 3 fleets emerging from the Stargate immediately raised their shields, as did several large, dedicated shield generators, displaying a state of alert. However, what happened next left Awil and McVilia bewildered. The expected artillery fire didn't come, and they didn't even receive any feedback from the large, dedicated shield generators that they were under attack. What's going on? Startled, the 2 men quickly asked their staff to connect the data from their respective sensors to the screens, then check the displays within their respective warships. This glimpse revealed the starry sky. It was a warship. Just a warship. The light of distant stars flickered sparsely through the pitch-black void. The warship sat quietly amidst this sparse starlight. Nothingness lay ahead of the warship, and behind it lay the faint glow of the Stargate. The entire starry sky seemed remarkably tranquil. There was no expected barrage of artillery fire, no ripples of spacetime from a shield generator being struck. The starry sky seemed incredibly still, even the expected flash of a tachyon lightsaber lacking any trace of a void-like strike. And the warship sat motionless within the void and darkness, looking like a peerless swordsman amidst the chilling wind. The stillness of the stars only served to emphasize the warship's proud and unrivaled presence. It was then that McVilia and Awil noticed the difference in the warship. It was significantly larger than a typical capital ship, measuring 2,000 kilometers long, 1,236 kilometers wide, and 763 kilometers high. However, its overall shape was not rectangular, it was streamlined. Combined with its hull, which resembled a gurgling stream, it looked like a clear spring suspended in the starry sky. That seems to be the flagship of human civilization. McVilia stared at the warship displayed on the holographic screen. This was her first time carefully examining a warship from the Galactic Expeditionary Organization. Although she and Awil were not on the same warship, intercoms were typically used in such combat situations. Intercoms among interstellar civilizations aren't simply verbal conversations. They're holographic information sharing. So, as soon as she spoke, Abel, standing next to her in holographic form, heard it directly. Conversely, his projection was also on Abel's warship. It's the flagship of human civilization. I remember it's called the Lyra. Abel stared intently at the Lyra on the holographic screen. He suddenly thought the warship was indeed beautiful, but he had a question: the Lyra's name. Generally speaking, a civilization's flagship is named after its own civilization, such as the Dia civilization's flagship, the Dia, the Abyssal civilization's flagship, the Abyssal, and their own Kroll civilization's flagship, the Kroll. Why is this human civilization's flagship not called the Humanity, but something like the Lyra? Of course, this thought only flashed through Abel's mind. What he wanted to know more about now was where the enemy had gone. Where were those 50 billion boundary breakers lackeys? Where were those 10 billion second-class boundary breakers? Why was there no sign of them? Where had they gone? At that moment, Macvillia, Abel, and the leader of the Pana civilization, who had just emerged from the Stargate, were all in a daze. Their gazes were fixed on the lone Lyra in the starry sky. Somehow, they suddenly sensed an aura emanating from the Lyra, a feeling of supreme superiority. They surveyed the starry sky, only to see starlight quietly shimmering upon it. At this moment, a grotesque thought suddenly crossed the minds of Macvillia, Abel, the leader of the Pana civilization, and every intelligent being on their warship watching the battleship. Could it be that the Lyra had wiped out those Type 2 boundary breakers, and their fleet of lackeys blocking the Stargate exit? How could that be possible? That's 10 billion Type 2 boundary breakers, and 50 billion warships. Shaking off the unrealistic thought in his mind, Abel sent a transmission to the Lyra, human civilization. Where are the Type 2 boundary breakers, and their fleet of lackeys? 10 strikes wiped them all out. The Star Defenders, and the Divine Matrix civilization have already headed for gates 2 and 3. We've been waiting for you here for a while, staying to tell you what's going on. What? You said, did I hear correctly? You said you wiped out 10 billion boundary breakers, and their 50 billion lackey warships. 10 strikes? Just one of your warships? Abel shook his mind, feeling he misheard. Either physics didn't exist, or how could there be such crazy news? Macvillia's face was filled with shock, the many small eyes within his compound pair all occupied by the image of the Lyra. The leader of the Pana civilization swallowed hard. A single warship destroyed 50 billion warships, and 10 billion boundary breakers? How is this possible? The craziest thing is, it took less than a day. The people of the Kroll and Pana civilizations were deeply shocked upon hearing this answer. Their subconscious told them that the Galactic Grand Expedition Organization, as a group with a common goal, would not lie. At that moment, the minds of all the Kroll and Pana people who witnessed and heard this scene were almost completely occupied by the words human civilization, Lyra. These words, along with the image of the Lyra standing proudly in the void, were quickly transmitted to their respective civilization headquarters. They desperately wanted to know what the Lyra had done, how it had annihilated so many enemies in such a short time. At this moment, a reply from the Lyra appeared before them again. We were just lucky. We only managed to miss a small information gap with the boundary breakers. Most of them were clustered together, and were taken out by a few attacks. We might not be so lucky next time. Okay, Stargate 1 is up to you. We need to check on Stargate 2 as well. After sending the message, the Lyra vanished from the sights of the Kroll and Pana civilizations, leaving them to conceal their identity. The Lyra's sudden disappearance, along with the names of human civilization and Lyra, spread throughout the Abyssal Expedition Organization. Chapter 1382. The Kroll civilization hadn't witnessed how humanity had annihilated 10 billion boundary breakers and 50 billion lackey warships in less than a day. However, the more this happened, the greater their shock and imagination. This was true for all the civilizations within the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization. They knew the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization possessed 6 unique technological civilizations, but in their minds, even those civilizations couldn't have so easily defeated a Type 2 boundary breaker. Furthermore, humanity only had one warship. Although humanity explained that this was due to the concentration of boundary breakers lackeys and boundary breakers, and that the enemy was unaware of the existence of a humanity flagship, resulting in an information gap, the Abyssal civilization, led by the Kroll civilization, still attributed everything to the strength of humanity. After receiving this information, they held an internal meeting specifically to discuss the incident. The result, needless to say, was that the Abyssal civilization concluded that even if 60 billion enemies were simply left standing in the starry sky for them to destroy, they wouldn't be able to eliminate them in such a short time. What struck them as most baffling was that no trace of the annihilated enemies remained. as if they had vanished into thin air. They truly wanted to understand how human civilization had achieved this. The ability to make their enemies vanish without a trace. The ability to teleport so suddenly. The quickest way to find out was to ask human civilization directly. The Kroll civilization had indeed done this, and human civilization didn't hide it, directly explaining it to them as their unique dimensional technology. However, they only gave a superficial explanation, not the specifics of how it was achieved or what happened to the victims, as human scientists believed that too much detail wouldn't make the other party understand. The Abyssal Expedition Organization clearly wanted to know more, so they immediately, in their own name, ordered the 17th and 18th fleets of the Kroll civilization to rush over to investigate the situation at Gate 2, as the Lyra had previously stated it was heading there. If they rushed there now, they might even witness the Lyra's combat. The Kroll civilization was undeterred. Their 17th and 18th fleets simply left the Pana civilization fleet at Gate 1, while they pushed their warp speed to maximum, heading for Gate 2. The back of the human flagship, the Lyra, became truly majestic. Over time, the Lyra became synonymous with the pinnacle of warships. The Kroll people, speeding toward Gate 2, were surprised to find themselves praying that the war there wouldn't end so quickly. Previously, this would have been a sinful thought, but now, every one of them shared this sentiment. As the Kroll civilization had hoped, when the 17th and 18th fleets arrived at Gate 2, they were delighted to discover that fighting was indeed still underway. They discovered that humanity's flagship, the Lyra, was indeed there, but now, just as they had seen it when they emerged from Stargate 1, it hovered quietly in the void. This time, the Kroll civilization didn't ask questions, choosing instead to see with their own eyes. Their reconnaissance ships, like dust showers scattered across the starry sky, raced toward the aftermath of the battle upon reaching the battlefield. Soon, through the perspectives of their various probes, they could see the current situation in the star region where Stargate 2 was located. As expected, the number of enemy warships here was greater than previously reported. They were definitely reinforcements from the 712 galaxy. The Kroll civilization's suspicions were correct. The devastating blow delivered by the Lyra frightened the Type 2 boundary breakers. Upon receiving the news, they immediately dispatched additional fleets from the 712 galaxy system to support them. The battle now pitted the support fleet against the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. This was a battle of comparable numbers. The Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's follow-up fleets had also arrived, bringing the total number of warships possessed by 50 civilizations to 71.2 billion. Fleets from 30 civilizations were accompanying the Galactic Core Civilization and the Awakeners to attack Stargate 3. The Boundary Breakers, upon learning that their fleet stationed at Stargate 1 had been instantly annihilated, dispatched a significant number of fleets in panic. They had already completed their Stargate transmission before the main Galactic Grand Voyage Organization fleet arrived. Currently, they possessed approximately 60 billion tactical fleets and 25 billion Type 2 boundary breakers in the Stargate 2 region, with reinforcements still arriving. Given the significant investment, they presumably intended to defend Stargate 2 as well. Faced with this situation, the Great Galactic Expedition Organization must capture Stargate 2 on the 627 galaxy side before their reinforcements arrive, thus stemming the steady flow of reinforcements. Unfortunately, the actions of the human Tianqin had already alerted the enemy. The second-class boundary breakers, suffering heavy losses, were already aware of the enemy's powerful weapon. Therefore, their support fleets, and even the fleet defending Stargate 2, adopted a loose formation, no longer concentrating in a large group. If not for this, the fleets of the Shinju Falcon and Dia civilizations, which had arrived earlier, would have already captured Stargate 2. And now, they, leading the fleets of the various civilizations in their organization, were engaged in a fierce battle in the starry sky with the enemy. Upon their arrival, the two fleets of the Kroll civilization witnessed a fierce battle. It was this battle that exposed them to the formidable combat capabilities of the Galactic Expedition. They discovered that the Galactic Expedition comprised 9 fleets of exceptionally formidable strength. These civilizations were known to them: the Shinju civilization, the Falcon civilization, the Dia civilization, the Dole civilization, the Staya civilization, the Feiyu civilization, the Momota civilization, the Sed civilization, and the Alan civilization. Clearly, these civilizations had acquired technology from the Podarad civilization. The warships they built possessed parameters that reached the peak of a conventional level 6 civilization, equivalent to T0 combat capability. 12 civilizations within the Galactic Expedition possessed Podarad technology. The Galactic Heart civilization and the Awakener civilization were at Gate 3, while human civilization was still waiting for an opportunity to strike. The Lyra's quantum banishment attack had fully charged, and now they awaited the cooperation of the neutron battlestar, the Falcon, and the Dia, preparing for a surge into Gate 2. There's a constant stream of enemy warships pouring in, and they must be stopped. The Potterad civilization's technology is indeed formidable. The warships they build are of T0 level combat power, so they face the 60 billion boundary breaker minions on the battlefield with ease. However, the Great Voyage organization isn't entirely T0 level. Many of the civilizations that joined later have warships at T2 or T3 level. Thus, the overall situation on the battlefield isn't overwhelming, but they can still hold their own against the 60 billion boundary breaker minions. However, it's clear that the Galactic Great Voyage organization's target isn't the boundary breaker minions, but the 25 billion Type 2 boundary breakers themselves in this starry sky. After arriving in this starry sky, the three flagships, Neutron Battlestar, Falcon, and Dia, didn't charge directly into the battlefield to reap the boundary breaker minions. Instead, they kept their eyes on the 25 billion Type 2 boundary breakers still hiding on the other side of the battlefield, near Stargate 2. They were the key. Chapter 1383. The three flagships were simultaneously guarding against a surprise attack from Type 2 boundary breakers, while also awaiting the arrival of the Lyra and the 2 billion consciousness-linked warships of humanity. The Type 2 boundary breakers were incredibly fast. Even the Shinju civilization's conventional warships, with their T0 level combat capabilities, would struggle to defeat a single Type 2 boundary breaker. Instead, they would be eliminated by their void-generated black hole attack. So, upon the Shinju civilization's arrival, they discovered that the Type 2 boundary breakers were still using their old tactics, sending their lackeys forward while they remained in the rear to oversee the battle. With a single wave of their hands, they launched their elite troops upon the boundary breakers' lackeys. Deal with these troublesome lackeys first, while awaiting the arrival of human civilization. Ordinarily, the Type 2 boundary breakers should have joined the battle before human civilization arrived, attacking the T0 level battleships of the 9 civilizations. However, perhaps due to the constant flow of reinforcements, they had been overseeing the battle the entire time. They only became agitated when they noticed the Lyra's appearance. Upon noticing the arrival of the Lyra, the 25 billion boundary breakers immediately distanced themselves again to avoid being wiped out en masse. But this no longer mattered, as the Lyra, Neutron Battlestar, Falcon, and Dia were now targeting Stargate 2, not the dispersed second-type boundary breakers. First, block the gate. If the second-type boundary breakers dared not attack, they would wait until they had recaptured Stargates 2 and 3, then trap them in the 627 galaxy and encircle them. Where are the Star Defenders? Yu Yuan asked in the wartime chat after arriving at the scene. The leader of the Divine Principle civilization said, "Over there, they're swarming the boundary breakers' lackeys." He then cut the screen to Yu Yuan. He watched as the Star Defender leisurely moved across the starry sky, ramming into enemy warships as he caught them, though he didn't display his ultimate warp speed. "Star Defender, stop pretending and get back to work," Yu Yuan shouted. "I've been waiting for that. You bastards, watch me ram them to death." The Star Defender responded, then instantly increasing his speed from 213 times the speed of light to 656 times warp speed, smashing into a boundary breaker's lackey warship head-on. Then followed a second, and a third. As the Star Defender exerted his power, a small disturbance arose in the starry battlefield, but it wasn't much. After all, while the Star Defender was powerful, its killing efficiency was quite low. However, after the Star Defender unleashed its true power, the Lyra, Neutron Battlestar, and Falcon also entered true combat mode. Under the watchful eyes of the Kroll civilization, the Lyra vanished like a ghost. This was clearly the Lyra's new teleportation technology. A microscopic high-dimensional jump. The Falcon also suddenly increased its warp speed to 392.5 times the speed of light. As its speed soared, the Falcon also entered rampage mode. A shadow appeared, and then a phenomenon similar to a freeze appeared, just like when a game freezes and the character suddenly appears elsewhere. The Falcon also entered its own frame rate. The space where the Neutron Battlestar was located suddenly became a trampoline, rapidly deforming, and with a bang a strong gravitational wave rippled out in the area, then launched the Neutron Battlestar like a marble into a wormhole-like shuttle tunnel. When it reappeared, it was already 3 light-years away. Now, the Kroll civilization had a clear view, but they were also stunned by the movement of the 3 flagships, especially the Neutron Battlestar. The explosion was a scene of sheer violence. Since the Dia couldn't teleport, it operated alongside 2 billion human consciousness-linked warships. Its mission was to follow the path created by the 3 flagships, fight its way to the exit of Stargate 2, and secure control of the gate area. Destroying the boundary breakers, Lackey Fleet didn't require the deployment of 2 billion consciousness-linked warships. They were the elite of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, deployed alongside the Dia to prevent the boundary breakers' elite from launching a counterattack on the already controlled Stargate 2. The war erupted again. It was this battle that allowed the Krull civilization to truly witness the fighting styles of the Lyra, Neutron Battlestar Falcon, and Dia. They finally witnessed the Lyra's power firsthand. That battleship completely overturned their understanding of teleportation technology. They saw the Neutron Battlestar and the Falcon stop and recharge after one jump, but the Lyra disappeared again in a fraction of a second. If it weren't for the wartime channel data sharing system, the commanders of the two Krull civilization fleets would have thought they were mistaken. After all, how could the teleportation interval be so short? They didn't know that if the Lyra didn't have such powerful displacement capabilities, it would have been destroyed by a wave of conventional attacks from electronic warships in the Milky Way. Of course, back then, it was the pioneering quantum macro tunneling, and now it's not much better, on the same level as the quantum macro tunneling of the past. Above the starry sky, with the actions of the Lyra, Neutron Battlestar, and Falcon, the situation on the interstellar battlefield finally shifted significantly. The boundary breakers' Lackey warships were frightened and once again quickly distanced themselves from each other. The 25 billion second-class boundary breakers also hurriedly entered combat mode. Ignoring any supervision, each of them entered warp speed 400 times the speed of light, and began a head-on confrontation with the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. Not daring to provoke the strange Lyra, they turned their attention to the Neutron Battlestar and Falcon, as well as the 2 billion warships that slowly followed behind. Clearly, the second-class boundary breakers had set their sights on the human consciousness-linked warships. And so, the Krull people witnessed scenes of battle they would never forget. A second-class boundary breaker, traveling at twice the speed of a human warship, circled through the starry sky and charged head-on at a human warship. Once within striking distance, it immediately unleashed several space-slicing strikes, simultaneously aiming several void black hole rounds at the warship. Its speed was so fast that even a T-0 class warship couldn't avoid it. The Krull people, observing this scene through their battlefield detection system, thought the human warship was doomed. However, the warship, with a simple maneuver, dodged all attacks. Even more astonishing for the Krull people, the warship actually deactivated its shield system, allowing a black space-slicing line to pass close to its hull. Not only that, the warship's turn coincidentally aimed its main gun in the direction of the second-class boundary breaker, and then unleashed a space-shattering strike into the void. Oh, it missed! The Krull people thought. They saw the supercomputer, based on the information from the detectors, instantly calculate the angle of the human warship's fire and the location of the Type 2 boundary breaker. However, what confused the Krull people was that the human warship's seemingly missed space-shattering attack actually shattered the Type 2 boundary breaker the very next moment. This was because the Type 2 boundary breaker suddenly performed a sudden warp maneuver. It looked as if the Type 2 boundary breaker had caught the bullet with its face. What's going on? This is a coincidence, the Krull people consoled themselves. But the next moment, they saw a similar scene. Strange. Look at those boundary breakers. They seem stunned? Awol shared a battle scene with his subordinates, puzzled. It was a strike force of 30,000 second-class boundary breakers. They zeroed in on the Dia within the human fleet and launched an attack. However, just as they reached a distance of 0.89 light-years from the Dia, the boundary breakers froze in a trance, and were instantly wiped out by a salvo of space weapons from tens of thousands of human warships near the Dia. Is this your unique technology? Awol couldn't help but shout, opening the wartime channel without caring whether or not the war was ongoing. Excellent vision. This is our Dia civilization Soul Shock. The Dia proudly responded. Chapter 1384. The mysterious and powerful Lyra, a neutron battlestar, a warship capable of tearing space apart, and a warship capable of using Soul Shock. Seeing the various methods displayed by the Great Galactic Voyage Organization, the Krull civilization was both delighted and overjoyed. The first joy was the hope of successfully opening the Great Galactic Voyage route, and the second joy was that such a powerful organization was their ally, a fellow traveler. The battlefield information, bridged by the communication relay station, quickly reached the headquarters of the Great Abyss Voyage Organization. To boost morale for their own faction, the Great Abyss Voyage Organization also sent information to the still-struggling Blue Sea Voyage Organization. The battle on the side of the Great Galactic Voyage Organization was not merely useless news. For the Great Blue Sea Voyage Organization, the Great Galactic Voyage Organization's advantage on the battlefield forced the boundary breakers to mobilize more troops and lackeys to the 627 galaxy, and their combat pressure was greatly reduced. Comparing the battles between the two organizations clearly reveals the disparity in combat power between the Great Galactic Voyage Organization and the Great Blue Sea Voyage Organization. Currently, the Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organization is launching two separate attacks on Galaxy System 618 and 617. Although they only have the Blue Ocean Civilization as a technologically advanced civilization, they possess a significant number of Level 6 civilizations, reaching 308, thus providing ample combat power. Most importantly, half of their conventional fleets have reached T1 combat capability, while the other half have reached T2. This is said to be the result of long-term collaboration and mutual trust. Their technical exchanges are likely even more frequent with the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization and the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization. One reason is that their great voyages date back much further, approximately 500 million years. All civilizations within their organization have weathered calamities and fought their way through mountains of blood and blood, resulting in a tighter organization than even the Galactic Grand Voyage. Their current battles in the 618th and 617th galaxies are even larger and more brutal than those of the Galactic Grand Voyage, both in scale and ferocity. They have deployed over 1 trillion warships across 2 galaxies, engaging in repeated head-to-head battles with the Type 2 boundary breakers. Although they face no advantage against the elite Type 2 boundary breakers, they possess a resilient character. Their 308 civilizations continuously produce warships and deploy them in a continuous stream. When the civilizations within the Galactic Grand Voyage learned of their tactics, they thought it resembled the work of a machine civilization. And indeed, they proved to be correct. Subsequent intelligence provided by the Kroll civilization indicates that the Blue Sea civilization is a machine civilization, but they are not an artificial race, but rather silicon-based life forms born from nature. It's said that their first life form was born in a sea of liquid nitrogen on a gaseous planet. Nature is truly remarkable. In the long course of evolution, during a single thunderstorm on the gaseous planet, with a sea of liquid nitrogen, constantly struck by lightning, a massive bolt of lightning struck through the liquid nitrogen. And with almost zero probability, a miraculous chemical structure was born. Thus, within the vast ocean of liquid nitrogen, they combined and replicated. Over countless millions of years, these chemical structures grew increasingly complex, and in the process, they developed the ability to draw energy from lightning, or rather, from the free electrons in the liquid nitrogen ocean. Day after day, year after year, those initially simple chemical structures grew increasingly complex, and then one day, they gradually formed into strange metallic particles floating in the liquid nitrogen ocean. Powered by the flow of electrons, these metallic particles existed for billions of years in the liquid nitrogen ocean of a gaseous planet. After countless billions of years, a miracle finally occurred. At some point in the liquid nitrogen ocean, a glimmer of blue light appeared, the glow of complex entities composed of countless metallic particles. Natural evolution allowed true life to emerge in that liquid nitrogen ocean, where other civilizations had considered it impossible for life to exist. After countless more years, that faint blue light, a glimmer reminiscent of technology, became the first ray of wisdom in the entire liquid nitrogen ocean. Thus, a strange kind of mechanical life was born. The blue light was the light of their thinking. As more and more mechanical life appeared, the deep liquid nitrogen ocean was coated with a faint blue. The cold temperature of the liquid nitrogen environment became their normal temperature. Wisdom allowed them to recognize themselves, and they called themselves Blue Ocean people. The living environment shapes the characteristics of the species. Extremely low temperatures in liquid nitrogen serve as a medium for the Blue Ocean people to dissipate heat while thinking. The Blue Ocean people, whose normal temperature is liquid nitrogen, have a worldview distinct from that of other races. This liquid nitrogen environment allowed them to easily discover superconductivity in their understanding of the universe, and they consider superconductivity a milestone in their race's development. They call the universe the scorching world. The scorching world was once a place they avoided, as they could not survive outside of liquid nitrogen, making their spaceflight careers fraught with difficulties. But they eventually broke free from their home planet amidst thunder and lightning. The faint blue glow within the ocean of liquid nitrogen became the name of their civilization, the Blue Sea Civilization. Every birth is a miracle, and to many carbon-based life forms, the Blue Sea people are a miracle among miracles. Their birth was incredibly difficult, but it also endowed them with talents unmatched by other civilizations, allowing them to master unique technologies at the sixth level of civilization. Their distinct life characteristics allowed the Blue Sea people to develop into a unique mechanical civilization. Their warships weren't warships, but rather parts of their bodies. They were steel beings in the starry sky. Combined with their unique technology, a technique that rapidly converts other elements into metal, and their close integration with machinery, they possessed an incredibly rapid expansion capability. It could be said that each individual being was the boss of a mechanical empire. The fallen bodies of their companions could be repurposed, transformed into replicas of their own lives, and allowed them to continue the fight. The Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organization, like a torrent of steel, swept through the routes of the Type II boundary breakers in the 618th and 617th galaxies, using its immense productivity and numbers to deplete the Type II boundary breakers and their lackey fleets. As the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization gained momentum, the Type II boundary breakers were forced to mobilize more forces to the 627th galaxy, allowing the Blue Ocean civilization to gradually gain an advantage in the 618th and 617th galaxies. The Type II boundary breakers were anxious about this, but the arrival of the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization did catch them off guard. The overall situation on the front lines also became increasingly favorable to the three Grand Voyage organizations over time. However, the Type II boundary breakers were not so easily defeated. They continued to mobilize troops from the rear and mobilize their lackey civilizations for support. Chapter 1385. Of course, they didn't make the blunder of sending reinforcements incessantly, opting instead for a refueling tactic. Instead, they assembled them in Galaxy 712. It seemed they intended to use the defenses of Galaxy 627, 618, and 617 to stall the attacks of the three Grand Voyage organizations, and then complete their full defense of Galaxy 712. At the same time, the second-class boundary breakers were also discussing how to deal with the Galactic Grand Voyage organization. The second-class boundary breakers hadn't expected the war to escalate this way. Their lackey civilization fleet had no advantage against the conventional fleets of the 12 Galactic Grand Voyage Organization civilizations, especially one of them possessing rectangular warships. Despite their sheer numerical superiority, the lackey civilization's fleet was actually being outmatched, or more accurately, crushed. The battles at Stargates 2 and 3 forced the second-class boundary breakers to decisively shift their strategy, temporarily shifting from offense to defense. The outcomes of the two battles shocked the second-class boundary breakers greatly. They were horrified to discover that even after personally engaging in combat, their maneuverability was clearly twice that of the rectangular warships, yet they still hadn't been able to destroy a single one. However, the most frustrating thing for the second-type boundary breakers was that, even though they realized they were no match for the rectangular warships in single combat or small-scale engagements, they still didn't dare to gather in large groups to fight. Because boundary breakers had tried this before, they had been wiped out by a single, inexplicable area of effect attack from one of the rectangular warships. Spreading the fleet apart to engage the enemy resulted in crushing defeat, while concentrating for a large-scale salvo resulted in their utter destruction in a single area of effect attack. On the battlefield at Stargate 3, even the enemy's own attacks were hitting them. This phenomenon occurred during a battle between the lackey civilization fleet and a warship shimmering with starlight. In reality, the situation at Stargate 3 was considered relatively good, as the lackey civilization's fleet was the one overwhelmingly outmatched there. The Type II boundary breakers' own forces were still able to leverage their speed advantage to engage the Awakeners and the Galaxy. While they couldn't reach them, the enemy's effectiveness in killing them was also low. But the situation at Stargate 2 was different. The Type II boundary breaker commander felt he had never fought such a frustrating battle, while the two commanders of the Kroll Civilization's 17th and 18th fleets felt they had never witnessed such a devastating battle. Where the Lyra was, not only were the Type II boundary breaker fleets fleeing for their lives, but even the Type II boundary breakers themselves were fleeing for their lives, fearing they would get within 1.618 light-years of the enemy and be swept away by a sudden, inexplicable attack. Rather than approaching the Lyra, the boundary breakers preferred to test the neutron battlestar's depths. They discovered that while their attacks couldn't damage the neutron battlestar at all, at least its attacks weren't invulnerable to them. They only used a large-scale, powerful gravitational force to strangle them, leaving their other attacks largely ineffective. The Shinju civilization, which controlled the neutron battlestar, had long since discovered this, and so they essentially targeted the boundary breakers' lackey fleets on the battlefield. In the Starry Sky battlefield, the neutron battlestar's destructive power seemed the most devastating. Wherever it went, it literally tore apart people and horses. Crucially, its defenses were incredibly thick, and space weapons were directly neutralized by its gravitational defenses. Tachyon lightsabers were completely ineffective. The most effective attack was the Void Strike, but even if it was hit, it only reduced the neutron battlestar's mass. The neutron battlestar could simply absorb any warship wreckage from the interstellar battlefield to replenish itself, akin to a blood cow with immense regenerative abilities. From the perspective of the boundary breakers, the Falcon posed a far greater threat than the neutron battlestar. Since the start of the battle, the Falcon had ripped apart at least tens of billions of their members. The Falcon not only possessed bursts of speed comparable to ordinary Type 2 boundary breakers, but also could, with its lag-like movement, catch up to elite boundary breakers, and then unleash a massive ripping attack, shredding a wide area of boundary breakers into shreds. To the boundary breakers' woes, the Falcon's attacks also had a turbulent effect of dark matter and dark energy, the aftermath of the attack. For boundary breakers, as dark matter life forms, this aftermath felt like a muddy road, extremely uncomfortable. And the strange-looking Dia, linked to the fleet by human civilization's consciousness, was even more devastating. It can be said that the Dia shone brightly in this war. It was a neutron battlestar for the boundary breakers, its repeated soul shocks leaving them stunned. Combined with the precision strikes of the human consciousness-linked warships, it was the ultimate weapon for harvesting boundary breakers' lives, aside from the Lyra. The combination of the Dia and the human consciousness-linked fleet produced an unimaginable effect. They were the harvesters of boundary breakers' lives, the death knell for boundary breakers, the Maxim machine guns facing infantry charges. As for why the Dia accompanied the human fleet, there were several reasons. First, the Dia lacked teleportation capabilities and required the protection of the human fleet. Second, the Dia civilization soul shocks were a dreadful device. The Dia civilization was not yet capable of targeted soul shocks. Once launched, their soul shock weapons were targeted at the Dia civilization. If it were paired with warships from other civilizations, the Dia's first strike would kill its own people first. Only beings like human civilization and the Awakeners, who couldn't even kill souls, could cooperate with it to strike the enemy. Across the entire front, fleet battles were constantly taking place across the starry sky, each pursuing its own strategic objectives. In the 200th year since the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization joined the war, the 5,000 light-year area surrounding Stargate 2 had been reduced to ruins. The destruction of star systems was commonplace, and the impact of various war weapons had transformed this area into a desolate wasteland. Space-time was turbulent. Gravitational ripples and deep warp marks covered the starry sky. Space was filled with particles and light recording events. As the war raged, it became a decisive battle between the 6 distinctive technological civilizations and the second-class boundary breakers of the quasi-7th-level civilization. In the 316th year of the war, the Blue Ocean Voyage Organization, at the cost of 100 billion warships, successfully controlled all the stargates in the 617 galaxy and began a pursuit of the boundary breakers' lackey fleet, destroying their exploration vessels in the 617 galaxy. In the 535th year, the Galaxy Voyage Organization, with a smaller force, successfully recaptured Stargates 2 and 3 in the 627 galaxy. This cost the Galaxy Voyage Organization nearly 70 billion warships, but they were mostly conventional T2 and T3 warships. The second boundary breaker suffered even worse, their lackey fleets completely annihilated, and the supporting second boundary breaker forces escaped with less than 3 billion. The vast majority of these 3 billion second-class boundary breakers retreated to Galaxy 712 before control of Stargates 2 and 3 was seized. Approximately 120 million boundary breakers, unable to evacuate in time, were forced to flee to Galaxy 627. The Galactic Grand Voyage Organization is currently conducting an annihilation operation against these boundary breakers. Because the second-class boundary breakers are so incredibly fast, these annihilation operations are led by flagships with teleportation capabilities. With the presence of spies from the Galactic Heart Civilization, despite the speed of these boundary breakers, the Grand Voyage Organization can slowly encircle them. Once they're within sufficient distance, they can dispatch their teleporting warships, and dispatch them with lightning speed. Before the arrival of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, encircling and suppressing these fleeing boundary breakers was a major headache for the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization. They couldn't catch up, and with too few fleets, they couldn't win. But now, with the 6 distinctive technological civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, nothing is a problem. That same year, the Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organization launched another offensive, and the Abyss Grand Voyage Organization took the opportunity to support them, successfully capturing the 618th galaxy. From then on, the three Grand Voyage organizations achieved their strategic goal and established their frontline galaxies at 627, 616, 617, and 618. Chapter 1386. After this battle, the name of human civilization resounded throughout the universe. All member civilizations of the Abyssal Grand Voyage and the Blue Sea Grand Voyage knew of a member of the Galaxy Grand Voyage called the human civilization, and how, with a single flagship, the human civilization had annihilated 10 billion boundary breakers and 50 billion of their lackeys in a single day. Every civilization remembered the form of the human warships deeply, and every commander gazed upon them with awe. Of the 308 civilizations in the Blue Sea Grand Voyage, half possessed T1 level combat power, and half had T2 level combat power. This had always been their pride, the guarantee of their combat power that had enabled them to sail all the way from distant lands. But now, after witnessing the performance of the human civilization's flagship, they felt that if they encountered human civilization midway, their organization would be completely shattered. The Abyssal Grand Voyage simply couldn't figure out how to deal with the Lyra, that nearly invincible warship. Countless civilizations lamented, fearing that only a level 7 civilization could destroy the Lyra. After the three grand expeditions stabilized the front lines, the 17th and 18th fleets of the Kroll civilization departed Galaxy 627 for Galaxy 617, now the gathering point for the Abyssal Grand Expedition fleet and the location they would garrison after this battle. The Blue Ocean Grand Expedition was responsible for defending Galaxy 618. Galaxy 616, also on the front lines and previously held by the Abyssal Grand Expedition, was handed over to the Galactic Grand Expedition. Specifically, the human civilization, the Awakener civilization, and the Dia civilization, along with half of the Galactic Grand Expedition civilization, were assigned to garrison there. The member civilizations that followed human civilization were essentially newcomers, and their combat capabilities weren't particularly strong, with their fleets at the T3 or T3 level. As for the few civilizations within the organization with T0 combat capabilities, the Dole, Alan, Stye, Feiyu, Momota, and Seds, they, along with the Shinju, Inshin, and Falcon civilizations, remained in Galaxy 627, responsible for its defense. The reason the Great Galactic Expedition was split into two to defend two galaxies was entirely due to the strength of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations within the organization. The Great Galactic Expedition had no complaints about this division. After all, it was merely a brief respite. Once everyone had replenished their warships, they would resume the war, seize Galaxy 712, the Stargate transportation hub, and advance all the way to the Boötes Void. This was the consensus of the three major expedition organizations. Galaxy 616 and Galaxy 627 both have stargates leading to Galaxy 527 in the rear. Therefore, by stationing their forces in these two galaxies, the Galactic Grand Voyage could move their rear base forward to Galaxy 527. The Abyssal Grand Voyage initially opposed this decision, believing Galaxy 527, located behind the front lines, would be vulnerable to the effects of war, and could lead to a loss of warship production capacity. However, they had no control over the Galactic Grand Voyage's decision, and after witnessing the strength of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations, they remained silent. This decision of the Galactic Grand Voyage also gave the other two Grand Voyages immense confidence. So, after the Galaxy Grand Voyage relocated its logistics base to Galaxy 527, the Abyssal Grand Voyage followed suit, relocating its direct logistics base from the Kroll Galaxy to Galaxy 524, which has a direct Stargate connection to Galaxy 617. The Blue Ocean Grand Voyage followed suit, similarly moving closer to Galaxy 712, and relocating its logistics base to Galaxy 521. A major logistics relocation takes time and, even more importantly, requires stability on the front lines. Thus, during this relocation, the three major voyage organizations remained active, continuously dispatching fleets from their affiliated civilizations in successive stages, through the stargates of their respective galaxies, to Galaxy 712 to harass the boundary breakers. Forcing their affiliated civilizations to do such a thing was tantamount to committing suicide, but it was necessary, because the three major voyage organizations had to maintain pressure on the boundary breakers. While the Grand Voyage organizations were carrying out their logistics forward operations, the boundary breakers were neither idle nor submissive. Although they had witnessed the might of the Galactic Grand Expedition, and even to this day had not found a way to counter the Lyra, they remained determined to contain the three Grand Expeditions. So, after retreating to Galaxy 712, the second-type boundary breakers continued to mobilize their forces from the rear. They intended to transform Galaxy 712 into a solid fortress, completely blocking the 3 grand expeditions from within. After this battle, the second-type boundary breakers realized the crisis. They had already contained the Abyssal Grand Expedition for 20 million years, and they absolutely could not afford to fail. The second-type boundary breakers leaders were terrified that the 3 grand expeditions would successfully ascend to cosmic-level civilizations after entering the Boötes Void. If even one of them succeeded, they would be doomed. Millennia of hatred will never be resolved. If even one of the 3 great voyage organizations achieves cosmic status, it will undoubtedly return to annihilate these boundary breakers. So the boundary breakers have no choice but to persevere. They must stop the 3 great voyage organizations, or ideally destroy them all. After witnessing the strength of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations of the Great Galactic Voyage Organization, this problem became a necessity for the boundary breakers. In the past, they could have muddled through. But now, that was no longer possible. The 3 great voyage organizations had to be eliminated. Due to their racial characteristics, the boundary breakers could not cross the galaxy like the Great Voyage Organization, and therefore could not leave the Stargate network. Therefore, if the Great Voyage Organization were to successfully advance, they wouldn't even be able to escape ahead. So, a command was issued from an ancient boundary breaker to the entire region, declaring a general mobilization. This was the first such general mobilization order issued by the boundary breakers in 20 million years. All boundary breakers, and their lackeys within the Stargate network must converge on Galaxy 712 upon receiving the mobilization. They are concentrating all their forces to eliminate the 3 major voyage organizations. In the words of the second-tier boundary breaker leadership, this means destroying the 3 major voyage organizations and ushering in 1 billion years of peace for the boundary breaker world. Unfortunately, the Galactic Heart Civilization's exploration fleet cannot enter Galaxy 712, nor can it infiltrate the galaxies behind Galaxy 712. Otherwise, the large-scale mobilization of the boundary breakers would have been hidden from the 3 major voyage organizations. Now, each can only go their separate ways, accumulating strength in their own territories before a decisive battle. Although the 3 major voyage organizations have not definitively detected that the boundary breakers are preparing for a decisive battle, their actions after retreating to Galaxy 712 reveal a sense of calm before the storm. Thus, after completing their logistical arrangements, the 3 major voyage organizations enter troop expansion mode. Chapter 1387. 3 years after the logistics base relocation, Galaxy 527. This is the logistics base for human civilization, the Dia civilization, the Awakeners, and the 37 6th-level civilizations under the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. Now, this galaxy, a mere 53,000 light-years in diameter, has become a bustling construction site, with interstellar factories everywhere, bombing planets and extracting resources. 46th-level civilizations crisscross the galaxy with countless engineering and transport ships, and various interstellar factories are busy manufacturing warships day and night. Aside from the Awakeners, all other civilizations are busy producing conventional warships, mass-producing soft aliens, and training space warriors in preparation for the coming war. Although Galaxy 527 is a logistics base, it has been affected by war more than once in the past. The Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization and the Boundary Breakers have fought countless battles here, capturing and losing it, losing and capturing it again. The impact of war has long since eliminated the existence of lower-level civilizations. In reality, this wasn't unique to the 527 galaxy. Other galaxies within the Stargate network were similarly characterized by a completely inhospitable environment for lower-level civilizations. Under such circumstances, within the star region where human civilization resided, their current base not only housed bustling factories, but also a vast, interstellar dock. This dock, roughly the size of Earth, hovered in a vast void. It was currently operational, and various functional vessels were swarming around it, resembling a swarm of bees around a hive. In the void surrounding the dock, fleets patrolled. This wasn't the starry sky dock used to produce warships. Strictly speaking, it was a maintenance base specifically used to maintain the Tianqin. As the Tianqin entered the dock, the enormous dock began to close. Its robotic arms converged and attached themselves to the Tianqin. The various advanced equipment in the maintenance base also extended their manipulators and attached themselves to the Tianqin. At the same time, the Tianqin's hatches opened, and a swarm of mountain-class engineering vessels swarmed out of the openings, acting as operators and connecting the Tianqin's physical data interface to the maintenance base. Interface 2 complete. Interface 15 complete. Interface 602 complete. Shipboard supercomputer, maintenance base supercomputer data connection complete. Proceeding to the next command. A series of characters scrolled across the ship's system screen, signaling that the Tianqin had entered maintenance mode. Having fought the boundary breakers for hundreds of years in the 627 galaxy, the Tianqin frequently utilized its two unique technologies, microscopic high-dimensional leaps and quantum banishment strikes. With such frequent use, maintenance was necessary. Otherwise, if a malfunction occurred during the next use of these technologies, it would be disastrous if it were dragged into an unknown microscopic world. Thus, whether preparing for the upcoming war or fixing various operational bugs, the Tianqin required maintenance. The flagships of other specialized technological civilizations were similar in this regard. Humanity's brilliant scientists gathered together, each leading their own teams at the maintenance base, while others carried out maintenance work aboard the Tianqin, according to their respective areas of expertise. Dragon Star Brigade was one of them. He was currently lying on a mind-link device in the core area of the Tianqin. Some of his team members, like him, were already in a mind-link state, while others, as instructed, were using holographic screens or various auxiliary equipment to begin testing the Tianqin. I am Dragon Star Brigade. My team is ready, and the mind-link observation mode has been activated. Maintenance base, please report your status and whether we can begin. Dragon Star Brigade, in third-person observation mode, seemed to be in a dream. In this state, he spoke with his mind, and the mind-link device's system automatically transmitted his instructions to all units. Maintenance base. The 77th maintenance team has fully completed the mind link and is in third-person observation. We are ready to begin work. Maintenance Team 15 is ready. Maintenance Team 3 is ready. As a brilliant scientist leading the work, Dragon Star Brigade confirmed everything, then released a synchronous signal and began maintenance and testing of the Tianqin. In third-person observation mode, Long Xinglu controlled himself, following the data link toward the core of the Tianqin's unique technological artifact. Controlling himself and striding forward, bizarre scenes drifted through Long Xinglu's consciousness, and then a familiar scene appeared in his mind. It was a scene that could not be described to others. Seeing this scene, Long Xinglu knew that his consciousness had truly entered the very core of human civilization's unique technological artifact. And that kick just now was the process of his consciousness following the path from the macroscopic to the microscopic depths. Watching as strands of floating silk, some straight and some curly, appeared before their eyes, the Dragon Star Brigade knew these were the key to the Lyra's ability to launch quantum banishment strikes. They were controllable strings. After gathering their emotions, the Dragon Star Brigade immediately sent a message to the other staff members, instructing them to begin accessing the computing power of the Lyra's supercomputer. They also notified the various nodes at the maintenance base to begin reviewing the corresponding representations of various string structures on the Lyra. The core has completed the microscopic dimensional warping preferences. I repeat the typical size parameters for the warped microscopic 6-dimensional string vibrations. Now we begin comparative calculations of other properties of the superstring mathematical structure and the worldsheet description. Okay, string overtone mode is activated. All units, listen carefully for information from the lowest string vibration mode. Roger. The 24th maintenance team reports that third-person observation mode has detected that the Lyra core, 7th vertical and 8th horizontal, Calabayao type, D-brains have penetrated an uncontrolled microscopic 6-dimensional space. This extra dimension has caused 3 bugs in the string feedback. General Commander, please note, our 14th mathematical maintenance team has begun recalculating variant string equations for the core. These equations describe the tightly clustered state of D-brains. We have completed data extraction for the microscopic 6-dimensional spacetime curling. Red brains, blue. The membrane interaction mode has been determined, and calculations will begin in 10 seconds. Commander, understand. Commander, please be informed. The monitoring data from our 35th maintenance team is summarized as follows. Unusual fragmentation characteristics are appearing in the string duality equations. Commutativity shifts are occurring in the microscopic gravitational characteristics, and non-integer values are appearing in the membrane's charge units. This data has been synchronized with all operational units. Commander, understand. Your team is preparing to perform supersymmetric equation calculations. In 3 minutes, I will synchronize detailed time-varying parameters of the spacetime strings and particles to your team. The 12th operations team will follow up to eliminate the non-integer parameter bug. Understood? Got it. Under the leadership of brilliant scientists, human civilization's maintenance work on the Tianqin is on track. With a new round of war imminent, human civilization must ensure that the Tianqin is in peak condition. After years of frequent use of specialized technological artifacts, the Tianjin undergoes this type of maintenance inspection. Maintaining a flagship equipped with specialized technology is not easy. It must be led by brilliant scientists who understand the technology, and sometimes a single maintenance session can take years. Chapter 1388. The only consequence of not maintaining an artifact is that it will become increasingly obsolete with use, until it breaks down. Throughout the great voyages, many civilizations once possessed unique technological artifacts from other civilizations, but they all eventually lost their usefulness. The same was true of the pioneer artifacts that humanity acquired back then. So, in practical terms, the Awakeners are now completely dependent on human civilization. Right now, after humanity completes maintenance on their own flagship, they must immediately begin maintaining the Awakeners' equipment. Each unique technological civilization is taking advantage of this time to perform maintenance on their own flagships. Thus, time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years have passed. During this period, while the three great voyages organizations were quietly building ships, they also continuously dispatched small fleets to launch exploratory attacks on the 712 Galaxy system. This was partly to gather intelligence on the Boundary Breakers' army, and partly to employ offense as a defensive measure. However, the Boundary Breakers didn't foolishly wait for the three great voyages organizations to attack. In fact, their approach was similar to theirs, continuously sending out exploratory fleets. Due to the unique nature of the Stargate, both sides' attempts yielded similar results. They were essentially destroyed before they could even see the Stargate. It seemed like a mere experience boon for the other side, but it was necessary. After all, at least they could get a glimpse. The Great Voyage organization also used this time to successfully eliminate the remaining boundary breakers in the 627 Galaxy. The previous war had been so intense that even after 1,000 years of recuperation, both sides were unable to recover to a state of complete civilizational victory. According to the Kroll civilization, it would take at least 5,000 years for both sides to recover from such a massive conflict, and by then, the war would be over. This time frame is roughly equivalent to how long it takes a civilization to build tens of billions of battleships. Based on the productivity levels of the civilizations of the former Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, 500 years could produce 1 billion battleships, and 5,000 years would yield 10 billion. This number of battleships is essentially the upper limit of a level 6 civilization's maintenance capacity. The Kroll civilization previously possessed so many battleships simply because they built them and used them for battle, building and fighting as they went along. They almost treated their newly built battleships as disposable items. Furthermore, they enjoyed a long period of stalemate before the arrival of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, which is why they had so many battleships. This time, however, seems different. The second-tier Boundary Breaker faction seems to be moving more quickly, or perhaps they're determined to launch a major offensive. As a result, in just 1,000 years, the 712 Galaxies have already gathered a larger Boundary Breaker army than ever before in history. Only the second-class Boundary Breakers themselves knew how difficult it was for their life form to create new life. Although they possessed reproductive capabilities, their efficiency in producing new Boundary Breakers was far inferior to that of technological civilizations. In the past, they had little to worry about, as they still had a vast number of lackey civilizations at their disposal. They could use their productive forces to fight the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization, while they would serve as elite troops, commanding the decisive battles. Creating new Boundary Breakers was difficult, and producing advanced Boundary Breakers was even more challenging. This required a second-class Boundary Breaker to be highly compatible with the dark matter environment, enabling them to master warp travel at 600 times the speed of light, a high-level Boundary Breaker. A normal Boundary Breaker army was only capable of warp speeds of 400 times the speed of light. That would have been sufficient in the past, but now another great galactic expeditionary organization had suddenly emerged. They possessed not only several flagships capable of both teleportation and ranged strikes, but also 2 fleets with exceptional evasion and attack accuracy. After the entire massive battle in the 627 Galaxy, the second-class Boundary Breakers found themselves unable to destroy a single warship from either fleet. This was simply cosmic absurdity. In all their years as second-class Boundary Breakers, they had never encountered anything like this, and the battle with the Lyra that had undoubtedly made them feel the most threatened. Of course, there were also flagships from other civilizations. In reality, after the previous war, the second-class Boundary Breakers were already aware of the killing methods of the Dia, Falcon, Galaxy, and Neutron Battlestar, and they also had some understanding of the Lyra's attack methods. But despite this understanding, when they sat down to discuss how to respond, they found themselves without any effective countermeasures. For example, the soul shock of the Dia. The second-class boundary breakers knew it targeted the soul, but they had no defense. Even more unsettling was the fact that the soul shock wasn't just effective against them. It was also a penetrating strike, making the Lackey fleet even more vulnerable to it. The crew members of the affected fleet fainted. These factors combined to intensify the boundary breakers' sense of crisis. After deliberation, they decided to seize the opportunity presented by those civilizations, while they were still new and before they fully engaged in warfare, to concentrate their efforts to eliminate them. The second-class boundary breakers were originally a group of individuals who had voluntarily jumped into the sea after the failure of the Great Expedition. They had previously experienced the Great Expedition and understood the fleet structure of civilizations during the Great Expedition. It must be said that the second-class boundary breakers' assessment was quite accurate. The civilizations of the Galactic Great Expedition had indeed not fully transitioned to the warfare methods expected of a technological civilization. It was under these circumstances that they completed a massive mobilization of their entire race. The boundary breakers spent 1,000 years gathering boundary breakers of all levels from across the galaxies in the rear, forming an unprecedentedly large fleet. This fleet alone comprised nearly 70 billion high-level boundary breakers and intermediate-level boundary breakers. Those capable of reaching warp speeds of 400 times the speed of light were even greater, reaching over 800 billion. This time, they even mobilized junior boundary breakers, whose navigation capabilities were comparable to those of a level 6 civilization, bringing together nearly 1.5 trillion junior boundary breakers, barely beginning their warp speed journeys. All three combined totaled 2.37 trillion second-class boundary breakers. Their Lackey fleets were also immense. 1,000 years was more than enough for them to mobilize all the Lackey civilizations from the numerous galaxies in the rear, converging on the 712 galaxy. A total of 600 Lackey civilizations had been assembled, including 100 fully staffed level 6 civilizations originally stationed in the rear, each possessing 10 billion battleships. 300 civilizations operated with fleets at half capacity, and 200 operated with fleets at only 20% capacity, affected by losses from previous wars. The combined battleships of these 600 Lackey level 6 civilizations totaled 2.9 trillion ships. This represented the entire power available to the current Type 2 boundary breakers, their full war potential. A strong sense of crisis compelled them to take extraordinary action. They had to go all in. Chapter 1389. Occupying the Stargate network area at the edge of the Boötes Void, the boundary breakers, having operated there for countless billions of years, possess a substantial foundation. Mobilized all at once, their boundary breaker armies and Lackey warships far exceed the combined total of the three current Great Voyage organizations. After a millennium of recovery, human civilization now possesses only 4 billion consciousness-linked warships. The Awakener civilization has seen no increase, remaining at the same 2 billion Awakeners as a millennium ago. But in reality, the warships of human civilization and the Awakeners are already quite numerous within the Galactic Great Voyage organization, as only their capital ships survived the previous war unscathed. Many civilizations with only T2 or T3 combat power lost their fleets in previous wars. After the continuous construction of new ships during the war and a millennium of recovery, their fleets are now limited to only 2 or 3 billion. Civilizations with higher combat power have a higher survival rate in war, and their current fleets are relatively large, but generally hover around 3 billion. At this moment, the 80 civilizations of the Galaxy Grand Voyage organization combined possess only 310 billion battleships, scattered across 2 galaxies. In comparison, the Abyssal Grand Voyage organization and the Blue Ocean Grand Voyage organization possess significantly more. After all, they had long since completed their fleet restructuring, and their existing fleets hadn't been depleted. The former boasts 127 level 6 civilizations, totaling 630 billion battleships. The latter boasts 308 level 6 civilizations, totaling 132.44 billion battleships. The combined total of the three Grand Voyage organizations is approximately 226.44 billion battleships. On the Boundary Breaker side, the Boundary Breaker army alone boasts 237 billion soldiers, plus 290 billion battleships from their Lackey civilizations, for a total of 527 billion. The ratio of numbers between the two sides is 1 minute and 2.327 seconds. Of course, a battle isn't just about numbers. It also depends on the combat effectiveness of the warships. Among the three Great Voyage organizations, the most powerful are the 12 civilizations of the Galaxy Grand Voyage organization. Their conventional warships are generally equipped with Potterad civilization technology, reaching T0 level, but unfortunately, their numbers are too small. However, some of these civilizations also possess unique technological advantages, such as the human civilization and the Awakener civilization. Next is the Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organization, whose capital ships are half T1 and half T2. The Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization's fleet is also not bad, especially the Abyssal and Kroll civilizations. The former has reached T0 level in shield and armor technology, and the latter has reached T0 level in space weaponry. Strictly speaking, the conventional warships of the Kroll and Abyssal civilizations are above T1 and below T0. As for the boundary breakers, the strength of their lackey civilization fleets varied widely, with the strongest reaching T1 level, the weakest only T5. It could be said that every level of combat power was present, forming a pyramid-shaped formation from top to bottom. From the perspective of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, these lackeys, while numerous, were not a concern. Instead, the second-type boundary breakers posed a significant threat. It must be said that the second-type boundary breakers were truly obstacles. Their immense strength certainly made them a significant obstacle. Due to the boundary breakers' inherent life characteristics, even a primary boundary breaker possessed the strength of a T0 warship from a level 6 civilization. Conventional warships were only effectively protected against them by space-based weapons, and if you could reach them, they could create a massive black hole within your warship and rip you apart. While the attack power of intermediate and advanced boundary breakers has not increased significantly, they are faster and more difficult to hit. Moreover, with movement speeds exceeding that of a level 6 civilization, they can attack and flee at will. Unless they possess specialized technological warships with rapid teleportation capabilities, or attack methods similar to those used by the flagships of the Human, Awakener, and Dia civilizations, it would be difficult to defeat a high-level boundary breaker. In terms of conventional combat power alone, the fully mobilized second-class side holds a clear advantage. Furthermore, the three great voyage organizations now have to divide their forces to defend 4 galaxies. It was under these circumstances that the second-class boundary breakers proactively launched attacks against the 3 great voyage organizations. The 3 great voyage organizations had no idea that just 1,000 years later, the second-class boundary breakers would unexpectedly launch a war, and even less that they would risk everything they had. Of course, the most surprised were the Abyssal Grand Voyage and the Blue Sea Grand Voyage. The Galaxy Grand Voyage, having never experienced the pattern of fighting a large-scale battle followed by a tacit agreement to deploy 5,000 to 6,000 troops for another battle, was merely surprised. However, this unexpectedness didn't mean a scramble to respond. Each civilization had fought their way through various interstellar battlefields, and their basic defenses were always on high alert. Add to that the difficulty of attacking through stargates, and even with a larger force, they couldn't attack all at once. The civilizations of the 3 Grand Voyage organizations held this view, and it was indeed true. Furthermore, their lack of military intelligence on the 712 galaxy led them to initially assume that the boundary breakers were simply adding to their usual tactical intensification. Therefore, initially, the 3 Grand Voyage organizations focused on blocking the Stargate, buying 5,000 years of development time, while the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization expanded its fleet to full strength. The Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organization and the Abyss Grand Voyage Organization also wanted to use this time to build more warships. It was only after the enemy fleets emerged from the Stargate more and more, and after sacrificing many reconnaissance fleets to observe the dynamics of the 712 galaxy system, that the 3 Grand Voyage organizations realized that the enemy seemed serious. Recognizing this, the 3 Grand Voyage organizations quickly mobilized nearby fleets to support the Stargate exits of various galaxies. They also quickly responded by pulling the fleets, already fully assembled at the logistics base, to the front lines. A major battle between the two sides was imminent. Fortunately, the Stargate was indeed easy to defend but difficult to attack. Although the second-type boundary breakers were powerful, they did not dare to use their own lives as cannon fodder at the outset of the battle. Instead, they chose to send the fleets of the Lackey civilization into action first, apparently hoping to allow the Lackey fleets to control the Stargate exit before taking action. The 3 Grand Voyage organizations, whose stations had been preemptively activated, naturally felt threatened. However, as the offensive and defensive battles progressed, the Galaxy Grand Voyage organization discovered that the attacks on the 2 galaxies it defended, 616 and 627, were not as intense as the other 2 organizations had described. While seemingly fierce, the attacks were actually mostly from T4 and T5 fleets. This summary of combat information seemed a bit strange at first, but the reason became clear after a moment of reflection. The second type of boundary breakers had targeted the galaxies guarded by the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization and the Blue Sea Grand Voyage Organization as their primary targets, while the two galaxies guarded by the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization were merely feints. Seeing through their opponents' tactics, the Abyss and Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organizations erupted in curses. They immediately realized the reason. The second type boundary breakers must have been intimidated by the Galaxy Grand Voyage's strength and were now picking on the weak. As the saying goes, it's better to break one than to injure 10. It seemed the second type boundary breakers were planning to defeat them first, then concentrate their superior forces to annihilate the Galaxy Grand Voyage. The civilizations under the Abyss and Blue Ocean organizations grew increasingly angry, feeling that the opposing boundary breakers were disregarding them. On the other side, the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization had also noticed this situation. At that very moment, the leadership of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations was meeting in a virtual auditorium via quantum entanglement communication. Just now, the Blue Ocean and Abyss Grand Voyage Organizations had sent a message in their own name, strongly suggesting that the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization launch a counterattack into the 712 Galaxy System. Chapter 1390. The second type of boundary breakers' main attack direction is the Blue Sea and the Abyss civilizations. They're clearly intimidated by our unique technology. This is a good opportunity. We can observe the situation before making a decision. Regarding the strong suggestions from the Abyss and Blue Sea navigation organizations, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization stated during the conversation, "It seems they don't want to act immediately." The leader of the Divine Matrix civilization glanced toward the Silver Heart civilization team. He knew the Silver Heart civilization was reverting to its old ways, so he offered his own opinion. The 4 galaxies are now the direct front line. We and their 2 great long-distance organizations are already on a united front. It would be unreasonable to withhold our efforts simply because we aren't the primary target. Therefore, I suggest applying appropriate pressure on the 712 galaxy. Yu Yuan, representing human civilization, followed suit. I agree with the Divine Matrix civilization. We must take action. We can't just stand by and watch the 2 great long-distance organizations, the Blue Sea and the Abyss, be defeated. After all, they've been here for 20 million years. Compared to us, they're more familiar with this galaxy, and their strength is needed to open up the Grand Line. Furthermore, the sudden, preemptive attack by the second-class boundary breakers, with such obvious intent, clearly indicates preparation. I have a feeling something is amiss. We better quickly investigate the situation in the 712 galaxy. The Falcon civilization, the Dia civilization, and the Awakeners also expressed their unwillingness to watch their allies be consumed. Despite wanting to continue watching the drama for a while, the Galactic Center civilization was forced to follow its organization's will. Thus, after consultation, the 6 distinctive technological civilizations reached a consensus and issued a clear response to the 2 major navigation organizations, Blue Ocean and Abyss. They decided to launch a medium-scale attack on the 712 Galaxy organization, led by the fleets of the Lyra, Neutron Battlestar, and Falcon. This offensive has 2 strategic objectives. First, to share the pressure from the 2 major voyage organizations, the Abyss and the Blue Ocean, through offensive means. Second, to send a large number of exploration fleets from the Galactic Heart civilization into the 712 galaxy. Currently, the 3 major voyage organizations are unclear about the situation in the 712 galaxy, so it is imperative to understand the reason behind the boundary breakers' premature attack. The specific arrangements for the raid are left to each civilization. The 616 galaxy is naturally decided by the human civilization, the Awakener civilization, and the Dia civilization. Together, these 3 civilizations can be said to be the ones who currently control the situation. The 627 galaxy is decided by the Divine Principle civilization, the Falcon civilization, the Galactic Heart civilization, and the Star Defenders. Because the Galactic Heart civilization is the executor of this strategic objective, the Star Defenders have also come to assist. The plan for Galaxy 627 was also simple. Neutron Battlestars, Falcons, and Star Defender warheads would charge forward, aiming to clear the enemy at the exit of the Stargate. This would create space for interaction between the galaxy and the Galactic Center's exploration fleet, allowing them to gain a foothold at the exit. The fleet would then successfully help the Galactic Center's exploration ships carve a path through the interior of Galaxy 712 for reconnaissance. In Galaxy 616, human civilization temporarily halted the Dia and Awakeners, along with its own consciousness-linked fleet. The Lyra led the fleets of 20 civilizations under its command through the Stargate, paving the way for the following fleets. The actions of the Great Galactic Expedition Organization significantly reduced the pressure on the Blue Sea and Abyss Expedition organizations. Upon learning of the Great Galactic Expedition Organization's actions, the Blue Sea Expedition Organization launched a drastic attack, committing all its T1 level civilizations to the battle and successfully driving the Boundary Breakers' Lackey fleet back into the Stargate. They temporarily held onto Galaxy 618, but their victory wasn't complete, as a large number of exploration fleets from the Boundary Breakers' Lackey civilizations had already entered Galaxy 618. Clearly, the Boundary Breakers also needed military intelligence from Galaxy 618. Both sides engaged in similar tactics, initially launching rounds of attacks to create conditions for their own exploration fleets, and thereby gaining insights into the fleet deployments within the opposing galaxy. For the second-tier Boundary Breakers to attack, they needed to infiltrate the galaxies guarded by the three Grand Voyage organizations, and vice versa. Thus, at the outset of the war, both sides engaged in combat around the two ends of the Stargate. Each side divided their fleets into echelons, using intelligence gathered about the other side to determine how many warships to deploy for attack and how many to remain at the gate. After the Galaxy Grand Voyage organization joined the fray, pressure from the Lyra, Neutron Battlestar, and Falcon forced the second-tier Boundary Breakers to increase their defenses at the corresponding stargates. Consequently, the Abyss and Blue Ocean Grand Voyage organizations felt significantly less pressure. Thus, the two sides engaged in a back-and-forth battle, launching the first phase of the battle. This phase lasted for a century, during which both sides repeatedly fought for control of the Stargate. It was also during this period, with the infiltration of the Galactic Center Civilization's exploration fleet, that the three great long-distance navigation organizations finally discovered the reason for the Boundary Breakers' premature attack. The Abyss, the Milky Way, and the Blue Ocean all shared intelligence, having discovered that the Boundary Breakers had gathered in the 712 galaxies. The Abyss and the Blue Ocean, upon receiving this intelligence, immediately realized the seriousness of the situation, knowing that the Boundary Breakers were going all out this time. Because their star region had been locked in a stalemate with the Boundary Breakers for 20 million years, they had never witnessed such a large-scale Boundary Breaker operation. Faced with this situation, the Abyssal Grand Voyage organization was deeply concerned. Feeling unprepared, they therefore advised the other two Grand Voyage organizations to adopt a defensive strategy, relying on the easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack nature of the stargates to hold their respective galaxies, thereby depleting the Boundary Breakers' strength. Once the balance of power shifted, they could then launch a counterattack. They also knew that the Bank Grand Voyage organization was formidable, boasting 6 distinctive technological civilizations and an invulnerable star defender, but they still felt the advantage was not theirs. The Galaxy Grand Voyage organization's fleet was still too small, having yet to complete its transition to full-scale warfare. Meanwhile, the opposing force possessed a vast number of Type 2 Boundary Breakers, far surpassing their own warships in number, and surpassing the combat power of T-0 class warships. If they engaged in a head-on confrontation now, they feared the flagships of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations would be sapped and decimated by the Boundary Breakers, as had happened to the Kroll civilization's flagship before. As an abyssal civilization possessing unique technology, its teleportation ability can't be used continuously. Therefore, a flagship charging into the 712 galaxy alone would sooner or later be worn down by the enemy. An interstellar war at this level wouldn't be concluded in a year or two, it could easily last for centuries. A flagship of a civilization with unique technology can't keep fighting forever. For example, after a few stuttering maneuvers, the Falcon needs to pause for a while to recover, otherwise its engines will burn out. The Neutron Battlestar can indeed fight continuously, but as a unique technological creation, it also requires maintenance. Oh, the Star Defender can fight continuously without rest, and it's not afraid of any enemy attack. However, its attack methods are too limited, and its killing efficiency is too low. Chapter 1391. Even if the fleets of the Boundary Breakers' Lackey civilizations were lined up for ramming for centuries, a successful outcome wouldn't be achieved. The Boundary Breakers' Lackeys simply have too many warships. In a large-scale battle, unless mass destruction is employed, the battle would be impossible. Thus, a being like the Star Defender isn't particularly useful on a large-scale battlefield. Compared to powerful warships like the Lyra, Falcon, and Neutron Battlestar, the Star Defender is more like an invulnerable battlefield swarm. No one can command it anyway. Once it enters the battlefield, it's up to it to decide which target to ram. Of course, it can still be quite useful in Stargate attacks. For example, the Galactic Grand Voyage organization's recent attack from Galaxy 617 to Galaxy 712 was spearheaded by the Star Defender. The Star Defender leaped out of the Stargate first. Initially bewildered, the boundary breakers were naturally unimpressed. Seeing such a colorful ball emerge, they assumed it was another technological flagship from a civilization within the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. The boundary breaker fleet stationed at the Stargate immediately trained their guns on it, unleashing space slicing, void strikes, and tachyon lightsabers. The boundary breaker troops stationed at the prominent exits did the same. Tens of thousands, hundreds of billions of attacks were unleashed upon the Star Defender. But after the smoke and dust cleared, they saw that the colorful ball remained pristine, unscathed. The boundary breakers, witnessing this phenomenon for the first time, were deeply shocked. They thought the enemy had emerged to being even more powerful than the Lyra. After all, the Lyra had also had to evade such attacks before, but this colorful ball resisted head-on. Tens of billions of high-level boundary breakers were so frightened, they quickly retreated, almost dreading the thought of those fearless boundary breakers being instantly annihilated by the Lyra. The lackey fleets stationed at the Stargate exit also erupted in a commotion, each one keeping their distance, fearing the colorful ball might be some kind of high-tech warship. The Star Defenders hadn't expected their headlong resistance to damage could have such an effect, and instantly felt elated, awesome. However, despite their frantic flight, the 10 billion high-level boundary breakers stationed at the Stargate refused to give up. As they ran, they ordered their lackeys to continue attacking the Star Defenders. The Star Defenders remained stationary, ready to be attacked. This was the effect they desired. After several rounds of attacks, they remained pristine and unmoved. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, the Falcon, Neutron Battlestar, and Galaxy all emerged from the Stargate, followed by 100 billion conventional warships, two-thirds of the warships in the 627 Galaxy system. On this trip, the Divine Matrix, Silver Heart, and Falcon civilizations aimed to capture this Stargate and use it as a bridgehead for their attack on Galaxy 712. As for sending the Star Defenders out first in this manner, that was naturally part of their plan, though they initially hadn't anticipated its success. However, the three civilizations successfully delivered a large fleet to Galaxy 712 safely. Unfortunately, this could only be done once, as the Star Defenders' impressive performance would inevitably draw the enemy's attention. From then on, the fact that the Star Defenders had only a single killing capability, collision, would be undeniable. Doing it again would be ineffective. As expected, in the subsequent battles, the high-level boundary breakers discovered that despite the Star Defenders' invincible defense and movement speed comparable to their own bursts, it couldn't harm them at all. The most crucial thing was its low kill efficiency. Simply ignore it. As long as the grand battle could be won, even if such a single entity was powerful, even if it couldn't be eliminated, it wouldn't cause much trouble. Similarly, the boundary breakers believed that even if they couldn't destroy the enemy's powerful flagships right now, it didn't matter. As long as the enemy's conventional warships were eliminated, these powerful flagships could be slowly worn down. As long as they achieved ultimate victory in the grand battle, they could then leverage their numerical superiority to launch staged attacks on the enemy's rear bases, or even the main civilization. At the same time, they could use the same method to continuously and uninterruptedly attack the flagships, never forcing them to stop for maintenance. Ultimately, victory would be theirs. Thus, after the war began, the boundary breakers avoided the Lyra unless absolutely necessary. Especially after their own forces failed to shake the Star Defenders, they directly changed their tactics, dispersing the fleet stationed at Stargate 627 and 616, allowing the previously fiercely contested gates to fall directly into the hands of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. The boundary breakers believed that rather than having area of effect strike warships like the Lyra, Falcon, Neutron Battlestar, and Dia constantly targeting the gates, it would be better to cede the gates to them, allowing them to face the vast 712 galaxies, allowing the flames of war to spread across the vast galaxy. Then, they could initiate a loose engagement strategy to weaken the advantage of these warships' large-scale lethal weapons. It must be said that the boundary breakers' thinking was correct. Following this line of thought, the boundary breakers immediately mobilized their forces to the other two Stargates, launching a fierce attack on the 617 and 617 galaxies. To seize control of the Stargates in these two galaxies, the boundary breakers' supreme commander even mobilized tens of billions of high-level boundary breakers to attack the city. The combat power of the high-level boundary breakers surpassed the strongest fleets of the two major voyage organizations, Blue Sea and Abyss. Their combined force led to a bitter battle at the two Stargates, 617 and 618, leading to 712. Faced with the Boundary Breakers' frenzied attacks, the Abyss and Blue Sea Voyage organizations chose to resist to the end, but ultimately their strength was insufficient, and the Boundary Breakers overran both stargates. Afterwards, the Boundary Breakers' army and its lackey fleets poured out of the two stargates, and the flames of war quickly spread to the 617 and 618 galaxies. From then on, each side occupied two of the other stargates, and the war evolved from a battle for stargates to a series of major battles within the galaxy. The two major voyage organizations, Blue Sea and Abyss, held the rear stargates, ensuring unimpeded access to the logistics bases supporting the fleets while engaging in a major battle within the galaxy with the Boundary Breakers. The Boundary Breakers followed a similar path, similarly striving to hold the stargate leading to their rear in the 712 galaxy, and then engaging in a major battle with the Galactic Grand Voyage organization within the 712 galaxy. However, due to the presence of specialized technology flagships like the Lyra, Falcon, and Neutron Battlestar, capable of large-scale attacks, the Boundary Breakers could not simply defend the stargates with conventional garrisons. If the Lyra were to launch a surprise attack with a fleet of Awakeners, they would be completely unstoppable. Therefore, they adopted a different tactic, leveraging their numerical advantage to engage in guerrilla warfare against the fleets led by the Lyra, Falcon, and Neutron Star. As soon as these three fleets left the stargates leading to Galaxy 616 and Galaxy 627, they would immediately attack them. At worst, the two sides could exchange stargates. Galaxy 712, as the hub of the Stargate network, had more than one or two gates leading to the rear, and the Lyra, Neutron Star, and Falcon were unable to split up their forces. At this stage of the war, it could be said that both sides had their share of victories and defeats, as well as mutual restraints. The Galactic Grand Expedition attacked Galaxy 712. To bolster the battles in Galaxy 617 and Galaxy 618, the two Grand Expeditions, Blue Ocean and Blue Ocean, were able to pin down a large number of the Boundary Breaker fleet. The Boundary Breakers, in turn, employed the same tactic of avoiding the Lyra, Neutron Star, Falcon, and Dia, successfully trapping the Galactic Grand Expedition fleet in Galaxy 712. From then on, the vast galaxies of 617, 618, and 712 became the three main battlefields of the next stage of the war.